Lin Qiao opened her eyes and found herself reborn on the very day her identity as the fake heiress was exposed. She immediately packed her belongings, mostly money, and fled overnight. After obtaining the crystal space ahead of time, she embarked on a stockpiling spree. While others risked their lives fighting through zombie hordes for a bite to eat, Lin Qiao was sipping milk tea. While others shivered their way through icy, snow-covered landscapes, Lin Qiao was enjoying hotpot. While others lived in filth and squalor, Lin Qiao soaked in a hot bath within her space. Her sole ambition was to leisurely enjoy food and drinks with her companions, living an easy life in the apocalypse. However, after getting drunk and taking liberties with a handsome young man, she found herself relentlessly pursued. She initially thought it would just mean an extra mouth to feed, but she never expected this person to eat enough for 80 people in a single meal. How is she supposed to provide for him? Question. Sisters, what do you do when a handsome guy looks at you with his beautiful peach blossom eyes and pitifully says, "Sis, I'm hungry. Asking for a friend, pretty urgent." Chapter 1. Reborn. Mom and Dad don't want you anymore. Hurry up and get out of my house. The moment Lin Qiao opened her eyes, she heard these words. Staring at the familiar yet unfamiliar young man before her, Lin Qiao couldn't believe her eyes. Heavens! She had been reborn. In the 5th year of struggling through the apocalypse, she had actually been reborn 1 week before it all began. This was the day her identity as the fake heiress was exposed, and the real heiress, Lin Yaqin, was brought back to the family. In her previous life, clinging to the hope of family affection, she had refused to leave. As a result, 1 week later, the apocalypse broke out. Zombies ran rampant, the social order completely collapsed, and the world plunged into unprecedented chaos. She was fortunate enough to awaken an ability and cautiously escorted the Lin family toward the safe zone. Along the way, she risked her life countless times, venturing into dangerous areas alone to search for food to support the Lin family. But in reality, Lin Yaqin had already awakened an ability and possessed an extremely unique spatial power. They were never short on food. The 3 of them deliberately sent her away simply because they didn't want to share food with her, hypocritically claiming it was to temper her. Unfortunately, the Lin Qiao of her previous life had been blind and foolish, her vision clouded by the idealized family affection she craved. It wasn't until later, when Lin Yaqin teamed up with a scumbag and delivered her into the hands of enemies to be toyed with, that she finally saw this family for who they truly were. After barely escaping that nightmare, she and her team were framed and trapped by a horde of zombies because she discovered the secret of Lin Yaqin's space. Her companions self-destructed one after another to buy her time to escape. And in the end, Lin Qiao didn't make it either. She regretted it so much. Not seeing through Lin Yaqin earlier not only got herself killed, but also led to the deaths of those who had followed her. She never imagined she could come back. Back to a time when nothing had happened yet. Since heaven had given her a chance to start over, she would keep her eyes wide open and never be such a pushover again. She wouldn't waste effort saving people who weren't worth saving. Let them fend for themselves. This time, she would seize the opportunity to rewrite all the tragedies. In her previous life, her companions died to save her. This life, if they were still willing to follow her, she would definitely create a paradise in this apocalyptic world, never letting them suffer hardship again. Did you hear me, Lin Qiao? You're not part of the Lin family anymore. Get lost. Are you so thick-skinned you still want to stay here? Disgusting. The young man spoke while sticking out his tongue and making faces. Lin Qiao's thoughts were interrupted. She looked up, scrutinizing the proud, arrogant young man in front of her. Lin Song, the young master of the Lin family, 15 years old this year. Lin Qiao remembered the moment the apocalypse broke out. Lin Song turned into a zombie, biting to death all the servants in the Lin villa, turning it completely into a nest of the undead. Because of this, Lin Qiao had no choice but to protect Mr. and Mrs. Lin and Lin Yaqin as they fled in panic. Now that she was reborn, she naturally wouldn't stay with the Lin family and give them another chance to use her. I can leave, but you have to let me pack my things. Lin Song didn't expect Lin Qiao not only to refrain from scolding him, but to agree to leave so readily. His dissatisfaction grew. This is the Lin family. Nothing here is yours. Even the clothes on your body aren't yours. Saying this, Lin Song seemed to think of something fun, his tone brimming with glee. Hurry up and take off those clothes. Get out and streak. 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 Lin Song, getting more excited, even reached out to grab Lin Qiao's clothes. Lin Qiao's eyes turned cold. She swiftly grabbed Lin Song's right wrist, twisted it quickly, and lightly kicked the back of his knee. Lin Song didn't even have time to react. He felt the world spin, his hands were twisted behind his back, and he was forced to kneel facing away from Lin Qiao. Haven't I taught you to be respectful to your elders? Lin Qiao looked down at Lin Song expressionlessly. Lin Song only felt pain all over his body but still retorted defiantly. Elders my ass. You mother MMPH. Before he could finish, Lin Qiao stuffed something into his mouth. Then, she pulled the collar of his shirt back, tying it together with the bottom hem behind his back, effectively trussing him up. Filthy-mouthed brat. If you don't know how to speak properly, then shut up. After saying that, Lin Qiao walked straight upstairs to her room to pack her things. The apocalypse was coming soon. Right now, she only wanted money and anything else that could be converted into cash. She needed to hurry and stockpile supplies. And there was Lin Yashin's spatial ability. Since she knew about it in advance, she naturally couldn't let that opportunity slip away. All of this required money. She didn't think she could get any more money from the Lin family. For now, she had to pack up all the property deeds and valuable jewelry under her name before Mr. and Mrs. Lin returned. She owned 5 of the Lin Group's shares in a lakeside villa, part of the inheritance allocated by the late Grandpa Lin. Selling it all should fetch tens of millions. She had no psychological burden taking this money. She considered it payment for protecting that family in her previous life. After quickly packing, Lin Qiao slung a large backpack over her shoulder and left the Lin villa directly. Lin Song had already been freed by the servants, but didn't dare say a word. He could only watch, eyes bloodshot, as Lin Qiao swaggered off, not even daring to utter a sound. Outside the villa, Lin Qiao first called a ride-hailing service, then hurriedly found a number in her phone. Hello, didn't you want the shares I hold before? Fine, I'll sell them. The condition is that you take the villa in Xiangshan district as part of the deal. The person on the other end was stunned, then let out a mocking laugh. Miss Lin, are you joking? Your current status is no secret. My status doesn't need your reminder. The shares, the villa. If you don't want them, I'll sell them to someone else. Realizing Lin Qiao wasn't joking, the other party straightened up, even considering trying to yadi the price. I want 50 million. Prepare the contract. I'll come sign it immediately. But I must see the money now. The market price for the villa in Xiangshan district alone was over 40 million, not to mention the 5 shares of the Lin Group. It was a steal. The other party had been hesitant, but considering Lin Qiao's current situation, they guessed she was truly desperate for a quick cash out and didn't press further, simply having the legal department draft the contract. After signing the contract, Lin Qiao looked at the 50 million newly deposited into her bank card and felt a surge of ambition. She was going to convert all this money into supplies. But before that, she needed to get her hands on that spatial ability. Chapter 2. Seizing Space. Frantically purchasing rice, flour, and oil once again, Lin Qiao found herself inside a taxi, heading straight towards the antique street etched in her memory. In her previous life, it was here that Lin Yashin stumbled upon a piece of white crystal. After a blood oath of recognition, she discovered an expansive space within it. Following its upgrade, the space revealed mysterious and unfathomable abilities. Now that she had been reborn, she could not let such an immense opportunity slip by. As for Lin Yashin, without the space this time, she wondered if she would still lead such a carefree existence. She was eager to find out. The antique street bustled with activity. Lin Qiao swiftly located a young girl's stall, guided by her recollections, and her eyes immediately fell upon the familiar white crystal. In her previous life, she had wandered the antique street with Lin Yashin, witnessing how Lin Yashin seemed to lose her soul at the sight of the crystal, allowing the stall owner to take full advantage of her. In hindsight, it truly was a valuable item. The stall owner, a seemingly young girl with twin ponytails, noticed Lin Qiao's gaze and eagerly introduced, Miss, you have a discerning eye. This white crystal has been consecrated by a high monk. Wearing it can ward off evil, and placing it on a child's table can enhance memory. Rest assured, it will not disappoint you. How much for this white crystal? Lin Qiao inquired, her eyes narrowing as she extended her hand. 100,000. I won't sell for less, the girl replied. The market price for white crystals typically ranged from a few hundred to several thousand. In her previous life, the stall owner had also quoted a price of 100,000, and Lin Yashin had paid without batting an eye. Although Lin Qiao was now quite wealthy, she adhered to the principle of frugality and tentatively asked, Would you sell it for 5,000? Deal, came the swift response. Lin Qiao felt a pang of regret, sensing she had been swindled. The young girl, having received the payment, appeared in high spirits and waved goodbye, saying, "Come often, Miss Lin." Waving back, Lin Qiao left with the crystal and checked into a hotel with good security. Once inside her room, she meticulously ensured there were no cameras before producing a fruit knife. Without hesitation, she made a deep cut into her palm. Blood flowed freely, but Lin Qiao did not flinch. She pressed her bloodied palm onto the white crystal. Soon, the crystal absorbed the blood and emitted a dazzling array of colors. Moments later, it dissolved into countless specks of light, merging into Lin Qiao's body. And the wound on her palm healed completely. She felt a new realm of white space manifest in her mind, towering nearly 100 meters high and covering over 200 acres. Surrounding the space was a veil of gray mist, beyond which lay an abyss of darkness, seemingly stretching into infinite nothingness. Lin Qiao discovered that she could only interact with the white area, as the gray mist acted like a barrier, isolating more space beyond. She speculated that perhaps, with further evolution, she could unlock the areas beyond the gray mist. Overcome with excitement at the vastness of her newfound space, Lin Qiao resolved to spend her fortune, over 54 million, within a week, acquiring as many resources as possible. After drafting a shopping list, Lin Qiao donned a comfortable outfit and rented a wooling hongguang. She even paid extra for the removal of the back seat. Half an hour later, she arrived near the wholesale market. After parking, she secured a discreet storage unit and immediately headed to the grain and oil store. "Owner, I need 2,000 bags of wuchang rice, 1,000 bags of long-grain fragrant rice, 2,000 bags of regular flour, and 1,000 bags each of high gluten, low gluten, and glutinous rice flour. Also, I want 500 barrels each of peanut oil, corn oil, soybean oil, and sunflower oil, plus 200 barrels of olive oil and sesame oil. Additionally, I require 2,000 pounds each of soybeans, red beans, green beans, yellow beans, black beans, fava beans, and chickpeas. Beans are essential. They can serve as food or sprout into vegetables, so I must stockpile as much as possible." "Wait, young lady, are you joking? Go away. Don't waste my time." The owner gawked at Lin Qiao, clearly incredulous. Remaining calm, Lin Qiao presented a business card and smoothly fabricated a story. "Owner, this is my business card. My company engages in charitable work, and we're purchasing these for elderly individuals in need. I need to pick them up today. The leadership is pressing me. Can you fulfill the order?" Upon glancing at the card, which bore the name of the Lin Group, a leading enterprise in the area, the owner's demeanor shifted dramatically, his eyes gleaming as if he had spotted a lucrative opportunity. "No problem, Miss Lin. My establishment guarantees the fastest service. You need not look elsewhere. I will arrange everything immediately." He eagerly retrieved a notebook and began jotting down details. The owner wrung his hands in excitement. "With such a large order, how much would you like to put down as a deposit? Just give me your account, and I'll transfer it right away. And I don't need an invoice. Make sure to give me a discount." Upon hearing Lin Qiao did not require an invoice, the owner's expression brightened further. A kindred spirit, he thought, chuckling inwardly, and promptly grabbed a calculator, the keys clicking furiously. 5 minutes later, he presented Lin Qiao with a written bill, even delineating 2 prices. "Miss Lin, here you go. The deposit is 30%. The invoice price is 1.2 million, but without an invoice, it's 1.055 million. Lin Qiao glanced at the owner, noticing his narrowed eyes and knowing look, which caused her lips to twitch. She said nothing further and directly transferred a deposit of 330,000 to his personal account. "Make sure to expedite the goods. I'll return by 5 this afternoon. Arrange for delivery to this address." After reiterating the time, she exited the grain and oil store. With provisions secured, her next destination was a dry goods wholesale store to purchase various condiments. Unbeknownst to her, as she departed the grain and oil shop, a man clad in a long trench coat and a duckbill cap pulled low observed her retreating figure, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. After a moment, he blinked and murmured, "Oh, already encountered one so soon? It seems there are indeed many who have been reborn." With that, he casually lamented, "Ah, the air is so foul. The scent of zombies is far more pleasant." He tilted his head slightly, speaking to the void. "What do you think?" Without expecting a response, he gracefully strode away. Chapter 3. The Peculiar Man Who Craved Food Inside the Dry Goods Store. Lin Qiao ordered 2,000 boxes of table salt and 2,000 boxes of white sugar. Salt and sugar were indispensable in a post-apocalyptic world, not only for personal consumption but also as valuable trade commodities. Particularly, white sugar could even prove life-saving in critical moments. The stickiness of melted sugar provided energy, expedited blood clotting, slowed blood loss, and accelerated wound healing. Moreover, during prolonged periods of scarcity in the apocalypse, these resources were non-renewable and should be stockpiled as much as possible. Additionally, she requested 500 boxes each of vinegar, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, and cooking wine. 500 boxes each of lao gan ma, debanjiang, yellow bean sauce, fermented black beans, fermented tofu, sesame paste, peanut butter, sauté sauce, tomato sauce, and ketchup. 300 boxes each of pickled mustard greens, bean sprouts, winter vegetables, preserved plums, pickled snow vegetables, grandmother's pickles, pickled ginger, and pickled chili peppers. 200 boxes each of pepper, Sichuan pepper, dried chili, star anise, fennel, mustard, cinnamon, ginger slices, ginger powder, and 13 spices. Due to the extensive variety and substantial quantity Lin Qiao requested, the owner could not tally everything immediately, and they agreed on a delivery time for the following morning. Having endured 5 years of a life fraught with hunger, Lin Qiao now craved everything she saw. She was eager to empty the entire store, believing that no amount of food would be too much. After completing her purchases, Lin Qiao suddenly felt a wave of familiar hunger. Previously, she had been caught up in the excitement of her rebirth, with adrenaline surging, and had not noticed her hunger. Now, seeing her bank account gradually transform into tangible supplies, a sense of security finally settled within her, and the delayed feeling of hunger followed suit. As it was already past noon, Lin Qiao decided to find a place to indulge in a hearty meal to reward her stomach. However, just as she settled into her car, her phone rang. It was her mother. Likely aware that she had sold her shares, her mother was probably calling to reprimand her. Lin Qiao promptly silenced her phone, opting to feign ignorance. Driving towards a restaurant on the food street that she frequented, she boldly ordered a feast of dishes. As she gazed at the steaming, sumptuous spread before her, tears of gratitude welled up in her eyes. Especially her favorite braised eggplant, which was delicious, savory, and perfectly complemented with rice. Lin Qiao scooped up a generous bowl of rice and began to eat. As the warm food slid into her stomach, she felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Even her hair seemed to relax. It was simply delectable. She felt as if she could swallow her own tongue. During the 5 years of fleeing the apocalypse, she had consumed mutated rat meat, revolting roasted insects, and the pungent blood of wild beasts. Those foul tastes still lingered on her palate. She had nearly forgotten the flavor of normal food. The desire for a warm meal was akin to a treacherous journey through the mountains. This was not merely sustenance. It was salvation. It was the essence of life. What is the purpose of living? Of course, it is to enjoy food. Boss, another bowl of rice, please. Pushing her empty bowl aside, Lin Qiao signaled the waiter for another generous serving. Although her stomach was full, the hunger of her spirit remained unquenched. After finishing the last bowl of meatball soup, Lin Qiao reluctantly rubbed her belly and set down her chopsticks, filled with reluctance. Wiping her mouth, she approached the owner. Producing a business card from the Lin family, she stated, "Sir, I would like 50 servings of every dish on the menu for 5 consecutive days. I will pick them up every day at 5 in the afternoon." "Are you serious, miss? With such a large order, we won't be able to accommodate other customers." The owner replied, astonished. Lin Qiao scanned the QR code on her phone and promptly transferred 200,000 yuan. Upon receiving the notification of the deposit, the owner was taken aback. "This is a deposit. Our company's boss has reunited with her long-lost daughter. We are celebrating for 5 days. Rest assured, you won't be disappointed." Hearing Lin Qiao's assurance, the owner finally nodded in agreement, his expression brightening. Recently, the news about the Lin family's true heiress had been rampant, and even someone of his humble standing had been entertained by the gossip. Seeing that the owner believed her, Lin Qiao sighed with relief. The reputation of the Lin family still held significant weight, not only here, but she also intended to reserve every restaurant in the vicinity. This way, even if she couldn't cook, she would be able to enjoy the culinary skills of master chefs during the apocalypse. That's no problem, but Miss Lin, all the dishes in the restaurant have been sold out today. Would it be possible to start tomorrow? Sold out. But it's only 2 in the afternoon. Does the restaurant not open in the evening? Lin Qiao wondered aloud. The owner subtly gestured to a corner of the dining area where a man dressed in a long trench coat and a cap sat, with a table overflowing with various foods. The man sat upright, leisurely savoring his meal. Noticing Lin Qiao's gaze, he winked at her and raised his glass in greeting. Their eyes met across the room. The man's features were exquisite and well-defined, exuding an air of refined elegance, though his skin was unnaturally pale. A small red mole at the corner of his eye was strikingly beautiful. The seemingly gentle man possessed an alluring charm due to that very mole. The owner quietly commented, "That guy has been sitting there for 4 hours. He just bought out all the ingredients in the restaurant. I really don't know how his stomach can handle it." This is already his 4th table. Lin Qiao's eyes widened. Had he eaten 4 tables worth? Yes, otherwise I wouldn't say it's abnormal. I've been in this business for years, and this is the first time I've encountered such a customer. I'm worried I might have to call for an ambulance. That can't be normal, can it? Just looking at this one large table of food. Even the biggest stomach would burst. Lin Qiao thought to herself. Indeed, there had long been signs of the apocalypse. In her past life, she had heard of individuals who had vaguely awakened their powers before the apocalypse. After the world descended into chaos, those individuals had all become formidable forces. Yet, she had never heard of someone like him. Lin Qiao nodded slightly in acknowledgement before leaving the restaurant promptly. She hurried away. This person radiated trouble, and she had no desire to be entangled with him. Once in her car, Lin Qiao retrieved her phone and transferred 2 million yuan to a contact named Xiao Tong, accompanied by a message, "Catch the next flight to find me." Almost immediately, a 60-second voice message flooded in, filled with excited screams, followed by affectionate assurances of her imminent arrival. Listening to Xiao Tong's voice, Lin Qiao's eyes brimmed with tears. Xiao Tong was her college roommate and dear friend. In her previous life, after Lin Yaxin had delivered her to the enemy, it was Xiao Tong who had stormed in with a group to rescue her. Sadly, Xiao Tong had not made it out alive. After escaping, she had intended to return to retrieve Xiao Tong's body, only to find it reduced to dismembered parts stored in various containers. Those wretched individuals had not even spared Xiao Tong's remains. Now reborn, she was determined to ensure that those people would never harm Xiao Tong again. Aside from Xiao Tong, her other companions had only crossed her path after the apocalypse. At present, she had no idea where to find them and could only take one step at a time. This time, when she reunited with them, she would proudly declare, "Sisters, I will take care of you." The thought of this scene brought a warm smile to Lin Qiao's face, filling her with a newfound anticipation for the impending apocalypse. Chapter 4. The shopping frenzy continues. Lin Qiao started her car and explored every restaurant along the street, leaving no food stall unvisited. Having grown up in the Lin family, she had been raised with strict notions of propriety, restricted from indulging in various foods to maintain her figure. Now, liberated from the Lin family, she felt like a fish released into the ocean, eager to eat whatever her heart desired. Stinky tofu, fried skewers, barbecued delights, and oden, all were on her list. Pancake rolls, cold noodles, grilled cold noodles, fried rice cakes, and hearty northeastern rice dumplings were also essential. She even cleared out 3 KFCs. Every flavor of Pizza Hut pizza was on her agenda, and she craved grilled fish. In her past life, due to her etiquette teacher's warnings that grilled fish would cause heat and acne, she had never dared to eat it. Each time, she could only salivate at the towering posters. This time, she was determined to indulge. The entirety of the afternoon was spent traversing various restaurants and food stalls, nearly emptying the entire food street. Moreover, for the next 5 days, all the eateries and snack stalls would roll up their sleeves and dedicate themselves solely to serving Lin Qiao. After placing her orders, noticing the sky darkening, Lin Qiao hastily drove to the wholesale market to collect her goods. Upon arriving at the warehouse, several trucks were already waiting at the entrance. As Lin Qiao stepped out of her car, the owner of the grain and oil store greeted her with a beaming smile. "Ms. Lin, your goods are all here. And we've even gifted you 20 sets of kitchenware. Please feel free to handle it as you wish." The owner was eager to engage in friendly conversation. "Thank you for your trouble," Lin Qiao replied, and after confirming the order, she promptly settled the final payment. Opening the warehouse, she organized the unloading of the goods. Lin Qiao paid without hesitation, and in just over an hour, several trucks were entirely unloaded. After bidding farewell to the driver, Lin Qiao quietly entered the storage room and stored all her belongings within her space. Once she completed these tasks, the night had fully descended. With only 6 days remaining until the apocalypse, Lin Qiao decided to conclude her endeavors for the day, as stockpiling was not an endeavor that could be accomplished in haste. Furthermore, Xiao Tong's flight was about to land, and Lin Qiao resolved to go pick her up. In the car, Xiao Tong curiously surveyed her surroundings. "Qiao Qiao, Why are you driving a Wuling? Has the Lin family gone bankrupt? Lin Qiao focused on driving while explaining the confusion surrounding the true and false heirs of the Lin family. After graduating, Xiao Tong returned to her hometown, inherited several hills, and began cultivating herbs, becoming a true landowner. Uninterested in the internet or gossip, she had naturally missed the major scandal involving the Lin family. Xiao Tong widened her eyes in disbelief. You were just kicked out. Sort of, Lin Qiao replied. No worries, come back to Tianxian with me, and I'll support you with farming. It hasn't come to that. Lin Qiao chuckled, shaking her head. She then shifted the conversation, her tone turning serious. However, you must believe me regarding what I am about to tell you. Lin Qiao refrained from divulging the details of her rebirth, as she did not wish to burden Xiao Tong with past worries. She merely mentioned that she had been having recurring dreams for the past month. Visions of the devastation following the apocalypse. Morality and law would utterly collapse. Human life would be as insignificant as grass. An abandonment of family and cannibalism would become the norm. Xiao Tong listened in silence, withholding her opinions. Lin Qiao continued, Initially, I thought it was just stress, but the events surrounding Lin Yaqin mirrored my dreams exactly. I am certain, these are not mere dreams, but prophecies. Xiao Tong, the apocalypse is truly approaching. To bolster her claims, Lin Qiao demonstrated her spatial abilities to Xiao Tong. Yet, Xiao Tong was not preoccupied with that. She simply gazed at Lin Qiao with eyes brimming with compassion. You've borne such a heavy burden alone. It must be quite difficult for you, she said softly. Lin Qiao felt a pang in her heart, her throat tightening, rendering her speechless. Xiao Tong had always been there for her, asking if she was tired or happy, while others only inquired about her accolades and achievements. With a forced smile, Lin Qiao attempted to lighten the mood, saying, Now you're here with me, and I have foreknowledge of the impending apocalypse along with my spatial abilities. We can plan ahead, and I promise to treat you to delicious food when the time comes. As Lin Qiao drove, her attention was focused ahead when she suddenly felt warmth spreading across her hand. Qiao Qiao. You don't have to force a smile if you don't want to. You can always be yourself around me. For a brief moment, Lin Qiao almost divulged her past life to Xiao Tong, but she held back at the last moment. Tossing her phone to Xiao Tong, she shifted the subject. What do you want for dinner? I just secured a few million from the Lin family. Order whatever you like. Xiao Tong gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Yet, in a corner where Lin Qiao could not see, she discreetly wiped away a tear. Meanwhile, Bai Yunqi, who had been dining at a restaurant until now, finally laid down his chopsticks in satisfaction. His slightly slanted peach blossom eyes sparkled with a gentle smile, even making the red mole at the corner of his eye appear more vivid. He licked his crimson tongue over his small canine teeth, contemplating how to win the chef over to his side. Fortunately, Lin Qiao was oblivious to Bai Yunqi's intentions. Otherwise, she would have dealt him a few blows for stealing her chef, jeopardizing her order. Bringing Xiao Tong to the hotel she had booked, Lin Qiao ordered takeout online. Simultaneously, she placed an order for 1,000 cups of various flavors of milk tea, milk foam, fruit tea, and other delicacies to be delivered to the storage room the following day. Additionally, she contacted a manufacturer specializing in mobile homes, ordering 2 3-story villas and several small steel plate mobile homes, complete with furnishings and decorations. While Lin Qiao thrived, others were not faring as well. Is anyone still not answering? Lin Yaqin asked her mother, who shook her head with a somewhat ferocious expression. Initially, she believed that after nurturing Lin Qiao for so many years, the Lin family would not deny her a meal. She had not expected Lin Qiao to be so ruthless, selling her shares and disappearing without a trace, now refusing to answer her calls. Forget her, she's an ingrate. It's better this way. I have you as my daughter, and that's enough. Lin mother held Lin Yaqin's hand with a loving expression. Lin Yaqin also displayed a mixed expression of gratitude and disappointment. Mom, do you think sister is blaming me? Lin mother shot her a glare. She dares. Lin Yaqin fell silent, lowering her gaze to conceal the cunning lurking in her eyes. Chapter 5. Lin Yaqin's abilities from a young age. Lin Yaqin was aware of her distinctiveness. Throughout her life, anything she desired would manifest swiftly if she merely thought about it. From a simple string of candied hawthorn to a doll, eventually evolving into a series of first-place exam results. It seemed she was perpetually blessed with boundless good fortune. Even when she entered the orphanage later on, she encountered a wonderful director who acted as a maternal figure. Thus, she had truly never experienced hardship, even when occasionally bullied. Her tormentors would soon meet their demise through various unforeseen accidents. Gradually, She discovered that she could absorb the good fortune of others through touch. Those from whom she siphoned luck would quickly encounter misfortune, leading to their untimely deaths. Particularly when her desires intensified, her wishes would materialize even faster. Her biological parents and her newborn brother had perished in this manner. Due to this ability, Lin Qiao occasionally experienced a sort of sixth sense, albeit vague, yet remarkably useful. Upon returning to the Lin family, she had a premonition that she needed to meet Lin Qiao. Her instincts had never steered her wrong. Yet this time they failed in regard to Lin Qiao. She sensed that Lin Qiao would be reluctant to part with their mother, thus remaining in the Lin household. However, Lin Qiao was nowhere to be found. This deviation in her premonition infuriated her. Yet, Lin Yashin's thoughts were the least of Lin Qiao's concerns. The apocalypse was imminent, and she needed to stockpile supplies without delay. Early the next morning, Xiao Tong gathered all her savings, and together they amassed over 100 million in funds. They decided to split their efforts. Xiao Tong would procure various medications, antibiotics, painkillers, hemostatics, medical alcohol, iodine, cotton swabs, gauze, and bandages, essentials for the apocalypse. In the impending doom, they would face not only ubiquitous zombies and mutated plants, but also unpredictable humans, making combat a constant threat. A minor injury could swiftly lead to infection and deterioration, resulting in death without timely medical care. Many had succumbed to mere scratches that became infected by mutated bacteria. Additionally, they would require vitamins, cold medications, antipyretics, anti-inflammatories, masks, and protective clothing. Shortly after the apocalypse began, the military deployed large-scale weaponry to eliminate zombies. While this effectively killed many low-level zombies, the chemical leaks hastened the evolution of the undead, resulting in numerous mutated zombies capable of emitting toxic gas. Many cities were shrouded in thick toxic fog, leaving them barren. Thus, masks and protective gear were necessities. Furthermore, they needed a variety of common medications, probiotics, laxatives, and herbal remedies. Items like Yunnan Baiyao spray, burn ointments, band-aids, essential oils, and thermometers were all essential. In summary, every conceivable medication needed to be stocked. In this area, Xiao Tong was far more knowledgeable and well-connected than Lin Qiao, making her the perfect choice for the task. Lin Qiao's goal for the day centered around acquiring instant food and clothing. Instant noodles, spicy and sour rice noodles, rice vermicelli, snail rice noodles, self-heating rice, and self-heating hot pots, each requiring 3,000 boxes. Compressed biscuits, ham sausages, and various canned meats, totaling 2,000 boxes. Beef jerky, nuts, chocolates, and candies were purchased in thousands of pounds. In the apocalyptic world, one cannot avoid fleeing, and mere sustenance is insufficient. These convenience foods are essential. Lastly, Lin Qiao visited the water plant and requested 1,000 tons of water, asking the manager to package it into barrels tall enough for a person, equipped with convenient taps. Lin Qiao's unabashed hoarding behavior aroused the suspicions of onlookers, and someone even discreetly dialed the police. Upon hearing that someone had purchased goods capable of disrupting the normal price levels, the officers were instantly engulfed in conspiracy theories and could no longer remain idle. Unbeknownst to Lin Qiao, she had already been imagined by the police as a suspect of nefarious intent. Next, she planned to shop for clothing and hygiene products at the mall. Although the wholesale market offered lower prices, she preferred to buy better quality items for personal use. As Lin Qiao descended from the van, she was met with derision. "Isn't this Miss Lin? I heard you've been cast out by the Lin family. If you have nowhere to go, feel free to beg me. I might reluctantly take you in for a few days." Lin Qiao tilted her head, scrutinizing the man before her. He looked somewhat familiar, but she couldn't place him. The man's expression darkened. Feeling greatly insulted, "Miss Lin truly is a person of privilege who forgets easily. Have you already turned your back on those who once knew you? Truly, a heartless woman." Lin Qiao frowned and stared at him for a while before a realization dawned upon her. This man was Wu Li, a minor manager from the Lin Group, who had always been eager to curry favor with her, intent on becoming a son-in-law of the Lin family. It was no wonder she had forgotten him. After the apocalypse erupted in her previous life, she had never seen him again. Who would have thought he would suddenly reappear now, spouting nonsense? "I remember now," she said. Wu Li revealed a smug smile. "Ah, I told you. You borrowed money from me. Can you repay it now? What? Are you insane? Who borrowed money from you?" Wu Li's face flushed crimson. Lin Qiao wasted no breath and seized his arm, forcing him to kneel on the ground. "Half a year ago, you said your brother needed surgery and borrowed 300 000 from me. Remember now? Wooly felt as though his arm was about to be twisted off. Cold sweat pouring from his forehead, and he could only plead for mercy. I remember. I'll pay it back. I'll pay it back. Lin Qiao looked at the newly transferred 300,000 and smiled. What great luck! Just after leaving the Lin family, someone is eager to give me money, truly. A pillow for my sleep. Hearing Lin Qiao's words, Wu Li's expression twisted as if he were about to explode with rage. A crowd had gathered around, pointing and whispering about Wu Li, commenting that in these times, it was indeed the debtors who held the power. They also noted how a girl easily subdued a towering man like him, which was quite embarrassing. Wu Li was infuriated, his teeth grinding. Yet he could not overpower Lin Qiao. Damn it! I'm furious. I'm about to explode. With the freshly transferred 300,000 in hand, Lin Qiao was in high spirits, humming a tune as she made her way to the clothing section, selecting only reputable brands. After all, she would be fighting zombies, and she certainly did not wish for her clothes to be easily torn. She bought 500 sets each of men's and women's tactical jackets and cotton-padded jackets in various sizes, along with 1,000 pairs of hiking boots. The apocalypse would bring not only omnipresent zombies and mutated flora and fauna, but also bizarre extreme weather. It was entirely possible to go to bed in 40-degree heat only to wake up to minus 50 degrees overnight. Many met their demise in such nights. After purchasing these, Lin Qiao proceeded to the lingerie section, taking away all sizes of men's and women's underwear. Finally, she ensured to procure essential daily items such as toilet paper, sanitary napkins, soap, towels, floral water, toothbrushes, and toothpaste. She even ordered 50 generators, 1,000 electric blankets, 500 water heaters, and 500 air conditioning units. Additionally, she acquired 1,000 units each of mobile phones, computers, tablets, and gaming consoles, along with hard drives containing thousands of films and various game discs. Although survival crises loomed in the apocalypse, she still wanted to ensure some comfort for everyone. Thus, entertainment equipment was also essential. As Lin Qiao emptied the third supermarket, she keenly sensed that someone was following her. Chapter 6. The final large procurement. Encountering a stalker, Lin Qiao noticed that her pursuer was a young man, clad in the ubiquitous t-shirt and jeans of the streets. Utterly ordinary. Yet, his eyes were sharp, and he moved with agility, exuding a hint of righteousness. Lin Qiao couldn't help but twitch her lips. This person must be a police officer. Ever since her rebirth, she had been preoccupied with her shopping spree and had no time for trouble. Could it be that her clandestine sale of the villa and shares in the Lin family had attracted attention? Surely not. Was it so petty? After all, her grandfather had granted her these before passing. How she disposed of them was her prerogative. Lin Qiao shook her head helplessly. The Lin family had indeed fallen on hard times. This meager sum of money was enough to alert the police. Truly small-minded. With this thought, Lin Qiao pressed the accelerator and sped away, weaving through alleys until she ducked into a secluded lane. She changed her clothes, stowed the van into her space, and vaulted over a low wall, striding away nonchalantly. The young officer who had been tailing Lin Qiao waited outside for over half an hour without any sign of her. Realizing something was amiss, upon rushing into the alley, he was immediately taken aback. Not only was there no trace of Lin Qiao, but her vehicle was also missing. He had been watching closely and had seen no cars come or go. The young officer felt that the situation was beyond his control. If his suspicions were true, then there was certainly an underground hideout nearby. It must involve the Lin group and required immediate reporting. Lin Qiao remained blissfully unaware of the psychological impact her actions had on the young officer. At that moment, she was busy purchasing seeds at the farmer's market. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the soil was rife with zombie viruses, rendering any crops inedible. However, she possessed space, although she could not plant yet. In her previous life, Lin Yashin's upgraded space allowed for external projection, creating an absolutely safe domain for establishing farms and plantations, truly an indispensable asset for survival in the apocalypse. Besides seeds, Lin Qiao also procured a considerable quantity of plows, rakes, seeders, hoes, and sickles. Lastly, she visited a car dealership and ordered a Land Rover, requesting that it be modified to a hybrid of oil, electricity, and solar power. The entire vehicle was to undergo shockproofing and reinforcement, with all glass replaced with tempered glass. The mechanic, smoking a cigarette, listened to Lin Qiao's requirements and promised a week for completion. That's too slow. I'll pay double. I need it by the day after tomorrow. The mechanic remained silent, walking around the vehicle, taking a puff of his cigarette, and replied, 3 days. I can't guarantee quality any faster. Fine. Although Lin Qiao was anxious, she understood the importance of quality. The combined cost of the car and modifications amounted to over 6 million. It was exorbitant. She had hoped to purchase a few more as backups. But now she would have to wait until after the apocalypse to obtain more. In the following 3 days, Lin Qiao remained actively engaged in various wholesale markets and shopping malls, primarily focusing on food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. She also desired gasoline and weapons, but such items were challenging to procure in peaceful times, especially with a tail following her. She would have to devise other plans once the apocalypse arrived. Lin Qiao's lavish spending left the officer following her bewildered. Had it not been for her identity, he would not have needed concrete evidence to simply confront her and take her in for questioning. Unfortunately, due to the sensitivity of her status, the police were reluctant to act rashly. Lin Qiao was unaware that the reputation of the Lin family had alleviated numerous troubles for her. She gazed at the abundance of supplies in her space, feeling an overwhelming sense of security. The apocalypse was approaching in 2 days, and as Lin Qiao lay in bed, she shared her plans with Xiao Tong. In her previous life, the first opportunity for Lin Qiao's space to evolve had occurred in the capital city. She intended to arrive there before the onset of the apocalypse. Lin Qiao was uncertain about how to uncover the chance for evolution and could only explore and experiment gradually. Xiao Tong naturally expressed no objections. After a moment's hesitation, Lin Qiao inquired, Xiao Tong, would you like to bring your parents over? Xiao Tong waved her hand, stating that they were likely on a mission and could not be reached, but it was all right. They were valuable scientific talents, and the state would protect them. Lin Qiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, in her previous life, Xiao Tong's parents had always been under state protection, dedicated to researching ways to restore agricultural production. Unfortunately, it seemed that until Lin Qiao's demise, there had been no significant breakthroughs. Let us get some rest. We'll collect the vehicle tomorrow and head to the capital. With the impending apocalypse, neither of them slept soundly. The next day, they faced each other with heavy dark circles under their eyes, sharing a bittersweet smile. Meanwhile, not far from Lin Qiao, in a villa, Bai Yunxi was fuming, shouting, "You've drooled in my food. This is infuriating." He paced back and forth, muttering incessantly, completely lacking the refined demeanor Lin Qiao had witnessed. A stiff, pallid zombie, its mouth agape, stood bewilderedly clutching a spatula, utterly at a loss. If Lin Qiao were to see it, she would surely recognize that this zombie was the chef from the restaurant she had previously ordered from. Bai Yunxi yelled at the chef zombie, his eyes reddening with anger. He had sensed the zombie virus within this chef and, at the moment the apocalypse struck, this person would transform into a zombie. Thus, Bai Yunxi had hastened the virus's activation within him, intending to keep him close to cook for himself. Fearing the chef's body would decay, he even had him drink his own blood. Yet, this lowly zombie kept drooling into his meals. It was utterly infuriating. "You're fired." Bai Yunxi bellowed twice in anger before storming out, leaving the chef zombie standing frozen in place, too afraid to move. Upon exiting the villa, Bai Yunxi took a deep breath of the air around him, adjusted his attire, and leisurely proceeded in a particular direction. 4 hours later, Lin Qiao and Xiao Tong successfully arrived at the capital city. Considering they would need to stay for a while, Lin Qiao sought out a real estate agent to express her requirements, a high-rise penthouse, fully furnished. Coincidentally, the agent had such a property available. It was on the 19th floor, over 90 square meters, complete with a terrace of more than 20 square meters, not far from the city center. It had recently been handed over. The owner had initially purchased it as a wedding gift for his son, but after winning 8 million in the lottery, he bought a 2-story house instead, leaving this one vacant. The apartment was newly renovated, the furniture brand new, although the decor was somewhat overly festive. It overall met Lin Qiao's satisfaction. During the contract signing, Lin Qiao successfully negotiated a 1-month deposit and 1-month rent, citing her recent graduation. For the foreseeable future, this would serve as their base of operations in the capital. Lin Qiao rolled up her sleeves, determined to give the place a thorough cleaning. Even in the face of the apocalypse, she wished to dwell in comfort. The apartment had 2 bedrooms, and due to the nature of her abilities, Lin Qiao chose the south-facing room. Xiao Tong was indifferent. Besides, the second bedroom faced east and was not at all chilly. "Chow chow chow chow. Look." As Lin Qiao was changing the bedding, Xiao Tong suddenly rushed over barefoot, her expression tense as she handed her phone to Lin Qiao. An article titled "Please Believe Me." The apocalypse will truly come had rapidly gone viral across major online platforms. It had been published half an hour ago. Given the speed of its dissemination and the click rate, it was evident that the article had been promoted. The article mentioned that on June 18, 2035, at noon, a worldwide solar eclipse would occur, lasting for half an hour. This spectacle attracted countless viewers. However, once the eclipse ended, what awaited them was not light, but an even deeper darkness. Nearly half of humanity would directly mutate into zombies, indiscriminately attacking those around them. Anyone bitten or scratched would also be infected and become a zombie, resulting in a vicious cycle. Of course, a very small number of individuals would awaken abilities, increasing humanity's chances of survival. Thus, the apocalypse would officially commence, but this was merely the beginning. In addition to zombies, the surviving humans would also face various mutated plants and animals, as well as unpredictable extreme weather. Even more despairing was the fact that each outbreak of extreme weather not only brought survival crises, but also more powerful evolving zombies and ability-wielding zombies. Humanity's living space would continue to shrink. Fortunately, evolved zombies would grow crystal cores in their heads, which ability users could absorb to gain strength. The emergence of crystal cores would introduce a new currency and societal structure. The article concluded with a call for readers to stockpile food early and to avoid going out tomorrow. Once the eclipse ended, if those around them suddenly attacked for no reason, they must evade immediately. To kill a zombie, one must strike its head. Otherwise, even if the zombie's bones were shattered, it would not die and could potentially rise again after its next evolution. Remember, do not be scratched or bitten by zombies. The article gained immense popularity, quickly drawing the attention of officials and soon being censored. However, the fervor of online discussions did not wane. Topics regarding the apocalypse, zombies, and abilities frequently trended, only to be swiftly suppressed again. The comments section even saw numerous recommendations for apocalyptic novels. Overall, netizens exhibited varied reactions. Some joked that if the apocalypse truly arrived, they would just prick themselves with a needle and smear some zombie blood to achieve a painless transformation. Others suggested that if the apocalypse was indeed imminent, they would buy a durian to try, while some simply resigned themselves, stating that if they could survive, they would, and if not, they were ready to die, as they had grown weary of life. However, a small portion of individuals, adopting a mindset of better to believe than not, began to stockpile food. Qiao. Did you post the article? Lin Qiao shook her head. Having lived a second life, she had resolved to relinquish her urge to help others and respect their destinies. Apart from her companions from her previous life, she would not meddle in others' lives. What is written here is just like what you told me. Could there be others who also had prophetic dreams? This is too unbelievable. Xiao Tong questioned, perplexed. Hearing this, Lin Qiao furrowed her brow. She knew she had not had any prophetic dreams. She merely had lived an additional life. The descriptions of the apocalypse in the article were strikingly authentic, as if the author had experienced it firsthand. With this thought, Lin Qiao's mind sparked with a conjecture. Could there be other individuals who had also been reborn? She had considered the possibility that someone had awakened prophetic abilities ahead of time, but she quickly dismissed this notion. At the initial stages of the apocalypse, even those with prophetic abilities could not have such clear visions. The most crucial point was that in her previous life, this article had never existed. Therefore, the only possibility left was rebirth. There must be other reincarnators. With this realization, many things began to make sense. Why was Lin Qiao kidnapped in this life? Why did her mother repeatedly urge her to return? Why did Lin Yaqin send a bodyguard, determined to bring herself back at any cost? If other reincarnators truly exist, everything would make sense. Her procurement of supplies was done without any attempt to avoid others. If there were indeed other reincarnators, it would not be surprising for them to suspect her. However, one thing she could not comprehend was that Lin's mother's unusual behavior must indicate that Lin Yaqin had prior knowledge of something. Yet, if the reincarnated individual were Lin Yaqin herself, she would not have missed the crystal space. This leaves only one explanation. The reincarnated person must be an ally or subordinate from Lin Yaqin's previous life, or perhaps merely an infatuated admirer. That individual believed Lin Yaqin's unique space was an awakened ability after the apocalypse, unaware that the space was something entirely different. Thus, they had the opportunity to acquire the space ahead of time. Furthermore, although Lin's mother had been urging her to return, she had not employed any coercive methods, allowing her to hoard supplies under the Lin family name with such audacity. It was not until the final day that she deployed the Lin family's bodyguard team, intending to use force to bring her back. Additionally, there was this suddenly emerging article. Those willing to pay for traffic and alert everyone. Why choose the last day to publish it? Clearly, the official channels could not trace the source. With such tactics, if their intention was to save others, they could have released it several days in advance. Therefore, Lin Qiao boldly speculated that perhaps the reincarnation times differ for each individual. At the very least, the reincarnators surrounding Lin Yaqin and the person who published the article had reincarnated later than herself. Lin Qiao took a deep breath, suddenly feeling a wave of fear. She had been hoarding supplies for so long right under the noses of so many reincarnators. The key was that she had actually succeeded. It seemed her luck was truly remarkable. At this moment, it was already 3:30 p.m. on June 17th, leaving only 21 hours until the apocalypse. Chapter 9. Is it her misdeed or just a setup? Lin Qiao and Xiao Tong lounged on the sofa, scrolling through their phones. The online discussions surrounding the impending apocalypse and zombies were heating up, overwhelming the officials who were unable to delete everything in time. Numerous marketing accounts hastily edited zombie movie commentaries. In one video, a group of zombies gaped their bloodied mouths, tearing a child to shreds, while the child's mother could only watch helplessly from a distance, covering her mouth tightly, not daring to make a sound for fear of attracting the zombies' attention. One must admit, this director understood humanity well. Listening to the screams and the roars of zombies through her headphones, Xiao Tong could no longer sit still. Xiao, let us go out for a bit. I can't sit here any longer. Let us hit a bar for a while. Just consider it our last celebration. Lin Qiao pondered slightly before agreeing. Indeed, waiting here for zombies that could appear at any moment was far too suffocating. It was quite likely that if the zombies didn't arrive, they would be unable to endure it themselves. A little drinking would be good, after all. Such opportunities for indulgence would be rare in the future. Their university was located in the capital city, and back then, Xiao Tong would often drag her along to bars. Lin Qiao had always been reluctant, prompting Xiao Tong to look at her with tearful eyes, murmuring, "Can you really bear to see me get picked up by someone after getting drunk?" Knowing she was feigning, Lin Qiao still fell for it every time. This time, the two tacitly chose a bar near their university. Xiao Tong loved drinking, claiming it was to enjoy the light buzz, and insisted on getting completely drunk each time. "Tonight, we won't return until we're drunk," she declared. Just sitting for a bit was the agreement. Knowing Lin Qiao wouldn't drink, Xiao Tong never pushed her. But this time was different. She draped her arm around Lin Qiao's shoulders and coaxed, Xiao, tomorrow is the end of the world. If we don't indulge now, there will be no chance left. Do you want to wait until you're old and regret it?" Xiao Tong's brows furrowed as she exaggeratedly grimaced. "You'll have a face full of wrinkles, no teeth left, lying in bed still lamenting that you've never been drunk in your life." Lin Qiao couldn't help but laugh at Xiao Tong's words, raising her glass for a sip. "Be careful of a headache tomorrow." "No worries," Xiao Tong replied earnestly, scanning the surroundings before lowering her voice. "Didn't you say I would awaken a healing ability? A headache is such a trivial issue, so easy." Hearing this, Lin Qiao ceased her objections, smiling as she watched Xiao Tong scream at handsome men on the dance floor, downing her drink after drink. It was not until she felt a wave of dizziness that Lin Qiao realized something was amiss. Staggering to her feet, she intended to wash her face to sober up. However, as she turned, she bumped into a hard chin. Lin Qiao felt a sharp pain in her nose, and tears involuntarily flowed. Looking up, she met the gaze of a man whose physique and features were impeccable, especially those slightly narrowed peach blossom eyes, exuding charm. The man raised an eyebrow, his voice cool. "Hello." Lin Qiao shook her head, feeling the effects of the alcohol. Unable to resist, she reached out to touch a small red mole at the corner of his eye. "Haven T, I seen you somewhere before?" Bai Yunqi grasped Lin Qiao's wrist, a smile playing on his lips. "Sister, you've had too much to drink." "Nonsense." Lin Qiao's eyes flashed with confusion as she swayed unsteadily, nearly toppling onto Bai Yunqi. He quickly steadied her on the sofa. Yet, Lin Qiao was relentless, inadvertently brushing against Bai Yunqi's abs. What's this? So hard to the touch. Let me see." Lin Qiao, slightly intoxicated and disoriented, reached out to lift Bai Yunqi's shirt. His face turned crimson, even his ears flushed bright red. Gripping the hem of his shirt tightly, he suddenly hesitated, as if recalling something, and slowly relaxed his grip, presenting himself for her exploration with a face full of embarrassment. Lin Qiao was awakened by the sound of a drill from downstairs. She sat up painfully, her head throbbing, her eyes aching, and a fiery sensation between her legs. After sitting blankly for a while, she managed to rise and head out for a late breakfast. "Wait." Suddenly stopping midway, Lin Qiao turned back in confusion. What met her eyes was utter chaos. Sitting on the bed was a strange man, who was currently staring at her without blinking. The key was, he was not wearing any clothes. Lin Qiao was flustered. Who are you? How did you end up in my home? Xiao Tong, hearing the commotion, burst through the door at once, breaking the awkwardness. Xiao Qiao, you're finally awake. It's almost 11 o'clock. After addressing Lin Qiao, Xiao Tong turned her gaze to the man on the bed with familiar interest. Her eyes couldn't help but wander over his solid abs several times. Xiao Bai, get up and have breakfast. I made shrimp congee. Just as she spoke, Lin Qiao seized Xiao Tong by the nape of her neck and dragged her out. Who is that? Why is he in our home? And in my bed? Xiao Tong looked at Lin Qiao with the eyes of a scornful woman. I only know he s called by Yunqi. Isn't he the one you wouldn't let go of? Left with no choice, we had to bring him back, right? Lin Qiao was incredulous, having no recollection of the events. After confirming multiple times that she had taken the initiative, she was filled with a sense of despair. 10 minutes later, she expressionlessly pushed open the bedroom door. Bai Yunqi was still in the same position, looking utterly innocent. She tentatively spoke, how about you leave for now? After all, we're all adults. There's no need. Just as she began, Lin Qiao found she could not continue. Bai Yunqi was looking at her with those beautiful peach blossom eyes, full of reproach, like a small puppy abandoned by its owner, looking pitiful. Lin Qiao rubbed her throbbing temples, glancing at the time. It was already 11 noon, with only an hour left until the solar eclipse. To send him away now would undoubtedly lead him to his doom. Thus, Lin Qiao turned her head away from Bai Yunqi, cleared her throat, and urged, hurry and get dressed. Let's head home early and avoid wandering about aimlessly. With that, she exited the room. The young boy, brimming with curiosity, approached and inquired, how did it go? Lin Qiao playfully tapped him on the head, exasperated. If you can't help me later, I'll toss you out to feed the zombies. The boy pouted, rubbing his forehead as he settled back onto the sofa, crossing his legs. I'm hungry. I want spicy hot pot and some cola. Lin Qiao sighed in resignation and retrieved a 4-person serving of hot pot from her space. The boy eagerly dashed to the kitchen to fetch bowls and chopsticks. Just as they sat down, the bedroom door swung open. Bai Yunqi emerged, wearing a shirt with several buttons torn off, a trench coat draped over his arm, exuding an aura of having been wronged and discarded. He glanced at Lin Qiao with a hint of grievance and said, well, I guess I'll take my leave. Chapter 10. The apocalypse unfolds. The young boy, biting his chopsticks, widened his eyes in disbelief. You're just letting him go like that? It's past 11. Lin Qiao understood his concern. However, after being betrayed by family in her previous life, she found it hard to trust anyone easily. The boy leaned closer to her and whispered, after all, you were practically a married couple for a night. Are you really just letting him walk away? What if he gets bitten? You might even be carrying his child. His voice escalated, ending with an uncontrolled volume. The room fell into an eerie silence. Lin Qiao rubbed her temples, wondering if she should keep him around in case he turned into a zombie. Would someone so handsome truly become one? That would indeed be a loss for humanity. Lin Qiao felt utterly speechless. The boy was endearing in many ways, but he was hopelessly infatuated with appearances. Under the weight of 2 pairs of eyes, Lin Qiao sighed deeply and relented. Fine, you can stay for now. But let me make one thing clear. If you dare betray us. She flashed a wicked smile. I'll make sure to chop you into pieces and feed you to the dogs. Bai Yunqi blinked, a glimmer of excitement evident in his eyes. The boy nudged the bowls and chopsticks toward him. Come on, let's eat together. Bai Yunqi promptly set his trench coat aside and sat at the dining table. He sat upright, spoon in hand, savoring the shrimp porridge in small bites. Lin Qiao thought to herself, he truly is a delightful sight. Suddenly, her hand, poised to serve food, froze midair as she slowly turned her gaze toward Bai Yunqi. In an instant, her pupils constricted. No wonder he seemed familiar. If her memory served her right, he was the same person she encountered when ordering food at the restaurant. She recalled his insatiable appetite. Oh no. With such a bottomless pit beside her, she would run out of supplies in no time. Lin Qiao felt the headache from her hangover returning. Images of the lavish spread she had seen with Bai Yunqi flooded her mind. Sure enough, while she was lost in thought, Bai Yunqi had already filled another bowl of porridge. Lin Qiao watched in disbelief. She seriously suspected he had specifically come to her after noticing her purchasing so much food. How was she the one being taken advantage of here? Soon, the large pot of spicy hot pot was shared among the 3. Though most ended up in Bai Yunqi's stomach. He elegantly finished the last bowl of porridge, a hint of disappointment crossing his lips, feeling far from satiated. His eyes cast down, he feigned contentment while secretly calculating how long it would take to earn Lin Qiao's trust and achieve culinary freedom. If only he could steal all the food she had hidden away. He was curious about her preservation methods. It seemed so fresh. Lin Qiao, who had been observing him closely, immediately discerned that Bai Yunqi was still hungry. She decided to pretend not to notice. As long as he didn't starve, he could dream of being fully satisfied. After their meal, it was nearly midnight. Lin Qiao focused, checking all the doors and windows to ensure they were securely locked. The young boy then recounted the events of the apocalypse to Bai Yunqi, referencing an article she had found online rather than directly mentioning Lin Qiao's prophetic dreams. Bai Yunqi listened quietly, responding occasionally, maintaining a calm demeanor throughout. The boy assumed Bai Yunqi was skeptical but refrained from pressing the issue, sighing that the truth would soon reveal itself. Suddenly, Bai Yunqi pointed toward the window, declaring, "It's starting." Lin Qiao and the boy simultaneously gazed outside. The sky had grown significantly darker. The speed of the solar eclipse was unnaturally swift. Within mere minutes, darkness enveloped the outside world. It was not the traditional kind of darkness, but rather as if the entire world had been shrouded in shadows, devoid of any light. Even the outline of the sun was obscured, prompting doubts about whether light would ever return. The three exchanged glances, each silent in their contemplation. The darkness persisted, thickening and encroaching upon everything, silently dragging the world into obscurity. The phone on the coffee table buzzed incessantly. Everyone was discussing the eclipse, as it mirrored the apocalyptic post online. Even with prior mental preparation, the reality of the apocalypse arriving was unsettling. Panic began to spread. Lin Yashin's calls rang ceaselessly, accompanied by a barrage of texts from her mother. Lin Qiao ignored them all, knowing that once the eclipse ended, all communications would collapse. Even if Lin Yashin had a reborn companion, they would not be able to locate her. Lin Qiao closed her eyes, feeling the changes within her body. The surroundings were so quiet, she could almost hear the grass rustling. She understood that her awakening was commencing and her powers were about to return. Half an hour later, the sky gradually lightened. The edges of the sun began to emit a faint glow, intensifying until the sunlight once again scorched the earth. Downstairs and outside, screams and frantic footsteps echoed everywhere, a deafening and relentless cacophony. Amidst it all, the distinctive, chilling howls of zombies could be heard, accompanied by the faint sounds of chewing. The horrifying imagery evoked by the noises was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Lin Qiao opened her eyes, feeling the vibrant energy coursing through her, a satisfied smile gracing her lips. She rose to check on the others and saw the young boy excitedly extending his right index finger, from which a slender, pale yellow beam of light emerged, gently tapping Lin Qiao's forehead. Instantly, the headache that had plagued her since awakening vanished. Lin Qiao smiled contentedly. Turning her gaze to Bai Yunqi, she noticed his complexion was less than favorable. "What's wrong? Did you not awaken successfully?" Lin Qiao inquired, puzzled. It seemed improbable. Bai Yunqi's earlier signs had clearly indicated a forthcoming awakening. Indeed, he shook his head, casually waving his hand. Lin Qiao instantly felt a gentle breeze caress her cheek. Raising an eyebrow, she realized he possessed wind-based powers, a rare occurrence. Clearly, his premonition of awakening had been accurate. However, unlike Lin Qiao's satisfaction, Bai Yunqi was internally raging. Why had he awakened his powers? It was one thing to gain abilities, but why was the zombie emperor's crystal core within him completely suppressed? His original lightning-based zombie powers were entirely inaccessible. Now, he was merely an ordinary level 1 ability user, unable to unleash the might of a zombie emperor. Chapter 11. Lin Yashin's powers. Lin Qiao remained unaware of Bai Yunqi's turmoil. At this moment, she was calmly assigning tasks. Although she had previously stockpiled a considerable amount of supplies, there were certain items she had no avenue to procure during peacetime, such as weapons and gasoline. Now, she needed to swiftly gather a stockpile of resources while the world was still in its nascent stage of chaos, before others realized the gravity of the situation. At this point, the zombies were still in a state of rigor mortis, their joints unable to bend, greatly limiting their mobility. Acting now significantly enhanced their safety. Furthermore, the manufacturer of the mobile villa she had ordered online was also located in the city. In an effort to conserve funds, Lin Qiao had specifically scheduled the pickup for today. The trio exchanged no more words, shouldering their backpacks and preparing to depart. Just as she placed her hand on the door lock, a sudden scream echoed from the corridor. The cries grew increasingly closer until they collided directly against their security door. "Ah!" The zombies are coming. Please, save me. Lin Qiao squinted, recognizing the voice. It belonged to the young newlywed couple from apartment 1703, whom she had encountered just yesterday. Peering through the peephole, she saw the door across the hall wide open. The man had already transformed into a zombie, inching toward their door, drawn by the sound. The woman bore 3 glaring bloodstains on her neck, indicating that she had been infected. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Qiao swiftly made a decision. Rather than wait for the woman to transform and face 2 zombies, it was better to eliminate the threat now. With her mind made up, Lin Qiao exchanged a glance with her companions. She then abruptly flung open the security door, pushing the woman back a few steps. The moment the door was ajar, the woman, filled with excitement, attempted to rush inside, only to be halted by Lin Qiao, brandishing a machete. "You are infected, you cannot enter," Lin Qiao stated coldly. The woman, tears streaming down her face, pleaded, "No, no, no. I scratched myself, please believe me." As she spoke, the woman desperately clawed at her neck. However, it was evident that her actions had yielded no fruitful results, as dark blood began to seep from the wounds she had inflicted. At that moment, the male zombie had closed in, lunging toward Lin Qiao with its gaping maw. Maintaining her composure, Lin Qiao acted swiftly. The sharp blade of her machete struck the zombie's temple. The primary zombie's physical resilience was minimal. Lin Qiao felt no resistance as she cleaved away half of its skull. The zombie collapsed instantly, its grayish brain matter splattering outwards. Half of its head dropped at the woman's feet, causing her to scream and retreat in terror. Lin Qiao pointed the machete at the woman, her expression devoid of emotion. "It's your turn." The woman, staring wide-eyed at the blade just centimeters from her nose, covered her head and screamed as she fled back into her apartment. Lin Qiao did not insist. The woman would not last long, and she would soon undergo transformation. Being locked inside was acceptable. It would be advantageous to wait until she evolved into a level 1 zombie before dispatching her, as there would be crystal cores to collect then. Unbeknownst to Lin Qiao, her relentless pursuit of every potential advantage would later become her lifeline. Directing Bai Yunxi to dispose of the male zombie by throwing it from the stairwell window, Lin Qiao sheathed her machete and proceeded toward the staircase. Before departing, she glanced back at apartment 1702, where someone was watching them from behind the closed door. Meanwhile, Lin's mother crouched in a corner, trembling as she gazed at her youngest son, who was chained up. Half an hour prior, Zhao Cheng had firmly insisted on isolating Lin Song. Despite her vehement objections, neither her daughter nor husband showed any concern, even encouraging her by saying that as long as he remained unharmed, he would soon be released. Yet, Lin's mother remained adamant. Consequently, she and Lin Song were confined together in the guest room. At the moment of the eclipse's conclusion, Lin Song suddenly erupted, lunging at Lin's mother with a roar. Had Zhao Cheng not intervened in time, she would have been torn to shreds. Gazing at her son, now devoid of sanity, Lin's mother even attempted to block Zhao Cheng, refusing to allow him to harm Lin Song. Ultimately, they had no choice but to chain him up. Lin Yaqin observed the flames emerging from Zhao Cheng's palm, her expression darkening. Previously, while the course of events could be influenced by her will, she had never been able to fully master her abilities and could only use them passively. Now, she discovered she could actively choose to absorb luck from an individual in a specific aspect and even speak her intentions into reality, shaping the future. This revelation exhilarated her. Yet, she was acutely aware of the terrifying implications of such power. If others were to learn of it, they would undoubtedly guard against her, shunning her presence. Thus, she had kept this secret even from her parents. Regrettably, Zhao Cheng's mention of a special spatial ability had yet to materialize. She was fascinated by the spatial powers he described. If utilized correctly, the entire world could be hers. After all, who wouldn't he desire to inhabit a place devoid of zombies? However, thus far, there had been no sign of any spatial abilities emerging. Nonetheless, Lin Yaqin sensed a connection between the spatial abilities and Lin Qiao. Previously, she had been unable to locate anyone, but now she could leverage her powers to bring people to her side. Meanwhile, Lin Qiao and her companions drove a vehicle they had salvaged from the roadside to the nearest gas station. They had only one modified car, which she preferred to reserve for critical moments. The streets were devoid of normal people now. Those remaining outside had mostly transformed into zombies. Before arriving in the city, she had procured maps from across the country, and with Lin Qiao and Xiao Tong having attended university in this city for 4 years, they were quite familiar with the area. In less than 20 minutes, they reached their destination. Outside the gas station, 3 zombies clad in work uniforms loitered, But upon hearing the roar of the engine, they lunged forward. The trio, having undergone the enhancement of their abilities, though not combat-oriented, found it easy to deal with several primary zombies still in a state of rigor mortis. After dispatching the zombies, Lin Qiao distributed several large barrels to her companions, instructing them to fill them with gasoline. The commotion they caused attracted the attention of a few individuals hiding in the gas station's lounge, who cautiously peered outside. It seems safe now. Should we go out and take a look? We can't hide forever. Those monsters are terrifying. They must be zombies. That is how they portray them in movies. Lin Qiao naturally heard their murmurs. However, as long as they did not provoke her, she would not resort to madness and kill them all. Those people seem formidable. If only they protect us, one of them remarked. Chapter 12. You should leave too. This comment sparked inspiration among the others, and one by one, they grew restless, beginning to stir. However, due to uncertainty about Lin Qiao and her companion's temperament, no one was willing to take the first step, each eyeing one another warily. They feared being outpaced by others while also dreading the consequences of standing out. A young man still dressed in work attire whispered, "This isn't right. It's already commendable that they can help eliminate the zombies. We can't rely on others indefinitely." A hefty fellow scoffed, "If you're not willing, just stay here. You'll never rise from your cowardice." With that, the portly man disregarded the others and boldly pushed open the lounge door, striding outside. "Hey, you've got some skills. I'm Li Du, the owner of Qing Qing Entertainment. I see you all aren't ordinary folks. How about we become friends?" As he spoke, Li Du handed his business card to Bai Yunqi. In his view, with Bai Yunqi being the only man in the trio, it was clear he was the one in charge. Bai Yunqi glanced at him, bewildered, blinking in confusion. He then turned to Lin Qiao, indicating that he had no authority and that the decision lay with her. Lin Qiao, busy collecting gasoline, replied without looking up, "We're not interested in making friends." Li Du's lips twitched. He hadn't anticipated that the leader would be a woman. "The young girl, do not hastily refuse, for you are still inexperienced in your youth. However, you must be aware that individuals like Cheng Dao and Zui Jing are artists of our company. If you escort me back, I could introduce you to several directors. I understand young girls like you and your dreams of stardom." Before Lin Qiao could respond, Xiao Tong burst into laughter. Hands on her hips, pointing at Li Du, "I say, old man, what kind of beautiful dreams are you indulging in? Open your eyes and see. We are in the apocalypse. Who cares about being a so-called star now?" Li Du, taken aback by her retort, felt a flicker of coldness in his gaze. He was well aware of the dire circumstances. Stardom held no value in this world. His remarks were merely an attempt to exploit Lin Qiao's youthfulness. He had witnessed Bai Yunqi in action, defeating zombies before they even approached. He noticed the air around Bai Yunqi appeared distorted, as if enveloped by some unseen force. Though he was past 50, as the head of an entertainment company, he quickly deduced that it was likely some form of supernatural ability. While astonishing, the emergence of such powers was not surprising in an era where zombies roamed. With a robust security company at his disposal, he thought that if he could extract the method of awakening these powers from the trio, he could carve out a place for himself amidst the chaos. Controlling these three would be a simple task: send the girl to bed and have the compliant boy work, while the disobedient could be tossed out as zombie bait. Li Du envisioned a prosperous future, fueled by the apocalypse's opportunities, which made his prior frustration seem trivial. He maintained his composure, smacking his forehead in faux embarrassment. "Look at me, getting confused. My apologies, young lady. You are right. In these trying times, we should support one another and not chase after stars. It is the youth who see things clearly while I, at my age, must rely on you." Upon hearing this, Xiao Tong was momentarily stunned by Li Du's shamelessness, her eyes widening in indignation, unable to formulate a retort. At that moment, other survivors emerged from the lounge, chiming in support. "Indeed, the world is in disarray. We older folks must depend on your generation. Yes, with great power comes great responsibility. You three are more than capable of escorting us home." Among the survivors was a handsome young man who approached Lin Qiao with barely concealed excitement. "Is that you, Lin Qiao? Do you remember me? I am Zhao Boyu." Lin Qiao's expression soured upon seeing the man in a white shirt. She never anticipated encountering Zhao Boyu so soon in this life. He had been her idol during her student days, gentle, composed, and embodying all virtuous qualities. At that time, as the daughter of the Lin family, she had no freedom to pursue love, turning her infatuation into an obsession. After the outbreak, she had protected her family and reached the safety base in Chao City, where she encountered Zhao Boyu, now an evolved being. With dreams of rekindling their connection, she pursued him, and they quickly fell into a passionate romance. Unfortunately, he later colluded with Lin Qiao, not only abandoning his abilities, but also surrendering himself to their enemies. Looking at the man who exuded a cold demeanor, Lin Qiao felt a chill run down her spine. In her previous life, Zhao Boyu had never shown any signs of betrayal. Had he not confessed, she would have never believed that the man who vowed to protect her could turn against her. It was no wonder Lin Qiao chose to be with him. They were perfectly matched in their deceit. Lin Qiao harbored no qualms in expressing her disdain for Zhao Boyu. At this moment, he had yet to awaken his powers. No amount of pretense could alter the fact that in the face of overwhelming force, all schemes were futile. Zhao Boyu, taken aback by her reaction, instinctively stepped back. Yet his gaze remained fixed on her, reminiscent of long-lost lovers. Lin Qiao, her face icy, raised her blade, positioning it between them. Leave. Sensing the tension, a red-haired man who had been with Zhao Boyu hastily attempted to defuse the situation. Lin Qiao, what are you doing? Surely you are not harboring resentment because old Zhao did not choose you back then. No. In any case, he has thought of you during these years. Get lost. Lin Qiao interrupted him mid-sentence. The other survivors, noticing the escalating dispute, began to chime in with various suggestions. Come now, young lady, what couple is without conflict? We must prioritize our escape in this apocalypse. Yes, indeed. You are so kind-hearted. Escorting us home would be a mere trifle for you. Now is not the time for love. Let us get us back to safety first, and you two can resolve your issues later. Xiao Tong was on the verge of exploding in frustration. What nonsense. Why should we be responsible for taking you home? Her temper flaring, she retorted. In such a hurry to return? Are you eager to deliver meals to your zombified family? Her words struck a nerve, with several individuals immediately on the defensive, hurling accusations at her. How cruel. You are so young yet so heartless. I warn you, speak again, and I shall not hesitate to strike you. Lin Qiao coldly snorted, surveying the crowd before calmly declaring, this blade has not only severed zombies, but also humans. Do you believe me? Just say you do not wish to take us, and stop with the nonsense. Oh, how the hearts of the young have changed. You possess no sense of responsibility. Not only did others express disapproval, but even Zhao Boyu looked at Lin Qiao with disapproval, as if wanting to say something. Yet, Lin Qiao's gaze sharpened, and Zhao Boyu felt a flash of steel before his vision suddenly rose, as if he were soaring through the air. The next moment, a girl screamed, covering her mouth as Zhao Boyu's head rolled to the ground, tumbling several times, collecting dirt along the way. Those who had previously doubted Lin Qiao's claims fell silent, their faces pale with shock as they stared at her. Chapter 13, An Unexpected Turn of Events. Lin Qiao no longer wished to waste time with these people. After all, there were numerous gas stations in the city. This was merely a small one. She sheathed her blade, not allowing anyone a moment to react, swiftly opening the car door and taking the driver's seat. Xiao Tong, Bai Yunxi, get in the car. Seeing their lifeline about to depart, the other survivors, forgetting their fear, suddenly blocked the vehicle, shouting to prevent their departure. An older woman pointed a manicured finger directly at the driver's seat. You cannot leave. You have killed someone. Indeed, we are witnesses. You cannot just leave. Unless you take us home, you shall not pass. Li Du, witnessing the commotion, rushed out to mediate. Everyone, please calm down. I trust Miss Lin will not abandon us. Let us compromise. You all overlook the matter of the murder, and Miss Lin can take us home. I'll arrange for vehicles to return everyone afterward. How does that sound? Li Du presented his proposal with an air of authority, pleased with himself. However, Lin Qiao was not swayed by his tactics. Lin Qiao pressed down hard on the accelerator, the vehicle emitting a deep, rumbling growl. I felt unimpressed. Aren't you two getting in? Li Du's expression soured. After years in the entertainment industry, he had never faced such repeated rejections. Bai Yunxi and Xiao Tong lagged behind, encircled by a group of survivors. Observing the fervent crowd, Bai Yunxi's innate thirst for fresh blood was gradually awakened. Regrettably, the zombie virus within him was suppressed. Otherwise, he would have transformed this group into his subordinates. Or perhaps, he would have torn them apart, crafting delightful snacks for his future followers. The thought of his subordinates brought to mind the chef from earlier. Unable to turn into a zombie for now, his only subordinate remained that chef zombie. It was unfortunate that the chef was of too low a level to bring along. He hoped he hadn't been killed. Young people shouldn't act too rashly. Be careful not to get burned, Li Du threatened darkly. Bai Yunxi smirked, revealing a small, sharp canine. He sensed the burgeoning strength within this individual. Clearly, This person had also awakened their abilities, though it had yet to be discovered. Bai Yunqi bit his lip, deciding to let him off for now, intending to fatten him up before consuming him. Seeing Bai Yunqi soften, Li Du felt a glimmer of hope and was about to continue persuading when a sudden wave of powerful pressure struck, sending him flying. Not just Li Du, but everyone around was knocked back in succession. With the path cleared, Xiao Tong quickly pulled Bai Yunqi into the car. The door slammed shut. Lin Qiao glanced back at the lifeless Zhao Boyu, smirking as she prepared to close the window and depart. Suddenly, the lounge door swung open, and a slender youth cautiously peeked out. The boy appeared somewhat frail, resembling an undeveloped high school student. Despite evident fear, he walked determinedly toward Lin Qiao. Do you need gasoline? I know where there are full tankers. The boy looked anxiously at Lin Qiao, his eyes betraying an urgent desire. Lin Qiao squinted, sizing him up. He seemed familiar, yet she was certain she had never encountered him in this life or the past. Receiving no response from Lin Qiao, the boy grew increasingly anxious, his face flushing red as he nervously twisted the hem of his shirt. What are your terms? Lin Qiao's icy voice rang out. The boy felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, his eyes sparkling. Could you take me to the suburbs? I have money. Lin Qiao glanced at the boy's scuffed white sneakers and smirked maliciously. How much do you have? I. The boy looked up, his face crimson as he whispered, 3,000 from my new paycheck yesterday. All right, get in. We'll see how much gasoline you can provide, Lin Qiao said, wasting no more time as she ushered the boy into the vehicle. Ignoring the sprawled figures on the ground, she stepped on the gas and sped away. Li Du watched the car drive off, seething with resentment. He hadn't anticipated these people would be so difficult to deal with. After all his efforts, he was outsmarted by a wimp. It was merely because he was an employee at the gas station, knowing where the tankers were. He should have pressured him from the start and negotiated terms with Lin Qiao's group, at least to uncover information about their abilities. This fool had blurted it out so easily. What a simpleton. Lin Qiao remained oblivious to Li Du's thoughts and showed little interest. The black business car quickly vanished from the gas station's vicinity. Suddenly, the water pool behind the gas station began to stir. A yellow-brown octopus tentacle emerged along the edge of the pool, as thick as a human thigh and adorned with vibrant blue rings. Soon, a soccer ball-sized head of an octopus surfaced, its body covered in blue rings emanating an eerie glow, slowly moving toward Zhao Boyu's corpse. After devouring Zhao Boyu's head, the large octopus extended its tentacles, wrapping around the corpse. But then it began to convulse violently, twisting its body in agony, its tentacles curling and stretching as if in immense pain. Meanwhile, after leaving the gas station, Lin Qiao learned from the boy, named Li Yi, that he was a temporary student worker at the station. Today happened to be a restock day. The manager had taken the tanker truck driver out for a meal to profit. As the black business car sped down the road, zombies attracted by the noise were sent flying. They encountered numerous accidents, vehicles strewn across the road, and the drivers had long since turned into mindless zombies, causing a severe traffic jam. Lin Qiao, faced with the congestion, decisively turned around to find an alternate route. Yet, the series of blockages only drew them further from their destination. Lin Qiao's expression grew anxious. The longer they delayed, the worse the roads became. The once spacious overpass was now beginning to congest as well. Lin Qiao made a swift U-turn. However, at that moment, disaster struck. The sturdy overpass suddenly began to shake violently. Lin Qiao's pupils constricted. An earthquake? No. She sensed that this was no ordinary tremor. It felt as though a massive black hole beneath the earth was indiscriminately consuming everything. Lin Qiao, frantic, struggled to steady the vehicle, attempting to maneuver off the overpass as swiftly as possible. Just then, a van collided head-on with them. Their escape route was completely blocked. Amidst the chaos, the overpass couldn't hold out for long. Soon, Lin Qiao and her group plummeted alongside the business car. In the turmoil, Lin Qiao grasped onto someone. It was best not to get separated in such times. She hoped the vehicle would endure a bit longer. After falling for a distance, Lin Qiao felt her body weaken. In a daze, she glimpsed an open area before everything went dark, and she lost consciousness. Chapter 14. Gray Mist? The Evolutionary Opportunity. When Lin Qiao awoke again, the sky was completely dark. She found herself pinned in the car's seat, unable to discern her surroundings. Groping cautiously, she reached toward the passenger seat and back row, only to touch Bai Yunqi in the front. Yet, Xiao Tong and Li Yi, who had originally occupied the back seat, along with half the car, had vanished. A cold sweat broke out on Lin Qiao. Could it be that in this life, she had failed to protect Xiao Tong as well? Retrieving a flashlight from her space, Lin Qiao discovered that there were no heavy objects pressing down on them. She promptly stored the car in her space, instantly freeing herself to stand steadily on solid ground. Bai Yunqi tumbled to the ground, bouncing slightly. Lin Qiao crouched down, checking his breathing to ensure he was unharmed, then gently patted his face to awaken him. She surveyed the vicinity, shrouded in a thick gray mist. The beam of her flashlight barely illuminated a meter ahead, as if the fog intentionally obscured visibility. Bai Yunqi stirred, blinking in confusion at their predicament. He scanned the area, ultimately fixing his gaze on Lin Qiao, his stomach grumbling. I'm hungry, sister." Hearing Bai Yunqi's voice, Lin Qiao turned to pull him up from the ground, checking his limbs. "Nothing's broken, right?" Bai Yunqi shook his head, replying, "I'm fine, just hungry." Lin Qiao regarded Bai Yunqi, who appeared harmless, feeling regret for having brought along a burdensome companion. Should she find an opportunity to leave him behind? After all, with such dense fog, it would be easy to get lost, wouldn't it? Suddenly, Bai Yunqi extended his hand, opening and closing his fist repeatedly. "What's wrong?" Lin Qiao inquired, sensing nothing amiss. "It seems like my abilities have been absorbed by something. My strength has weakened." "What?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qiao was taken aback. Devouring abilities? Wasn't that the power of Lin Yaqin in her previous life? Could it be that she had inadvertently stumbled upon the first opportunity for spatial advancement? The mere thought of such a possibility sent waves of excitement through her. If she could truly acquire the ability to devour on the very first day of the apocalypse, she would be one step closer to achieving her goals. Although she had lost contact with Xiao Tong, there was no other choice at present. She had to find a way to break through the gray mist and gradually look for an opportunity to reunite with Xiao Tong. Lin Qiao withdrew her gaze and, relying on her instincts, chose a direction, onward. Bai Yunqi responded obediently, following closely behind Lin Qiao. His footsteps were so light that Lin Qiao could hardly perceive his presence. Aside from the occasional soft sound as he licked his little sharp teeth, since falling into this dense fog, the wind-based abilities within him had been slowly diminishing. This change was subtle and difficult to detect. Had he not been acutely aware of the weakening of his powers, he would have scarcely noticed the shift. Additionally, as the zombie virus within him began to stir, his cravings for sustenance grew ever more intense. The gray mist enveloped them in silence as Lin Qiao walked ahead, secretly urging her internal space, hoping to sense a resonance. Lin Qiao and Bai Yunqi traversed the thick fog for nearly an hour. Even Lin Qiao could discern that her energy was waning. If they continued to fail in finding an exit, they risked being consumed by this place. Visibility in the gray mist was exceedingly low, leaving them oblivious to what might be lurking within. A pervasive aura of murderous intent surrounded them. Were they humans or monsters? Or perhaps something even more terrifying? The unknown always instills a deeper fear. Each step Lin Qiao took was cautious, wary of any ambush. Suddenly, the gray mist began to swirl and swiftly surged in a particular direction. They exchanged glances and hurriedly ran forward. Soon, Lin Qiao noticed that the fog around them had thinned, revealing a clear expanse ahead. To her dismay, the open area was piled high with corpses, both human and animal, each one grotesquely drained to a desiccated husk. Above the mound of bodies, a thick patch of gray mist coalesced. Lin Qiao furrowed her brow, sensing an abrupt instability within her spatial realm. It felt as though the space and the fog were drawn to each other, yearning to consume one another. Indeed, this was the place. Bai Yunqi's eyes widened slightly. He could feel it too. The loss of energy was accelerating, and the suppressed zombie virus within him began to awaken. As they hesitated, the gray mist started to condense into a faceless silhouette. Upon seeing this figure, Lin Qiao's brow tightened. Even without features, she recognized that the form coalesced from the mist was unmistakably Lin Yaqin. Before Lin Qiao had a moment to react, the gray mist solidified into a humanoid shape and lunged toward her. Bai Yunqi instinctively attempted to block, but in the next instant, the scene before them shifted dramatically. Countless zombies, drawn by the gray mist, converged upon the area. Lin Qiao found herself entirely enveloped by the fog, her eyes squeezed shut. Standing motionless as the zombies surrounded them, ravenously howling, eager to savor their meal. With no other option, Bai Yunqi had to confront the zombies head-on. Meanwhile, at the moment of the gray mist's attack, Lin Qiao felt her consciousness being drawn into an isolated space. However, she had no time to ponder this. Lin Yaqin's assault was imminent. Lin Yaqin's attack was straightforward, wielding a long whip formed from the gray mist, striking at Lin Qiao again and again. A blade appeared in Lin Qiao's hand as she decisively swung it at Lin Yaqin. The whip was cleaved in two, the The severed portion transformed back into mist, gradually merging with Lin Yaqin's form. Lin Qiao narrowed her eyes. Though this mist-based attack was singular in nature, it was ceaseless, and her physical stamina would eventually be depleted. Realizing this, Lin Qiao felt a wave of frustration. The gray mist was relentless. She could not afford to waste time and needed to resolve this swiftly. As Lin Yaqin launched another attack, Lin Qiao prepared to dodge, only to suddenly sense a tremor in the space around her. With a sense of experimentation, Lin Qiao struck again, severing the whip. Before the gray mist could reintegrate into Lin Yaqin's form, Lin Qiao deftly drew it into her space. Indeed, Lin Yaqin visibly grew agitated, revealing an expression of provocation, intent on eliminating Lin Qiao. Recognizing this, Lin Qiao discreetly increased the distance between them, skillfully directing Lin Yaqin's long-range attacks, while seizing the opportunity to absorb the gray mist. The mist-formed Lin Yaqin, lacking human intellect, failed to immediately grasp Lin Qiao's intentions. By the time Lin Yaqin realized that her power had diminished by more than half and could no longer maintain her humanoid form, it was too late. However, after over an hour of combat, Lin Qiao's stamina had also plummeted. She needed to conclude this swiftly. While evading Lin Yaqin's assaults, Lin Qiao gasped for breath. She understood that her endurance had reached its limit. If she delayed any longer, the gray mist would surely consume her. Now it was all or nothing. Unable to sustain her humanoid shape, the gray mist coiled tightly and charged at Lin Qiao. For a fleeting moment, Lin Qiao was caught off guard and was knocked back by the mist. She collided with a wall, violently spitting out blood, unable to rise again. The gray mist swelled with excitement, extending two slender tendrils, intent on completely engulfing Lin Qiao. At the moment of contact, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Lin Qiao, far from being incapacitated, had a cunning glimmer in her bright eyes, reflecting the form of the gray mist. "You've fallen for it." As her words echoed, the gray mist vanished entirely. Lin Qiao rose to her feet, carefully assessing the changes in her spatial realm. The absorbed gray mist merged with the existing mist in her space, adhering to the boundary between black and white, flowing slowly. Simultaneously, Lin Qiao felt a wave of weakness wash over her. During the battle, her energy had been nearly exhausted, and she now clearly sensed the gray mist's insatiable thirst for energy. If she could not provide sufficient energy to the mist, it would gradually consume her life force. In no more than 3 months, her body would wither and perish, ultimately becoming fodder for the gray mist. Yet, Lin Qiao did not regret her decision to absorb the gray mist. With the devouring ability of the mist, she had gained an additional means of survival in the apocalypse. However, she could not fathom why the humanoid form of the gray mist resembled Lin Yaqin when the apocalypse had only just begun. Even if Lin Yaqin had companions with rebirth abilities, she should not have left Anqing yet. It was impossible for her to have come into contact with the mist beforehand. The connection between the gray mist in her space and the devouring mist was evident, but what did all this have to do with Lin Yaqin? In other words, what was Lin Yaqin's true relationship with this apocalypse? If it was destined that all of this belonged to Lin Yaqin, would her forceful seizure bring unforeseen dangers? Though she pondered these questions, Lin Qiao was not one to shy away from challenges. Even if these occurrences were peculiar, she would never relinquish any opportunity to strengthen herself. In her previous life, Lin Yaqin had rapidly risen to prominence after the outbreak of the apocalypse, always surrounded by a throng of powerful followers. No matter the crisis, no matter the sacrifices, she consistently emerged unscathed, often reaping significant benefits in the process. Every obstacle before her seemed to transform into a stepping stone for her ascent. Akin to the protagonist of a favored novel, Lin Qiao took a deep breath, casting aside the bizarre thought that had invaded her mind. Perhaps she was overthinking it. After all, she was merely dealing with a skilled actress playing the role of a delicate flower. Isn't this precisely what men are drawn to? However, it was far more pressing to address the immediate crisis at hand. Once she subdued the gray mist, Lin Qiao felt her consciousness return to her body. The strange energy she had previously experienced was entirely depleted, and the sensation of emptiness within her dissipated. Having just explored the memories of the gray mist, she discovered the location of Xiao Tong and learned that the latter was in a safe place. A wave of relief washed over Lin Qiao. "Sister, wake up." Bai Yunqi's voice suddenly rang out, causing Lin Qiao to open her eyes wide. Before her loomed a terrifying zombie, its jaw grotesquely severed, lunging towards her with outstretched claws. Startled, Lin Qiao immediately rolled to the side while delivering a swift kick to the creature. The zombie was sent flying, struggling to get back on its feet, roaring fiercely. Lin Qiao quickly retrieved a cleaver from her space and deftly struck the zombie's skull. Upon seeing that Lin Qiao was unharmed, Bai Yunqi let out a sigh of relief and swiftly dispatched the zombie before them. Lin Qiao pointed in a direction and shouted to Bai Yunqi, "Move that way." However, her voice inadvertently attracted the attention of two other zombies, which charged towards her. Narrowing her eyes, Lin Qiao brandished another cleaver, fighting back with precision and swiftly carving a bloody path through the horde. The zombies moved sluggishly, allowing Lin Qiao to pull Bai Yunqi along as they sprinted for several minutes, eventually shaking off the undead army. Bai Yunqi followed quietly behind, allowing Lin Qiao to lead him. Once they reached a tranquil area, Lin Qiao realized that Bai Yunqi had been fighting zombies barehanded all this time. She couldn't help but admire the prowess of his wind-based abilities. Truly, the elemental powers were remarkable. Drawing upon the information acquired from the gray mist, Lin Qiao took the lead as they navigated the underground space. The surroundings were eerily silent, allowing them to hear each other's breaths, creating a suddenly intimate atmosphere. Bai Yunqi's gaze fell upon Lin Qiao's exposed, fair neck, marked by the bite he had left the previous night. His throat involuntarily bobbed as memories of the prior evening surfaced in his mind. His pale complexion flushed red, and his previously cold heart stirred with unexpected warmth. Lin Qiao, sensing Bai Yunqi's gaze, instinctively turned around, her eyes locking onto his dark pupils. Caught in the act of peering, Bai Yunqi quickly averted his gaze, pretending to observe his surroundings, though his ears betrayed his embarrassment with a crimson hue. Noticing his flushed face, Lin Qiao clicked her tongue disapprovingly before turning back to continue her path. Before long, they encountered the rear section of a train car, where Xiao Tong and Li Yi were trapped inside. After checking for their vital signs and confirming they were merely unconscious and in no immediate danger, Lin Qiao felt a weight lift from her heart. As her tension eased, hunger struck. The once quiet underground space was suddenly interrupted by the sounds of stomach growling. Lin Qiao's face flushed slightly. Almost immediately, a louder growl emanated from Bai Yunqi's stomach. He showed no signs of embarrassment. Rather, his expression was one of yearning. Gazing expectantly at Lin Qiao, having just emerged from a high-intensity battle, their bodies were now demanding sustenance. Lin Qiao chuckled lightly and began to retrieve items from her space. The underground area was secure, and she intended to prepare a hearty meal to replenish their energy while waiting for Xiao Tong and Li Yi to awaken. Bai Yunqi watched in awe as Lin Qiao conjured a set of tables and chairs seemingly out of thin air. It dawned on him that she was an ability user capable of manipulating space. This presented a complication. He needed to tread carefully. Unaware of Bai Yunqi's contemplation, Lin Qiao busily rummaged through her supplies. In no time, the table was adorned with a plethora of dishes, sweet and sour pork, a trio of vegetables, fish-flavored shredded pork, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, braised pork, mapo tofu, spicy sour shredded potatoes, and a large pot of corn and rib soup. The aroma was rich and savory, tantalizingly appetizing. Time stood still within her space, and the dishes emerged as if freshly cooked, still steaming. Bai Yunqi swallowed hard, suddenly realizing that perhaps being a passive observer alongside Lin Qiao wasn't so bad after all. Finally, Lin Qiao produced bowls and chopsticks, ready to feast. Bai Yunqi, without hesitation, picked up his chopsticks, diving into the meal with fervor, his movements so swift that they seemed to leave behind traces of motion. Chapter 16. Departing the underground space after satisfying their hunger, Xiao Tong and Li Yi slowly regained consciousness, just in time to witness Bai Yunqi devouring the last piece of rib. Upon spotting Lin Qiao, Xiao Tong immediately rushed towards her, dramatically sobbing, "Woo, Qiao Qiao. I thought I would never see you again. I even prepared a will in that moment when I fell. All right, it's all fine now, isn't it? If you keep this up, you'll attract the zombies." Lin Qiao gently patted Xiao Tong's back, soothing her while playfully threatening her. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Xiao Tong quickly stifled her sobs, blinking at Lin Qiao with wide eyes, silently questioning whether her fear of attracting zombies was valid. Amused, Lin Qiao tousled Xiao Tong's hair. "Teasing, I was just trying to scare you." Xiao Tong's eyes widened in indignation, preparing to rebuke Lin Qiao, only to be silenced by a piece of grilled sausage that Lin Qiao had shoved into her mouth. Delicious. Lin Qiao prepared generous portions of grilled meat rice for both Xiao Tong and Li Yi. Li Yi hastily waved his hands in refusal, saying, No, I'm not hungry." Yet, despite his protestations, his gaze remained fixated on the grilled meat rice. Xiao Tong handed the meal to Li Yi, insisting, "Don't be polite, just eat. We need to get moving soon." Li hesitated before accepting the chopsticks. Initially cautious, he quickly succumbed to the mouth-watering aroma of the grilled meat rice and began devouring it eagerly. While they waited for their companions, Lin Qiao remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings. At that moment, on the streets leading from the city to the outskirts, the distant sounds of zombies growling and gnashing their teeth sent chills down one's spine. Suddenly, a rope ladder was flung down from the broken overpass, and a slender, pale hand gripped the edge. It was Lin Qiao. After carefully ensuring there were no zombies below, she called for the others to follow her. Due to the recent earthquake, nearly all the nearby vehicles were rendered inoperable. Lin Qiao had no choice but to retrieve her beloved modified vehicle. The car had been soundproofed, allowing her to traverse the route to Li's designated location with ease. In a secluded area, she indeed found 2 fuel tankers parked. Overjoyed, Lin Qiao disembarked and, with a few swift strikes, dispatched the drivers who had turned into zombies, promptly storing the 2 tankers in her space. This fuel would last them quite some time, alleviating their worries about gasoline for the foreseeable future. Having secured the fuel, Lin Qiao drove towards the factory meant for constructing mobile housing. She anticipated a significant number of individuals inside, most of whom had likely become zombies by now. Lin Qiao wished to avoid wasting time. Her intent was to quietly gather supplies and leave. However, to her astonishment, not a single zombie was present within the factory. Moreover, it appeared as though the entire factory had been isolated from the outside world. The inhabitants seemed entirely unaffected by the apocalypse, continuing their lives as if nothing had changed, and she could even faintly hear the laughter of children. This was unsettling. Lin Qiao slammed on the brakes, bringing the vehicle to a slow stop at the roadside. Taking her time to assess the situation from inside the car, she observed that the factory was eerily unchanged from its pre-apocalyptic state. Numerous mobile homes were visible in the open space, and Lin Qiao's designated villa stood prominently. The metallic gate was tightly sealed, stained with dried blood. As if beyond its walls lay another realm entirely. Lin Qiao instinctively sensed something was amiss. Everything felt too normal, strangely so. In such a vast factory, with hundreds of employees, it is implausible that there are no zombies. Rather, it should have become a gathering place for them. Yet, to witness so many humans congregated here is perplexing. Despite the imposing gate, the keen senses of the zombies would surely have detected this location. These strangely normal signs indicate that something unusual exists within the factory, potentially a person or entity capable of evading the zombie scrutiny. While contemplating this, the side gate swung open, revealing 2 men. They walked through a landscape of shattered walls, seemingly unperturbed, as if they had grown accustomed to the chaos. This was unsettling. Today marked the first day of the apocalypse. How could such an eerie scene exist, with its inhabitants so indifferent to the end of the world and the zombies? It was as if they had long accepted this reality. The 2 men strolled a short distance before stopping near the front of a vehicle. One, with dyed yellow hair and a burned scar at the end of his brow, appeared somewhat comical with only half of his eyebrows remaining. He scrutinized Lin Qiao's group's vehicle, expressing his astonishment vocally. The other man, sporting a buzz cut, exuded an intimidating presence. He smacked the back of the yellow-haired man's head and admonished him to stop wasting time and get to the point. The yellow-haired man, unperturbed, chuckled sheepishly. "I was just curious, bro." He then turned to Lin Qiao's vehicle and called out, "Did you escape from the city? We're quite safe here. Would you like to join us?" Lin Qiao and her companions remained silent for a moment, caught off guard. The yellow-haired man, feeling awkward, rubbed his nose and knocked on the hood of the car, saying, "Come on, guys, don't be so standoffish. You think anyone can just waltz in here? What should we do, Qiao Qiao?" Xiao Tong leaned forward, craning her neck to inquire. Lin Qiao observed the yellow-haired man through the windshield and suddenly turned to Li Yi. "Li Yi, go ask how many people they have here." Li Yi hesitated, pointing to himself. "Me? Yes, you seem the least threatening, which will help lower their guard. You're the most suitable for this." Without allowing him a chance to refuse, Lin Qiao unlocked the car door and gestured for him to get out. Li Yi bit his lip, hesitating momentarily before slowly opening the door and stepping out. The yellow-haired man's demeanor shifted to one of excitement upon seeing someone emerge. "Great. Are you guys looking to join us? We have everything you could need." Li Yi, feeling bashful, asked quietly, "Do you really have everything? How many of you are there?" The yellow-haired man turned to his companion. "How many are we?" "Over 50, the buzz-cut man replied succinctly. "Yes, we have everyone here. What do you say?" "Honestly, you look like you could use a place to stay," the yellow-haired man said. putting an arm around Li Yi's shoulders in a friendly manner. Lin Qiao watched in silence for a moment before abruptly opening the driver's side door. The yellow-haired man first noticed a delicate hand resting on the door frame, followed by a leg clad in mountaineering boots that accentuated her slender calf. He halted, wide-eyed, astonished as if he were dreaming. "A beauty," he murmured. The factory was predominantly filled with burly men, and women were a rare sight, let alone someone of Lin Qiao's striking appearance. The yellow-haired man felt his movements stiffening. Lin Qiao turned her gaze towards him and flashed a radiant smile. "Young man, can you truly accommodate us? Is there a place to bathe? I'm covered in blood, and it's quite bothersome." The yellow-haired man, momentarily distracted by her smile, stammered, "Why yes, we have everything inside." "Really? That's wonderful. Thank you for allowing us to join you." Xiao Tong, observing Lin Qiao's performance, couldn't he help but whisper, "With acting like that, you should ve brought that Li idiot along. She could ve played the role of the apocalypse's beautiful heroine. Then I'd be the savior's best friend." Bai Yunqi silently regarded the people outside, her eyes deep and contemplative. Chapter 17. The Genesis Factory. Xiao Tong, uncertain of Lin Qiao's intentions, pursed her lips and fell silent. Li Wei led them to the dining hall, where the sounds of laughter resonated from within. For a fleeting moment, Lin Qiao almost felt as though she were witnessing a scene from before the apocalypse. Since her rebirth, she had been preoccupied with preparations for the end times, leaving no time or inclination for relaxation, let alone indulging in the luxury of gatherings. Li Wei glanced at Lin Qiao and remarked, "Our people are very welcoming. They will surely embrace Miss Lin." With that, he pushed open the door and invited the group inside. Upon seeing their leader enter with new faces, the dining hall erupted into enthusiastic cheers after a brief silence. Each face radiated warmth, genuinely welcoming Lin Qiao and her companions. After assigning them seats, Li Wei moved from table to greet everyone, appearing quite the amiable boss. The yellow-haired man approached Lin Qiao, drink in hand. "Beautiful lady, don't be shy. This is good wine." Lin Qiao responded with a dazzling smile. "Is that so? How delightful. I must try it." She lifted her glass and downed its contents in one go. Noticing Lin Qiao's nonchalant reaction, Xiao Tong speculated, perhaps they really are just overly friendly people. Maybe I'm overthinking it. Having come to this conclusion, Xiao Tong also relaxed and poured herself a glass of fruit wine. Bai Yunqi was pulled into conversation by Li Gang, whose awkward attempts at small talk were somewhat comical. Meanwhile, Li Wei surveyed the crowd, raising his glass high. "Please, do not hesitate. We may have humble fare, but if the wine is insufficient, there is more to come. It is truly wonderful that you could join us." The banquet continued for 2 hours, and as it concluded, the outside world had succumbed to darkness. A blood-red moon rose in the sky, casting an eerie glow that filtered through the windows. Li Wei observed Lin Qiao and her companions slumped over the tables and nodded. "Let us take them down to the basement." The yellow-haired man hesitated, voicing his concern. "Boss, do we really have to? They're EES saviors." Li Wei fell silent for a moment, a flicker of uncertainty crossing his features, but ultimately he sighed and declared resolutely, "Our supplies will only last 3 days." He paused, attempting to convince himself, let us not dwell on the savior part. They're only here for resources. But did they truly possess resources? They must have. All right. Take them to the basement. I'll escort EE back to his room. Understood. I'll handle it right away. The yellow-haired man departed with the others while Li Wei bent down to lift Li Yi, carrying him back to his room. Li Yi, feeling disoriented, sensed a wave of soothing calmness wash over him. Gradually, his foggy consciousness began to clear, and he blinked awake. The first thing he saw was Li Wei's concerned face. To his astonishment, he realized he had returned to his bedroom. "Uncle?" Seeing that Li Yi was unharmed, Li Wei felt relieved and inquired, "How do you feel? Do you need more rest?" Li Yi bit his lip, lowering his gaze as he asked, "What about Xiao Tong and the others?" Li Wei maintained a neutral expression, replying calmly, "They're fine, don't worry about them. Just focus on resting." Instead of feeling reassured by Li Wei's words, Li Yi's brow furrowed in anxiety. He looked at him uneasily and whispered, "Uncle, what did you do to them?" Li Wei stood up. "You don't need to concern yourself with that. Just rest well. I'll check on the others." With that, he turned to leave, but after taking a single step, Li Yi grabbed hold of him. He turned around and saw Li Yi tightly clutching his clothing, gazing at him with fervent eyes filled with pleading. Sighing softly, Li Wei gently patted Li Yi's head, offering comfort, "I will not do anything to them. Lin Qiao possesses supplies, and as long as she is willing to trade, I will not make things difficult for them." The resources in the factory are dwindling, and without supplies, everyone here will starve. I can only, boom. Just as Li Wei was speaking, he was abruptly interrupted by a deafening explosion. He stood up alertly, leaving without a backward glance, hastily instructing Li Yi to stay put. Meanwhile, in the basement of the Genesis factory, two men carried Lin Qiao, Bai Yunqi, and Xiao Tong into a sealed room, locking the door behind them. The moment the two left the basement, Lin Qiao suddenly opened her eyes, clarity flooding her gaze. She stood up and kicked Bai Yunqi beside her. They've left. Why aren't you getting up? Bai Yunqi blinked slowly, finally waking. Is there a problem here? Lin Qiao shot him a glance. What are you pretending for? Didn't you realize it long ago? Bai Yunqi felt wronged. He hadn't been pretending. He had genuinely been knocked out. But the sedative's effect was too weak and had been quickly neutralized by the zombie virus. Lin Qiao approached Xiao Tong, carefully placing him on the bed, then pulled out two mannequins dressed identically to her and Bai Yunqi, tossing them to the floor. Let's go see what secrets this factory holds. Bai Yunqi nodded. Everyone in the factory is gathered. Lin Qiao looked at him. Everyone? So, no one in the factory has turned into a zombie? We really need to investigate then. By the way, how did you know? The scent. Bai Yunqi pointed to his nose. These people have lived together for too long. They all carry each other's scent. By the intensity of the aroma, one can deduce that they have cohabited for at least 3 years. Hearing this, Lin Qiao felt a chill. Could this be the ability of the 5-element abilities? It was quite terrifying. The subtle differences in scent could be discerned so precisely. How horrifying. Bai Yunqi blushed under Lin Xiao's gaze. He was embarrassed to admit that Lin Qiao now carried his scent entirely. She smelled delectable, making him want to take a bite. Unaware of Bai Yunqi's thoughts, Lin Qiao suddenly noticed a hint of hunger in his eyes, as if she were a delectable roast. The thought sent a shiver down her spine, and she shook her arms, choosing not to look at Bai Yunqi anymore. She walked towards the door, producing a wire and deftly picking the lock. Upon entering the factory, she had observed that besides the dormitory building, there was an inconspicuous 2-story building with a constant flow of people at the entrance. Their vigilant gazes were directed at Lin Qiao and the others, as if they were patrolling. Lin Qiao sensed that the secret of the factory might be hidden within that building. She decided to investigate there first, eager to uncover what mysteries lay ahead. As they exited the basement, a sudden explosion echoed through the air. The two exchanged glances and quickened their pace, seizing the opportunity amidst the chaos. Bai Yunqi explained while running. Someone has attacked. There are only 3 of them, but they are all ability users equipped with firearms. Lin Qiao looked at Bai Yunqi in confusion. In her past life, one could only sense the abilities of others at the 3rd level, with limitations on distance. How was Bai Yunqi able to discern they were ability users from such a distance? Chapter 18. The banquet. Li Wei stood firmly at the factory's entrance, his expression grave as he warned. There is nothing here that you seek. A bald man scratched his ear, brimming with arrogance. Whether there is or not is for me to decide. Step aside. Let us through. Without regard, the bald man advanced, attempting to shove Li Wei aside. However, Li Wei was not one to be trifled with. He swiftly kicked the man away. I have already stated, there is nothing here for you. If you do not leave, I will not hold back. The bald man, taken aback by Li Wei's aggression, failed to evade in time and was sent flying several meters. Groaning in pain, he rolled on the ground before managing to rise, rolling up his sleeves in fury as he approached Li Wei. You foolish bastard, daring to strike me. I will show you what happens when you cross paths with us. Standing before Li Wei, the bald man's body began to stretch unnaturally, a long tail emerging from his coccyx, while his hands and feet transformed into sharp claws. He had morphed into a humanoid rat. With a piercing shriek, he lunged at Li Wei, his movements swift. However, just as he was within a meter of Huang Mao, he suddenly froze, as if a movie had been paused. Upon closer inspection, Huang Mao was not entirely stopped. Rather, his movements had been slowed down 20-fold, imperceptible to the human eye. At this moment, Long Bei, who had been standing at the back, observing, shifted from a relaxed demeanor to one of vigilance, an ability user. Li Wei kicked the bald man once more, locking eyes with Long Bei, refusing to yield. The unfortunate bald man, now with 2 broken ribs, writhed in agony, unable to maintain his rat form. He crawled towards Long Bei, crying out, Dragon King, kill him. He must not be spared. Upon hearing the title Dragon King, Huang Mao could no longer contain himself. Though he stifled his laughter, pressing his hands against his mouth to suppress it, Li Gang observed Huang Mao's flushed face and shook his head in exasperation. Long Bei ignored the bald man's plea, addressing Li Wei directly. You are impressive. Would you consider joining me? The apocalypse has only just begun, and the old adage of with great power comes great responsibility no longer applies. It is the survival of the fittest. What use is it to protect a group of useless individuals? Join me, for this is the perfect time to achieve greatness. Ambition and a strange exhilaration flickered in Long Bei's eyes. Li Wei felt a chill of alarm. It had only been a day since the apocalypse began, yet someone had already learned to exploit its laws. He remained unmoved. Everyone has their aspirations. I have no ambitions. Merely wishing to guard my small patch of land. No ambitions? Your companions do not share your sentiments. Li Wei glanced back, noticing that some had indeed been swayed by Long Bei's words, gazing at him with eagerness. His expression darkened, silence falling as his refusal became evident. Long Bei, seeing Li Wei's stubbornness, sighed in disappointment, and turning to a woman beside him, he said, Lin, since they are so obstinate, let us blow this place to smithereens. At Long Bei's command, the woman named Lin stepped forward, her right arm morphing into a rocket launcher aimed at Li Wei and those behind him. Li Wei's pupils constricted, his expression growing serious as he instinctively assumed a defensive stance. Huang Mao had never seen such a grave expression on Li Wei's face. He quickly wiped the smile off his face, watching Lin warily, ready to stand with Li Wei. However, not everyone shared this sentiment. Boss Wei, I think what he said makes a lot of sense. Your abilities are so powerful, you shouldn't be confined here. If you're willing, we will follow you. Yes, we will all follow you. Li Wei pressed his lips together, holding back his inner thoughts. These fools truly understood nothing. The entire factory, apart from him and Li Yi, would turn everyone else into zombies if they stepped outside its protective boundaries. Thus, regardless of the formidable adversaries he faced, he had to defend this place. Lin Qiao closed the dossier and let out a sigh. The truth was indeed astonishing. Li Wei had combined the radiation device with his supernatural abilities, enveloping the entire factory within its grasp. The workers inside, who should have succumbed to the zombie transformation, had their viral mutation rate reduced to 1/20th by Li Wei. Moreover, every 20 hours, Li Wei had to release 1,000 milliliters of his own blood to reset the mutation, ensuring that those individuals would never become zombies. What a madman. Even though the body of a supernatural being is strong, releasing 2,000 milliliters of blood every 20 hours would soon take a toll on any body. Lin Qiao's mood suddenly grew heavy. She could hardly fathom that someone would go to such lengths. Betrayed by family and loved ones repeatedly, she had long ceased to trust humanity, yet the information she gleaned stirred her heart nonetheless. It was indeed remarkable that someone could achieve such a feat. Lin Qiao questioned her own nature, knowing she was not inherently virtuous, but the companions from her past life, Xiao Tong, who always understood her, the frail yet awakened Song Ro, and Li Tang, who sacrificed himself to find his brother, made her wonder what reckless actions she might take for their sake. Lin Qiao refrained from sabotaging the devices and quietly exited the room. Bai Yunxi, noticing Lin Qiao's somber demeanor, attempted to lighten the mood, saying, the conflict has begun. Li Wei won't last much longer. Lin Qiao remained silent, disregarding the continuous sounds of cannon fire and the clamor of battle outside. Let's go, take Xiao Tong. Seize what we need amidst the chaos, and leave. Bai Yunxi nodded silently, following Lin Qiao back to the basement. The basement remained unchanged since their departure. Lin Qiao nudged Xiao Tong's shoulder. Wake up, Xiao Tong, it's time to go. Xiao Tong, slightly intoxicated and dazed from the aftereffects of the drug, was oblivious to the situation, confused as to why the raucous party had turned into a fierce battle outside. Qiao, aren't we going to help? Although Director Li is a bit greedy, he has always treated us warmly. Lin Qiao explained what Li Wei had done, which incited Xiao Tong's fury. I can't believe that scoundrel Li Wei, who looks so decent, is actually like this. It infuriates me. And Li Yi helped deceive me too. That little trickster. Next time I see him, I'll give him 2 black eyes. Seeing Xiao Tong so indignant, Lin Qiao reminded her. He's doing this to prevent the ordinary people in the factory from becoming zombies. Can you really bring yourself to act against him? Xiao Tong hesitated. Initially, she was furious upon learning that Li Wei and Li Yi had plotted against her. Yet she realized Li Wei was not acting for his own benefit. Xiao Tong wavered, wanting to seek Lin Qiao's opinion, but noticed Lin Qiao was watching her with amusement. She suddenly felt as if she had been played. Chapter 19, Secrets of the Factory. Pouting, Xiao Tong complained, you're playing with me. You had already planned to help, didn't you? Lin Qiao admitted without hesitation. Although Li Wei could not be considered an ally, his abilities were indeed beneficial to her. Xiao Tong huffed, crossing her arms, and chose not to pursue the matter further. Upon leaving the basement, Lin Qiao encountered a scene of chaos outside the factory, with injured individuals strewn across the ground. The only one still standing was Li Yi, who stood with arms outstretched in front of Li Wei. As Lin Qiao made her presence known, Li Yi's eyes brightened momentarily before he seemed to recall something and lowered his head, filled with shame. Long Bei, the bald man, and Lin also spotted Lin Qiao. Particularly, the bald man jumped up from the ground almost instantaneously, exclaiming, "Dragon King, what a stunning girl." Long Bei maintained his aloof demeanor, merely nodding without speaking. Yet his gaze remained fixed on Lin Qiao. The bald man, understanding Long Bei's intentions, lewdly remarked, "Little beauty, your boss is done for. Why not come with our Dragon King? You'll be well taken care of." The bald man leered at Lin Qiao, his gaze shamelessly wandering over her figure. Lin Qiao smirked, replying, "What a pity, I don't enjoy spicy food, nor do I fancy playing with water." The bald man, momentarily taken aback by her words, grasped her rejection. Long Bei's expression darkened ominously. However, Li ignited a glimmer of hope, mustering his courage to plead with Lin Qiao, "Sister Lin Qiao, Sister Xiaotong, please save my uncle. He is not going to make it." Upon hearing Li Yi's words, the bald man felt his authority was being challenged. He straightened his posture and strode towards Li Yi and Li Wei, ready to make an example of them, seeking help from two little girls. "Have you even hit puberty yet? Let me show you that even the King of Heaven can't save you now." With that, the bald man drew a gun from his waistband, aiming it at Li Yi's forehead. "Get down, quickly," Li Wei shouted weakly. Not only Li Wei, but the bloodied Huang Mao was also dragging himself toward them, leaving a trail of blood behind as he intermittently called out Li Yi's name. "Li Wei." Lin Qiao suddenly interjected, "Even now, you still refuse to make a choice?" Her emotionless voice sent a jolt through Li Wei's body. "She knows." Li Wei turned in disbelief to see Lin Qiao's calm demeanor. He grimaced in pain, fully understanding what Lin Qiao's choice entailed, stimulating the zombie virus within Huang Mao and the others. In doing so, he could escape with Li Yi while Long Bei and his group were preoccupied with the zombies. However, Li Wei glanced back at Huang Mao and the other companions. Some lying motionless on the ground, their fates uncertain. Li Gang's arm had been blown off and lay still, barely perceptible in his breathing. Li Wei shook his head. He could not abandon any of his comrades. They had known each other for over a decade. Each one was a brother to him, and he could not forsake any of them. Lin Qiao discerned the struggle in Li Wei's eyes. Despite his strength, he was too indecisive. Such a person would ultimately cause more harm due to his weakness. "Li Yi, you must leave. This is not your fight," Li Wei insisted, propping himself up with a steel pipe, trying to persuade Li Yi to escape. Yet, this time, Li Yi was resolute. "I want to leave." Li Wei's tone turned serious. "Li Yi, Li Tang is still waiting for you." Lin Qiao's gaze flickered. Li Tang? No wonder she found Li Yi somewhat familiar. It turned out he was related to Li Tang. Li Tang? Li Yi? Could it be that Li Yi was the brother Li Tang had been searching for? Recalling Li Tang's words before his self-detonation in her past life, Lin Qiao's expression steeled with determination. She retrieved a gun from her space, seized from the bodyguards of the Lin family, and before anyone could react, she aimed and fired. Her target was none other than Long Bei. The woman named Lin reacted swiftly, transforming her upper body into a shield to protect Long Bei. After a cloud of dust settled, Long Bei remained unscathed. Lin was merely pushed back a couple of steps by the impact of the bullet. The bald man, momentarily stunned by Lin Qiao's actions, soon regained his composure and furiously redirected his gun at her. To Lin Qiao, the bald man's movements appeared to unfold in slow motion. She easily evaded before he could pull the trigger. Then, drawing out two machetes, she tossed one to Bai Yunqi. With a clear objective in mind, adhering to the principle of capturing the leader first, she charged directly at Long Bei. Long Bei stood still, adopting an air of superiority, when Lin Qiao approached. Lin sprang into action. Throughout the encounter, Long Bei's posture remained unchanged, yet his eyes sparkled with mockery. After all, witnessing two beautiful women fight over him was quite an ego boost. However, his pride did not last long. The bald man was no match for Bai Yunqi, who swiftly broke two of his leg bones, leaving him sprawled on the ground like a dog. Lin Qiao had to expend considerable effort to subdue Lin, whose body parts could transform into weapons, proving quite troublesome. Yet, despite Lin's formidable abilities, they came at a steep cost. Soon, Lin exhausted her stamina and was brought down by Lin Qiao. Suddenly, Lin Qiao felt a menacing aura approaching and whipped around, only to have something constrict her throat, choking off her air supply. Within mere seconds, the lack of oxygen caused her to collapse to the ground, struggling to hold onto her machete. She laboriously lifted her head to gaze at Long Bei, her vision fading, devoid of strength. Xiao Tong, despite assisting Li Wei with his injuries, was constantly concerned about Lin Qiao and immediately noticed her distress. Observing Long Bei's composed demeanor, Xiao Tong shouted urgently at Bai Yunqi, "Xiao Bai, hurry and help Qiao. Kill Long Bei. He's the one behind this." After dispatching the bald man, Bai Yunqi responded to Xiao Tong's plea, swiftly darting towards Long Bei. Long Bei showed no signs of retreat. When Bai Yunqi was merely 2 meters away, he abruptly raised his hand. Bai Yunqi felt the air around him distort unnaturally, only to have something infiltrate his nostrils, blocking his airway. He froze for a moment, his movement stilled. This time, Xiao Tong clearly witnessed Long Bei's actions. He had condensed moisture from the air into droplets that invaded a person's respiratory system. Individuals deprived of oxygen would soon faint from asphyxiation. As Lin Qiao struggled to keep her eyes open, Xiao Tong, in a panic, stomped his feet, almost disregarding his healing abilities in a desperate attempt to confront Long Bei. Li Wei, having regained a modicum of strength, intercepted Xiao Tong. "Let me handle this." Xiao Tong retorted sharply, "What can you do, you cripple? You'd only be a burden." "Look!" Li Yi suddenly exclaimed. Xiao Tong turned to see that Bai Yunqi had not succumbed to the lack of oxygen. After a brief period of adaptation, he confidently rose to his feet and charged at Long Bei once more. Long Bei's air of invulnerability began to crack, his usual calm demeanor giving way to concern as Bai Yunqi approached. Chapter 20. Conflict harnessing the wind's force. Bai Yunqi moved with a speed that rendered him nearly a blur. In an instant, Long Bei was sent sprawling. Before he could react, he was met with an onslaught of Bai Yunqi's relentless strikes, forcing him to evade clumsily. Liberated from Long Bei's grasp, Lin Qiao inhaled deeply, savoring the precious oxygen. Long Bei, now battered and bruised, begged for mercy. "Big brother, I was wrong. Please, spare me." With one final blow, Long Bei fell, unable to rise again. Lin Qiao looked down at him. "Your ability development is quite impressive." Weakly, Long Bei raised his head, blood spilling from his mouth as he defiantly declared, "Would you like to know why I adapted to my abilities so quickly?" Long Bei, brimming with confidence, recounted his past life, where he perished in the first year of the apocalypse, but was inexplicably returned to the moment just after the outbreak began. He swiftly mastered his water-based powers and, with his companion the bald man, saved Lin from a group of thugs. He had also utilized his past memories to help Lin develop her abilities. Since his rebirth, he had believed himself to be the chosen one, yet was unprepared for the encounter with this group. Nonetheless, Long Bei remained convinced that these challenges were merely trials meant for him as the destined one. With the advantage of reincarnation, he was certain Lin Qiao would be swayed. Unfortunately, Lin Qiao showed no interest in Long Bei's secrets. She cast him a cold glance before raising her blade. As the machete hovered perilously close to Long Bei, he cried out in terror, "I'll talk." The blade froze before his eyes, Lin Qiao's expression devoid of emotion, only the phrase speaks swiftly resonating between them. Long Bei, trembling, hurriedly confessed, "I'm reborn. I know many future events. If you bring me with you, I can help you find valuable resources in the apocalypse." He spilled forth his knowledge like a torrent, but Lin Qiao remained uninterested. She had long suspected that she was not the only one with a second chance at life, though she had not anticipated encountering two so quickly. Without hesitation, she ended Long Bei's life. "Are you planning to protect them indefinitely? How long can your body endure?" Lin Qiao turned her gaze to Li Wei. Li Yi, unable to comprehend Lin Qiao's words, sensed that Li Wei was concealing something dangerous, his face a mask of worry. Li Wei cast his eyes downward, silent, his internal conflict evident. Xiao Tong had nearly completed healing Li Wei. His exceptional recovery abilities had him on his feet once more. As Xiao Tong prepared to check on others, he felt a firm grip on his wrist from Lin Qiao. "Do not concern yourself with anyone else." Xiao Tong, perplexed yet obedient, refrained from further inquiries. Li Yi, however, was distressed, kneeling before Lin Qiao. "Sister Lin Qiao, I know my uncle and the others have wronged you. I apologize on their behalf. Please, I beg you to save them." In that moment, Huang Mao, struggling to support himself, managed a weak smile through his bruised face. "Little E, don't underestimate me. I just need a nap. I'm fine." Lin Qiao ignored them, her focus unwavering on Li Wei, her eyes filled with unspoken thoughts. After what felt like an eternity, Li Wei seemed to reach a harrowing decision, his voice barely a whisper. Give me some time. Lin Qiao nodded. Leading Xiao Tong and Bai Yunxi into the house, Huang Mao finally managed to rise. Li Yi then noticed the horrific injury on Huang Mao's abdomen, a gaping wound from which his intestines protruded. Tears streamed down his face as he longed to help but hesitated to touch him, helplessly anxious. Li Wei assisted Huang Mao to sit beside Li Gang. Xiao Fei, you and Gongzi were the first to follow me, as more brothers joined us. I promised that as long as I have food, you would never go hungry. Boss, you've done well. We followed you willingly. This incident is not your fault. They reassured him. Li Wei shook his head. Do you remember when I told you my abilities could help you enter dreams, allowing you to witness scenes from the apocalypse to help you adapt? That was not the case. The scenes you saw were merely my memories. My abilities cannot conjure dreams. I am simply, he choked on his words. Li Gang slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of understanding in his gaze as he looked at Li Wei. After a long silence, Li Wei's voice trembled. I'm sorry. I thought that by staving off the evolution of the zombie virus within you, I could keep you by my side. I'm sorry for failing to protect you. Huang Mao stared at Li Wei in shock. Boss, why didn't you tell us? How could you possibly save so many of us alone? Li Wei shook his head. The once towering man now slumped on the steps, helpless. Boss, Li Gang spoke up. Thank you for sharing this with us. At least we won't unknowingly turn into monsters that harm our own companions. After all these years of following you, you should understand us. If we are inevitably to become zombies, please ensure you end our lives. Li Gang's tone was resolute, and the others, still conscious, echoed his sentiments. They preferred an early death to the horrifying fate of becoming mindless, flesh-eating creatures. Li Wei's eyes reddened, unable to face his brothers. He clenched his fists, silently making a decision. If it comes to it, I will take action myself. Li Gang nodded and lay back down. He could feel his consciousness slowly fading. Perhaps soon, he would have to bid farewell to this world entirely. He turned to Huang Mao and thought wryly, at least dying together could be seen as a form of gain. Although Huang Mao was typically carefree, he understood the gravity of the situation. He knew that his life today was bought by the boss, and without him, he would have succumbed to the same fate as those monstrous beings outside. Li Wei conversed with them for a long while, until their awareness became increasingly hazy and their bodies began to change. He knew it was time for him to make a decision. Chapter 21. The battle concludes. Lin Qiao stood by the window, watching as Li Wei bid farewell to each person in the factory. Suddenly, a thought struck her. She opened the window and waved to Li Wei. Director Li, have you ever considered that after your power evolves, you might truly be able to change the past? Li Wei's expression shifted from confusion to joy in an instant. The man in his 40s stammered, Really, is that possible? Lin Qiao shrugged. That's your ability. It's up to you to figure out how to develop it. Though Lin Qiao did not provide a definitive answer, she conveyed the idea that with a sufficiently high level of power and a willingness to evolve, he might have the opportunity to fundamentally alter the past. Li Wei gazed at his hands, finally feeling a spark of hope reignite within him. Huang Mao, pale-faced, smiled with trust in his eyes. Boss, we'll be waiting for your return. Li Wei looked at everyone and nodded firmly. I will definitely come back. Li Wei dispersed everyone into the basement. His power's influence would last only 2 hours. In that time, they would all transform into zombies. The basement was soundproofed, and he reinforced the iron door. Thus, before the zombies evolved to level 3, they would not be able to break through. Without food, it would take at least a year for the zombies to reach level 3. He was determined to evolve enough within a year to reverse the past. After ensuring everything was secure, Li Wei found Li Yi and approached Lin Qiao. Miss Lin, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Li Wei bowed deeply. Lin Qiao waved her hand, signaling Xiao Tong to take Bai Yunxi and Li Yi outside first. She scrutinized Li Wei and suddenly asked, How did you die? What? Li Wei was caught off guard by the question, clearly bewildered. You are reborn, right? When did you die in your previous life? Li Wei's eyes widened in shock. He had indeed returned from the apocalypse, but he did not expect there to be others like him in this world. Tentatively, he inquired, Miss Lin, are you also? Lin Qiao shrugged, neither confirming nor denying. After the initial astonishment, Li Wei felt an inexplicable sense of relief as he explained. Both Yi and I died in the zombie tide a year later. I never expected to wake up back at the onset of the eclipse. I used my power to share my previous life's memories with the brothers in the factory and slowed their mutation. I know Yi is temporarily safe, but without me, the brothers in the factory have no chance of survival. Miss Lin, thank you. If you don't mind, I, Li Wei, Will repay you in any way I can. The determination in Li Wei's eyes was genuine. Lin Qiao was naturally inclined to accept someone with such a unique ability. But the previous incident where Li Wei had schemed against her could not be easily overlooked. Lin Qiao feigned distrust, crossing her arms. Directly, your gratitude seems rather insincere. Are you trying to thank me with a packet of drugs? Li Wei's dark complexion flushed, and he sheepishly scratched his head. That was my mistake. Miss Lin, weren't you interested in my ability? From now on, I would be at your service. I hope you won't think poorly of me. Outside the room, Bai Yunqi's ears perked up, sensing a hint of wariness. Another mouth to feed. Lin Qiao replied nonchalantly, I do not support the useless. Your ability is useful. But what about him? He has caused me a great deal of trouble, hasn't he, Li? Lin Qiao pulled Li Yi, who had been hiding by the door, into view. Li Yi was somewhat timid, usually quiet, and upon being caught eavesdropping, he felt his legs weaken, struggling to find his words. He had avoided eavesdropping at the door to prevent Li Wei from entrusting him to Lin Qiao for dangerous tasks, yet he had heard nothing. Li Yi felt uncomfortable under their scrutiny, wanting to seek help from Li Wei, but he caught a glance of encouragement from him. Steeling himself, he bowed to Lin Qiao. I'm sorry, Sister Lin Qiao. I deceived you, and I apologize. I hope you can give me a chance to make amends. I will work hard to become a man who can protect you. He paused before adding timidly, and uncle, please don't drive him away. He will protect you too. After Li Yi spoke, he awaited Lin Qiao's response anxiously, his heart pounding in his ears. Just when he thought Lin Qiao would ignore him, she suddenly asked, Li Tang, who is he to you? Li Yi looked up, bewildered, and replied softly, he is my brother. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiao mused inwardly, as expected. Li Yi was the younger brother that Li Tang had long sought in his previous life. Lin Qiao exhaled quietly, relieved that Li Tang was unaware that Li Yi had perished in the zombie tide long ago. Otherwise, that straightforward young man would surely be devastated. Sister Lin Qiao, do you know my brother? After Lin Qiao's inquiry, Li Yi, for once, mustered the courage to speak up. We met briefly, Lin Qiao replied dismissively. She did not wish to dwell on the past. In this life, she aimed for a beautiful new beginning. In a serious tone, she declared, I can take you with me, but in exchange, once your power evolves, you must help me save someone. Li Wei hesitated. What if I can't develop that ability? It's all just speculation. If I say it's possible, then it is, Lin Qiao interrupted, gazing at him with unwavering certainty. The ability to control time, how extraordinary. In her previous life, Lin Qiao had never encountered such a power. It seemed almost like a cheat code. A bold thought emerged in Lin Qiao's mind. Perhaps she was not just reborn, but this world had rewound itself. Those of them who had been reborn were like glitches in the world, carrying memories from their previous life. Maybe this world truly was a grand live-action game. Lin Qiao's imagination soared. Seeing Lin Qiao's confidence, Li Wei felt a flicker of anticipation for the future. Perhaps one day, he could completely master time. Unable to contain his emotions, Li Wei exclaimed, I will strive to develop my powers. Li Yi, equally excited for Li Wei, eagerly declared, Sister Lin Qiao, I will also train hard and not fall behind. Bai Yunci crushed the stone at her feet with a kick, expressing her frustration. Yet another freeloader. 10 minutes later, Lin Qiao opened the door, leading two others outside. After a fierce battle, dawn was nearly breaking. Lin Qiao instructed everyone to rest for a while. They would set off for their next destination once the sun rose. She recalled that the laboratory at Buzhong University housed a remarkably advanced set of research equipment, one of only 10 in the world. As a prestigious institution, Buzhong University had been fortunate enough to secure one. Lin Qiao remembered how this equipment's high molecular extraction technology had significantly aided researchers, enabling ordinary individuals to temporarily enhance their physical strength through the absorption of crystal cores, thereby gaining the ability to combat zombies. It could also assist those with supernatural abilities in recovering swiftly. Naturally, she wished to procure a set for her own team. While the others rested, Lin Qiao, like a whirlwind, scavenged everything within the factory into her space. Xiao Tong secretly complained to Bai Yunci that Lin Qiao was like a greedy miser. Chapter 23. The early snowstorm. After securing the supplies, Lin Qiao and her companions set off towards Buzhong University. They had barely traveled a quarter of the journey when it suddenly began to snow. Outside, the snowfall intensified, with flakes exhibiting a sinister shade of black, appearing rather filthy. Lin Qiao furrowed her brow and exchanged a look with Li Wei. They both recognized the shock reflected in each other's eyes. Silently communicating the news, the snowstorm had arrived early. In her previous life, A week after the apocalypse erupted, the world had been struck by an unprecedented blizzard. In a single night, temperatures plummeted to below freezing. The snowstorm persisted for over a month, effectively halting the zombies, but also completely isolating those hiding at home. With no food, no supplies, and no means of warmth, faced with the threat of death, no one could fathom the depths of humanity's malice. After the storm, the few who managed to survive eagerly flung open their doors only to encounter the first-tier zombies, now more frenzied and bloodthirsty after their evolution. Lin Qiao's expression grew grim. If the snowstorm arrived early, it was highly probable that the zombies would evolve sooner as well. After a moment of hesitation, she decisively turned the vehicle around, heading back to their rental apartment. They resided on the top floor, even if the snow blocked the doors. It would take some time before they were affected. With supplies on hand, as long as they stayed indoors, they could comfortably wait out the blizzard. Upon returning home, Lin Qiao retrieved all the winter supplies from her space. She placed small heaters in every room, 3 or 4 in total. By this time, the outdoor temperature had dropped to over -20 degrees, with snow piled halfway up to her waist. Lin Qiao distributed the prepared warm clothing, shivering as she handed it out. Her supernatural ability had altered her physical constitution, rendering her extremely sensitive to the cold. Even while basking under the warmth of 3 small heaters, she felt increasingly chilled, her insides trembling. After consuming a large pot of ginger syrup prepared by Xiao Tong, warmth finally began to spread through her body. She exhaled a long breath, feeling somewhat revived. Yet, a lingering drowsiness remained. She knew it was due to the gray mist in her space continuously absorbing her supernatural energy, leading to her fatigue. Fortunately, she would soon be able to nourish the mist with zombie crystal cores. The early snowstorm truly arrived at a fortuitous time. As if orchestrating an energy supply for the gray mist, the blizzard continued for several days, casting a dark pall over the sky, as if the entire world was encased in a suffocating dome. Lin Qiao's keen ears detected that the woman next door had fully transformed into a zombie, now stumbling around her home. Over the past few days, Lin Qiao had secretly observed the female zombie. The mutation appeared quite complete, and in half a month, she would evolve into a first-tier zombie. With the crystal cores, Lin Qiao would no longer have to endure the constant drowsiness. Xiao Tong's worry was apparent. Yet if Lin Qiao explained, it would only heighten Xiao Tong's concern for her. One day, just as Lin Qiao retrieved ingredients for hotpot from her space, she suddenly felt dizzy and her body weakened. The others were alarmed by Lin Qiao's sudden condition. Xiao Tong exerted all her supernatural abilities to help Lin Qiao, but she remained unconscious. Xiao Tong was so distressed that she developed 3 cold sores over the course of 2 days. Li Wei reassured her, saying, "Miss Lin merely exhausted herself and fell asleep. There's nothing to worry about." "You say there's nothing to worry about, but who sleeps for such a long time?" Li Wei was momentarily at a loss for words. Bai Yunxi, however, sensed something amiss. Although subtle, he could perceive the allure of the gray mist displayed that day in the underground space emanating from Lin Qiao. If his intuition was correct, Lin Qiao's supernatural power was gradually waning, even her vitality seemingly diminishing little by little. It wasn't until the afternoon of the 3rd day that Lin Qiao slowly awakened. Bai Yunxi was holding her hand, trying to supply her with his supernatural energy. As Lin Qiao opened her eyes, Bai Yunxi noticed her confusion as she looked at his hand. He blushed slightly and quickly withdrew it. Xiao Tong, Li Yi, and Li Wei entered upon hearing the commotion. Xiao Tong immediately threw herself onto Lin Qiao, accusing her of negligence. "Do you know how long you've been asleep?" She raised 3 fingers indignantly and exclaimed, 3 days. A full 3 days. I was so worried. Xiao Tong's body radiated warmth and felt slightly heavy. Lin Qiao felt as though she could barely breathe under the pressure. She patted Xiao Tong's shoulder, smiling, "See, I'm fine. Don't worry, just get off me. I can't breathe." "Oomph. Maybe I should just smother you," she retorted, but nonetheless, Xiao Tong shifted away, sulking as she sat heavily beside Lin Qiao, breathing heavily. "Xiao Qiao, you had better come clean about what happened," she demanded. "Indeed, Miss Lin, Xiao Tong has been so worried about you these past few days that she couldn't even eat," Li Wei added. "Sister Lin, did you get injured during the fight with that Lin Lin?" Bai Yunxi asked. "I know, but I won't say," Lin Qiao replied, feeling the weight of multiple gazes upon her. Overwhelmed, she began to explain, "It was merely that day when I overexerted myself, and you better think carefully before you speak," Xiao Tong interjected, her expression skeptical, as if she knew Lin Qiao would lie. Lin Qiao's words were cut off, leaving her speechless. Eventually, under Xiao Tong's intense scrutiny. Lin Qiao had no choice but to recount what had transpired in the underground space. As expected, after Lin Qiao finished, Xiao Tong's eyes turned red, and she looked ready to leap at her again. Lin Qiao quickly jumped off the bed, insisting that after the snowstorm, they would face a wave of zombie evolution. With the crystal cores, sustaining the gray mist would be easy. Did she not believe in Lin Qiao's ability to collect them? Xiao Tong sniffled. Then you must promise not to hide anything from me in the future. Lin Qiao held up 2 fingers and vowed, I swear. Only then did Xiao Tong break into a smile, asking, when will the snowstorm end? Calculating the time, Lin Qiao replied, in about half a month. By the way, while I was asleep, did anything happen? Upon hearing this, Xiao Tong exclaimed angrily, it was that shameless family next door. They tried to steal our food. Thankfully, Uncle Li scared them off. Upon hearing Xiao Tong refer to him as Uncle Li, Lin Qiao raised an eyebrow. It seemed quite a bit had indeed transpired while she was away. Li Wei's expression grew somewhat uncomfortable as he added, an elderly lady next door approached us the day before yesterday, seeking to borrow food. After being declined, she attempted to break in with her 2 sons while everyone was asleep. Thankfully, Mr. Bai noticed them. Chapter 24. Coveted resources. Upon hearing Li Wei's words, Lin Qiao slammed her palm against the bed in fury. They had warmth and sustenance, remaining comfortably ensconced within their home, never venturing outside. She had even grown weary of feigning variety in her meals each day. To her dismay, this very situation had attracted the envy of others. Having experienced a previous apocalypse, Lin Qiao harbored an unsettling obsession with the possession of food. She was indeed generous towards her companions, yet when it came to outsiders, well, that was an entirely different matter. Should they dare to provoke her again, they would find her ruthlessness unfathomable. The female zombie next door possessed merely a crystal core. It was insufficient for the fog to consume. It would be wiser to nurture a few more as reserves. Lin Qiao resolved in her heart to await the arrival of the family next door. They were without food and would not easily relinquish their pursuit. Surely, some commotion would arise by tomorrow at the latest. However, the family proved to be swifter than Lin Qiao had anticipated. In the dead of night, as she meditated, absorbing the errant energies of the air, a cacophony of knocking abruptly roused everyone. In the darkness, Lin Qiao exhaled deeply, slowly opening her eyes, a chill flickering within them. Xiao Tong, yawning, turned on a rechargeable lamp, gathering everyone in the living room to listen to the commotion outside. Open the door. I am the landlord. Hurry and let me in, shouted a man. Is anyone in there? Open up quickly, or I will use my key. When silence met his demands, the man grew perplexed. Could it be they are not home? Soon, an agitated male voice cried out, impossible. I've been watching. They certainly haven't left. Upon hearing this voice, everyone's expressions darkened, save for Lin Qiao. The man who had spoken was Ah Hu, the eldest son of the elderly woman next door, and the first to discover their food supply. After being chased away by Li Wei, Ah Hu, undeterred by the threat of zombies, had shouted down the emergency exit that 1701 had food. Ah Hu was not well liked. Most believed the residents of 1701 had wronged him, spurring his malicious retaliation. Yet some desperate souls might have chosen to believe him. However, when renting the place, they had clearly been informed that the landlord's family resided in the villa district on the other side of the community. How could they have received news to come here? Ah, Li Yi suddenly exclaimed in a hushed tone. Look, there's signal on my phone. She lifted her device for all to see, revealing a glaring local trending topic. Building 6, 1701 in Qinglong Garden has abundant resources. Beneath this was a video shot from the entrance. The footage showed Xiao Tong, clad in soft coral fleece pajamas, carrying a pot of porridge, followed by Li Yi, who held a dish laden with 5 steaming dishes. 5 electric heaters were placed around the living room, creating an inviting atmosphere. Many were taken aback by this video, clamoring for resource sharing. Regrettably, despite their words, none dared to venture over. After all, outside lay not only the snow capable of burying a person, but also the lurking threat of zombies. Zhao Hua, having gone 2 days without food, was nearly beside himself with excitement at the sight of the video. He immediately called upon a few familiar neighbors, determined to investigate 1701 under the cover of night. The expressions of Lin Qiao and her companions darkened. It was clear that the video had been recorded by that very Ah Hu. They had not changed the locks during the hurried rental process, meaning Zhao Hua indeed possessed a key. Soon, the sound of knocking transformed into the clinking of keys. Zhao Hua, flashlight in hand, attempted to insert a key into the lock when suddenly he stumbled, nearly falling flat on his face. Lin Qiao opened the door from within, her gaze icy as she regarded Zhao Hua. Ahu, having been beaten by Li Wei, was left with lingering trepidation, seeing Li Wei looming behind Lin Qiao. He forced a laugh. Li Gu, you're still awake at this hour? Li Wei remained silent, adopting a posture that suggested he was wholly devoted to Lin Qiao. What are you wasting time talking to them for? Zhao Hua snapped, shoving against the door, glaring fiercely at Lin Qiao. Open up quickly, or none of us will end up well. As Zhao Hua pushed, the door swung open wider, revealing the interior. The others, upon witnessing the scene inside, had their eyes gleam with desire. The warmth wafting from within was intoxicating, and they could hardly contain their eagerness to enter. A short man, sporting a lecherous grin, remarked, 3 men and 2 women, quite the arrangement you have, brother. Why not share one with us? In this frigid weather. A woman's warmth. His words were abruptly cut short as a flash of cold steel glinted, and he could no longer utter a sound. Stunned, he stood there, incredulous, clutching his bleeding throat, feeling his head and neck misaligned. He could only emit a raspy sound akin to a zombie's groan, his once arrogant demeanor fading into despair. Lin Qiao kicked him squarely in the chest, sending him crashing against the door of 1703 with a resounding thud. The female zombie within, drawn by the noise, was instantly enticed. The sound of her nails scraping against the door mingled with the shrieks of the newly awakened zombie, filling the corridor with a sense of impending doom. Zhao Hua, paralyzed with fear by Lin Qiao's lethal efficiency, heard the zombie commotion and fled down the stairs in a panic. The group that had accompanied him stood dumbfounded, exchanging glances that conveyed their shared realization that 1701 was indeed a formidable stronghold. They turned tail and fled without a backward glance. In an instant, the 17th floor corridor was left with only Lin Qiao and her companions, alongside a bewildered Ahu, who remained rooted in shock, unable to comprehend how events had unfolded. Lin Qiao, brandishing her knife, advanced towards Ahu, her voice cool and deliberate. I initially thought you merely enjoyed peeping. I never imagined you were also fond of filming. Ahu, dazed, glanced down at the pinhole camera affixed to his chest. His phone, connected to Bluetooth, was broadcasting live to the world. Countless witnesses bore witness to the night's carnage, yet none could save him. His knees buckling, he fell to the ground, pleading, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please, spare me. I promise I will never come near you again. His voice trailed off as the knife pierced through his chest. Viewers in the live stream felt as if the blade had penetrated their own bodies. Lin Qiao disregarded the now destroyed camera, dragging Ahu's lifeless form to the door of 1703. The female zombie, intoxicated by the scent of blood, was in a frenzy, longing to break through the door. Suddenly, the door was forcefully flung open, presenting 2 still warm morsels directly before her. Chapter 25. Zombie Evolution. The female zombie, intoxicated by the scent of blood, shouted in excitement, quickly pouncing upon the corpse to feast voraciously. Lin Qiao observed with satisfaction as the female zombie eagerly indulged, proving herself to be a worthy reserve. Amidst the crunching sounds of the zombie's meal, Lin Qiao distinctly heard the sound of doors closing one after another from downstairs. She took out a wet wipe, cleaning her hands without paying heed to those below. As long as they did not come seeking trouble, she had no desire to create enemies. As for the remaining 2 occupants of 1702, they had remained conspicuously silent throughout, leading Lin Qiao to suspect they were either cowering within or had met with misfortune. Even if they were alive, without sustenance in this weather, they would not survive more than 2 days before succumbing to the cold. Having dealt with everything, Lin Qiao shivered slightly, urging her companions to return to their rooms. Hurry, hurry, back inside. It's far too cold out here. The outdoor temperature has plummeted to over -40 degrees, leaving Lin Qiao's hands numb with cold. Upon returning to her room, a wave of warmth enveloped her, and she immediately felt a sense of relief, her body yearning to stretch. After a long night of toil, dawn was approaching, and sleep had eluded everyone. Xiao Tong decided to prepare a pot of red date, millet, and apple porridge to replenish their vitality, while also heating 5 large baskets of dumplings. As time progressed, the pot soon began to bubble vigorously, filling the air with the rich aroma of porridge. After stirring it briefly, Xiao Tong extinguished the flame, poured the porridge into a porcelain basin, and turned to call everyone for breakfast. However, she found Lin Qiao nestled in the enormous plush shell in the living room, eyes tightly shut, evidently having succumbed to sleep once more. Xiao Tong paused, uncertain, her trembling fingers wanting to check for Lin Qiao's breath. Bai Yunqi grasped her wrist gently. suggesting that she let her sleep, for that zombie would soon evolve and acquire a crystal core, ensuring her safety. With reddened eyes, Xiao Tong nodded in agreement. In the days that followed, she overcame her fear of zombies, peering through the door's crack to observe the situation of the zombie next door. Gradually, as she witnessed the female zombie grow stronger, her unease began to dissipate. After a brief restoration, the network signal was lost once more. The only remaining updates were official announcements urging citizens to protect themselves and refrain from venturing outside. The heavy snowfall had seemingly encased the entire world in a realm of ice and snow. Everywhere she looked was shrouded in white, leading many to suffer from snow blindness. Even Li Yi was not spared, his eyes reddened like a rabbit's, perpetually brimming with tears. Xiao Tong, though expressing her disdain, promptly assisted Li Yi in soothing his eyes. One day, after feeding the female zombie a basin of duck blood, she heard the rumble of approaching vehicles. Peering out from the hallway window, she spotted a large modified snowplow roaring into the community. Xiao Tong's expression shifted, an ominous premonition washing over her. Those braving such extreme weather were likely coming for them. She hurried back to inform everyone. Li Wei's face paled. He recognized the intruding group as rivals from their factory. Before the apocalypse, Yu Dawei had always resorted to underhanded tactics to suppress them, and their sudden arrival could only spell trouble. Previously, Ahu had inadvertently captured Li Wei's face in a video, and Yu Dawei must have seen it. Otherwise, with Yu Dawei's cowardly nature, he would not risk venturing this far amidst a zombie siege. Lin Qiao, wrapped in a cashmere blanket on the sofa, appeared pale and weak, her voice faint as she suggested locking the stairwell door. The blizzard would soon abate, and when the zombies evolved, they would no longer concern themselves with them. Li Wei nodded solemnly. Based on the duration of previous blizzards, tomorrow would mark a full month. And if all went as expected, the zombies would fully evolve by nightfall. He hoped the intruders would exhibit some patience and not arrive too soon, as only he and Bai Yunxi were capable of fighting, leaving him anxious about the safety of others. However, Li Wei's worries were soon overshadowed by the reality of the night. No one managed to sleep, as the roars of zombies echoed from all directions, creating a cacophony that rendered the world a living hell. At the moment the female zombie from room 1703 broke through the door, Bai Yunxi sprang into action. Darting beside it, grasping its throat with his left hand, he thrust his right hand, fingers aligned like a blade, directly into its forehead. In an instant, blood and brain matter splattered. The female zombie stood frozen for a moment before slowly collapsing. Bai Yunxi seized a translucent crystal core, pulling it from the zombie's skull. Feeling the surge of energy within the crystal, the gray mist inside Lin Qiao became increasingly restless. After wiping the crystal core clean, Bai Yunxi offered it to Lin Qiao. But the moment her fingertips brushed against it, a sudden change occurred. The crystal transformed into a wisp of energy that Lin Qiao absorbed, overwhelming her body with an insurmountable force, causing her to faint. The absorbed energy incited the gray mist to writhe and struggle, attempting to escape Lin Qiao's control. The mist enveloped her body, launching an assault on Bai Yunxi, who was caught off guard, losing a significant portion of his own energy. Unsatisfied, the gray mist attacked again. Bai Yunxi was compelled to activate the zombie virus within him, his muscles visibly straining against his clothing. Sensing a threat, the gray mist recoiled. Without its control, Lin Qiao collapsed, and Bai Yunxi rushed to catch her, but in a moment of distraction, the gray mist outsmarted him. Leveraging Lin Qiao's body, it absorbed all of Bai Yunxi's energy, even provocatively brushing against his wrist as it fled. Despite Bai Yunxi being a high-ranking zombie king, the mist had left him severely drained, rendering him unable to summon any strength to activate the virus. He barely managed to carry Lin Qiao to bed before succumbing to unconsciousness himself. Meanwhile, Yu Dawei, accompanied by several underlings, had just entered the building's main door when a zombie suddenly burst through, lunging directly at them. In a panic, Yu Dawei pushed one of his companions out into harm's way. The rest, disregarding the desperate cries for help, raced upstairs. Fortunately, the stairwell was devoid of other zombies. They managed to reach the 9th floor before coming to a halt to catch their breath. Yu Dawei collapsed onto the steps, panting heavily as he questioned the situation. What is going on? Where did the zombies come from? Wasn't he supposed to be safe in the stairwell? Damn it, that kid played us. Chapter 26. Facing a crisis, Li Wei looked at the unconscious Lin Qiao and Bai Yunxi, his expression darkening. Uncle Li, what's wrong? Didn't you say they just exhausted themselves and would wake up soon? Li Wei furrowed his brow, explaining, It's not them. I just heard Yu Dawei's voice. They've already entered the building. Upon hearing this, Xiaotong immediately grew anxious. How could they arrive so quickly? Someone must have tipped them off. The network was restored briefly, right? If they could find the landlord, they could easily locate others. You mean the residents of 1702? Xiaotong's face flushed with anger. When they first sought help, they had cried about their lack of food and attempted to resort to robbery after being denied. It was shocking that they had survived for so long. Clearly, their claim of starvation was merely a ruse. I'll go confront them, Xiaotong exclaimed, grabbing a power drill, but Li Wei stopped her. It's not safe right now. We don't know when Dawe's people will come up. Lock the door, and we'll address everything once Miss Lin and Mr. Bai wake up. Having experienced a midnight visit before, Li Wei had grown cautious. He borrowed tools from Lin Qiao to reinforce the iron gate on room 1701 and even fortified the stairwell leading to the 17th floor. Should Dawe and his group attempt to ascend, it would require considerable effort. Ideally, they would be intercepted by the evolved zombies halfway up. Regrettably, Li Wei's hopes were dashed. Before dawn, Dawe appeared in the stairwell on the 17th floor, accompanied by a throng of over 10 individuals, shouting through the iron gate. Li Wei, open the door now, or you'll regret it once we break it down. The individuals nearby echoed their shouts. Indeed, you always create chaos for you. And we have chosen not to hold it against you. Hand over your food and drink quickly, and as for those two women in the video, you, a mere mudstomper, dare to claim them? Li Wei crossed his arms and locked eyes with Dawe, showing no sign of retreat. Dawe, infuriated by Li Wei's demeanor, was visibly fuming. Smoke was literally rising from his head. In no time, the stairwell was engulfed in swirling smoke, causing several individuals to cough violently. A man with a head full of messy braids, suppressing his cough, cautioned, President Yu, it's too suffocating. Your powers are overwhelming. We can't bear it. Li Wei appeared calm on the surface, but internally he was astonished. Dawe was also an ability user. He caught a whiff of some fumes, but the distance prevented any immediate effect. However, he quickly discerned that the smoke Dawe produced had a tear-inducing function. Upon being alerted by his companions, Dawe gradually retracted the gray mist, boasting, did you see? I have awakened my powers. It would be wise for you to invite me in. I can protect you. Otherwise, Li Wei replied calmly. With such confidence, why don't you find your own way in? But you better hurry. The zombies have evolved and no longer just wander aimlessly. With that, Li Wei firmly shut the door. The remaining group stared at each other in confusion. What did he mean by saying the zombies had evolved? Zombies can evolve? A bespectacled student remarked. No wonder a zombie suddenly appeared. I told you my keen sight wouldn't mislead me. There were clearly no zombies in the corridor. Dawe shot him a disdainful glance. Why are you only speaking up now? What were you doing earlier? Think of a way to open the door. The bespectacled man, chastised, lowered his head. A flicker of resentment in his eyes. Shortly after Li Wei departed, the door of room 1702 cracked open, and a scruffy man cautiously peeked out, ensuring the surroundings were safe. After confirming, he gently pushed the door open, wielding an axe. The man bore a striking resemblance to a Hu. He was a Hu's twin brother, Along. Along passed the axe through the bars to Dawe and, without waiting for a response, dashed back into room 1702, slamming the door shut behind him. Chapter 27. The zombies arrive. Li Wei, carrying Bai Yunqi, slowly opened the door, only to be met with a cloud of smoke that stung his eyes. He pulled out a damp towel he had prepared earlier to cover his mouth and nose, signaling to the others. Xiaotong and Li Yi flanked Lin Qiao on either side, following closely behind Li Wei. They carefully maneuvered through the smoke towards the staircase leading to the rooftop. When Lin Qiao and Xiaotong first moved in, they had discreetly changed the lock to prepare for potential emergencies, and now it proved useful. Xiaotong produced the key and aimed it at the lock. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed as the iron gate swung open, accompanied by a cacophony of footsteps. Amidst Dawe's triumphant laughter, he taunted, Li Wei, do you think running to the rooftop will keep you safe? Do you believe I cannot see you just because you're shrouded in smoke? Don't forget. This smoke is my creation, it acts as my eyes. Hearing Dawe's words, Li Wei's expression shifted, and he shouted to Xiaotong, you and Li Yi, get inside quickly. Xiaotong nervously twisted the key several times before finally unlocking it, helping Lin Qiao into the rooftop. When she turned back to assist Li Wei, she saw Bai Yunqi being thrown in by him. Immediately after, Xiaotong heard a muffled groan of pain. Lock the door, Xiaotong cried out. No, we can't leave you alone. Quickly, lock the door, Li Wei bellowed, then promptly shut the door, bracing it with his body. Xiao Tong pounded frantically on the iron door. Uncle Li. Li Wei, are you hurt? Open the door, I can heal you. However, she awaited in vain for the door to open, only hearing the sound of Li Wei locking it. Yu Dawei, observing Li Wei standing solitary before the door, scoffed. Do you really think this door can hold me back for long? Li Wei remained silent, secretly channeling the energy within him, attempting to control the movements of Yu Dawei and his group. Unfortunately, there were too many adversaries, and manipulating human bodies was immensely taxing at his current capacity. It was beyond his reach. The moment he activated his ability, Yu Dawei sensed it, laughing scornfully. So you have powers too? I knew it. How could an ordinary person live so comfortably? Li Wei assumed a defensive stance, trying to buy time. Aren't you curious about my abilities, Yu Dawei? Do you think our supplies just materialized out of thin air? Huh? Do you think I'm a child? If your powers were truly that formidable, why would they need to hide on the rooftop? Oh right, I visited your factory, and it was utterly devastated. You're left with just that little brat. Aren't you? The others must have perished. How pitiful. Yu Dawei's words dripped with disdain, convinced that Li Wei's subordinates had been obliterated. He believed Li Wei had been reduced to a drowning rat, fleeing the factory with only a burden to carry. However, Li Wei was fortunate, even at this dire moment. He still had two beauties by his side, both exquisite. It would be a waste for them to follow Li Wei. Once he eliminated Li Wei, the lovely girls would have no choice but to cling to him, and he would surely treat them well. With this thought, Yu Dawei wore a lewd grin. Commanding his subordinates, kill him. Li Wei clenched his fists tightly, feeling a dull ache from the gunshot wound on his right shoulder. He knew he could not fend off them all. His only option was to survive as long as possible and buy time for Lin Qiao and Bai Yunxi. Though he did not understand why Lin Qiao fell into a slumber after absorbing the zombie crystal core, he sensed she harbored a secret. She was not merely an ordinary spatial ability user. He could not ascertain if Lin Qiao's secret would save them. But all he could do was delay time and choose to trust Lin Qiao. Li Wei drew the machete from his waist, altering the flow of time within himself, his speed accelerating to nearly match that of a speed ability user. He charged forward, aiming to take Yu Dawei down in one blow. Unfortunately, the ubiquitous smoke created by Yu Dawei served as his eyes. The instant Li Wei moved, Yu Dawei detected his actions and swiftly countered. While others were not as quick as Yu Dawei, they soon surrounded him. Li Wei's ambush failed, and trapped in the middle, he could only rely on his abilities to evade the onslaught of attacks, quickly finding himself at a disadvantage. At that moment, Li Wei realized that everyone surrounding Yu Dawei was also an ability user. As time passed, his wounds multiplied, his clothes soaked in blood, and his powers gradually depleted. If this stalemate continued, it would not be long before he met his end here. Seeing Li Wei falter, Yu Dawei seized the moment, lunging at him. He activated his abilities, concealing himself in the smoke, and forcefully brought Li Wei down to the ground. Li Wei was nearly knocked unconscious. In his daze, he saw Yu Dawei's dagger aimed at his throat. Meanwhile, Lin Qiao felt the gray mist, having consumed the crystal core, was unable to absorb all the energy immediately. After several failed attempts, she reluctantly began to replenish her powers from the core. At this moment, Lin Qiao's abilities surged dramatically, increasing threefold before finally stabilizing. Xiao Tong sat helplessly on the ground, weakly pounding on the iron door, glancing back at the still sleeping Lin Qiao, her eyes brimming with tears, nearly breaking into sobs. Would they perish here? Yu Dawei's powers are enigmatic and unfathomable, and with so many followers surrounding him, she could sense that there were more than just Li Wei and Yu Dawei among the ability users behind the iron door. The energy belonging to Li Wei was waning rapidly. Would they ever escape this place alive? Despite having foreseen the apocalypse, having made ample preparations, and being surrounded by a host of formidable ability users, she was unwilling to accept an untimely demise here. Xiao Tong nudged Lin Qiao's shoulder, her voice trembling with emotion. You promised to protect me. Wake up. What is wrong with you? If you don't wake up soon, we'll die here. Li Yi, with reddened eyes, asked, Sister Xiao Tong, are we going to die here? Xiao Tong shook her head. I don't know. Sister Xiao Tong, look. Zombies. Li Yi exclaimed, peering over the edge down the building. Xiao Tong felt perplexed. What was so fascinating about zombies? There are so many of them. They're gathering over here. What? Xiao Tong stammered as she rushed to the edge and indeed saw a mass of zombies congregating at the base of the building. Their intentions were clear. They were all converging towards this building. Not only Xiao Tong and the others noticed the zombies, but Yu Dawei and his group did as well. Zombies. So many zombies. Yu Dawei tossed the barely conscious Li Wei aside, scolding, What is all the fuss about? Haven't you seen zombies before? No, there are just too many. It's a horde. Upon hearing the term horde, Li Wei's dimming consciousness flickered. Could it be that the horde had arrived prematurely? Yu Dawei assumed that his subordinates were simply inexperienced, overreacting at the sight of a few zombies. He cursed under his breath and approached the window to peer down. The moment he looked, he was so startled that he fell to the ground. What do we do, Yuzong? The bespectacled man with the clairvoyant ability stammered. Outside, there were at least hundreds of zombies, seemingly drawn by something, all converging towards them. If they did not leave soon, they would soon become the zombies' next meal. Yuzong, what do we do? If we don't leave now, it will be too late. The bespectacled man shouted. Yu Dawei shot a grim glance at Li Wei and the locked iron door, gritting his teeth. We leave first. Xiao Zhao, before we go, use your powers to set this place ablaze, trapping them inside. As soon as he finished speaking, a man stepped forward, conjuring a ball of fire in his palm. He hurled the flames at several wooden doors, and under his influence, the doors ignited violently, the white walls quickly darkening with soot. Yu Dawei, feeling triumphant, kicked the fallen Li Wei, saying, "You can just wait here and die with those useless fools, huh?" With that, he turned and headed into the corridor, preparing to flee. Suddenly, the iron door behind them was shattered by a tremendous force, a wave of indescribable energy flinging Yu Dawei aside. He coughed up blood, his eyes filled with terror. How could there be such powerful energy? In the face of this force, Yu Dawei felt as insignificant as an ant, devoid of any will to resist. Li Wei was similarly hurled away, struggling to raise his head. There stood Lin Qiao at the doorway, silhouetted against the light, her face obscured. All that could be seen were the fluttering edges of her clothes, her hair moving as if stirred by an unseen wind, exuding an aura of terrifying power. What immense energy, Li Wei murmured, a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes. At that moment, Lin Qiao felt an overwhelming energy within her attempting to burst forth. A visible aura surrounded her, distorting the light at her edges, creating an eerie spectacle. Her pupils turned as dark as ink, her entire being seemingly controlled by some force. Her consciousness fading away. She was unable to command her own body. A voice echoed in her mind, urging her towards slaughter and consumption. Yu Dawei was rendered speechless by Lin Qiao's transformation, bloodshot eyes pleading for mercy, "Spare me." Before he could finish, Lin Qiao vanished from her spot, reappearing directly in front of Yu Dawei. At this moment, everyone was astounded. Yu Dawei had no time to resist as Lin Qiao's hand pierced through his chest. Others seemed to hear the sound of Lin Qiao crushing Yu Dawei's heart. It was utterly horrifying. The remaining individuals trembled, their legs giving way. Some collapsing to the ground, shaking uncontrollably, too frightened to entertain any thought of resistance. Nevertheless, Lin Qiao did not cease her onslaught. She roared, brandishing her weapon and sweeping it around her, leaving a river of blood in her wake. In an instant, the 17th floor was drenched in crimson, resembling a hellish nightmare. Suddenly, Lin Qiao paused, as if sensing something, and swiftly dashed down the corridor. "Qiao Qiao, there are zombies below." Xiaodong burst out from behind the iron door, attempting to awaken Lin Qiao. Unfortunately, Lin Qiao did not look back. Li Wei gritted his teeth, picked up a knife, and pursued her. As he descended to the 15th floor, the growls of zombies echoed around him. Thankfully, the corridor was narrow, preventing Lin Qiao from being surrounded. She exhibited an aura of invincibility. Yet, in her current state, Lin Qiao was devoid of awareness, consumed by endless slaughter, her energy rapidly depleting. Soon, she succumbed to exhaustion and was overwhelmed by zombies. At that moment, Li Wei caught up, swinging his knife to decapitate a zombie that was about to grab Lin Qiao's arm, desperately trying to pull her away. Lin Qiao, exhausted, could only allow Li Wei to drag her backward while they fought. Ultimately, Lin Qiao fell unconscious again, leaving Li Wei to carry her up the stairs, finally returning to the 17th floor. Upon seeing their safe return, Xiaodong's anxious heart gradually calmed. She rushed to Lin Qiao's side, reaching out to confirm she was unharmed, then breathed a sigh of relief. "Uncle Li." Xiaodong gazed at Li Wei's blood-streaked face, a frenzied thought igniting within her. That intense desire caused her heart to tremble, leading her to suddenly leap into Li Wei's embrace and gently kiss his chin. Li Wei stared in astonishment, disbelief etched across his features as his heart raced. He patted Xiaodong's back, reassuring her, "I'm fine." The two held each other quietly for a moment, but suddenly, Li Wei swayed, a sharp pain shooting through his neck. He frowned, reaching to touch the back of his neck, his palm encountering a deep, 3-centimeter-long wound. The injury was severe, the flesh torn, and dark red blood slowly oozed out. Li Wei stared at the blood on his palm, his eyes clouded with confusion, unable to recall when he had been scratched by a zombie. However, it no longer mattered. He was already infected. No matter how slow the zombies downstairs moved, they would soon catch up. Li Wei's mind went blank as he gently pushed Xiaotong away, forcing a bitter smile. Having lived through this once before, he understood the zombie virus well. Even ability users could be infected if scratched or bitten by a zombie. In as little as half an hour or as long as 24 hours, he would inevitably turn into a zombie. Continuing to stay with them would only bring them danger. Li Wei's gaze darkened as he made a decision in his heart. Xiaotong, perplexed, followed Li Wei's gaze. Upon seeing the black-red blood in his palm, she panicked. Where did this blood come from? She deluded herself. Did you get it while killing zombies? There are wet towels in the room. I'll go get one to clean it up. Without giving Li Wei a chance to respond, Xiaotong pushed him away and turned towards room 1703. Li Wei grasped Xiaotong's wrist firmly, speaking earnestly. I may not be able to stay with you all any longer. Tong Huahua, I entrust my nephew to you. Xiaotong's tears flowed immediately, her voice choked with emotion. You're talking nonsense. Aren't you an ability user? How could a psychic possibly become infected? Li Wei stared intently into Xiaotong's eyes, asserting, I am not speaking in jest. Even psychics, when scratched, can only succumb to becoming zombies. There are no exceptions. I could transform into a zombie at any moment. Remaining with you would only endanger your lives. He gently caressed Xiaotong's cheek and instructed, I will hold back the zombies. You must find a way to move from this rooftop to the adjacent building. Miss Lin should awaken shortly. She surely has a plan. Xiaotong, filled with urgency, protested, I refuse to leave. If we go together. Right, Xiao Qiao? Xiao Qiao will definitely have a solution. Wait here. I will wake her. With that, Xiaotong immediately knelt beside Lin Qiao, channeling all her psychic energy into her. Xiaotong nearly exhausted her entire reserve before Lin Qiao stirred, furrowing her brow and letting out a soft whimper. Seeing this, Xiaotong rejoiced. Xiao Qiao, wake up. Li Wei. She glanced at the locked stairwell door, frozen in place, murmuring, Where's Li Wei? Li Yi, with reddened eyes and clenched lips, remained silent. What has transpired? Lin Qiao turned her head toward Xiaotong, her voice a mere whisper. Chapter 29. Acquiring new abilities upon learning that Li Wei had descended to confront the zombies. Lin Qiao's expression darkened as she commanded, Wait for me here. She then retrieved a power drill, swiftly dismantled the lock on the barred door, and dashed downstairs. Simultaneously, the vegetation in the vicinity of the community erupted in wild growth. Countless seeds, hidden beneath the heavy snow, sprouted rapidly, matured, and quickly withered away. Lin Qiao sensed her energy surging within her, reaching the threshold of advancing to a second-tier psychic before gradually stabilizing. The sensation of overwhelming energy was exhilarating. She soon caught up with Li Wei, and without hesitation, armed with 2 machetes, charged into the fray. With each swing of her blades, zombies fell, their necks severed, collapsing en masse. The zombies, oblivious to fear, were drawn by the alluring scent of fresh prey, surging forward one after another. In her prime condition, Lin Qiao would not let these zombies, now harboring crystallized cores in their heads, escape her grasp. She relentlessly attacked the horde until the last zombie's head rolled to the ground. Exhaling deeply, she turned to the increasingly disoriented Li Wei and inquired, Is your psychic ability ineffective? At that moment, Li Wei's pupils had clouded to a murky gray, and his body began to stiffen. He could no longer muster the strength to stand, stumbling to sit on the steps, gazing up at Lin Qiao, though his focus eluded him. Miss Lin, may I ask you for a favor? Lin Qiao sheathed her weapons and stood before Li Wei, responding. With great effort, he managed a strained smile, though his stiff facial muscles rendered it somewhat grotesque. In the future, if abilities are to be determined and not hindered, could you please look after him? Li Wei struggled to express himself clearly, his eyes wide in an attempt to discern Lin Qiao's expression. Unfortunately, all was in vain. He was on the verge of losing control. Unable to bear the sight of Li Wei any longer, Lin Qiao turned her head and explained, In my previous life, Li Tang saved me. I will not abandon Li Yi, you need not worry. Li Wei's face broke into a smile of fulfillment as he attempted to raise his weapon, hoping to end his own suffering before becoming a zombie. Wait, Lin Qiao interjected. What about your companions? Will you simply forsake them? At her words, Li Wei visibly deflated, his shoulders slumping as he shook his head helplessly. His tongue had become utterly stiff, rendering him incapable of uttering another coherent word. Lin Qiao extended her hand. What if I could save them? But I would need your psychic ability. It was uncertain whether Li Wei had lost his hearing or simply failed to comprehend Lin Qiao's words, as he remained unresponsive for an extended moment. I will absorb your time-manipulating ability. While I cannot fully inherit your power, I possess a 50% certainty. The cost is, Lin Qiao paused before continuing. Even if I gain the ability to reverse time in the future, and you as the origin of the grandfather paradox would not have the chance for rebirth. Even so, I cannot guarantee success. Are you willing to gamble? Li Wei remained stunned for a considerable time, and just as Lin Qiao began to lose hope, believing he could no longer hear her, he slowly raised his hand. Lin Qiao had only grasped a fragment of the gray mist's power. This gray mist was fundamentally a part of the crystalline realm, possessing the ability to consume all things, with a certain probability of acquiring the abilities absorbed. Lin Qiao observed Li Wei intently for a while. His eyes, now blurred, were filled with trust and determination. Taking a deep breath, she gradually closed her eyes, drawing forth a small amount of gray mist from her palm. As the mist made contact with Li Wei's body, it instantly drained his psychic ability. Thanks to Li Wei's wholehearted cooperation, the process of absorption proceeded smoothly. Soon, Li Wei's form began to blur until he transformed into a wisp of ash. His time-manipulating abilities settled within Lin Qiao, akin to a tiny seed requiring vast energy to activate. The first use of her absorption ability had been remarkably successful, a positive omen. Although much of this was attributed to Li Wei's cooperation, it also indicated that the gray mist was not exclusive to Lin Qiao. While she had not completely mastered the gray mist, as long as she did not fully release it, she could still maintain control over it. After extracting and carefully storing the crystalline cores from the zombies' heads, Lin Qiao returned to the 17th floor. Upon seeing Lin Qiao return alone, Xiao Tong, her voice hoarse, asked, "Xiao Qiao, what of Li Wei?" Despite the apocalyptic backdrop, they had not encountered any insurmountable challenges along their journey, nor had they lost any companions. Xiao Tong subconsciously believed that as long as Lin Qiao was present, no matter the magnitude of the problem, they could navigate through it, although difficulties might arise. She had never entertained the thought of losing a single companion, even though Li Wei had initially caused them trouble. After a month of companionship, Xiao Tong had come to regard Li Wei and Li Yi as comrades, especially Li Wei, who, although often stern and taciturn, would assist without complaint whenever she needed help with the cooking. Seeing the sorrow in Xiao Tong's eyes, Lin Qiao lowered her gaze, remaining silent. With a quivering voice, Xiao Tong implored, "Xiao Qiao, you once said that in the post-apocalyptic world, psychics are numerous, and even similar abilities exist in abundance. If we find another person with time manipulation abilities, there may be a chance to bring Li Wei back." Lin Qiao hesitated to disclose to Xiao Tong that prior to meeting Li Wei, she had never encountered or even heard of anyone capable of manipulating time. She dared not let Xiao Tong know that even if time could be reversed, it would be impossible to save Li Wei. When Xiao Tong received no response from Lin Qiao, she grasped her arm and burst into tears. "Please say something." Lin Qiao gazed at her, her expression complex. Xiao Tong wiped her tears with the back of her hand, saying, "I understand now. I will strive to cultivate my abilities. Although time manipulation is rare, there must be others like Li Wei. After all, he is just an ordinary person, not some destined hero. How could he be so unique? If we train diligently, when the next psychic appears, as long as we have the capability to negotiate, we will succeed." Observing Xiao Tong's self-assured monologue, Lin Qiao felt reluctant to interrupt her. In truth, she had heard of a psychic in her previous life whose ability could purify the zombie virus. As long as one had not fully transformed into a zombie, he could save them. However, Lin Qiao did not know that person, and moreover, Li Wei would not hold on long enough. Though it may seem selfish, absorbing Li Wei's abilities was currently the most beneficial course of action she could take. Yet, despite having resolved to become a self-serving individual in this new life, she found it challenging to set aside her emotions. Initially, the agreement to allow Li Wei to join was merely a means to exploit his extraordinary abilities. Yet, inexplicably, a twinge of sorrow lingered within her. Despite her decision being one that maximized her interests, the weight of her emotions was undeniable. She approached Bai Yunqi in silence, conjuring a thin veil of gray mist to envelop his form. After half a minute, Bai Yunqi slowly opened his eyes, ready to speak, only to be taken aback by disbelief. His previous weakness, coupled with the frailty of the high-level zombie king, had drawn countless zombies towards their location. Although Lin Qiao had dispatched many, a relentless tide of the undead continued to advance from the distance. Chapter 30. Let us depart suddenly. Bai Yunqi grasped Lin Qiao's arm with urgency, stating, "We must leave this place. The zombies are coming." Lin Qiao furrowed her brow. "Can you sense them?" "Indeed." Lin Qiao scrutinized Bai Yunqi for a moment. While she was not an empathic ability user, her auditory and visual senses were exceptionally acute. Yet, she heard nothing, despite Bai Yunqi's unwavering conviction. "Very well, we shall depart at once," she resolved. At that moment, Xiao Tong seized Lin Qiao's hand anxiously, gazing up at her. Lin Qiao, lowering her gaze, chose to fabricate a lie. "If we train diligently and survive, anything is possible." The group quickly gathered their belongings in preparation for their departure. However, there was one more matter to address before they could leave. Lin Qiao stood at the threshold of room 1702, her expression devoid of emotion as she stared into the peephole. On the other side of the door, Along was filled with dread. Although separated by a mere door, and fully aware that Lin Qiao could not see him, he trembled in fear. Without further ado, Lin Qiao forcefully kicked the door open, unleashing a nauseating stench of decaying flesh. The overpowering odor forced Lin Qiao to stagger back a step, her brow furrowing. Xiao Tong could not suppress a gag. Li Yi leaned closer to Lin Qiao, craning his neck to peer inside, only to retreat in horror. He wished to scream, but feared attracting the zombies. Thus, he covered his mouth tightly. Along had been knocked to the ground by Lin Qiao's kick, shielding his head with trembling hands while muttering, "Don't kill me. Don't kill me." Nearby lay the half-naked corpse of a woman, Along and Ahu's mother. Her left arm and leg had been severed, and a stainless steel basin beside her burned with a fire. Terrifyingly, a wooden stick was propped above the basin, skewering the woman's arm, which had already begun to char, emitting the scent of roasted meat. Bai Yunqi remained largely unfazed by the gruesome scene. He had already surmised the situation from the odor. Lin Qiao pinched her nose as she approached Along, looking down upon him. To treat one's own mother as sustenance, such a sight was unprecedented. Even in her past life, in this second chance at life, she was continuously confronted with the stark realities that reshaped her worldview. The woman, in her desperate pursuit of sustenance for Lin Qiao, had committed unspeakable acts, only to ultimately become her own son's meal. A mother's willingness to do anything for her child had led to such a tragic fate, a true cycle of karma. In that moment, Lin Qiao found herself reluctant to end Along's life. Sometimes, death can be a release. Surviving in this apocalypse is the true torment. Choosing not to engage further with Along, she beckoned to her companions and made her way downstairs. Along, relieved to have escaped unscathed, grinned, unaware that a zombie was climbing the external pipe, steadily ascending towards room 1702. Unlike ordinary zombies, this one possessed arms that had morphed into razor-sharp mantis blades. Swiftly approaching the window, having narrowly escaped from Lin Qiao's grasp, Along had no time to revel in his fortune before becoming the target of an even more terrifying zombie. The group descended to the first floor, where they indeed saw several zombies entering the community, advancing towards them. Bai Yunqi frowned. Previously, he had been ensnared by the gray mist, exhausting his stamina and leaving the scent of the zombie virus fully exposed. He could not ascertain how many zombies would be attracted to the weakened high-level zombie king. They needed to vacate the premises immediately. Even though he had since concealed his aura, the residual scent in the air was enough to lure a horde of evolved zombies. Remaining here would only invite an unrelenting swarm of first-level zombies, and he would eventually exhaust his strength, becoming fodder for the undead. The thought of being coveted by a mindless horde as a first-level zombie king filled him with embarrassment. "We will leave by car," Lin Qiao declared, retrieving a modified vehicle from her space. With heavy snow sealing the city, the ground was treacherous, rendering ordinary vehicles nearly useless. Lin Qiao drove swiftly, occasionally encountering clusters of zombies, all of which were dealt with through the seamless cooperation of her and Bai Yunqi. Their next destination was the laboratory at Bu City University, where Lin Qiao sought essential research equipment. She planned to acquire the materials and then promptly leave for the safe base in Chao City. Having secured her most significant reliance in Lin Yaqin, it was time to confront her. Without resources, Lin Yaqin would likely be devoid of her followers, presenting an opportunity for Lin Qiao to eliminate her. Accelerating towards Bu City University, Lin Qiao dispatched dozens of zombies along the way. The roads grew increasingly congested as they neared the university. After the apocalypse began, many had attempted to escape via the highway but were intercepted by zombies, either becoming their prey or joining their ranks. As evening fell, they were still 30 kilometers from Bu City University, and the snow began to fall once more. Lin Qiao decided to find a place to shelter for the night. Slowing her speed, She surveyed the surroundings. Xiao Tong produced a map, pointing to a location. There's a bank here. Its security features should withstand the zombies. Let us spend the night there. Lin Qiao glanced back at her. The once cheerful Xiao Tong now appeared suddenly burdened with responsibility, becoming reliable. Lin Qiao found herself at a loss, torn between sympathy and pride. In this second life, she had resolved to protect Xiao Tong from any harm. However, after this experience, she questioned whether such protection was truly beneficial for Xiao Tong in this harsh new world. Even with the fortune of rebirth, Lin Qiao never believed her luck could shield her from all dangers. Despite having seized Lin Yashin's crystal space from the start, she did not consider herself endowed with the same fortuitous aura as a protagonist. Regardless of the crises she faced or the dire situations she encountered, she had never experienced a guaranteed escape or benefited from misfortune. She was merely an ordinary soul among countless reincarnators, devoid of any extraordinary luck. When she faced peril, it was Li Wei who stood by her side, yet the price was his sacrifice. Would she be forced to witness her comrades perish for her once more? She could not bear to see such tragedies unfold again. Xiao Tong, not receiving a response, looked at Lin Qiao with confusion. Xiao Qiao? Seeing the trust and determination in Xiao Tong's eyes, Lin Qiao suddenly gained clarity. She realized she had been misguided. Perhaps the way to protect a flower was not to place it in a greenhouse, but to teach it how to weather the storm and flourish freely in the world. Her Xiao Tong was never meant to be a vine. She smiled. Very well, we shall go there. At that very moment, not far from Bu City University, a bank stood with its roll-up doors wide open, while the iron door at the back remained firmly shut. Lin Yashin's brow furrowed in confusion. Her eyes filled with uncertainty. Before entering the bank, she distinctly sensed that hiding here was not only safe, but could also present her with opportunities. However, that feeling suddenly vanished just moments ago. Chapter 31. Encountering an acquaintance. It was as if something that was destined to occur had its trajectory altered due to external forces intervening, which left her quite agitated. Following the outbreak of the apocalypse, Zhao Cheng had recounted many tales from a previous life to her. According to Zhao Cheng, along with her own premonitions, she chose to bring Lin's parents to the capital city. She had seen Lin Qiao there, and was certain that Lin Qiao possessed something she needed. Before the apocalypse, she had received information indicating that Lin Qiao, under the guise of the Lin Corporation, was hoarding essential supplies. She speculated that Lin Qiao might also be a reincarnated soul. Much like Zhao Cheng. In Zhao Cheng's narrative, Lin Qiao had not been by her side in the last life. Coupled with Lin Qiao's unusual demeanor, Lin Yashin felt that there must have been a conflict between her and Lin Qiao in that previous existence. It was possible that one had met their demise at the hands of the other, specifically, that she had killed Lin Qiao. Conversely, if she were the one who had been slain, her first act upon returning would undoubtedly be to eliminate her adversary or seize their advantages, such as the space capable of releasing a safe zone, as Zhao Cheng had mentioned. This would also account for the vast stores of supplies Lin Qiao had amassed. A flicker of anxiety crossed Lin Yashin's eyes. Although lacking concrete evidence, she was almost certain that her suspicions were accurate. Lin Qiao had taken the initiative, leaving her to passively endure the repeated loss of opportunities. This was entirely unacceptable to Lin Yashin. Thus, she braved the heavy snowfall and made her way to the capital city, arriving at this bank, awaiting Lin Qiao's arrival. She anticipated that Lin Qiao would enter to escape the snow, hence she left the door unlocked. Noticing Lin Yashin's troubled expression, Zhao Cheng felt a twinge of concern. Miss Yashin, is something troubling you? I have some chocolate here. Once the snow stops, I will go out to search for supplies. Lin Yashin turned and smiled at Zhao Cheng. Zhao Gu, I'm fine, just a bit worried about my sister. I hope she won't hold it against me. Zhao Cheng maintained a stern expression, visibly displeased. In truth, he cared little for the so-called sister Lin Yashin mentioned. In his eyes, Lin Yashin was an angel radiating divine light. He could never forget the times he had been reduced to a prisoner, begging for scraps of food from enemies. Ultimately unable to escape the fate of being consumed as food, he would always remember how, in his most desperate and wretched moments, Lin Yashin had shown him no disdain and even wrapped a scarf around him. Hence, Zhao Cheng willingly became her protector. His life had long been dedicated to Lin Yashin. He felt fortunate for the opportunity to relive his life. This time, he would not leave Miss Yashin's side for a moment. No one would dare harm her. Lin Yashin secretly activated her powers, attempting once more to summon Lin Qiao. Suddenly, her eyes brightened, and a determined smile graced her lips. Lin Qiao, come here. Meanwhile, Lin Qiao and her companions drove near the bank. Along the way, they witnessed numerous vehicles involved in collisions. The street lay in a desolate silence, suffused with an oppressive atmosphere, littered with mangled corpses and pools of blood. It was hard to believe that just a month prior, this had been a bustling city. Abruptly, their path was obstructed by a bus surrounded by a throng of zombies, most of which were merely elementary level and unable to breach the bus's barrier. Only two agile first-level zombies seemed poised to break through the doors. Lin Qiao frowned and parked by the roadside, her eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Despite the bus being smeared with the black blood and decaying flesh of zombies, Lin Qiao recognized it as the university bus from the capital city. The occupants were evidently fleeing students and teachers from the university. She had no intention of getting involved, yet the bus was positioned squarely in their path, clearly a deliberate obstruction by those inside. Lin Qiao assessed the situation. There were two first-level zombies outside, and they had already dispatched numerous zombies along their route, leaving their stamina less than optimal. While eliminating these zombies was not particularly challenging, any noise from a fight would undoubtedly attract more zombies. With this in mind, Lin Qiao decided to take an alternate route. Just as she prepared to turn around, the bus let out a sharp honk. Lin Qiao narrowed her eyes. Indeed, the occupants had already noticed them. Xiao Tong hesitated, her instinct urging her to assist, but lacking combat prowess, she could only seek Lin Qiao's guidance. Xiao, should we help them? Lin Qiao did not respond immediately, knowing Xiao Tong was inherently kind-hearted, unable to bear witness to suffering. This was the kind of person who was easily deceived during their university days, yet remained optimistic. If the money taken from me can ease their suffering, it is a good deed. Lin Qiao never deemed kindness to be a flaw, but in the apocalypse, such naivety could lead to Xiao Tong's downfall. Why? With so many people in the bus, surely a few can handle the zombies. Xiao Tong was caught off guard by Lin Qiao's question, momentarily at a loss for words. In her worldview, helping others required no justification. She had always treated Lin Qiao this way and extended the same courtesy to strangers. She had never contemplated the reasons behind her actions, yet perhaps this time, she had found one. Maybe, if someone had helped Li Wei back then, he wouldn't have died. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiao's heart sank. She glanced at Xiao Tong through the rearview mirror. Although her expression was neutral, Lin Qiao understood that Xiao Tong had been grappling with guilt. Indeed, this was Xiao Tong. The apocalypse had only just begun, and she had lived protected within her own bubble. Altering her perspective would not be an overnight task. Eventually, when she stumbled, she would come to recognize the pain. Lin Qiao turned off the engine and instructed, "Grab your weapons. We are getting out to collect crystal cores." Lin Qiao provided Xiao Tong and Li Yi each with a gun for self-defense, while she and Bai Yunxi preferred cold weapons over firearms. After all, there were only two first-level zombies outside, which could be easily dealt with. The noise from closing the car doors quickly attracted the zombies' attention. The two first-level zombies lunged toward Lin Qiao and Bai Yunxi, the most appealing targets. Meanwhile, Xiao Tong and Li Yi concealed themselves behind and opened fire. The gunshots rang out in quick succession, and soon, the zombies fell in droves. The group acted swiftly, dispatching all the zombies in less than 10 minutes. Lin Qiao extracted 2 crystal cores, preparing to maneuver around the bus and continue toward the bank. Just as they stepped out, a voice called out, "Lin Qiao, Tong Huahua, is that you?" "It's me, Chu Lu." Chapter 32. Xiao Qiao takes the initiative. Chu Lu? Lin Qiao was taken aback and looked over to see her university roommate, Chu Lu, clinging to the car window and waving at them. Chu Lu was Lin Qiao and Xiao Tong's university roommate, who had remained on campus for graduate studies after graduation, and contact between them had been sparse. However, encountering each other in such circumstances made it awkward to feign ignorance. Xiao Tong, still somewhat downcast due to Li Wei's situation, felt a wave of relaxation upon seeing a familiar face. No matter the time, having more acquaintances around provided a greater sense of security. Thus, Xiao Tong greeted her enthusiastically. "Please wait for me. I'll come to find you," Chu Lu said as she hurriedly descended from the bus and approached the two, exuding an air of affectionate camaraderie. "How wonderful. I can't believe it's truly you. I thought I was destined to perish here. It seems fate has spared me after all. From now on, I'll cling to your golden thigh." Her tone, so familiar and casual, might lead one to believe she had an exceptionally close bond with Lin Qiao and her companions. Lin Qiao furrowed her brow slightly. She had no desire to include Chu Lu in their group. During their school days, Chu Lu always maintained an air of superiority. as if she alone were awake amidst a world of folly. No matter what others said or did, she would invariably interject with, "I think that's incorrect," and then, with her own logic, she would slightly modify others' original statements and regurgitate them, as if everyone else were foolish and she alone possessed clarity. Back then, in an effort to maintain harmony in the dormitory, Lin Qiao seldom voiced her discontent. Xiao Tong, blissfully oblivious, would be easily duped, exclaiming, "Wow, you're amazing." Lin Qiao rolled her eyes inwardly, preparing to decline, but Xiao Tong beat her to it. "Great. Then we can all be together again. My home is just ahead in the neighborhood. The snow is getting heavier. Let us go there to take shelter." Chu Lu enthusiastically extended the invitation. Xiao Tong intended to agree, but suddenly remembered she wasn't alone and that she shouldn't disregard her teammates' opinions. Realizing this, she felt a pang of regret for her impulsiveness. She turned back to Lin Qiao, blinking pitifully as if to acknowledge her mistake. Seeing this, Lin Qiao silently sighed in relief. Perhaps there was still hope after all. It would be wise to take this opportunity to let Xiao Tong discern Chu Lu's true nature. Though Chu Lu was selfish and had ulterior motives, her behavior remained within acceptable limits. This was a chance for Xiao Tong to temper her overly forgiving disposition. With a smile, Lin Qiao cheerfully replied, "That sounds wonderful. We were just lamenting our lack of a place to go. How far is your home? Can it accommodate all of us?" "Of course, no problem. My house is a small detached unit. It can fit not only you, but also some of my classmates." Chu Lu beamed, though a flicker of calculation danced in her eyes. Here was Lin Qiao again. Even amidst the apocalypse, she still relied on Lin Qiao. Despite her own merits, she found herself perpetually overshadowed by Lin Qiao, even having to deliver gifts to the senior she secretly admired, who preferred Lin Qiao. This was, in Chu Lu's view, an unforgivable humiliation. Chu Lu had just witnessed how Lin Qiao had dispatched several zombies, yet the bulk of the effort had been exerted by Yunxi, who stood beside her. To Chu Lu, Lin Qiao was merely leveraging her beauty to gain the protection of a skilled individual. After all, during their school days, Lin Qiao had been a frail heiress, incapable of lifting a finger. Now, merely a month into the apocalypse, her prowess had markedly improved. Chu Lu found it hard to believe there were no secrets behind it. Moreover, Lin Qiao had recently extracted a crystal from a zombie's brain. Though she was unfamiliar with it, she had read enough apocalyptic novels to recognize its potential value. Otherwise, Lin Qiao wouldn't have gone to such lengths to retrieve it from the grotesque remains of a zombie's brain matter. Chu Lu, confident in her own looks, refused to be continually eclipsed by Lin Qiao. Thus, Chu Lu approached Yunxi, flashing what she deemed a charming smile. "Handsome, thank you for saving us just now. Shall we go to my house and rest for a while?" Lin Qiao raised an eyebrow, realizing Chu Lu's intentions. No wonder she was so forward. She smirked at Yunxi, conveying a clear message. "You stirred this. Now you must resolve it." Yunxi blinked, his mind racing as he rifled through the behavioral guidelines he had memorized upon awakening his self-awareness. After a moment, he adopted a reserved expression and managed to produce a low, gravelly reply. He maintained his aloof demeanor, refusing to utter another word, fully committing to his cool persona. Just moments ago, he had been amiable towards Lin Qiao, yet he now acted coldly towards Chu Lu. Nevertheless, Chu Lu was undeterred. She surmised that Yunxi was reluctant to reveal his true self in front of so many people. She smirked. Such a hypocritical man was easy to manipulate. Opting to change the subject, she asked, "Hua Hua, may I ride with you in your vehicle? I can have my classmates follow in the school bus." Lin Qiao chuckled. "That's fine, but be careful not to honk the horn. The sound might attract zombies." Free labor presented itself, and she saw no reason to refuse. Her eyes were weary from driving in the snow, making this a perfect opportunity to rest. With Lin Qiao's approval, Yunxi and Li Yi naturally had no objections. Xiao Tong, though sensing something odd about Lin Qiao today, was too carefree by nature to dwell on it. Thus, Chu Lu smoothly took the driver's seat, while Lin Qiao comfortably settled into the back to rest her eyes. Chu Lu's classmates quietly followed suit. Inside the vehicle, Chu Lu subtly probed Xiao Tong about Yunxi. Though Xiao Tong knew little of him and couldn't provide much information, Chu Lu, however, concluded that Xiao Tong was deliberately withholding details from her. This only reinforced her conviction that pursuing Yunxi was the right decision. Yunxi was increasingly annoyed by Chu Lu's incessant use of endearments like Big Brother and Yunxi Go. He found himself aligning with the sentiments expressed in the book he had read, which suggested that women who addressed men as brother upon first meeting were rarely virtuous. Unfortunately, the manual titled The Tyrannical CEO's Guide to Pursuing His Wife hadn't made the journey with him, and he hadn't memorized much of its content. He wondered if he would ever have the chance to find that book again. The two vehicles swiftly entered a neighborhood. Chu Lu's two-story detached house was located at the far end, an area populated by those displaced by demolition. The surrounding area was infested with zombies. And whether it was due to nerves or something else, Chu Lu inadvertently honked the horn. This action attracted all the nearby zombies. Lin Qiao remained in the car, quietly observing as Bai Yunxi displayed his prowess. Earlier in the vehicle, Lin Qiao had given Bai Yunxi a crystal core. His appetite seemed insatiable. Within a mere 10 minutes, he had absorbed it all, even more voraciously than the gray mist. Lin Qiao pouted, realizing she was nurturing two gluttons, each one more capable than the last. Bai Yunxi only cleared the zombies near their vehicle and did not assist in removing those clinging to the school bus. Lin Qiao was quite pleased with his actions. After all, a group of able-bodied young people should not merely sit idle in a car, expecting others to come to their aid. Furthermore, the honking came from their vehicle, and only 2 zombies had approached the school bus. With at least 7 or 8 people on board, if they were too timid to act, they might as well lie down and await death. Chu Lu noticed Lin Qiao and Bai Yunxi's attitude and refrained from pleading for leniency. After all, during their time at school, her proposal to seek refuge at her home had been motivated by a desire to utilize her classmates' strength for her own protection. However, she had quickly grown weary of their cowardice along the way. Now, with the clear advantage of Bai Yunxi, the choice of whom to ally with was apparent. Chu Lu hurried forward, retrieving her keys and opening the door. She glanced shyly at Bai Yunxi before lowering her head and inviting softly, "Please, come in. I have some supplies." Lin Qiao pretended not to notice Chu Lu's intentions, walking straight ahead while discreetly assessing Chu Lu's expression. Chu Lu not only accepted Lin Qiao's bold demeanor, but seemed to tacitly endorse it. Even though Lin Qiao possessed a strikingly beautiful visage, her blatant disregard for Bai Yunxi's dignity in public would inevitably lead to her being despised. It was only a matter of time before she would be supplanted. As Lin Qiao and her entourage prepared to enter, they showed no inclination to assist others, causing those on the school bus to grow increasingly agitated. A girl with blunt bangs called out, "Classmate Chu Lu, could you ask your friend to help clear the zombies for us?" Another chimed in, "Yes, yes. The zombies are blocking the door. We can't get down. Chu Lu, your friend is so formidable. Let him lend us a hand." The voices rose in a cacophony, inciting the zombies to pound more frantically against the vehicle, prompting those near the windows to scream in terror and retreat further inside. The already unstable bus swayed dangerously, threatening to topple over at any moment. Hearing their pleas, Lin Qiao halted, crossing her arms as she regarded them with disdain. 7 of you cannot handle 2 low-level zombies? Such uselessness would be better off dead. Her words were spoken softly, yet carried enough weight for them to be heard. The girl with bangs faltered, her smile vanishing as she shrank back, appearing as though she had suffered a grievous injustice. The other boys, upon hearing Lin Qiao's taunt, were instantly enraged, glaring at her with hostility. Had it not been for the zombies, they might have unleashed a torrent of curses upon her. Lin Qiao cast a sidelong glance at Chu Lu, who showed no intention of defending them, and with a cold snort, she pushed the door open and stepped inside. The others followed suit, disregarding the pleas from those on the bus. Chu Lu's home, a gift from the developer, had a poor layout, necessitating a winding path through a corridor to reach the living room. Upon entering the living room, they were greeted by the sight of 4 men lounging about, bare-chested and exuding a distinctly slovenly demeanor. The indoor temperature was uncomfortably high as they gathered around a mahjong table. The floor was littered with food wrappers, starkly contrasting the icy, zombie-infested world outside, suggesting they were living quite comfortably. As the door swung open, the sound of tiles clashing ceased abruptly. A burly man expelled a puff of smoke, a brazen smile spreading across his face. Well, where did this little beauty come from? Come here, and let me warm your lap." Lin Qiao fixed him with a cold stare, but addressed Chu Lu instead. "Are these your family members?" Chu Lu shook her head in bewilderment. No, not at all. She was equally perplexed. She had never encountered these men before, and there were no signs of forced entry at the door. Lin Qiao unsheathed a machete from her waist, expertly twirling it in her hand. "You have 1 minute to vacate the premises." The smoking man, incensed by her ultimatum, swept the mahjong tiles aside and raised his hand to retaliate. Bai Yunxi was the first to step forward, swiftly seizing the man's throat and lifting him off the ground. Initially, the man struggled, defiantly taunting, "Let go of me if you dare. You don't want to die?" However, he soon found himself gasping for air, his eyes rolling back as his legs buckled beneath him, his earlier bravado fading away. The prolonged lack of oxygen caused sweat to bead on his forehead, his breaths becoming increasingly shallow as he neared unconsciousness. Meanwhile, one of the smaller henchmen pleaded, "Bro, let's talk this over. Just let Zhang go. We mean no harm." As he spoke, he attempted to inch closer to Bai Yunqi. In an instant, however, he was sent flying by Zhang's collapsing body. The impact broke two of the small man's ribs, leaving him in agony on the floor, a knife tumbling from his sleeve to embed itself in his neck. In his final moments, disbelief filled his eyes. The remaining two lackeys were rendered speechless, bewildered by the sudden turn of events, and began to retreat in panic. Suddenly, the bedroom door swung open, and a voice boomed from within. "What the hell is going on? Can't you see I'm busy? Damn it." A man clad in nothing but shorts emerged, bearing several red marks on his skin, as if scratched by nails. He wore these marks like badges of honor, proudly flexing his muscles. "Dangu! Dangu!" These intruders just barged in and killed Xiao Linzi. One of the henchmen, emboldened by the arrival of his leader, pointed accusingly at Bai Yunqi. Upon hearing this, Dang Ji's fury flared, and he conjured a ball of fire, hurling it at Bai Yunqi without hesitation. Too slow. Bai Yunqi effortlessly dodged the attack and nonchalantly extinguished the fire with a mere wave of his hand. Dang Ge stumbled back, eyeing Bai Yunqi warily, his voice cold as he inquired, "An ability user?" Bai Yunqi nodded slightly, a gentle smile gracing his lips as if merely exchanging pleasantries. Dang Ji's expression shifted multiple times before settling into a hearty grin. "I was too impulsive, it seems. The incident with Xiao Linzi was truly a misunderstanding. I am friends with the homeowner, and today, I shall treat everyone to a warm meal." "Friends?" Lin Qiao shot a glance at Chu Lu, her meaning unmistakable. "Care to explain?" Chu Lu remained bewildered, certain she did not know Dang Ge and his companions. Suddenly, her face paled, disbelief washing over her as she gazed towards the bedroom behind Dang Ge. Trembling, she asked, "Where's my mother?" Dang Ge scrutinized Chu Lu's face for a moment before breaking into a lewd grin. With a dismissive shrug, he gestured towards the bedroom, his demeanor as contemptible as ever. In there, he even had the gall to step aside, allowing her passage. Chu Lu stumbled into the room, and the anguished cries of "Mom" soon echoed back. Chapter 34. Misjudged. "Hey, I must say, since you all are guests, making such a mess in someone else's home is rather inappropriate, don't you think?" Lin Qiao regarded Dang Ge and his companions with a stoic expression. Without needing to see, she could infer what had transpired here. Even if she held no affection for Chu Lu, she would not stand idly by in the face of such injustice. Dang Ge ignored her, calmly sauntering to the sofa, draping an arm over the backrest as he arrogantly inquired, "And who might you be?" Lin Qiao smiled faintly, lifting her chin to meet his gaze, her eyes openly expressing disdain as though she were regarding refuse. Infuriated by her contemptuous stare, Dang Ge felt his temper rising, yet aware of Bai Yunqi's prowess. The atmosphere grew tense. Chu Lu emerged from the bedroom, her eyes swollen and red from tears, evidently having just cried. She charged at Dang Ge, screaming, "I will kill you." Chu Lu, an ordinary person without awakened abilities, was no match for Dang Ge and was easily subdued. He lifted her chin with his foot, forcing her to look up at him. Chu Lu, filled with hatred, glared defiantly. In an instant, flames ignited on her shoulder, causing her to tremble in agony. Xiao Tong, witnessing the scene, felt a pang of compassion and subtly tugged at Lin Qiao's sleeve. Lin Qiao swiftly dashed to intercept Dang Ge, and before he could react, she kicked him away. The machete, stained with dried, dark red blood, was poised at his neck, blood seeping forth instantly. Dang Ge froze, paralyzed with fear. He was originally just a street thug, surviving by extorting high-interest loans. His life had been mediocre, characterized by a subservient demeanor in the presence of the powerful while adopting a haughty attitude toward the lower classes. His ability to converse with anyone, whether human or supernatural, had earned him a modicum of notoriety, along with a few underlings. Originally, he had ventured out with his gang to scavenge, but when the apocalypse struck, he sought to commandeer a house and make off with some supplies. They had not initially targeted Chu Lu's home. Rather, they were searching for a high-rise building. However, with so many people and zombies around, they had barely escaped with their lives. It was then he discovered his newfound ability to conjure fireballs, prompting them to venture into this secluded area. Observing that the household was solely occupied by a female host, they decided to take residence in the house. As temperatures dropped, they relied on his fire-related abilities for warmth, enduring little hardship. Besides the shelter and sustenance, it was also noteworthy that Mother Chu was a striking beauty, making their reluctance to leave even more pronounced. However, unexpectedly, just a week after settling in, they were confronted by a group of formidable individuals led by Lin Qiao. Brother Dan inwardly lamented his misfortune, yet feigned amiability on the surface. Sister, spare me. She consented to this. I swear I did not coerce her. You lie. Chu Lu shouted in rage. You killed her. You killed her. I will avenge my mother. As she lunged forward, Lin Qiao blocked her path. Are you unwilling to assist me? Chu Lu questioned, her dissatisfaction evident. Lin Qiao remained composed, unperturbed, even retracting her blade and slowly elucidating. He has already been infected. To kill him now would be a grave mistake. This place is already filthy. Who would clean up the blood? Chu Lu stared blankly at Brother Dan, and indeed, she noticed the wound on his neck had already been tainted with zombie blood. Brother Dan's face turned ashen as he raised his voice in denial. You're talking nonsense. Do you think I would believe you so easily? Lin Qiao smiled, asserting that it wouldn't be long before the truth revealed itself. Do you not feel a chill in your limbs, a stiffness, akin to poor circulation from sitting too long? Though Brother Dan outwardly dismissed her words, he unconsciously followed Lin Qiao's description and was suddenly gripped by terror. Cold sweat poured down his brow, and his legs buckled, resulting in an embarrassing mishap. The air became saturated with an unpleasant odor, prompting even his companions to distance themselves. Lin Qiao frowned and handed the blade to Chu Lu, for she did not wish to create a bloodbath in this space. Yet, it was Chu Lu's home. Ultimately, her consent was necessary. Chu Lu accepted the blade but did not immediately confront Brother Dan. Instead, she cast a sorrowful glance at Bai Yunqi. Seizing the opportunity, Brother Dan lunged at Chu Lu with a wooden stool. A cold glint flashed in Lin Qiao's eyes, and with a swift motion, the blade flashed. Brother Dan barely had time to emit a sound before his head was severed from his body. The remaining subordinates gaped in horror at the sight of Lin Qiao's weapon, panic overtaking them as they hurriedly fled from Chu Lu's home. As they exited, they were met by a horde of zombies, followed by a cacophony of screams. The zombies, drawn by the commotion, distracted the students in the school bus, allowing them to escape. Once the chaos subsided, Lin Qiao waved her hand, dismissing the lingering odor, and turned to Bai Yunqi and Li Yi, instructing them to tidy up, as the place was in disarray. Chu Lu stood in stunned silence until a small child clutched her shoulder, prompting her to bite her lip and weep softly. The newly arrived students, although displeased with Lin Qiao's lack of intervention, felt compelled to assist in Chu Lu's home, each adopting a somber demeanor as they busied themselves. Lin Qiao, satisfied with their initiative, generously shared some bread and sausages from her backpack for everyone to share. During the outbreak, this group of students had been attending classes, but as provisions dwindled, they were forced to risk leaving the safety of the school building. Hiding for a month, they had endured starvation and cold. Finally, with the snow subsiding and the zombie threat reduced, they heeded Chu Lu's suggestion and drove to her residence for refuge. Upon arriving in a secure space and witnessing the clean food Lin Qiao produced, they ravenously devoured it, momentarily forgetting the recent violence. The small child offered Chu Lu a piece of bread, saying, "Let us help the auntie clean up." Chu Lu accepted the bread but did not open it. Instead, she approached Bai Yunqi and handed him the bread. "Thank you for your help earlier," she said, her eyes reddened, her voice trembling, appearing pitiable. "Thank you for taking me in and driving away the bad people. I promise I will repay you in the future." At this point, Chu Lu's spirits seemed to wane, as if speaking to herself. "It's a pity I lack abilities. I wonder if I will ever have the chance to repay you." Lin Qiao stood dumbfounded by Chu Lu's display, approaching the bedroom door and peering through the crack. In that moment, regret washed over her for having assisted Chu Lu. She had misjudged the situation. Chu Lu remained unchanged, utterly untrustworthy. Chapter 35. Rescuing a treacherous wolf after impressing Bai Yunqi with her apparent vulnerability. Chu Lu declined the small child's offer of assistance. "Let me handle my mother's remains. I wish to say goodbye to her alone." With tears in her eyes, she feigned strength, evoking the protective instincts of the male students around her. Lin Qiao was exasperated by this display, leaving some food as compensation before retreating to a guest room for rest. As Lin Qiao settled into her room, Bai Yunqi and the others followed closely behind. She had no desire to engage with those outside, but a warm refuge from the snow was too precious to jeopardize. After retrieving several plates of food from her space, the group enjoyed a relatively comfortable meal. Meanwhile, the others were less fortunate. Despite Lin Qiao providing ample bread and water as payment, the students had yet to fully adapt to the harsh realities of survival, refraining from making independent decisions. Chu Lu took her time before re-emerging, oblivious to Bai Yunqi's disappointment, yet still maintaining her facade of kindness. "I'm sorry, everyone. It's not that I didn't want to help you. I simply couldn't stand against Lin Qiao and her group. I apologize," she said, her eyes reddened, her expression resembling that of a victim. While those with discernment could see through Chu Lu's fabrications, the audience before her consisted of naive university students. Her manipulation shifted their indignation inward, creating a common enemy. Soon, any lingering resentment dissipated, allowing them to unite once more. During the cleanup, they discovered a radio, seemingly left behind by the departing individuals. A tall male student lowered his voice, clearly wishing to avoid detection by Lin Qiao's group. "Hey, a radio. Can it receive signals?" "Yes, it can," he replied, switching it on. After a brief crackle, the radio began to broadcast an official announcement. "We urge citizens to proceed to the sports center in Bu City. The military will depart early the day after tomorrow for the safety base in Chao City." The announcement repeated 3 times before the tall student switched it off, visibly shaken. "We're fortunate to have left the school early. Otherwise, we would have missed the official rescue." Chu Lu hesitated before speaking up. "Then let us gather some supplies and hurry to join Lin Qiao and the others." "No," Du Yuan rejected firmly. "We'll go on our own." "But outside, there are zombies." Du Yuan glanced at the door to Lin Qiao's room. "Even if we bring them along, do you think they would save us if we encountered zombies?" His words rendered everyone silent, echoing Lin Qiao's earlier sentiments. No one dared challenge Du Yuan's decision. Another student inquired, "When do we depart?" "We'll gather weapons and wait until they are asleep to devise a plan to take them." Du Yuan's eyes glinted with malice. "Then, we will eliminate them." Upon hearing Du Yuan's words, the others fell into a heavy silence. They were merely a group of graduate students accustomed to the confines of their laboratories, having never ventured beyond campus walls. The notion of taking a life weighed heavily upon them, yet they found themselves unable to voice dissent. As no one voiced any objections, Du Yuan decisively announced, "We will act at 2 o'clock tonight, procure weapons and supplies, and set off for the gymnasium tomorrow." Lin Qiao finished the last piece of fried chicken, removed her disposable gloves, and remarked languidly, "Indeed, they are a bunch of ingrates." Xiaotong bit her lip in silence, struggling to comprehend the situation. They had saved lives, yet it seemed that because they had not dealt with the 2 zombies, who posed no threat, those individuals were willing to jeopardize their own lives. Lin Qiao affectionately ruffled Xiaotong's hair, saying, "Let us not dwell on them. Rest well. Tomorrow we'll head to the school. Once we gather what we need, we can also check out the gymnasium. If our goals align, it will be safer to follow the larger group." Xiaotong felt somewhat disheartened, but chose not to voice her feelings. Suddenly, there was a knock at Chu Lu's door. A few people outside shouted, "Lulu, are you back? Open the door and let Auntie in. We have no food left at home. Please have pity on us and give us something to eat." The noise interrupted Lin Qiao's absorption of the crystal core. A few students also heard the commotion outside. Initially, they hesitated to open the door, but the cries for help soon escalated. One boy could no longer contain himself and moved to open the door to rescue them. However, just as he stepped out of the living room and was nearing the front door, Lin Qiao emerged from the guest room and halted him, saying, "Do not open the door." Before the boy could respond, Du Yuan interjected, "This isn't your home. What gives you the right to prevent us from opening the door?" "Dehua, ignore her and go ahead." The boy, named Dehua, had long found Lin Qiao cold-blooded and was already displeased with her. He was reluctant to heed her warning and turned to open the door. In the next moment, a gunshot rang out. The bullet grazed Dehua's ear and pierced the door. The knocking from outside paused momentarily, followed by a frenzied chorus of pleas for help. Clearly, the gunshot had attracted the attention of nearby zombies. Lin Qiao holstered her gun and, observing the stunned expressions of those around her, crossed her arms and stated, "Before you all rush to show your compassion, I hope you understand one thing." She pointed at the food and bottled water on the table. "What you are eating and drinking is mine. Even your lives were saved by me. If you find me intolerable, feel free to return everything." Du Yuan's expression darkened. He understood that Lin Qiao's words extended beyond mere provisions. Seeing that her words had silenced their pleas for help, Lin Qiao retreated to her room. The room she chose was on the second floor, where she had previously glimpsed the group of people outside through the window. 6 or 7 middle-aged men, each wielding kitchen knives and baseball bats, had stealthily made their way here, deliberately sending a woman to knock on the door. Lin Qiao had no intention of letting them in and creating unnecessary trouble for herself. Moreover, Chu Lu had remained silent, clearly wanting those fools to take the lead. Truly, they were a bunch of simpletons. Returning to her room, Lin Qiao resumed absorbing a crystal core. After more than an hour, there was a cautious knock at the door. As if the person outside feared being overheard, Lin Qiao contemplated for a moment before opening the door. The visitor was Chu Lu. Upon seeing Lin Qiao, Chu Lu's face momentarily registered disappointment, quickly masked by a neutral expression. She entered the room, ensuring no one outside could see her, and closed the door behind her. They intend to kill you and steal your weapons, she revealed. Lin Qiao raised an eyebrow. Oh, why are you telling us this? Chu Lu immediately adopted a conflicted expression. Although they are my classmates, I cannot bear to watch them make a grave mistake. The world is in chaos, overrun by man-eating zombies. If humanity cannot unite, there is truly no hope. Moreover, we are friends. You saved me, so I cannot allow them to harm you. Lin Qiao, remaining inscrutable, countered. Then what are you doing now? Are you warning me in hopes that I will act preemptively? Chu Lu lowered her head. I know that you and the one beside you, Bai Yunxi, are not ordinary people. Even without my warning, you would surely be fine. I simply wish to clarify my intentions. My mother is no longer here, and I genuinely want to travel with you. Lin Qiao narrowed her eyes, recalling the scene she had witnessed earlier. In the living room, she had caught a glimpse of Chu Lu's mother through a crack in the door, naked, with a fruit knife piercing her neck. While it could not definitively determine whether it was suicide, the woman had collapsed towards the door, seemingly attempting to call for help but unable to make a sound, her eyes remaining open until her last breath. It hardly appeared to be an act of self-harm. Although Lin Qiao preferred not to assume the worst about others, it was conceivable that Chu Lu was seeking sympathy to secure her own safety. Suddenly, Chu Lu grasped Lin Qiao's arm, her eyes welling with tears. Please, don't abandon me. I have nothing left. As she spoke, she began to sob quietly, stirring Xiao Tong and Li Yi, who had been resting. Upon hearing Chu Lu's explanation, Xiao Tong felt a mix of anger and pity. Xiao, aren't we heading to join the military tomorrow? It's on the way, so let us bring Chu Lu along. Lin Qiao glanced at Xiao Tong, pondered briefly, and then nodded in agreement. Xiao Tong kindly invited Chu Lu to stay the night to avoid any potential danger from others. Lin Qiao observed Xiao Tong's enthusiastic invitation for Chu Lu to share her bed, contemplating how to expose Chu Lu's intentions and teach Xiao Tong a lesson. Li Yi had no objections. He was well aware of his position. Initially, he had deceived Lin Qiao and her group, yet they had rescued him without holding a grudge. Understanding his lack of abilities, he had always played the role of a compliant follower, avoiding trouble at all costs. Lin Qiao tossed Li Yi a crystal core, instructing, "Keep this on you." She did not provide any further explanation. Li Yi was initially perplexed, wondering why he, who had yet to awaken any powers, was receiving such a precious crystal core. He scrutinized it with wide eyes, a possibility dawning on him. However, he dared not voice his thoughts. Suppressing his excitement and reminding himself not to get his hopes up, it would be disappointing if he was mistaken. After all, he was still a young adult, and his emotions were easily readable on his face. Lin Qiao was somewhat pleased with Li Yi's reaction. In truth, she had given him a crystal core merely as an experiment. In her previous life, she had never encountered any methods to enhance human ability awakening. However, she had noted that the powerful individuals in the apocalypse were often surrounded by those with abilities. She suspected that perhaps being enveloped in the energy of abilities could facilitate awakening. Furthermore, Li Wei had mentioned before his death that Li Yi had awakened abilities in their past life, so perhaps the crystal core could help him awaken early. With these thoughts, Lin Qiao moved to the window and sat beside Bai Yunxi, who was absorbing a crystal core. She noticed that the core in his hand was visibly disintegrating into powder. Taking a deep breath, she reassured herself, this is an investment, an investment, an investment. In the dead of night, as Lin Qiao was practicing, a peculiar fragrance wafted into her senses, and she soon felt her eyelids growing heavy. She instinctively glanced at Bai Yunxi, who remained seated but had lowered his head into slumber. Alarm bells rang in Lin Qiao's mind as she quickly summoned the gray mist of her space to absorb the intoxicating scent enveloping her. She widened her eyes and then heard rustling sounds at the door. It was those students. Lin Qiao fixed her cold gaze on the entrance, surprised that they possessed such capabilities, realizing she had underestimated them. The group swiftly unlocked the door from the outside, forcefully pushing it open without a hint of discretion. Damn it, you're making such a commotion. You'll wake everyone up, and that woman has a gun. Du Yuan scolded angrily. However, Dehua seemed unfazed, grinning as he replied. Don't worry, my poison smoke ability is foolproof. Those people are definitely sleeping like logs. We'll grab what we need and leave quickly. Their car is really impressive. With confidence, Dehua stepped inside, holding a candle aloft. Let's find out where everyone is hiding. In the next moment, a rechargeable desk lamp flickered to life with a sharp snap. Lin Qiao sat by the window, her expression inscrutable as she locked eyes with the newcomers. Are you looking for me? Let me guess, there are 7 of you. And I only have 2 guns. How do you plan to divide things? Or perhaps, Lin Qiao tilted her chin towards Du Yuan. You intend to use that knife you have hidden to eliminate the others? Upon hearing this, the other students looked at Du Yuan in astonishment. Following Lin Qiao's gaze to the knife concealed behind his back, Du Yuan, flustered, protested, You're talking nonsense. It's for self-defense. Hurry and hand over the guns. You're skilled enough to manage without them, right? Since that's the case, why not do the right thing and help us out? How curious, Lin Qiao replied coldly. The very ones who scream online about refusing moral coercion are now asking me to play the Good Samaritan. You students truly are hypocritical. Du Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Yet he stood his ground defiantly. In a sudden realization, Lin Qiao caught a whiff of that peculiar fragrance again. Her expression shifting instantly as she darted in front of Dehua, delivering a powerful kick that sent him flying. Not stopping there, she pursued him, delivering blow after blow to his abdomen, causing him to spit blood. Refrain from using your powers, or I won't hesitate to throw you out to the zombies. The others stood frozen in fear, too terrified to breathe as they witnessed Lin Qiao's ruthless aggression. Dehua collided with the wall, his vision darkening as he struggled to withstand Lin Qiao's onslaught. The toxic mist he had released began to lose its potency. Chu Lu, bewildered, opened her eyes to the unfolding scene and trembled, stammering, Lin Qiao, she's going to kill. Lin Qiao sneered, as if there haven't been enough deaths in this room. With only a single desk lamp illuminating the space, Lin Qiao stood with her back to the light, her face shrouded in shadows, exuding an aura of menace reminiscent of a messenger from hell. The others mistakenly believed Lin Qiao referred to the 2 minor thugs who had perished, but Chu Lu shivered, sensing that Lin Qiao's words encompassed more than just those 2. Did she see something? Chu Lu's fear surged to its peak. Chapter 37. Arrival at the destination. In the following moment, Lin Qiao delivered another kick to Dehua, her ferocity startling the others, who dared not make a sound. Especially the students. They wished to flee immediately, fearing Lin Qiao's wrath. A zombie is approaching, Bai Yunqi suddenly announced. Lin Qiao halted her assault and turned to him. Bai Yunqi frowned slightly. The smell of blood is too strong. Several first-tier zombies are gathering here. In truth, it was Bai Yunqi who, affected by the toxic mist, had temporarily lost control of his abilities, drawing the attention of nearby zombies. Lin Qiao paused, kicked Dehua once more, and impatiently urged, get out. The students scrambled to leave Lin Qiao's room as quickly as possible. Lin Qiao cast a disdainful glance at the half-conscious Dehua, delivering another kick to him. She had expected another restless night, but to her surprise, the zombies Bai Yunqi mentioned did not appear. Hey, didn't you say there were zombies? Where did they go? Did you eat them? Early the next morning, Lin Qiao, brimming with fury, slammed her palm down on the sleeping Bai Yunqi, waking him abruptly. She had been wide awake all night, forcing herself to stay alert. Meanwhile, Bai Yunqi, blissfully unaware, had slept soundly. Bai Yunqi slowly opened his eyes, staring blankly for a while before mumbling, the zombie smell has vanished. It must have been dealt with along the way. Didn't I tell you? Lin Qiao's eyes widened in disbelief, and after taking several deep breaths, she declared, you won't be having breakfast today. She stormed off to the bathroom to freshen up, leaving Bai Yunqi puzzled about what had caused her ire, resulting in his missed meal. As the group prepared to depart, the students remained silent. Lin Qiao suspected they lacked the courage to leave early, likely hiding in some room until they could escape. She wasted no time. Not only did she seize all their supplies, but she also packed everything else in the house that could be taken into her storage space. Regardless of whether she could use it, she didn't want to leave them anything. Xiao Tong initially tried to persuade her, but seeing Lin Qiao's furious expression, he chose to remain silent. Chu Lu, like an outsider, allowed Lin Qiao to strip the place bare, even leaving no sofa behind. However, when Lin Qiao effortlessly stored a 2-meter bed into her space, Chu Lu's eyes flickered with surprise. Lin Qiao had no intention of concealing her storage abilities. After more than a month in this post-apocalyptic world, the existence of powers was no longer a secret. Storage abilities weren't particularly rare, and as long as no one discovered the unique aspects of her space, no one would target an ordinary storage ability user. After gathering their belongings, daylight broke. The group continued their journey in the modified vehicle. This time, Li volunteered to drive, and Lin Qiao was glad to have a moment of respite, seizing the opportunity to catch up on sleep after a sleepless night. However, Bai Yunqi's gaze was too intense to ignore. Lin Qiao turned her head to feign ignorance. Yet she felt as though his burning stare could pierce through her skull, suppressing her irritation. She endured for half a minute before angrily tossing 2 large rice dumplings from the northeast at Bai Yunqi, gritting her teeth, "Turn around and stop staring at me." Upon seeing the food, Bai Yunqi's eyes lit up, pure and clear, causing Lin Qiao to momentarily lose her composure. The sunlight illuminated him, making him appear exceptionally radiant. With a smile gracing his lips, he eagerly tore open the food packaging, embodying a state of serene bliss. Suddenly, Lin Qiao's heart raced uncontrollably. She couldn't help but rub her temples, diverting her gaze to the scenery outside. What was happening to her? She had always thought the notion of a heart skipping a beat was merely an exaggerated literary device. Yet in this moment, her thoughts echoed a singular realization: my heart skipped a beat. Lin Qiao chuckled bitterly to herself. In her past life, the one she had loved for years had sent her to hell. She learned her lesson. Although she subconsciously felt Bai Yunqi was different from Zhao Boyu, she forced herself to dismiss this sudden fluttering of emotions as a mere illusion. Even though they had shared the most intimate of moments, what did it matter? In this world, no one knew who would survive until tomorrow. Useless emotions were a waste of time. Keeping Bai Yunqi close was merely an investment, hoping that his wind-based abilities would yield future benefits. Indeed, it was just an investment. She would never harbor feelings for a mere glutton. Bai Yunqi seemed to sense Lin Qiao's emotional turmoil and couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong?" Lin Qiao shook her head. "Nothing, just contemplating our next steps." Bai Yunqi tilted his head in confusion, blinking, sensing something was amiss with Lin Qiao, but unable to pinpoint what. Remembering that a displeased wife needed to be appeased, he pulled a crystal core from his pocket. Although he had initially approached Lin Qiao to pilfer her supplies, one night of companionship had forged a bond between them. Moreover, the book states that stories beginning with a one-night stand invariably culminate in the protagonists becoming a married couple. He was determined to avoid a disastrous pursuit of his beloved. Thus, he resolved to embody the role of a competent and domineering CEO husband from the outset, adhering meticulously to the teachings of the book to evade a lamentable fate. It is essential to note that he is the zombie king, and his kidneys are coveted by the undead. Contemplating this, Bai Yunqi accelerated his absorption of the crystal core. Soon, after consuming a third of it, the core transformed into a shimmering powder, refracting dazzling light under the sun. He exhaled gently upon the crystal core, dispersing the excess powder, leaving behind a brilliant heart-shaped gem. Bai Yunqi, brimming with excitement, presented the crystal core to Lin Qiao, his eyes alight with anticipation. Lin Qiao stared incredulously at the crystal core in her hand, astonished by Bai Yunqi's actions and equally shocked by his remarkable control over his abilities. Wind-based powers are typically characterized by grand displays, yet Bai Yunqi demonstrated an exquisite finesse. How could someone of his caliber remain obscure in his previous life? Noticing Lin Qiao's unwavering gaze fixed on the crystal core, Bai Yunqi felt an inner thrill, though he maintained a facade of calmness as described in the book. Unbeknownst to him, his emotions were betrayed by the brightness in his eyes. Unfortunately, Lin Qiao was preoccupied, attempting to recall the individuals who stood atop the hierarchy of abilities in her past life, hoping to discern any trace of Bai Yunqi among them. Their interactions did not escape the keen observation of Chu Lu, who had long believed Lin Qiao to be dependent on Bai Yunqi. However, after careful observation throughout their journey, she begrudgingly acknowledged that Lin Qiao held the dominant position within their quartet. This revelation filled her with resentment. She had, with her own hands, slain her mother to garner sympathy, only to find herself cast aside by the very people she sought to impress. This was intolerable. Just then, Li, who was driving in the front seat, suddenly turned. "Sister Lin, we've arrived." Chu Lu assumed they had reached the gymnasium, and quickly raised her head to look ahead, only to be met with the glaring sign of Beijing University. In disbelief, she asked, "What are we doing here?" Chapter 38. Unable to escape the school, Chu Lu appeared to harbor a strong aversion to the school, her face reflecting terror as she attempted to dissuade everyone. "There are zombies everywhere. We must leave immediately and head to the gymnasium where the military is present." Lin Qiao cast a glance at her. "If you do not wish to accompany us, you may leave now." "No," Chu Lu pleaded with a quivering voice towards Bai Yunxi. "Please, don't abandon me. I barely escaped the school. It has entirely transformed into a den of zombies, and there are no living souls left." "Then be silent and follow us," Lin Qiao stated as she opened the door and stepped out, striding toward the school. Chu Lu had a point. The place had indeed become a zombie lair, the stench of the undead palpable from a distance, indicating a significant gathering of zombies, perhaps even the emergence of advanced level ones. Were it not for the coveted equipment, she would not dare to take such risks. The group moved cautiously through the campus, heading directly for the laboratory building. Surprisingly, their path was unobstructed, with not a single zombie in sight. Chu Lu breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems the zombies have all departed. Splendid. Let us acquire the items and leave swiftly." "No, we are surrounded by zombies. They simply have not attacked us for some reason," Bai Yunxi remarked. Chu Lu, astonished, inquired, "How do you know that?" Bai Yunxi refrained from elaborating, his face partly obscured by shadows, rendering his expression unreadable. At that moment, several young individuals rushed out from the adjacent building, halting before them. Lin Qiao concealed her firearm within her sleeve, regarding them coldly. The leader, a man wielding an electric baton, swaggered as he questioned, "Well, where are you all headed?" Lin Qiao, expressionless, replied, "To the laboratory." She had no reason to lie. She sought to extract useful information from them, as the atmosphere within the school was exceedingly strange. "The laboratory? That's no longer accessible," Lin Qiao frowned. "What do you mean?" "Nothing much. I'm just curious about what you have in your bags." Lin Qiao jostled her backpack, food, water, everything you can imagine. The man's eyes gleamed with malice as he growled, "Drop the goods and leave." No sooner had he spoken than a gunshot rang out, piercing his shoulder and causing blood to erupt instantly. Everyone froze, particularly his companions, who had not anticipated Lin Qiao to be armed and ready to shoot without provocation. The man collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. Lin Qiao's firearm still emitted smoke, the dark muzzle pointed ominously at them. "Now, explain yourselves." A woman hesitated before asking, "What do you wish to know?" "Zombies are everywhere. You are aware of this, yes?" The woman's expression shifted, and she nodded. "Then why aren't you leaving?" "What is in the laboratory?" "Mutated plants. The laboratory is teeming with them. The zombies in the school are controlled by those plants. It's safest to remain here." "What kind of plants?" "All kinds, but the largest is a willow tree. It controls all the zombies." Lin Qiao, observing the woman's terrified expression, furrowed her brow slightly. A mutated plant capable of controlling such a vast number of zombies was unheard of in her previous life. Indeed, many things had transformed. "Is there anything else? Tell me all you know." The woman was reluctant to divulge more, but with the gun aimed at her head. She swallowed hard and continued, "We are all part of the school's security team. When the apocalypse first erupted, things were relatively normal, while zombies were fearsome. As long as we weren't besieged, survival within the school was manageable with access to the cafeteria and supermarket. We thought that even if we left the school, survival wasn't guaranteed, so we opted to stay here, awaiting military rescue. Surely, the government would not abandon the students here. However, that hesitation led to the school being sealed off, and all the zombies vanished. A few days ago, while scavenging for supplies, we discovered that all the zombies had been bound by countless willow branches, and that's when we found the large willow tree in the laboratory. The willow tree only controls the zombies and has no intent to harm us. It even uses its branches to deliver supplies to us. Thus, we decided to remain in the school. We just don't want you to discover the laboratory's secret. If we lose the willow tree as protection, none of us will be able to escape." Lin Qiao found it hard to fathom the nature of that willow tree, which she had been entirely unaware of. "Then why don't you leave the school?" Upon this inquiry, the woman's countenance shifted dramatically. "Who said we can't? We simply cannot leave the school." "Cannot leave?" Lin Qiao glanced at Chu Lu, who mirrored her bewilderment. "But I just left yesterday." The woman sighed. "Are you sure what you saw was the school? Do you remember how you managed to exit?" "Of course. I was halfway through the laboratory." Chu Lu appeared somewhat dazed. "The laboratory is behind Building 1. Why did I emerge from the laboratory onto the main road? Do you remember how you got to the laboratory? Chu Lu's eyes widened as she strained to recall. I remember after the apocalypse erupted, I remained in the laboratory. There was enough food for several of us. Wait, how could the professor allow us to bring food into the laboratory? A hint of horror flickered in Chu Lu's eyes. Lin Qiao felt a weight in her heart. If they did not resolve the willow tree issue, they would have no means of departure? That's impossible. The woman's voice sharpened. It's not just about the willow tree. There must be other factors we are unaware of affecting this area, even distorting what we perceive. If I recall correctly, there is a DIY buffet restaurant at the school gate. Do you have any memories of that place? The last remark was directed at Chu Lu by the woman. Chu Lu strained her mind to remember, hesitantly saying, I think we had a gathering there? Lin Qiao nodded and told the woman, you may leave now. The woman hesitated for a moment, reached down to help her injured companion, and the group slowly retreated back into the building, quickly disappearing into the dark staircase. Little Tong tugged at Lin Qiao's sleeve, asking, what should we do? Lin Qiao remained silent for a long time, during which she reviewed everything she knew from her previous life, but found nothing related to the large willow tree. The willow tree mentioned by the woman seemed to be the savior of this school, protecting the people from the zombies while keeping them trapped here. Thus, was that willow tree a manifestation of awakened human powers or a mutated plant? It contained so many zombies without killing them. What could its purpose be? Chapter 39. Encountering the eccentric principal armed with the information obtained from the woman, Lin Qiao and her companions continued toward the experimental building. Before long, they arrived at the entrance, where an unremarkable willow tree stood beside it. The only unusual aspect was that despite having snowed the previous day, the area around the tree was remarkably clean, with even the soil appearing dry. Lin Qiao stared at the willow tree for a while, and without warning, took out an axe and swiftly swung it at the tree. No, be careful. Lin Qiao was unable to approach the willow tree, as she was halted a few meters away and bound in midair by two willow branches, causing her axe to drop. Let her go. Bai Yunqi gripped his long knife, ready to sever the branches. Don't move, Lin Qiao interjected. I don't sense any malice. Perhaps we can communicate with it. Communicate? How? This creature doesn't even have a mouth. Chu Lu exclaimed, overwhelmed by the chaos in her mind since discovering the confusion of her memories, doubting the people she had seen and the food she had consumed. She could not help but think the worst. As soon as she finished speaking, the trunk of the willow began to undulate, gradually revealing a human face. Ah! Little Tong gasped in shock, staring at the tree. Lin Qiao's eyes widened as she recognized the aged face. It was that of the president of Bucheng University, still displayed on the honor board at the entrance. The willow slowly released Lin Qiao and regarded them. Principal, I am Lin Qiao, a graduate of Bucheng University. Lin Qiao said, lowering her stance to greet him. The willow pondered for a moment before the face gradually faded away. The principal's appearance was as sudden as his departure, leaving the few of them staring at each other in bewilderment. Ha ha ha, laughter echoed from the experimental building, accompanied by the sound of clanking chains, as if someone was bound by iron chains. Soon, the principal's figure appeared at the entrance of the experimental building, still looking as robust as ever, showing little change compared to several years ago. Students, long time no see. What brings you back at this hour? As suspected, the principal had dark chains locked around his ankles, clanking with his movements and extending only as far as the entrance of the experimental building. The scene turned somewhat eerie, and after a brief silence, Lin Qiao took the initiative to break it. Principal Zhang, I would like to borrow a set of experimental equipment. Oh, which set? The principal appeared exceedingly amiable, as if any request made by Lin Qiao would be readily fulfilled. The high molecular extraction apparatus. Ah, that one. The principal contemplated for a moment before suddenly looking toward Little Tong. You're Professor Tong's child, aren't you? Little Tong's heart sank. She had never heard of her father having any acquaintances with the principal of Bucheng University. Steeling herself, she replied, yes, my father's surname is Tong. The principal's expression shifted to one of nostalgia, and after a pause, he invited, the equipment you need is on the 3rd floor. You may go retrieve it. Although Lin Qiao found the principal's behavior puzzling, she refrained from asking further and led the way into the experimental building. Bai Yunqi, Li Yi, and Little Tong followed suit, while Chu Lu remained stationary, convinced that Lin Qiao and the others were out of their minds. Principal Zhang appeared clearly abnormal, and she dared not venture inside. Unable to suppress her fear, she took a step back, feeling the entire school was far too strange. She refused to wait there any longer. Chu Lu turned and ran toward the school gate, refusing to believe the woman's words. She wouldn't be trapped here. This was merely an attempt to frighten her. The principal seemed unaware of Chu Lu's actions as he waved a willow branch to summon a chair, sitting down comfortably. When Lin Qiao and the others reached the third floor, they found the walls overrun with plants, including not only willow branches, but various unknown vines. Inside the room, several zombies were bound in a mummified state, entirely wrapped in willow branches, leaving only their murky eyes visible. The zombies, sensing the presence of the living, struggled fiercely, yet remained stuck in place, unable to move. Bai Yunxi glanced around. Ever since entering the school grounds, he had felt particularly uneasy, as if some force was suppressing him. Upon entering the experimental building, this feeling intensified, and the flow of power within him felt sluggish. He tightened his grip on the knife, alertly stating, "Something feels off." Lin Qiao lowered her gaze, saying nothing. She too sensed it. The moment they entered the experimental building, the space within her suddenly flickered. Akin to a cat catching a whiff of dried fish, a surge of desire overwhelming her. But it was merely fleeting, and Lin Qiao began to doubt whether it was just her imagination. However, now the space had grown utterly silent, and no matter how she sensed it, there was no further response. Reluctantly, Lin Qiao called on everyone to assist in dismantling the equipment and storing it away. The entire process went surprisingly smoothly. When they descended from the upper floor, the principal was already basking in the sunlight, drowsily awake. A peculiar thought struck Lin Qiao. Could Principal Zhang perform photosynthesis? She was genuinely curious. Hearing their movements, the principal slowly opened his eyes. "Ah, are you leaving? Aren't you coming with us, Principal? There are evolving zombies outside now. It won't be safe here for long." The principal shook his head. "I must remain here. Before dawn arrives, I will protect this place, safeguard my students, and preserve the chance of survival." Bai Yunxi spoke solemnly. "There are no living souls left in the school apart from the security department. You can feel it too, Principal. You can restrain them now, but the evolution of the zombies will not cease, and you cannot contain them." Thus, the principal looked up at the sky, murmuring, "Dawn must come soon. I wonder how much longer this old body can hold out." With that, the principal stood up and unsteadily walked back into the experimental building. Lin Qiao sensed that the principal's mind was somewhat unstable, speaking in riddles. Bai Yunxi twitched his nose. The principal indeed carried the scent of a living person, albeit mingled with a hint of vegetation, likely due to his connection with the willow tree. "Let us go. There is no place for you here." The principal's voice echoed from the darkness before falling completely silent. "Qiao Qiao, aren't we going to look for Chu Lu? What if she encounters danger?" As they walked through the campus, the foul stench lingered, yet there was no sign of any zombies. "Chu Lu didn't wish to accompany us. Should we force her?" But just then, Little Tong's words were abruptly interrupted by a piercing scream. It was Chu Lu. The group exchanged glances and hurried toward the entrance, the sound emanating from the direction of their vehicle. Lin Qiao gritted her teeth, thinking, "This woman better not harm my precious car." Oh, that was something she spent several $100s on. Had it not been for her desire to conceal the size of her spatial abilities in front of Chu Lu, she would have long stored the vehicle in her space for easy transport. Chapter 40. The emergence of a second-level zombie following the sound. A few of them rushed over to find Chu Lu hiding inside the vehicle, while outside, a zombie was relentlessly assaulting the car door, attempting to get to her. Lin Qiao's heart sank. It was indeed a second-level zombie. It had only been a month since the apocalypse began, and the initial zombies had only just begun to evolve into first-level zombies en masse. Human abilities had only recently started absorbing first-level cores for cultivation. Even Lin Qiao, who had been reborn and was utilizing the powers of the gray mist, could barely touch the barrier of evolution. For first-level ability users to upgrade to second level, they needed at least hundreds of units of energy contained in first-level cores. The rapid emergence of a second-level zombie among the undead was alarming. The evolution of zombies was already facilitated by abilities, but the speed of this particular zombie's evolution was truly terrifying. No wonder, in such a vast school, only a handful of security personnel remained alive. Clearly, this zombie had played a significant role in that outcome. Lin Qiao's expression turned unusually grave. In addition to possessing physical strength and agility far superior to that of first-level zombies, second-level zombies began to awaken various abilities akin to those of human ability users. Even a reinforced vehicle bore deep scratches under the assault of a second-level zombie, swaying precariously as if it might not hold out much longer. Upon spotting Lin Qiao and the others, Chu Lu's eyes lit up, and she frantically waved for help. The zombie was similarly drawn to their presence. However, it did not charge directly at them, but instead seemed to hesitate, growling from a distance. Lin Qiao paused, realizing they were still within the school gates. And the zombie appeared unwilling to enter the premises. It seemed the undead recoiled from entering the school, even though it was agitated and howling. It dared not take a single step forward. Xiao Tong, puzzled, remarked, "It seems to be afraid? Why?" Bai Yunqi narrowed his eyes. There must be something within the school that restrains zombie evolution, and those infected by the virus would be trapped inside, unable to leave. "Are you saying that all those from the security team have been infected?" Xiao Tong exclaimed incredulously. They appeared no different from ordinary people. And if they had truly turned into zombies, why would they attempt to seize their food? Lin Qiao also turned to Bai Yunqi, awaiting his response. Bai Yunqi, however, remained unhurried, his hands in his pockets, locking eyes with the second-level zombie. "I am certain, I can smell it." He finally understood why he had felt so uneasy since entering the school. That entity had a restraining effect on him as well, but for reasons unknown. It had not fully suppressed him, allowing him to retain some autonomy. Lin Qiao sensed that Bai Yunqi was withholding information, and a flicker of displeasure crossed her mind. Since the apocalypse, they had been companions, and she had constantly reassured herself that she was merely investing in Bai Yunqi as a potential powerhouse. She should not pry into other secrets. Nevertheless, if Bai Yunqi were ever to betray her, she would not hesitate to act decisively. What mattered more right now was Lin Qiao's gaze fixed on the second-level zombie, as she smirked, a second-level core. The emergence of a second-level zombie not only startled Lin Qiao, but also filled her with anticipation. Since the last incident with the gray mist spiraling out of control, her internal energy had reached a sufficient level, and she was merely a step away from advancing to the second level. Unfortunately, despite absorbing numerous first-level cores over the past few days, she had failed to make any progress. The arrival of a second-level zombie reignited her hope. Once human ability users evolved to the second level, an energy core would form within them, allowing them to cultivate without the need to absorb cores, provided they mastered the cultivation methods. After upgrading to the second level, the gap between humans would widen significantly, marking the completion of their evolution. Lin Qiao's interest in the second-level zombie was reciprocated. The zombie, in turn, seemed particularly intrigued by Bai Yunqi, who was by Lin Qiao's side. For a nascent zombie king, this was an irresistible temptation. The second-level zombie howled towards the group, hesitating to approach. Lin Qiao tightened her grip on her long knife, summoning a large leaf to strike at the zombie. "Xiao Tong, Li Yi, stay here, don't go out." Bai Yunqi swiftly followed suit, unleashing the power of a wind ability user to send a wind blade slicing towards the second-level zombie's head. Zombies do not engage in thought, but instinctively react to danger. Dodging Bai Yunqi's wind blade, only to be ensnared by Lin Qiao's sweeping leaf and impaled through the skull before it could react. The two worked in unison to swiftly eliminate the second-level zombie, and Lin Qiao efficiently extracted the core from the zombie's head, revealing a pale blue hue. Raising an eyebrow, she withdrew her long knife and flipped the zombie over, noticing that its shirt was soaked through, the translucent white t-shirt clinging tightly to its form. It had indeed evolved with water abilities, a rare occurrence. In her last life, higher-tier zombies had awakened various abilities to some extent, yet their evolutionary path was far less diverse compared to humans. Especially in elemental attributes, such occurrences were exceedingly uncommon. To think that in the early stages of the apocalypse, as zombies had only just begun to evolve en masse, a second-level zombie exhibiting water abilities would appear, based on the color of the core. It seemed this particular zombie had only just awakened its water abilities. In the early stages, water abilities lacked offensive power. Had it been a zombie awakened with lightning abilities, their task would have been considerably more challenging. Unfortunately, the attributes did not align with Lin Qiao's abilities. Although usable, it would be somewhat wasteful. Lin Qiao pursed her lips, storing the core in her spatial pocket, deciding to absorb and evolve once they reached a safe location. Given that second-level mutated zombies had already appeared, it was likely that the timeline of the apocalypse had accelerated. At such a juncture, the only way to cope with unforeseen changes was to enhance one's own strength. Hiding in the vehicle, Chu Lu peered outside, relieved to see Lin Qiao and Bai Yunqi effortlessly dispatching the zombie, simultaneously feeling a surge of jealousy towards Lin Qiao. Previously, she had believed that Lin Qiao and her group would not make it out of the experimental building and had fled without a second thought. Initially, She had worried that the woman's words were true. What if they truly could not leave the school? However, upon reaching the entrance, everything appeared normal. Exactly as it had before they entered, with not a single zombie in sight. Cautiously, she climbed into the vehicle only to discover that Lin Qiao had removed the keys. She attempted to hotwire the ignition like in the movies, but before she could even figure it out, a zombie crashed into her. This zombie was entirely different from those she had encountered before. With one blow, it nearly toppled the vehicle. In that moment, she desperately wished for Lin Qiao and her companions to survive, or at the very least, for Bai Yunxi to emerge alone. She scrambled to hide in the middle of the back seat, cracking open the sunroof just a sliver, gathering her breath to scream for help, hoping to attract assistance. To her dismay, the ones who arrived were Lin Qiao and her group. What was even more surprising was that all of them emerged unscathed. It felt as if they were mocking her folly, and Chu Lu's jealousy peaked in that instant. Chapter 41. Chao City is off limits. Chu Lu skillfully concealed her emotions, stumbling out of the vehicle and making her way towards Lin Qiao. Thank goodness. I thought something had happened to you. After you went in, the principal was acting strangely. I wanted to go back to the car for weapons to save you, but I was trapped inside by zombies. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. Chu Lu wept, her tears resembling blooming pear blossoms, appearing utterly pitiful. Regrettably, among the two gentlemen present, one was the naively newly transitioned into adulthood and utterly ignorant of matters between men and women, while the other was Bai Yunxi, who had just resolved to be a competent, devoted husband, distancing himself from all women except his wife. Thus, Chu Lu's feelings were destined to be in vain. The only voice of consolation came from Xiao Tong, who reassured everyone. It's all right. We have obtained what we desired. Let us proceed to the gymnasium. Chu Lu, unwilling to relent, cast a glance at Bai Yunxi only to find his gaze fixed solely on Lin Qiao. Gritting her teeth, she murmured, all right. However, Lin Qiao did not hasten her departure. Instead, she turned towards the school, hesitating as she said, it seems there might be something useful within the school. I sense that the principal has left something here, using its power to control the students who have turned into zombies. Could there be a possibility for zombies to revert to humanity? Bai Yunxi furrowed his brow. How could that be? Zombies and humans are fundamentally different species. Curiously, he inquired, do you desire that object? Although it unsettled him, if Lin Qiao wished for it, he would unleash the full force of his zombie king powers for a chance to procure it. Lin Qiao, however, shook her head. No, that object is perilous. Its presence here may be fortuitous. I have a feeling we will meet again someday. After departing the school, Lin Qiao and her companions drove directly to the gymnasium. Upon sensing their exit, the previously tranquil willow tree suddenly swayed, as if bidding farewell, and the principal's voice echoed, good luck, my students. I will fulfill my final duty as principal, safeguarding the bodies of the students, awaiting the dawn to grant you a chance to survive with this old body of mine. The gymnasium was not far from the school, and they arrived at their destination just after noon. Coincidentally, while undergoing the routine inspection upon entering the gymnasium, Lin Qiao spotted Lin Yaqin among the crowd. Her eyes flickered. She had not anticipated Lin Yaqin would come to the military city. Unlike in her previous life, where the Lin family had no connection with the military and relied solely on Lin Qiao's protection to reach the safe zone in Chao City half a year after the apocalypse. In this life, the Lin family had arrived at the military city even quicker and had sought refuge with the armed forces. Indeed, unlike the other survivors who appeared beleaguered, the Lin family enjoyed preferential treatment from the military. Just by observing their attire and demeanor, they stood in stark contrast to the listless survivors. Lin Qiao merely glanced at them before turning away, wishing to sever ties with them in this lifetime. Had she known Lin Yaqin was here and involved with the military, she would have certainly refrained from coming. However, having already entered, leaving abruptly might attract unwanted attention. Lin Qiao lowered her head and quietly instructed, once inside the gymnasium, avoid causing trouble and do not scatter. Although the others were puzzled, they nodded in agreement. Chu Lu, however, harbored ulterior motives. Thinking that Lin Qiao had maintained an air of confidence throughout their journey, and her sudden modesty must be hiding something. Finding a corner to rest, Lin Qiao planned to leave with the military the next day and seek an opportunity to detach. She had hoped to utilize the military's cover, but it seemed she must rely on herself once again. How frustrating. Not a single advantage could be gained. While resting, they overheard nearby discussions that piqued Lin Qiao's interest. They spoke of not abandoning any survivor, Yet some were treated as honored guests, while others had to watch their demeanor just to secure a meal. Hey, you may not know this, but that Lin Yaqin didn't initially know the leaders either. Oh, what is the story? Do share. I witnessed it firsthand. That woman was just like me, only given a blanket. But not long after, a leader approached her with a piece of paper. I didn't hear their conversation, but the paper was a sketch of her. What does that imply? Those in the know understand. Good heavens. Does that mean she rose to prominence based on her looks? It's just like ancient emperors selecting concubines by examining portraits. Exactly. This is the state of affairs. Unbeknownst to them, Lin Qiao harbored doubts about whether there were any reincarnated individuals around Lin Yaqin and intended to investigate discreetly. In her previous life, Lin Yaqin hadn't started off with Xiao Boyu either. After entering Chao City, Lin Yaqin gradually revealed her unique spatial abilities, teaming up with the leaders of Chao City for several missions. During that time, the residents regarded Lin Yaqin as the mistress of Chao City. She indeed embodied the kind and benevolent persona everyone expected, selflessly contributing to Chao City. However, rumors later spread that Lin Yaqin did not harbor affection for the leader of Chao City. Despite these rumors, her status remained unscathed, and she continued to bask in the adoration of the entire base, being sculpted into the image of a post-apocalyptic goddess by the leader. What transpired during that period remained unknown to Lin Qiao. She was struggling for survival and had already fled Chao City, learning of such news only through others. She truly felt that Lin Yaqin from her previous life resembled the protagonist of a Mary Sue novel, adored by all, effortlessly overcoming every obstacle. This was precisely why Lin Qiao had refrained from taking action against Lin Yaqin in this life. Upon her rebirth, she had envisioned countless ways to eliminate Lin Yaqin. Yet ultimately, she chose to keep her distance, still wary of the consequences. Now it seemed prudent not to have acted rashly against Lin Yaqin. Surely, there were reincarnated individuals in Chao City. She could not simply walk into that situation. She must find a chance to extricate herself from the main group and avoid recklessly entering Chao City. As for the items she sought within, they had likely already fallen into the hands of that reincarnated individual, and she would have to forego them for now. After all, with the spatial ability in her possession, even if that person obtained it, they could not utilize it. Chapter 42. The exposure of spatial abilities. Later, the military personnel arrived to convey important instructions. In essence, once they departed, the military would no longer provide free food. The journey to Chao City would pass through several counties and villages, where the main group would take brief breaks, and the survivors would need to find ways to procure food. As soon as this policy was announced, it incited a chorus of complaints from the crowd. What does this mean? Chao City is several hundred kilometers away. Without food, are we to starve? With zombies lurking outside, do you expect us to fend for ourselves? What purpose do you serve? Have you hoarded all the food? I clearly saw you raiding several supermarkets. There must be food. That belongs to everyone in the military city. You can't just take it for yourselves. Hand over the food. Yes, hand over the food. Hand over the food. As one person took the lead, many quickly joined in the outcry. In their eyes, since the military had taken them in, they bore the responsibility to ensure their safety and provide sustenance. Lin Qiao, mingling within the crowd, silently observed this farce. She did not believe these people's demands would be met. She had witnessed too many comrades turning against each other over food and supplies. Moreover, there was no camaraderie among these individuals, merely a group of ordinary people incapable of surviving in the apocalypse, forced to cling to the military for support. The abilities of those among them had already been absorbed by the military upon their registration in the gymnasium, and their families had also received preferential treatment. The individuals who remain here now are merely a group of ordinary people devoid of awakened abilities. In other words, they are but a collection of valueless burdens that may hinder progress. Even if they manage to enter the safety zone of Chao City without a source of food, they will either become subservient to the awakened, begging for scraps to eat each day, or they will venture out to hunt zombies, exchanging crystal cores for supplies, incessantly battling until their demise. This is the lament of ordinary souls in the apocalypse, a sight Lin Qiao has witnessed too often. In the eyes of certain high-ranking officials at various bases, the sole purpose of these individuals may be reproduction, provided they can first sustain themselves. As anticipated, events unfolded in accordance with Lin Qiao's predictions. A gunshot interrupted the bickering amongst the crowd. A tall man donned in military attire, adorned with a red armband, ascended the platform. Under his formidable gaze, the crowd gradually fell silent. Satisfied, The man nodded and raised a megaphone, declaring, "We depart promptly at 7 a.m. tomorrow. You have 28 hours to gather supplies. Strive to survive and enter Qiao City, you wretches. Outside, there are zombies. We are not awakened, and we lack weapons. Where are we to gather supplies?" A middle-aged woman in the front row questioned. The man in military garb cast a fleeting glance her way and continued. "Our assessments indicate that second-tier zombies have already emerged in the area. If we do not depart, we shall only await our demise. Currently, over 10,000 survivors are registered. Yet how many will reach Qiao City is uncertain. The dangers we may encounter along the way are unknown. But I cannot allow the soldiers fighting at the front to go without sustenance. Therefore, cease being a parasite and resolve your own food issues." His words were blunt yet truthful, leaving no room for dissent. Indeed, the outside world was teeming with zombies, and unpredictable mutated flora and fauna lurked nearby. Without a military presence or awakened individuals, these ordinary people were mere targets, likely to be wiped out before even leaving the area. Following his statement, the survivors in the gymnasium wore expressions of despair. Many began forming temporary groups to strategize their supply-gathering missions. A few indolent individuals remained disgruntled, yet faced with the ominous gun barrels, they dared not challenge the status quo, instead muttering grievances against those who chose not to resist alongside them. Half an hour later, many had begun to leave. Seemingly believing that safety lay in numbers, most ventured out in groups of 10 or more. Lin Qiao, wishing to avoid drawing attention, blended in with the crowd and discreetly exited the gymnasium. However, while she sought to remain inconspicuous, others had different intentions. "Lin Qiao, don't you possess abilities? Why haven't you registered?" Chu Lu suddenly interjected as they neared the exit of the gymnasium. Her voice was loud enough that many turned to listen, especially the remaining survivors who hadn't yet departed, eager to glimpse the fortunate ones mentioned. As a result, Chu Lu's words instantly made Lin Qiao the center of attention. Regret washed over Lin Qiao in that moment. There were numerous ways to teach Xiao Tong not to trust others too readily, yet in a lapse of judgment, she had chosen the most challenging route. Now, in front of so many, including several awakened individuals, she found it difficult to act. Meanwhile, Chu Lu feigned ignorance. During her registration, she had sensed Lin Qiao's reluctance to reveal her identity as an awakened individual and her indifference to the benefits that such a status might confer. If she was not mistaken, Lin Qiao's powers might possess some unique quality, prompting her desire for discretion. Having previously aligned herself with Lin Qiao, Chu Lu had chosen silence to avoid causing trouble for the group. However, her mindset had shifted. Since she could no longer vie for Bai Yunqi's attention, nor earn Lin Qiao's trust, it was wiser to seek a new alliance. "Huh, little girl, do you think abilities grow on trees? If she truly had powers, would she conceal them so skillfully? I suspect you all conspired to deceive us." A tall, thin man wearing a baseball cap spoke, half of his face obscured in shadow, a sinister smile curling his lips. Lin Qiao noted that he too bore a red armband on his arm. "Yang, the young lady's idea isn't easily conceived. You truly lack appreciation for the fairer sex, exposing her so quickly." Another man chimed in, his arm similarly marked with a red band, suggesting it was a distinguishing emblem for the awakened. Lin Qiao lowered her gaze and, going with the flow, replied, "My apologies. I merely believe my martial training might be comparable to the strength of an awakened individual." Chu Lu, gritting her teeth, pointed at the long knife hanging from Lin Qiao's waist, unwilling to relent. "But you conjured that knife out of thin air, didn't you?" Chapter 43. Finally. A meeting. The commotion stirred by Lin Qiao had indeed caught the attention of the military, as well as Lin Yaqin. As she navigated through the throng, Lin Qiao spotted Lin Yaqin approaching from across the crowd. Ultimately, she could not evade her. "What is all this racket? Are you trying to attract the zombies?" The man who had previously used the megaphone strode forward, the crowd parting to grant him passage. He stopped directly before Lin Qiao and her companions, scrutinizing them with a hostile tone. "Is it you lot causing this disturbance?" Yang let out an odd laugh, tilting his head slightly to reveal his previously concealed face. His gaunt features were adorned with dark, smoky makeup, and his lips were painted a deep brown, lending him an air of madness and peculiarity. "Major He, there are individuals claiming to possess abilities here." "Who? What abilities? Why haven't they reported?" Major He's gaze fell upon Bai Yunqi, sensing an undeniable aura of strength emanating from him. Chu Lu's eyes lit up upon hearing the major's rank. A major, no less, and one who had awakened abilities. If she could align herself with him, she might discover the method to awaken her own powers. Chu Lu had been observing since entering the gymnasium. She noted that every person in military attire bore a red armband, with no exceptions. This indicated that the military must possess a method to facilitate the awakening of abilities. Otherwise, the probability of so many awakened individuals amongst the thousands of registered survivors would be implausibly low. Thus, Chu Lu donned a surprised expression, eager to ingratiate herself. Major He, my name is Chu Lu. We are a group. These two possess abilities, which I have witnessed firsthand. Might we be allowed to stay? Major He regarded Chu Lu with keen insight, discerning the calculation hidden within her gaze. He was not one to be easily manipulated. Nonetheless, he was willing to humor her. Curious about her ulterior motives. What is going on? If you have abilities, why not report them? What is your purpose in infiltrating here? At this juncture, Lin Qiao recognized that there was no longer a need for concealment. Moreover, her expression darkened as she summoned all her strength to suppress the restless gray mist. To her dismay, the mist chose this moment to manifest chaos. Was there indeed a connection between the gray mist and Lin Yaqin? Lin Yaqin had already recognized Lin Qiao. She had seen her photo long ago and instantly identified her. However, even without the photograph, she would have known that the person before her was Lin Qiao, for she was capable of foreseeing the future and naturally knew Lin Qiao's appearance. She exclaimed with barely concealed delight, "Is it you, Sister Lin Qiao?" "Colonel He. She is my sister and also a supernatural being? How wonderful. Ever since the apocalypse erupted, we have been searching for you. Thankfully, you are safe and have awakened your powers." In just a few words, she clarified their relationship while subtly chastising Lin Qiao for disregarding the safety of their family. With genuine excitement, Lin Yaqin gazed at Lin Qiao. She understood that meeting Lin Qiao was the answer to the mysterious draw she had felt. Upon hearing Lin Yaqin's explanation, He Shi's expression softened slightly. "Since she is Miss Lin's friend, let us proceed to the area for supernatural ability testing. While there, you can also register. Each supernatural being is entitled to receive rations for 2 people daily, and for additional supplies, you will need to devise your own means." Testing? Lin Qiao's eyes narrowed. Had they truly advanced to such a degree? The machines capable of detecting supernatural attributes were essentially modified timepieces utilizing the cores of Level 2, non-elemental zombies. Such devices had only been invented a year after the apocalypse's onset by a psychic ability user in her past life. She was astonished by the military's swift progress this time. Who was the individual reborn in Chao City? Her intuition warned her against confronting Chao City at this moment. "I possess spatial abilities, encompassing an area of approximately 20 square meters, while he is a speed enhancer," Lin Qiao introduced, gesturing to her companions. "They are my friends, and they have no supernatural powers." He Shi nodded, opting for caution. "Let us test your attributes. We will provide training resources based on the nature of your powers." Lin Qiao did not refuse this time. Spatial and healing abilities did not fall under the 5 elemental attributes, and the apparatus would not detect them. She merely needed to conceal her true powers. As for Bai Yunqi, both wind and speed attributes belonged to the wood element and would not raise any suspicions. After testing the group, He Shi handed Lin Qiao and Bai Yunqi each a red cloth strip. The moment Lin Qiao touched the strip, she sensed something amiss. However, she maintained her composure and calmly tied it around her left arm. The attribute test revealed no issues. Unexpectedly, Chu Lu also showed signs of awakening her abilities. Though still dormant, it was identified as Earth attribute, and it remained uncertain what powers she might awaken later, or if she would awaken any at all. Among their group of 5, 3 emerged as supernatural beings, prompting envy from the onlookers. One girl in a white dress even flirted with Bai Yunqi, only to be met with a glare that silenced her. "Sister Lin Qiao, let me take you to see Mother. She is quite worried about you." Lin Yaqin stepped forward, reaching for Lin Qiao's hand. Chapter 44. Departure from the gymnasium. The gray mist grew increasingly agitated, rendering Lin Qiao's body immobile. A sudden chill surged within her, as if death itself had gripped her throat. Alarm bells rang in her mind, yet she found herself unable to escape, ensnared by an invisible force. Lin Yaqin loomed before her like an insurmountable mountain. She could only watch helplessly as Lin Yaqin approached, and the mist in the space stirred restlessly, eager to break free. Was this the end? Lin Qiao closed her eyes in despair. "Let us prepare some gifts for uncle and aunt when we return." Bai Yunqi placed a reassuring hand on Lin Qiao's shoulder, smiling. It must be said that Bai Yunqi's facade was quite convincing, exuding an aura of authority. Lin Qiao felt the suffocating pressure dissipate like bubbles, reclaiming control over her body. She quickly stepped back, avoiding Lin Yaqin's outstretched hand. Lin Yaqin, thwarted in her attempt, felt a surge of frustration, masking it with a facade of disappointment. Are you upset with me, sister? I never intended to take Mom and Dad away. Mom said that as long as you are willing, we are always your family. You need not risk your life for gifts. Lin Yaqin's attire was modest, featuring a light brown knitted jacket paired with a beige skirt, presenting a blend of strength and fragility, standing in stark contrast to the emaciated survivors around her. Lin Qiao silently marveled. It was no wonder Lin Yaqin had been portrayed as the goddess of the apocalypse in her past life, becoming a beacon of hope for the lower-tier survivors. Her aura was indeed captivating. Had she not been aware of Lin Yaqin's true nature, she might have fallen for her act. At that moment, Xiao Tong, having momentarily resurfaced from her previous naivety, feigned an even more innocent demeanor, appearing entirely pitiful, embodying the oppressed lower-class citizen who could only resist against the tyranny with her soft voice. You misunderstand. Li Yi and I are ordinary people. Qiao Qiao worries that your parents might think less of us for being a burden, which is why we wanted to prepare gifts first. Xiao Tong bit her lip, her eyes reddening as she questioned Lin Qiao. Qiao Qiao, do you think like her too, that we are useless? I know we are merely ordinary individuals, devoid of formidable powers, and we cannot assist you. If you find us a hindrance, you can directly tell us without needing others to speak for you. Lin Qiao could not help but admire her. If it weren't for the onlookers, she would have given Xiao Tong a thumbs up. I will never abandon any of my companions. Even if you lack powers, we are still comrades. I will never leave you behind. Lin Qiao deliberately raised her voice, ensuring that everyone could hear her. As anticipated, her words led to a brief silence, followed by an increasing number of hostile gazes directed at He Shi and Lin Yaqin's group. Lin Yaqin gritted her teeth, her carefully crafted goddess image shattered by Lin Qiao's succinct words. Tears welled in her eyes as she sought to defend herself. But Lin Qiao did not afford her that opportunity. I have never blamed my parents. They are surrounded by you and so many supernatural beings for protection. However, my companions cannot be without me. I will not act against my principles for mere rations. Therefore, I must help my companions secure sufficient food. Lin Qiao bowed solemnly to Lin Yaqin, crafting an image of loyalty and righteousness. Afterward, she seized Xiao Tong's wrist and turned to leave the gymnasium, with Bai Yunqi and Li Yi silently following suit. It wasn't until the four vanished from sight that the crowd reacted. Although many muttered that Lin Qiao was foolish for accompanying two ordinary individuals when she was a rare supernatural being, deep down, they envied Xiao Tong and Li Yi. Many among them had come accompanied by supernatural beings, some even having been friends with them before the apocalypse. However, since entering the gymnasium, the preferential treatment accorded to supernatural beings served as a constant reminder of their differences. Most supernatural beings had gradually succumbed to the allure of their elevated status, causing those ordinary individuals without awakened powers to become stepping stones for the display of superiority. The onlookers, to varying degrees, had experienced oppression from the supernatural beings, and the military turned a blind eye to it, leaving ordinary people devoid of rights. The apocalypse had only begun a little over a month ago, yet a new social order had already taken root, a microcosm of the world itself. Ordinary individuals could only endure oppression, even striving to appease the supernatural beings in hopes of gaining their protection in the uncertain future, thereby avoiding a fate of being devoured by zombies. Chu Lu did not follow Lin Qiao's departure. She believed that no matter how formidable Lin Qiao might be, they were merely two supernatural beings. And what could they achieve in the wake of a new era? Indeed, Chu Lu was quicker than anyone else to grasp the stark reality. The apocalyptic world was both a crisis and an opportunity. The emergence of supernatural beings would forge a new societal structure, heralding a new epoch. This was a unique opportunity, and she was determined to seize it. Without a hint of hesitation, she chose to align herself with He Shi, seeking to establish a firm foothold in this unprecedentedly chaotic new age, ensuring she boarded a ship that would not capsize. The individuals backing He Shi were certainly more than mere ordinary supernatural beings. Within a month, they had comprehensively understood the attributes of supernatural powers and even developed instruments for their detection. Chu Lu was certain this was a ship that would not sink. She was resolute in capturing this opportunity. Thus, she directly expressed her intentions to He Shi. Colonel He, may I join your ranks? Although my powers have yet to awaken, I do not wish to remain secluded, merely living my own modest life. In this era, we must unite to overcome the challenges ahead. Chu Lu fixed her gaze on Heiress, hoping he would comprehend the underlying meaning of her words. By saying this, she implied to everyone that although Lin Qiao spoke eloquently about not abandoning her companions, she was, in fact, selfish, focused solely on her own life without regard for humanity's future, thereby exonerating Lin Yaqin and Heiress. Additionally, she was revealing her ambition and sincerity to join. She was gambling, wagering that the individuals behind Heiress preferred to welcome ambitious individuals into their fold. Upon closer inspection, Chu Lu's fingertips trembled. She too was afraid that if her gamble failed, she might be eliminated as a hindrance. Fortunately, her gamble paid off. Chapter 45. An uninvited scapegoat. Heiress did not make things difficult for Chu Lu. Rather, he readily accepted her allegiance and led her to the registration area. As the crowd dispersed, seeking food in pairs, the zombies around the gymnasium had been largely cleared due to the military presence, making it considerably safer. If they did not gather provisions now, they could encounter unforeseen difficulties on the road. A few astute individuals, noticing Lin Qiao's departure, had already slipped away from the crowd to quietly follow her. Though they did not pursue too closely, being supernatural beings themselves, they were prepared for any potential danger. Such a pack of rats, let us be off. Yin Yang, who had scarcely spoken since Heiress's arrival, chuckled briefly before turning to exit the gymnasium. He had not anticipated events would unfold in such a manner. What excitement would the emergence of new supernatural beings bring to this already precarious group? In a time of chaos, with supernatural beings emerging, everyone was competitive, unwilling to yield, especially during the early days of the apocalypse when all eyes were upon them. Thus, when Yin Zhan observed two factions confronting each other on the second floor of a shopping mall, he was not at all surprised. He even had the leisure to pick up a chair and sit down to watch the spectacle. Beautiful lady, I presume you have some valuable items hidden in your space? Shall we help you take a look? A man with a scruffy beard led a group of 4, encircling Lin Qiao and her companions. Although it was 4 against 4, the scruffy bearded men were clearly supernatural beings, completely underestimating Lin Qiao's party. 2 were mere useless individuals without powers. 1 had a non-combatant spatial ability, and only 1 possessed speed. The outcome of such an uneven match was hardly in doubt. Xiaotong rolled her eyes, mocking, how shameless. After saying this, she picked up a bottle of perfume from a shelf, spritzed it on her wrist, seemingly satisfied with the scent, and casually tossed it to Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao, in perfect synchrony, accepted it into her space, disregarding the scruffy bearded group entirely. This was the first time the scruffy bearded man had been publicly humiliated since awakening his powers. And fury ignited in his eyes as he glared at Xiaotong. You're courting death. Xiaotong ducked behind Lin Qiao, dramatically clutching her chest, and joked, You truly frighten me, ugly creature. The scruffy bearded man had previously been a chef at a small restaurant. Years ago, after an inebriated incident, he had blown up the kitchen, resulting in facial disfigurement. The restaurant owner not only refused to cover his medical expenses, but demanded that he compensate for the damages. Feeling wronged, he took vengeance, murdering the owner and his family. Due to the severity of his crimes, he was sentenced to death. Just when he thought his life was over, the outbreak of zombies occurred, and he unexpectedly awakened supernatural powers. He swiftly escaped from prison, rallying a few subordinates through his forceful abilities. Although he lost many along the way, the 3 who ultimately arrived at the gymnasium with him were all supernatural beings. Most of the newly recruited supernatural beings in the military were lone wolves. Even when temporarily teamed up, they remained wary of one another. It was rare for an entire team of supernatural beings to be recruited together, which made their small group formidable among the many supernatural beings, not to be underestimated. The scruffy bearded man detested any mention of his disfigured face, and in a fit of rage, he bellowed, Attack. Kill everyone except that one with the spatial ability. Chapter 46. An unexpected gain. Lin Qiao retracted her knife, coldly regarding the scruffy bearded man, uncertain if anyone had overheard his final words. In her previous life, the leaders of various factions had scoured for nature-based supernatural beings, all of whom became central figures of power, leading to endless conflicts wherever they appeared. Lin Qiao, wishing to avoid drawing attention to herself, acted promptly, hoping the scruffy bearded man's words had gone unnoticed. The scruffy bearded man's subordinates, already incapacitated by Yunxi, scattered in fear upon witnessing their leader's demise. Xiaotong and Li Yi approached, glancing at the fallen scruffy bearded man, and asked, what was his supernatural ability? By the way, are you both unhurt? Lin Qiao shook her head. I'm fine. The The scruffy bearded man's ability, though defensively strong, was limited by his physical capabilities, and his attacks had failed to injure either of them. Ultimately, he fell victim to his own arrogance. Li Yi gazed at Lin Qiao and Bai Yunxi with admiration, exclaiming, "You both are incredible. I wonder if I could become that powerful too." His words reminded Lin Qiao of Li Wei's last words about Li Yi awakening supernatural powers. Unfortunately, Li Wei did not have the opportunity to specify what type of ability Li Yi would awaken. Previously, during the power testing at the gymnasium, Li Yi had shown no signs of awakening. Given the current pace of the apocalypse, awakening powers seemed to be merely a matter of time. Lin Qiao had no intention of discussing her rebirth, as it would only invite unnecessary concern from her companions. She provided a vague explanation instead. "It's only a matter of time," but such a bold assertion. A man with exaggerated smoky eye makeup sat on a sofa at the stairway, watching Lin Qiao and her companions, who had effortlessly dispatched their foes. Yin Zhan raised his chin, revealing his signature arrogant smile. "You truly put on a splendid show." Lin Qiao Bai Yunxi. Lin Qiao lifted her head, her eyes glinting with bloodlust as she assumed an offensive stance, the smile on her lips deepening. "Are you also interested in my spatial abilities?" Sensing Lin Qiao's murderous intent, Yin Yang stood, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. Wait. I have no intention of fighting you." With that, he decisively led his companions down the stairs. Lin Qiao sheathed her long knife. In truth, she did not wish to engage Yin Zhan in battle, as the confrontation with the scruffy bearded man had already drained much of her strength. Facing Yin Zhan at his peak would likely require her to harness the power of the gray mist to secure victory. However, when faced with Lin Yaqin, the unusual behavior exhibited by the gray mist prompted Lin Qiao to refrain from utilizing it until she could ascertain the connection between the gray mist and Lin Yaqin. With this thought in mind, Lin Qiao seemingly caught sight of a glimmer of golden energy within the figure of the bearded man. Subsequently, she was overcome by a palpable hunger, and the gray mist grew restless once more. Rather than Lin Qiao merely seeing the golden energy, it was more accurate to say that she perceived it through the perspective of the gray mist, witnessing the extraordinary energy within the bearded man's body. Could it be? Lin Qiao reached out, gently touching the bearded man's form. Suddenly, the golden energy surged along her fingertips, swiftly infiltrating Lin Qiao's body, specifically being absorbed by the gray mist into her essence. This experience differed markedly from the prior absorption of Li Wei's abilities, where no elemental energy was present. At that time, while Li Wei yet lived, the gray mist had violently devoured the extraordinary energy within him. Even if an opportunity arose to acquire Li Wei's time manipulation abilities in the future, it would still hinge upon the power of the gray mist. This instance was different. Upon absorbing the golden energy from the bearded man's body, it returned directly to her own. She distinctly felt an increase in her extraordinary energy, reminiscent of the sensation of absorbing a crystal core. Furthermore, the metallic energy absorbed through the gray mist transformed into a formless, transparent energy upon entering her body. Lin Qiao sensed that this infusion of extraordinary energy brought her one step closer to advancing to the second level. Taking a deep breath, she found herself captivated by the exhilarating surge of power. Bai Yunxi cast a puzzled glance at Lin Qiao, unable to comprehend why she would choose to touch the corpse of such an unattractive individual. Even when he had yet to awaken, he would have had no desire to engage with someone like that. "It's nothing," Lin Qiao shook her head. She had yet to fully understand the intricacies of the gray mist and did not wish to voice her concerns, causing others to worry unnecessarily. After all, in this lifetime, the conflict between her and Lin Yaqin had not yet arisen. Should she speak of it, it would inevitably evoke the grievances from her past life, complicating matters rather than resolving them. The four continued their sweep of the mall. Though their supplies were abundant, the hurried preparations left many details overlooked. For instance, Lin Qiao had not anticipated the unpleasant odors that accompanied moving with the larger group, particularly as some individuals resorted to setting up makeshift curtains for their bodily functions. The stench was unbearable. Lin Qiao hoped never to encounter it again. Thus, while the others frantically scavenged for food and warm clothing, Lin Qiao and her companions took advantage of the unmonitored supply area, filling their bags with various air fresheners. Additionally, Xiaodong suggested utilizing the scent of perfume to mask odors and confuse the judgment of the zombies. This idea had never occurred to Lin Qiao before. Although later encounters with high-level zombies could not be avoided, it was indeed possible to employ perfume in the early apocalypse to sidestep unnecessary confrontations. The four gathered everything they might need, yet they refrained from taking food and clothing. She would neither harm others nor adopt the savior complex. But they lacked for nothing in terms of supplies and saw no need to extinguish any flicker of hope for others. This was her sole act of kindness since her rebirth in this world. Chapter 47. Bound by morality, the group enjoyed a lavish dinner and breakfast the following morning in the mall. While those in the gym had to settle for stale, expired bread, Lin Qiao and her companions indulged in warm Crucian carp soup paired with steaming dumplings, filling the entire second floor of the mall with enticing aromas. Fortunately, by this time, the mall was devoid of other patrons. Otherwise, it might have stirred up trouble. Upon returning to the gym, they found the open space in front filled with people, with only 10 military vehicles present, apart from 3 large trucks for military use. The remaining 6 trucks were occupied by ability users and their families. Remarkably, they had even procured a fuel tanker. Lin Qiao's gaze flickered as she contemplated that aside from these vehicles, the remaining individuals either had their own means of transport or would have no choice but to walk behind the trucks. With hundreds of kilometers ahead, unpredictable weather, and omnipresent zombies, it was uncertain how many would survive the journey to Chongqing. In her previous life, Lin Qiao and her family had arrived in the city much later and had received no military intelligence, leaving them unaware of the dangers they would face along the way. They had their own vehicle and did not intend to engage further with the military. However, even if they wished to remain inconspicuous, there were those who were determined to draw attention to them. Lin Qiao Tonghuahua, Brother Bai, Chu Lu's voice called out through the crowd. Lin Qiao involuntarily twitched her lips, wishing to feign ignorance, but the events of the previous day at the gym had been witnessed by many fortunate individuals. And soon the four were isolated from the rest. The crowd parted, creating a pathway. Chu Lu effortlessly navigated through the throng and approached the four. Lin Qiao immediately noticed the red cloth band on Chu Lu's arm. Had she successfully awakened her abilities overnight? Was there truly a method within the military to assist individuals in awakening their powers? This was utterly absurd. She had never heard of such a thing in either of her lifetimes. Chu Lu noticed Lin Qiao's gaze and raised her right hand to touch the red cloth. Feigning modesty as she said, "I didn't expect to awaken my abilities so quickly. I heard from Colonel He that even when signs of awakening appear, some individuals may never awaken in their lifetime. It seems I'm quite fortunate." The smugness in Chu Lu's tone was nearly impossible to conceal, and of course, she had no intention of hiding it. Previously, Xiaodong's behavior had been affected by Li Wei's death, her empathy reaching a peak, rendering her oblivious to Chu Lu's peculiar demeanor. Now, however, with a clear mind, she reflected on their past interactions and felt as though she had been wallowing in filth for days. Xiaodong was not one to tolerate indignities. Typically, she would voice her frustrations immediately. "What? Have you come to flaunt your association with the big shot? I recall you were not so brazen a few days ago, begging us for help. What was it you said? Oh right, please, save me." Xiaodong's brows furrowed as she mimicked Chu Lu's words with exaggerated sarcasm. "Tonghuahua, how could you say that?" Chu Lu's expression darkened instantly. Previously, she had humbled herself before Lin Qiao and her companions, which she deemed a significant insult. She had anticipated regaining her dignity upon awakening her abilities, only to find Tonghuahua daring to mock her. "What's wrong? Do I not perform well? Perhaps you could demonstrate for everyone how you transformed from a mere beggar into a master, so we can all learn from your success story." Xiaodong smirked, her disdainful gaze fixed on Chu Lu. "And by the way, don't call my name. You're not worthy. I never had a friend who would betray me like you. The thought that I once considered such a person a friend makes me so sad." With that, Xiaodong wrapped her arm around Lin Qiao's, burying her head in Lin Qiao's shoulder, as if truly aggrieved. Following Xiaodong's words, murmurs began to ripple through the onlookers. Everyone had witnessed Chu Lu's behavior the day prior. Although abandonment among companions was commonplace in the apocalypse, no one dared to speak of it openly. As ordinary individuals without abilities, even if they faced betrayal, they would not dare confront ability users, let alone respond in kind. After all, those who committed such acts were often ruthless. Angering them could jeopardize one's life. Nevertheless, should someone voice their opinions, it wouldn't hinder their enjoyment of the spectacle. They relished seeing those in power brought down from their pedestals, and in such moments, who wouldn't want to take a step? The phrase "to add insult to injury" aptly encapsulates this mindset. Chu Lu was first unmasked by the young child in front of everyone, and then subjected to scornful glances, leading her to abandon all pretense. So what? Can you honestly say you followed Lin Qiao under the belief that they possessed extraordinary abilities? What differentiates you from me? We are amidst an apocalypse. You are merely an ordinary person devoid of powers. How long do you think they will continue to protect you? With the assistance of Heiress, she successfully awakened her abilities, no longer needing to placate these individuals, and her demeanor naturally shifted from before. Today, besides wanting to flaunt her newfound power, she had another purpose. Lin Qiao, brother Bai, will you truly not join us? In this world, survival as a lone wolf is exceedingly difficult. By aligning with the military, not only can you secure protection, but you will also gain access to additional training resources. Although your individual combat capabilities are impressive, should you encounter a horde of zombies, relying solely on one or two individuals is utterly insufficient. Colonel Heiress stated that as long as you consent to join, the terms are entirely negotiable. On this note, Chu Lu felt a twinge of resentment. Early this morning, Heiress approached her, insisting she persuade Lin Qiao to join them. As long as Lin Qiao agreed, any conditions they proposed would be acceptable. Lin Qiao did not miss the jealousy flickering in Chu Lu's eyes and raised an eyebrow. What on earth did Lin Qiao hope to gain from her? Such a grand gesture indicated that Lin Qiao's standing within the military was far more significant than she had anticipated. What nonsense are you spouting? Just because you enjoy being their lackey doesn't mean everyone else relishes the same fate. Was Miss Tong being overly harsh? As soon as her words fell, Heiress and Lin Qiao emerged from the crowd. Heiress' smile did not reach his eyes, and his gaze towards Miss Tong was laden with danger. Lin Qiao subtly stepped forward, returning his look with a meaning-laden smile, causing the atmosphere to thicken with tension. Sister, Heiress truly needs talent here. We have no idea what dangers lie ahead on this journey. I hope everyone can arrive safely in Chao City. Even women and children are the hope of humanity. Thus, every ability user represents formidable combat strength. Sister, I know you must resent me for taking away our parents. But I do not wish for you to disregard the lives of so many because of me. Lin Qiao silently regarded Lin Qiao. Was this woman truly raised in an orphanage? She immediately positioned herself on a moral high ground, diverting the conversation to such profound depths. It seemed as if refusing her would make Lin Qiao a pariah to all of humanity. If she wished to harness the military's strength to leave Bu City, she could not afford to create enemies unnecessarily. The journey from Bu City to Chao City spanned hundreds of kilometers, fraught with unknown dangers. If she did not want to face hostility from everyone while defending against zombies, her only option was to acquiesce, unless she could depart from the main group, which was contingent upon her ability to escape. Lin Qiao surveyed her surroundings and detected several energy fluctuations mingling within the crowd. Chapter 48. Preparing to depart since her rebirth. It was the first time Lin Qiao felt such suffocation. The ability users hidden among the crowd showed no intent to conceal themselves. It was blatantly deliberate. Miss Tong clearly sensed the tension, retreating behind Lin Qiao, cautious not to expose her abilities. Although she was unaware of the military's methods for detecting special abilities, revealing her powers, especially if they did not belong to the 5 elemental attributes, would undoubtedly raise suspicions. Bai Yunqi lowered his head and whispered, "If you are unwilling, I can help you escape." Although he could not presently unleash the powers of the Zombie King and had not yet tamed any zombie minions, it would be relatively easy to emit a trace of the Zombie King's aura to attract nearby zombies and create a localized horde. As long as a substantial number of zombies converged, he could take advantage of the chaos to lead Lin Qiao away. He was indifferent to whether the ordinary people here would survive the onslaught. In his eyes, he was a new breed of humanity. In this world, whether human or zombie, none were akin to him. He had no concern for their lives. Zombies were even less important. As a self-aware zombie king, he was vastly different from the mindless, lowly zombies. The only exception was that chef zombie, which bore his blood, albeit somewhat dull-witted. It remained his sole subordinate, and he hoped it had not been killed. Lin Qiao was uncertain whether Bai Yunqi genuinely had a means to escape, but in the face of so many ability users, she could not guarantee her own safety. "Miss Lin, what are your thoughts? Joining us offers only benefits and no drawbacks." Heiress spoke again, his eyes now glimmering with determination. Since Colonel Heiress was so earnest, she could not be overly obstinate. "However, I have one condition. Please, do say." Colonel Heiress required the strength of ability users to combat zombies, and she too wished to protect her companions. When faced with danger, they would not stand idly by. However, she did not want to abandon her vehicle, which had cost her a significant amount. It would be a shame to discard it. Saying this, Lin Qiao directly retrieved their modified vehicle from her space. Her intention was to demonstrate to all that her 20 square meter space was entirely occupied by the car, leaving little room for storing supplies. This move would hopefully deter some from coveting her. As for whether he sure believed her, that was a matter of perspective. Regardless, with Lin Qiao present, no matter how she concealed her abilities, she would inevitably attract attention. Indeed, as Lin Qiao conjured a car from thin air, many gasps echoed from the crowd. He sure his pupils constricted. He had never believed Lin Qiao's claim that her space was merely 20 square meters. After all, in such apocalyptic times, everyone would possess some hidden means. He had initially intended to probe further, but was caught off guard by Lin Qiao's preemptive move that countered his unspoken inquiry. Now, if he refused to agree, it would come off as aggressive, and should he truly provoke her anger, he would find himself in a precarious position. Of course, as long as Miss Lin can assist the populace during times of peril, we will not impose strict compliance with military commands, since you are not soldiers. With that, he sure pulled out 2 red cloth strips from his pocket and handed them to Lin Qiao, stating, "Let us hope we all survive to reach the Qiao City base." Lin Qiao regarded the red strips for a moment before accepting them. "Thank you," Lin Qiao joyously exclaimed. "That's wonderful, sister. Our family will finally be together. Let me take you to meet Mom and Dad. They are quite worried about you." Lin Qiao subtly evaded Lin Qiao's hand, taking a step back and leaning against Bai Yunqi's arm. "Not just yet. We are about to depart, and there are many preparations to be made." Subsequently, Lin Qiao retrieved a packet of chocolate from her space, her countenance tinged with melancholy. "I know these past years have been at your expense. I am too ashamed to ask for your forgiveness, let alone face our parents. This packet of chocolate is my last bit of sustenance, though it holds little value. I hope you do not despise it." Without waiting for Lin Qiao to respond, Lin Qiao pressed the chocolate into her hands. Lin Qiao stood momentarily speechless, unsure of how to react to Lin Qiao's gesture. When Lin Qiao had handed her the chocolate, she had not realized it was an opportunity to touch her. With this brief delay, Lin Qiao had walked away. Grinding her teeth, Lin Qiao vowed to find an opportunity along the journey before entering Qiao City. She would unveil the secret surrounding Lin Qiao. Silently, she summoned her abilities, envisioning a scene where she and Lin Qiao embraced face to face. Her luck had favored her since the onset of the apocalypse. By leveraging her own strengths and the luck she had seized, she could manifest her desires and shape the future she envisioned. This feeling of wielding control over everything was utterly intoxicating, except when it came to Lin Qiao. She could not fathom why her supernatural ability would always manifest unexpected incidents in Lin Qiao's presence. Previously, she had distinctly sensed that upon entering the bank, she would encounter Lin Qiao. However, as she waited, the sensation faded, and Lin Qiao failed to appear. Nonetheless, it mattered little, for at least the event of Lin Qiao being present at the gymnasium remained steadfast. She was determined to peel away the layers of Lin Qiao's disguise to uncover the secrets she harbored, the very secrets that had occupied her thoughts even before the apocalypse. Lin Yaqin believed these secrets must be the key to her becoming a formidable force in the post-apocalyptic world. Good things, after all, required patience. Lin Qiao was oblivious to the rich inner workings of Lin Yaqin's mind. However, it must be said that Lin Yaqin's conjectures closely mirrored the path she had traversed in her previous life. Were Lin Qiao to discover this, she would undoubtedly once again marvel at Lin Yaqin being the illegitimate daughter of fate. Fortunately, this was a tangible world, not some mindless novel where the protagonist's halo shone brightly. Lin Qiao merely felt she had overindulged in fiction. Protagonists, those beings that only existed within the pages of novels, were simply not real. Upon entering the vehicle, Lin Qiao swiftly set fire to the red cloth strip. As expected, when it was completely consumed, the strip transformed into a wisp of faint purple smoke, which was scattered by a gust of wind. Simultaneously, at the military logistics department, a woman with long, dark brown hair and clad in a form-fitting gown opened her eyes and shook her head at he sure. "I can no longer sense it. It must have been destroyed. Is it possible it was isolated within a spatial realm?" "Unlikely," he sure replied, taking a drag from his cigarette. "Xiao Duo possesses spatial abilities, and I can see what is happening in his space." He paused for a moment before continuing, "TSK, our leader certainly knows how to create trouble for us." Chapter 49. Off we go. Lin Qiao and her companions waited in the car for over half an hour before several leading trucks slowly began to move. Li Yi diligently drove the vehicle, providing Lin Qiao, Bai Yunqi, and Xiao Tong the opportunity to practice. The convoy progressed at a leisurely pace. Through the rearview mirror, Lin Qiao observed nearly 10,000 survivors trailing behind, all on foot. After briefing them on some precautions, Lin Qiao retrieved a level 1 crystal core to begin absorbing its energy. Uncertain how long they had traveled, Lin Qiao was roused by the commotion outside. Xiao Tong pressed her face against the window. So many zombies. Should we go down to help? The number of zombies outside was not excessive. However, the majority of those trailing behind were ordinary people who had been thrown into disarray by the undead. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Qiao decided to stretch her legs. Bai Yunqi and I will go down. You two lock the car doors. Once outside, Lin Qiao grasped the situation. A person had been scratched by a zombie before their departure but had not reported it, clinging to a sense of luck as they embarked on the journey. Suddenly turning into a zombie, this individual had attacked several others, inciting chaos akin to disturbing a hornet's nest. People began to scatter like headless flies, failing to evade danger and inadvertently attracting nearby zombies. Noticing the turmoil, the military dispatched a small team to quell the situation. Lin Qiao and Bai Yunqi aimed to remain inconspicuous, wielding only 2 long knives, intervening only at critical moments to save a few individuals. In less than half an hour, all the zombies were eradicated. He sure extracted the crystal core from the last zombie's head and approached Lin Qiao. Thank you, Miss Lin, for your timely intervention. Had it not been for you, I would likely have had to deal with my 2 subordinates myself. An unenviable task, indeed. It was nothing. Are we not companions? I can't just take advantage without contributing, Lin Qiao replied. He sure nodded, handing Lin Qiao the clean crystal core while explaining, this was discovered by scientists in Chao City. Infusing it with supernatural abilities allows one to absorb the energy within. I hope it proves beneficial to you. Lin Qiao gazed at the crystal core in He Shi's hand, her face lighting up with delight. So, novels do not deceive after all. Such wondrous things truly exist. This will certainly bolster our journey ahead. He sure had intended to gauge Lin Qiao's reaction, yet now he was unsure whether she genuinely did not recognize the crystal core's significance or was merely feigning ignorance. He continued, the crystal core is not only useful for abilities. Once we enter Chao City, it will serve as a new currency. It would be wise to collect more along the way. He sure did not harbor any intentions of keeping this information secret, as such matters would become common knowledge upon entering Chao City. Although Lin Qiao had resolved to avoid Chao City for the time being, she maintained an expression of pleasant surprise. Then let us continue our journey. The stench of blood here is overwhelming. After we travel approximately 5 more kilometers, we shall take an hour's respite. Thank you for your hard work, Major He. After He Shi departed, those who had overheard his conversation with Lin Qiao began to stir, contemplating how they might gather more crystal cores. During their time at the gymnasium, these ordinary individuals had been stripped of their rights, and conditions in Chao City would likely be even more dire. To thrive in the apocalypse, one would have to rely on their own strength. Some had even set their sights on the crystal core He Shi had gifted to Lin Qiao. Among them were several students who had previously sought refuge at Chu Lu's home, with only Du Yuan remaining, as the one with supernatural abilities, De Hua, was absent. Du Yuan fixed his gaze on Lin Qiao's vehicle, his eyes filled with resentment. One student patted Du Yuan's shoulder. Let it go, Brother Yuan, we cannot provoke them. Have you not seen what transpired at the gymnasium? This world now belongs to the supernatural beings. As ordinary people, we are fortunate not to be mere cannon fodder. Du Yuan's expression darkened as he muttered, if it weren't for her killing De Hua. Sigh, who can blame us for lacking skill? Lin Qiao remained unaware of Du Yuan's presence, let alone the fact that he harbored animosity towards her. The convoy traveled for nearly another hour, with dusk approaching. The main group arrived at an abandoned apiary on the outskirts of Bu City, where He Shi instructed everyone to rest in place and prepare to set off again in the morning. The military personnel had cleared the nearby zombies, rendering the area relatively safe. Lin Qiao's group, wary of attracting attention, refrained from producing fresh meals, opting instead for meager provisions such as milk, bread, and ham. Bai Yunqi was noticeably dissatisfied with the declining quality of their rations. Lin Qiao offered reassurance. Let us endure for now. Once we leave Bu City, we will find an opportunity to break away from the main group. If those outside, who could scarcely manage a loaf of bread, had heard Lin Qiao's words, they would surely have turned green with envy. After finishing their dinner, Lin Qiao whispered to the other 3 in the car, we will take turns keeping watch. 2 hours each. Xiao Tong, puzzled, remarked, With so many people outside, if zombies were to approach, it would have already caused a commotion, right? There's no need for a night watch. At that moment, Li Yi, usually quiet, chimed in, Sister Xiao Tong, zombies are not the most terrifying threat. Everyone knows that Sister Qiao is a spatial ability user. Many will undoubtedly have their eyes on her. Major, he does not appear to genuinely invite us to join. This is why Sister Qiao mentioned we cannot enter Qiao City. Lin Qiao raised an eyebrow, impressed. You see things quite clearly, little strategist. She had not anticipated that Li Yi, who had remained silent throughout their journey, would adapt to the apocalypse more swiftly than he appeared. Li Yi's face flushed with embarrassment at her compliment, enhancing his youthful charm. Sister Qiao, please don't tease me. Xiao Tong playfully hooked her arm around Li Yi's neck, lifting his chin with a teasing tone. Let me see. Our little handsome lad is quite the charmer, isn't. Bai Yunqi frowned, lowering his gaze without speaking. Observing the light-hearted atmosphere among her companions, Lin Qiao felt her spirits lift. To hell with Lin Yaqin. She would face whatever challenges arose. Just as she was about to speak, she suddenly felt a surge of heat. Li Yi, is the air conditioning set too high? It feels rather warm. Li Yi blinked in confusion. No, the air conditioning has been off. I've been afraid we might run out of gas. Lin Qiao retrieved a thermometer, confirming that the temperature was indeed rising steadily. Snow continued to fall during the day, yet the temperature had inexplicably risen to over 10 degrees. Others, too, sensed the peculiarity and began shedding their down jackets. Bai Yunqi craned his neck to glance at the thermometer, silently returning to his seat. He could not feel the temperature change, yet he followed suit and donned spring attire along with the others. By the time they finished changing, the temperature had soared to over 30 degrees. Xiao Tong whispered, Isn't this a good thing? Does it mean the cold wave is over? Lin Qiao remained silent, her expression grave as she gazed at the survivors outside the vehicle who had begun to celebrate. Do not let your guard down. The rapid rise in temperature could lead to a rebound at night. Everyone should keep their clothing within reach. Is it really that absurd? Such drastic fluctuations are utterly unscientific. Lin Qiao remarked. In this apocalypse, anything can happen, even if the temperature does not fall again. The end of the cold wave will herald a frenzy of hunting by mutated animals and plants. Regardless of the scenario, many lives will be lost. Chapter 50. The state of humanity in the apocalypse. Lin Qiao's words plunged the previously light-hearted atmosphere in the vehicle into a chilling silence. Li Yi took the initiative to break the quiet. It's all right. The important thing is that we are still alive. We will live better in the future. Isn't Qiao planning to establish a safe base? Once that is accomplished, we will no longer have to endure this nomadic existence. Indeed, Lin Qiao echoed, momentarily pushing aside her worries. She retrieved 4 cans of Sprite from her space and distributed them among the 3 others. Let us celebrate our survival. Lin Qiao raised her cup. Indeed, long live life. As long as we are alive, there is hope. The atmosphere revitalized, everyone momentarily set aside the lurking crises. Xiao Tong volunteered, I'll take the first watch tonight. I'm used to being a night owl and can't sleep anyway. Lin Qiao leaned against Bai Yunqi, still feeling slightly warm. However, Bai Yunqi felt cool to the touch, possibly due to his constitution, making it quite comfortable to lean against him. Xiao Tong observed the two huddled together and playfully blinked. Li Yi, puzzled, was about to ask Xiao Tong what she found amusing when she covered his eyes and turned his head away. Children shouldn't see everything. Go to sleep. Oh. Bai Yunqi sat up straight, feeling the heat radiating from Lin Qiao's arm against him. Though he possessed the constitution of a zombie and should not have a human temperature, he distinctly felt Lin Qiao's warmth, soft, warm, and enough to make his ears tingle. Like a cat, Bai Yunqi reached out to scratch, then flicked his ears. Lin Qiao, irritated by his antics, pressed his hand down. Close your eyes and sleep. With a start, Bai Yunqi opened his eyes wide, not due to an illusion, but from the realization that he could feel a heartbeat. He glanced down to see Lin Qiao's eyes tightly shut, her lashes casting delicate shadows beneath her eyes. In an instant, memories surged through Bai Yunqi's mind, reminiscent of the night before the apocalypse. Amidst the interplay of ice and fire, he felt more human. With a gulp, Bai Yunqi exhaled quietly and slowly closed his eyes. He would live on with Lin Qiao, bringing her home. Half asleep, Bai Yunqi felt an emptiness in his arms and jolted awake to see Lin Qiao with a serious expression. She pointed at the thermometer. The temperature is dropping. Get up. Bai Yunqi followed her gaze, seeing it had plummeted to minus 11 degrees. Xiao Tong, wrapped in her blanket, shivered. It's still dropping. How low will it go? Should I turn on the heater? No, Lin Qiao interjected, stopping Li Yi's movement. "We don't have enough gasoline. We need to get out and make a fire for warmth." As they exited the vehicle, they were struck speechless by the scene before them. A line of 10,000 people extended for nearly a kilometer, tiny sparks igniting in the pitch-black night, resembling kindling paper, indistinguishable whether it signified hope or destruction. Xiao Tong stared in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. She could see a fire pit not far from them, where a family of four sat. Two elderly individuals shared their meager food with their grandchildren while they huddled against the biting wind. Xiao Tong even thought she heard their teeth chattering. Her voice caught. She stammered, "Is this the state of humanity? But the apocalypse has only just begun. Will it ever end?" No one could answer Xiao Tong's question, yet each held a despairing answer within their hearts. Lin Qiao silently observed the scene, feeling the weight of humanity's struggle at the brink of existence. No matter how many times she had witnessed it, the group sat in silence beside the vehicle, starting a fire and placing a large pot to boil water. Soon enough, bubbles began to rise in the pot, and each took a cup of hot water, sipping slowly. Before long, one of the elderly men from the family approached. "Little girl, could we borrow a bowl of water? It's too cold. My spouse may not last much longer." The old man, stooped and with purple lips, trembled as he spoke, his feet stamping in the cold, holding a chipped bowl. His eyes brimmed with desperation, as if that bowl of water held the hope of survival. Lin Qiao turned away, unable to bear it, and leaned toward Bai Yunxi, offering him space. Xiao Tong quickly stood to take the bowl from the elderly man's hands. "Let me help you." The old man bowed repeatedly in gratitude, cherishing the water as if it were a precious gift. Though he limped, he spilled not a drop as he returned to his family, disregarding his own suffering in the cold. He gently shook his wife, trying to rouse her. "Wake up, dear. Kind-hearted people have given us a bowl of hot water." Alas, no matter how he called, the silent figure did not open her eyes again. Xiao Tong felt a pang in her heart and turned away with a sigh. Soon after, the sound of two children crying mingled with the restrained sobs of the old man. Lin Qiao gazed upward at the rare stars twinkling in the night sky. Yet, she wondered how many souls would not endure the long, cold night and would remain on this land, soon to become prey for wild beasts. In this global catastrophe, humanity suffered the most, plummeting from the top of the food chain to the very bottom. At this moment, the temperature had dropped to over -40 degrees, and cries of despair and helpless wails echoed in the cold wind. It felt as though the entire world had succumbed to a profound darkness, as if dawn would never come again. Gathered around the fire, Lin Qiao and her companions suddenly heard a scream from a distance. Lin Qiao's ears perked up, her expression turning serious as she seemed to hear the sound of wings flapping. A swarm of flying creatures was approaching them. Lin Qiao quickly stood to alert her companions. "Something is coming. Prepare for battle." However, there was no need for her warning, as the others already heard the growing hum. "Ah, it hurts. It's bees. A swarm of bees. Scatter." Bees. Lin Qiao's pupils dilated. In her previous life, she had heard a legend of an ability wielder who could command swarms. This person not only controlled bees, but could also transform into countless bees themselves. It was said that this individual awakened their bee abilities after being attacked by a swarm, betrayed by companions who had led them to attract the bees' attention. Unexpectedly, at the brink of death, this individual experienced a sudden fusion with the genes of bees, awakening extraordinary powers that transformed all those who betrayed him into mere fertilizer. Lin Qiao was uncertain about the veracity of this legend, as she had never witnessed an animal-type ability capable of merging with multiple creatures simultaneously. However, the swarm of bees hovering near her left no room for further contemplation. Chapter 51. Danger approaches quick. Back to the car. Lin Qiao swiftly grabbed Xiao Tong and made a dash towards the vehicle. If this incident truly stemmed from the bee manipulator's fortune, it would imply that the bees were ordinary, perhaps merely awakened beings. And as long as they were not zombie bees, the situation could be managed. At that moment, everyone recognized the terrifying nature of the bees and frantically sought shelter. Naturally, their vehicle became a target as well. In times of safety, people might have feared to provoke Bai Yunxi due to his powers, but now, facing the overwhelming swarm, no one knew if they would survive. The fear of the ability users had been overshadowed by the impending threat of the bees. Damn it! Lin Qiao found herself shoved aside by the crowd once more, unable to return to the car, but rather pushed even further away. The swarm was alarmingly close. Whether it was an illusion or not, she felt as if the bees were crawling upon her skin, sending chills down her spine. As the path ahead became obstructed once again, Lin Qiao made a decisive move, picking up a torch and throwing it into the sky. Sparks erupted, illuminating the pitch-black expanse above. Instantly, she felt a prickling sensation on her scalp. Unbeknownst to her, the sky above was entirely obscured by a dense mass of bees. Truly an all-encompassing veil. Not only were there countless bees, but each was the size of a fist, with sharp stingers that seemed capable of taking a life with a single thrust. Lin Qiao hesitated no longer and continued to throw torches upwards, each strike claiming numerous lives among the bees. Soon, others noticed her actions and began to follow suit, launching their own torches into the air. Although their aim was not precise, the sheer number of bees allowed them to take down several as well. At that moment, Bai Yunxi was also lost within the throng, unleashing wind blades into the sky. "Get in the car. Lock the doors." After finally squeezing through the crowd, Lin Qiao swiftly opened the car door and shoved Xiao Tong inside, then turned to locate Bai Yunxi and Li Yi. Just as she turned back, she witnessed Li Yi being thrust into the swarm, die. In the ensuing chaos, she recognized the assailant as Du Yuan, a classmate of Chu Lu. Bai Yunxi noticed the commotion as well, disregarding the risk of exposing his abilities. He sent a powerful gust towards the bees in an attempt to disperse them and rescue Li Yi. Unfortunately, his efforts proved fruitless, and Li Yi vanished within the swarm. At the same time, Lin Qiao reached Du Yuan's side and, without hesitation, drew her knife. Blood gushed forth as she struck. The bees, seemingly repulsed by the scent of blood, abruptly dispersed in all directions, clearing a space around them. Du Yuan clutched his severed arm, crying out in agony, while Lin Qiao observed two bees, bloodied, biting off their own wings. Without a moment's pause, she swiftly severed Du Yuan's other arm and tossed it towards the direction where Li Yi had disappeared. The swarm indeed parted, leaving Li Yi lying in the center, his fate unknown. Having lost both arms, Du Yuan was on the verge of fainting, trembling as he begged for mercy. I'm sorry, I'll change." Lin Qiao, disregarding his pleas, hurled him towards Bai Yunxi, uttering words that sealed Du Yuan's fate. "Shred him." Bai Yunxi instantly grasped Lin Qiao's intent, summoning all his strength to encircle Du Yuan with a multitude of wind blades. The next moment, Du Yuan's tormented screams echoed across the land. Everyone was jolted by the sound, pondering the depths of his suffering. All of this was witnessed by a pair of fearful eyes lurking in the shadows, murmuring, "Du Yuan, I told you not to provoke them. Why didn't you listen?" It seemed the swarm of bees was not specifically targeting them, but rather passing through, clearing obstacles in their path. As dawn approached, the swarm finally dispersed. That night, the casualties were countless, some lost loved ones, others companions, and some remained frozen in a desperate gesture of seeking warmth, now transformed into ice sculptures. The survivors appeared gaunt, as if hope had abandoned them. Lin Qiao observed a family of 4 reduced to an elderly man clutching his 2 small grandsons, his face ashen, unable to shed a single tear. The large, cracked bowl remained in place, its contents long since frozen solid. Bai Yunxi carried Li Yi into the car, entrusting Xiao Tong with his healing. After a night had passed, many things had changed. Humanity had once again been brutally battered by the merciless world. Xiao Tong silently infused healing energy into Li Yi's body, visibly mending his wounds. Yet he did not awaken. What is happening? His energy is so chaotic. Xiao Tong paused, perplexed. Lin Qiao furrowed her brow. What do you mean by chaotic? After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Tong explained slowly. It's as if there are countless sources of energy racing within him. The energy within each of us is typically a pure, exclusive force, but Li Yi seems to harbor an entangled multitude of energies, as if there are numerous Li Yis. Lin Qiao and Bai Yunxi exchanged glances, perplexed. Xiao Tong shook his head. I can't be certain, but when I was healing you, I felt your energies responding to me, while within Li Yi, it felt like a multitude of energies were greeting me. This was the first time Lin Qiao had heard Xiao Tong describe the situation concerning healing abilities and had never encountered such a distinction before. So, does that mean he has awakened abilities? It's hard to tell. It seems like he does, yet it feels faint. He should have awakened by now since his wounds are healed, but given his current condition, I cannot say for sure. All right. Then the 3 of us will take turns driving. Lin Qiao nodded, distributing some food to replenish their strength. Xiao Tong unwrapped a piece of chocolate with a sigh. Alas, this will likely expose Xiao Bai's abilities. Lin Qiao regarded Xiao Tong for a moment in silence. As expected, it was not long before he sure arrived with Lin Yaqin. The moment Lin Yaqin spotted Lin Qiao, her eyes brimmed with tears as she attempted to rush forward, only to be blocked by Bai Yunxi, halting her in her tracks. After a fierce battle, Bai Yunqi was still smeared with the bee's filthy blood. Fortunately, the low temperature had frozen it, or else the stench would have been unbearable. Thankfully, it was still dark at that moment, and Lin Qiao had not noticed the extent of Bai Yunqi's condition. Had she seen it earlier, she would have certainly kicked him out of the car. Chapter 52. Exposure of Abilities. He sure first offered words of consolation to the crowd before approaching Lin Qiao. Miss Lin, someone mentioned seeing Mr. Bai kill from a distance. Can you explain this? He continued, our enemies are the bees. It shouldn't escalate to violence against our own kind. Perhaps they misinterpreted? As he sure spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Lin Qiao, seemingly searching for a reaction. Lin Qiao replied coolly, they must have misinterpreted. Bai Yunqi's abilities pertain to speed. Perhaps they only saw a blur. Oh, he sure turned his attention to Bai Yunqi, scrutinizing him. It's fortunate to have Mr. Bai here. Otherwise, we might not know what would have transpired. Bai Yunqi remained silent, standing steadfastly beside Lin Qiao. Lin Yaqin, blocked off, made several attempts to reach Lin Qiao, but was unable to connect. By the way, I heard that Miss Lin's companion was injured. He Qiao surveyed the surroundings and turned his gaze back to Lin Qiao, continuing, is it serious? We have doctors here. If you need assistance, I can send someone over. No need, Lin replied. Li only sustained minor injuries. A little rest will suffice. However, Colonel He, in these times, finding a doctor is no easy task. Is it? He sure sighed, feigning distress. Indeed, it is quite difficult. Fortunately, that doctor has awakened healing abilities, so treating people is not overly challenging. At this, Lin Qiao raised an eyebrow. Healing abilities? That must be a rare talent the state protects. It may not be appropriate to share this information with me. Indeed, it is a key protected talent by the state. Naturally, I wouldn't disclose it to just anyone. However, Miss Lin, as our valued partner, is certainly not a stranger. Would you still consider me an outsider? That truly saddens me. He sure clasped his heart dramatically, eliciting visible irritation from Lin Qiao and her companions. Though healing abilities are rare, it is not unusual for the military to possess such talents. The direction of an ability's awakening often aligns with an individual's strengths. For instance, Xiao Tong, who cultivated medicinal herbs before the apocalypse, naturally awakened related powers afterward. Similarly, as a military representative, he sure must have gathered numerous talents, possibly including those with medical backgrounds. Therefore, the emergence of healing abilities would not seem extraordinary. What puzzled Lin Qiao was why he sure chose to divulge this information to her. The group exchanged tentative remarks before he sure took his leave. Yet, Lin Yaqin was reluctant to depart, interjecting, Sister, come with me to the front. There are people who will protect us, and your companions will no longer be in danger. Lin Qiao squinted, clearly seeing Lin Yaqin's earnest desire to win her over. Did Lin Yaqin know something? In her previous life, while she never discovered Lin Yaqin's abilities, she had her own speculations through frequent interactions. It seemed related to prophetic skills, albeit not entirely the same as precognitive abilities. The details remained unclear. But Lin Yaqin appeared to be deliberately concealing her powers, presenting only her spatial abilities to the outside world. Sister, it's not safe here. Please come with me. The items can protect you. Lin Yaqin urged, her expression anxious as she attempted to grasp Lin Qiao's wrist, only to be blocked by Bai Yunqi, who kept her at bay. Lin Yaqin could only stamp her foot in frustration. I am perfectly fine here. But this place is full of useless, Miss Lin Yaqin. We should return now, he sure suddenly interrupted, cutting off her words. Lin Yaqin frowned reproachfully at he sure, startled by his icy gaze. She bit her lip, suddenly realizing that the surrounding survivors were glaring at her, some even rolling their eyes. It dawned on her that her earlier urgency and unrestrained words nearly stirred public ire. Lin Qiao smiled wryly at he sure, her smirk deepening. Safe travels, Colonel He. Though Lin Yaqin was reluctant, provoking public discontent would only distance her from Lin Qiao. Furthermore, the image she had crafted could be utterly ruined. To avoid alarming the snake, she decided to leave first and seek another opportunity later. Before departing, Lin Yaqin cast a lingering gaze at Lin Qiao, vowing silently, no matter what secrets you hold, I will seize them. Colonel He. That Bai Yunqi's abilities are certainly not as simple as mere speed, one of he sure's subordinates asserted. I am well aware. Do not concern yourself with him. Did you notice when I mentioned healing abilities, Lin Qiao seemed entirely unfazed? I hadn't observed that. Healing abilities are so rare. Could it be that one among them possesses such powers? He sure replied confidently. Even if none among them have it, they must have encountered it before. Then why did we not follow my instructions and forcibly bring them back? What use is this hindsight now? Lin Yaqin interjected, her expression one of bitterness, starkly contrasting with her previously innocent demeanor in front of others. Miss Lin Yaqin, he sure's expression darkened suddenly. Even if you are the leader's person, it is best not to dictate my decisions. You have no right to command my people. The main group lingered for nearly 20 minutes more, the sky brightening completely. Lin Qiao and Bai Yunxi remained in the vehicle, absorbing crystal cores, their strength nearly restored. As Lin Qiao returned to her senses from her cultivation, she opened her eyes to find Xiao Tong sitting motionless in the driver's seat, staring intently out the window. Lin Qiao called to her several times before she snapped back. Her eyes slightly reddened. Lin Qiao glanced outside. The dawn had fully arrived, the temperature normalized, revealing a ground littered with corpses. Some bodies were frozen in thawed, oozing dark pus. Lin Qiao quickly averted her gaze, silently patting Xiao Tong's shoulder. Xiao, why did the apocalypse occur? If it was to eradicate humanity, why do we possess these abilities? Are we merely observers as the human race marches towards extinction? Xiao Tong grasped Lin Qiao's hand, her eyes filled with sorrow. Lin Qiao cast her gaze downward, avoiding Xiao Tong's eyes. She did not know. She could not concern herself with others. She could only tend to her own affairs. Xiao, I want to help them. They survived in a city teeming with zombies, amidst a swarm where the sky is obscured. They shouldn't perish from infected wounds. Xiao Tong's eyes sparkled with hope. Suddenly, I realized that since the apocalypse began, my so-called protection had merely imprisoned her in a secure cage. My perceived safeguarding may have stifled her true nature. I was simply too afraid. I feared the exposure of Xiao Tong's abilities would lead to a repeat of the previous life's tragic end. It was only at this moment that I recognized whether my protection was truly what Xiao Tong desired. All along, who was protecting whom? Chapter 53. The heavens are being scorned. Xiao, I understand your concerns regarding the exposure of my abilities bringing danger. Xiao Tong suddenly took Lin Qiao's hand earnestly. But I have you, and Xiao Bai, and likely a soon-to-awaken Li Zi by my side. I have so many strong companions. If we cannot thrive in the apocalypse, does humanity truly have a future? Xiao Tong, do you comprehend how unique healing abilities are? In this apocalypse, there are constant injuries. Once your power is revealed, how many will set their sights on you? Lin Qiao's tone was unprecedentedly grave, yet Xiao Tong sensed the wavering within her. Lin Qiao merely wished to use this rationale to persuade Xiao Tong and herself. Deep down, she did not wish to confine Xiao Tong within a protective barrier, but she feared her inability to safeguard Xiao Tong. This extreme contradiction compelled Lin Qiao to desperately seek Xiao Tong's support. However, they were the closest of partners. How could they not understand one another? Xiao, you need not bear the weight of everyone's lives and deaths. Look, it has only been a little over a month since the apocalypse began, and we already have developed abilities detection devices. The brilliance of humanity is astounding. No matter how much we hide, there will come a day when someone invents even more advanced instruments. We cannot conceal it forever. Yet, as Lin Qiao gazed into Xiao Tong's determined eyes, she found herself at a loss for further refusal. Her gaze shifted outside, locking onto a figure covered in abscesses, barely holding on. In their eyes, besides pain, was a glimmer of longing for life. A young woman quietly sobbed, using melted snow to cleanse the man's body. Further afield, an endless line of figures appeared, many of whom could no longer be called human, their bodies swollen with pus, their forms grotesquely contorted. Returning her gaze to Xiao Tong's resolute expression, Lin Qiao lowered her eyes. Your abilities must not be exposed. Zhou collaborated with Bai Yunxi, harnessing his wind to disseminate her healing power. Although immediate recovery was not possible, it was sufficient to save lives. As long as they endured this phase, survival was attainable. Xiao Tong was momentarily stunned before suddenly embracing Lin Qiao tightly, whispering in her ear, "Thank you, Zhou." At that moment, Bai Yunxi also turned to her, inquiring, "How can I assist you?" Lin Qiao switched places with Xiao Tong, taking the driver's seat. "Let the healing energy flow directly through the sunroof," she instructed, and Bai Yunxi, "Redirect the wind towards the areas with the most people." Xiao Tong opened the sunroof and extended her hands outward, releasing all her strength. Instantly, Lin Qiao felt a wave of fatigue dissipate from her body. "Now's the time. Quickly, do not waste it," she urged. Bai Yunxi, unable to perceive Xiao Tong's energy, relied solely on instinct to conjure a fierce gust of wind. In an instant, the whirlwind carried Xiao Tong's healing power towards the crowd. Initially, The people sensed the wind and mistakenly believed a cold wave was returning, their faces filled with despair. Many were already injured. Another drop in temperature like the previous night would likely spell doom for them. Some even succumbed to hopelessness, sitting on the ground, prepared to await their fate. However, it was not long before someone noticed a change. My wound has stopped oozing pus. A boy, whose swollen right arm had doubled in size, exclaimed, "Is this child delirious? How long will this last?" The collective groans of discontent from the crowd did not diminish. Although Xiao Tong had poured all her energy into this effort, it was merely a drop in the ocean compared to the number of injured and the severity of their wounds. She could only alleviate their suffering slightly, granting them the strength to persevere. As long as they were alive, there was hope. Until the final moment, she did not wish to concede. The boy, realizing that no one was paying him heed and that they regarded him as foolish, became indignant. "I'm not talking nonsense. Look, my wound is no longer black. The fluid is normal blood." His companions turned to look, and indeed, they noticed a marked improvement. His arm, which had previously been blackened and decayed, was gradually regaining its color. Is it truly healing? What is happening? Could it be that Xiao Qi is awakening his abilities? The boy known as Xiao Qi's complexion brightened significantly. "I don't know. I suddenly feel filled with strength." Hearing this, the others began to feel uplifted. An elderly woman even knelt down, bowing her head in gratitude. "It must be true. Surely, he has awakened his powers. May the heavens bless us." Suddenly, Xiao Qi pointed at a man's foot, exclaiming, "Uncle, your foot." Then, with a flash of realization, he urged, "Everyone, check your wounds. Are they healing?" Prompted by the boy, the crowd began to inspect themselves and, to their astonishment, found that their injuries were indeed improving. The elderly woman, still kneeling, pulled others down with her, expressing gratitude for the divine blessing. Exhausted, Xiao Tong leaned back in her seat, observing the others' reactions, and scoffed. "What nonsense about divine intervention. If we could rely on that, we wouldn't be facing such monsters." Bai Yunqi, serious in demeanor, concurred, "Indeed, it is a foolish notion." Lin Qiao observed the survivors outside, who were visibly revitalized by Xiao Tong's actions. The atmosphere among the crowd had shifted from despair to hope. A gentle warmth flickered in Lin Qiao's expression, softening her heart. Xiao Tong grinned mischievously, leaning closer. "See? Not everyone is beyond saving." Lin Qiao stared at Xiao Tong in shock. "When did I ever say that?" Xiao Tong playfully interrupted, raising a finger to silence Lin Qiao. I know," she said knowingly, her eyes twinkling with mischief. She then reclined in the back seat, declaring, "I'm tired now. You drive, little Qiao." Lin Qiao chuckled at Xiao Tong's antics, responding playfully, "Yes, ma'am." After a lengthy journey, the group had finally departed the city limits, passing through several small villages that had been attacked by zombies. Though the numbers were minimal, and they were swiftly dealt with. Around 2 in the afternoon, they arrived at a village. The inhabitants had all succumbed, leaving only the undead. Upon clearing the zombies, the group was pleasantly surprised to discover that this village specialized in watermelon cultivation. Although the virus had ruined the seedlings, the mature watermelons remained unharmed. This unexpected bounty meant that they could finally enjoy clean food. A wave of excitement rippled through the crowd, their previously withered faces now adorned with smiles. However, Lin Qiao and her companions remained unperturbed, their thoughts clouded with concern for Li Yi, who had developed a fever. This was not a typical reaction to awakening powers. And Lin Qiao, having had limited experience with such matters in her previous life, was uncertain if Li Yi's condition was normal. She had promised Li Wei to care for Li Yi, and since he was Li Tang's brother, she could not stand idly by while he was in danger. Chapter 54. Little Li is on the run. The survivors enthusiastically entered the watermelon field, their spirits lifted as laughter and conversation began to flow within the long silent group. Seizing the opportunity, the military aggressively promoted the benefits of entering Chao City. According to their claims, Chao City had completely gained control over the zombies, establishing a functioning societal system. Even ordinary individuals without awakened abilities could eat their fill with hard work, eliminating the threat of starvation. The military's words acted as a tranquilizer, instilling hope in those struggling in the mire. However, this calming effect only lasted until evening. The main group would not halt in a safe location. After leaving the watermelon village, they traveled another 10 kilometers into a forest. This forest was a necessary passage from the city to Chao City, and avoiding it would add at least 100 kilometers to their journey. Given the current circumstances, where time equated to life, entering Chao City sooner could save many lives. Thus, the military opted to venture into the forest. Lin Qiao, gazing at the seemingly endless line of people, contemplated their next course of action. Once they traversed this forest, they would be entirely free of the city's jurisdiction, with only Chao City ahead. Since they did not intend to follow the main group into Chao City, decisions regarding their next direction had to be made before exiting the forest. Xiao Tong, her brow furrowed with concern, asked, "Jojo, if we can't stay in the city and can't go to the Chao City base, where do we settle?" Lin Qiao unfurled a map, pointing to a red dot. "We shall head west towards the underground city. There is an abandoned military strategic base there. It is situated in a basin, offering natural barriers, and is sparsely populated, perfect for establishing our headquarters." Xiao Tong's expression tightened. The underground city is over 1,000 kilometers away. Running such a distance in these times could be perilous. Moreover, if it truly is suitable for survival, we cannot be the only ones to think so. Lin Qiao's gaze turned steely. "It matters not. Those who obstruct us will be eliminated. As it stands, the underground city is our best option. We are still in the early stages of the apocalypse, and we must hone our skills along the way. Before we reach the underground city, each of us must achieve at least level 3, especially you, Xiao Tong. Your abilities will be central to our team." Xiao Tong, observing the determination in Lin Qiao's eyes, sighed silently. She was unsure of what Lin Qiao had experienced to become so indifferent to life. Was it the influence of prophetic dreams? She did not know what Lin Qiao had witnessed in those dreams, but perhaps early exposure to the apocalypse had left Lin Qiao somewhat lost. "All right. Since you've made a decision, I will follow your lead." Lin Qiao nodded and turned to Bai Yunqi. "What about you? Do you have anything you wish to do or a place you'd like to go?" Bai Yunqi's laughter curved her eyes as she tilted her head towards Lin Qiao, expressing her unwavering loyalty. "I shall follow you." The young child, puzzled, inquired, "Aren't you worried about your family?" This question piqued Lin Qiao's curiosity as well. Ever since the apocalypse began, Bai Yunqi had been by their side, displaying an insatiable appetite, yet diligently obeying orders, occasionally even acting endearingly, devoid of any semblance of a powerful nature-based superhuman. It was well known that nature-based superhumans possessed immense potential, capable of absorbing energy from crystal nuclei, communicating with nature, and even merging with it. A being that should have been a formidable force in this apocalyptic world was instead clinging to her like a limp fish, which defied logic. In response to their inquiries, Bai Yunqi's gaze flickered slightly as she replied nonchalantly, "They are not in the country." Upon hearing this, the young child's face immediately reflected a hint of sympathy, and she secretly resolved to prepare Bai Yunqi's favorite curry chicken once they were free from the larger group. Not long after nightfall, a thick fog enveloped the forest, drastically reducing visibility. Lin Qiao promptly roused the young child and Bai Yunqi, vigilantly peering out the window. "What's wrong?" The young child mumbled sleepily. "Something feels off. It's too quiet," Bai Yunqi explained in a hushed tone. "At this hour, everyone should be asleep." "Isn't silence unusual?" Lin Qiao remarked. "Don't sleep. There's definitely something in the fog." Bai Yunqi gripped the steering wheel tightly, stating, "I'll go take a look." Before she could finish her sentence, the car door swung open with a clatter. Li Yi, seemingly awake without anyone noticing, silently slipped out into the fog. "Little Li, where are you going?" Lin Qiao called out, but Li Yi did not respond, quickly vanishing into the thick mist. "What is happening? What is wrong with him?" Lin Qiao exclaimed. Bai Yunqi withdrew her hand from the door handle. "I don't know. He just sat up suddenly without any warning. Little Li is such a troublemaker. Should we go after him?" The young child complained, leaning back in her seat. Though worry etched her face. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from afar, sending chills down their spines. "Could something have happened to little Li?" the young child exclaimed, bolting upright and anxiously peering into the fog. Lin Qiao restrained her. "Don't panic. That's not his voice. We should search for him. Driving makes us an obvious target." Lin Qiao stowed the car into her spatial pocket, and the group ventured towards the direction where Li Yi had disappeared. Strangely, though they should have been amidst the larger group, they had walked several dozen meters without encountering any other individuals. "Qiao, what is going on with this fog? Have we fallen behind?" the young child asked. "Impossible," Lin Qiao replied firmly. "I've been vigilant, and there have been no signs of other energy fluctuations. It must be due to the weather." The young child sighed in relief. "That's a relief. You scared me." "Don't let your guard down," Lin Qiao cautioned, her gaze scanning the surroundings. Anything could emerge from the fog. Some creatures excel at using fog for camouflage, and sometimes you might find yourself in their jaws without realizing it. Her tone grew urgent, trembling slightly as she struggled against overwhelming fear. In her previous life, she had faced similar fog, having been lured out of a safe zone by Lin Qiao. They had anticipated the fog, yet she was deceived into venturing here alone. Those 7 days were among the most harrowing of her life. Several times, she wished she had simply been devoured by a monster. Fortunately, after 7 days, the fog lifted, and the monsters retreated, allowing Lin Qiao to narrowly escape with her life. Since then, she had harbored a psychological scar regarding foggy weather, and now, being enveloped in such conditions once more, the fear that had long been buried clawed its way back to the surface. Chapter 55. The little spirits in the night. The group wandered through the fog for several minutes, their compass rendered utterly useless, relying solely on instinct to navigate. Suddenly, a scream pierced through the mist, resembling the anguished cry of an animal under attack. The young child felt goosebumps rise on her skin as she clutched Lin Qiao's arm, only to realize Lin Qiao was trembling even more than she was. Qiao, why are you sweating so much? The young child gasped, reaching to feel Lin Qiao's forehead. At that moment, something shot rapidly towards the young child from ahead, but she remained oblivious until a gust of wind, conjured by Yunxi, knocked her to the ground. As the wind swirled, the fog was briefly dispersed, revealing a horrifying sight. The creature hidden within the mist was a massive spider, comparable in size to a gigantic truck, behind which loomed an enormous web, ensnaring countless human-shaped cocoons. The colossal spider perched above, its predatory gaze fixed upon the group. "Be careful, it's a mutated spider," Yunxi shouted. No sooner had she spoken than the spider opened its gaping maw, emitting a hissing scream as it spat out silk. The silk was as hard and swift as a bullet, and Yunxi, utilizing her wind-based powers, barely managed to lead Lin Qiao and the young child to safety. At this moment, Lin Qiao had completely lost her fighting spirit, engulfed by paralyzing fear, her body quaking incessantly, drenched in sweat as if she had just emerged from water. In her previous life, she had been trapped by a giant spider for 2 days, ultimately succumbing to the fate of being devoured. The mere thought of that experience sent her into a tremor, plunging her into a nightmare. Seeing Lin Qiao in such a state, Yunxi made a swift decision. "Run back, I'll hold it off." With that, Yunxi summoned all her strength, unleashing a flurry of wind blades towards the mutated spider. The web beneath the spider was severed by the wind blades, spiraling through the air before crashing down, creating a massive crater upon impact. The young child, pulling Lin Qiao along, fled desperately, but the fog surrounded them, making it nearly impossible to regroup. If they lost sight of Li Yi, and Yunxi disappeared as well, she dreaded how she would explain everything to Lin Qiao upon awakening. The mutated spider, undeterred by Yunxi's attack, charged directly at the young child and Lin Qiao, continuously shooting silk as it roared, intent on tearing them apart. Overwhelmed by fear, the young child carried Lin Qiao and fled, disregarding the risk of becoming separated. Alas, no matter how fast she ran, she could not outpace the spider. Soon, the creature was upon them, and the young child felt the spider's long, hairy legs brushing beside her, the wind from its movement scattering her hair. Was this truly the end? Humanity's plight was already so dire. Why did such mutated creatures have to arise? She had thought the greatest danger lay with the zombies. Yet this beast made her perceive the undead as almost endearing. It felt as if the heavens were playing a cruel joke on her, teasing her with the notion that superhumans might conquer the apocalypse, only to present her with such a despairing creature. Did humanity merely exist as playthings in the eyes of the divine? The spider's hairy claws loomed closer, and in despair, the young child closed her eyes, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, a shadow descended from the sky, crashing onto the mutated spider's head with a tremendous impact that drove its skull into the ground. This blow nearly drained Yunxi of her energy, and the zombie virus began to stir within her once more. Although they were far from the city, the number of zombies was significantly reduced, yet zombies did not tire. They required no rest. What took human forces 2 days to traverse, zombies might accomplish in a day. Moreover, awakened second-level zombies had begun to appear, accelerating their arrival. They had to leave immediately. The mutated spider's head was momentarily trapped, preventing it from pursuing any further. Yunxi gritted his teeth, mustering the strength to rise and stagger towards the child. He first pulled the child, who had collapsed to the ground, to his feet before lifting Lin Qiao into his arms, gasping, "We must leave this place immediately." The child wiped away tears from her face and followed Yunxi as they ran back. Just a few dozen meters away, the ground shook violently. Yunqi's face paled as he shouted, "Hurry!" Suddenly, he felt a twitch in his ear and halted in disbelief, staring ahead. "What is it?" the child shouted, and her expression changed in an instant. The familiar buzzing sound resonated around them. It was the swarm of bees they had encountered just the previous day. Bees. The swarm. The child took a step back, completely at a loss. With the swarm ahead and the mutated spider behind, where could they escape? Yunqi clenched his jaw, handing Lin Qiao to the child and pointing in a new direction. "Run that way, as far as you can." "What are you planning to do?" the child asked, gripping Yunqi's arm to stop him. "Even if we don't intervene, they'll certainly encounter each other. We should leave together." Yunqi's expression turned serious. "The mutated spider will pursue you. I must draw it towards the swarm. Once they engage, it will be our opportunity." "No," the child insisted, refusing to let go. "I can't abandon my comrades to save myself. Qiao Qiao would never forgive me for that, nor would she forgive you for acting on your own." Yunqi felt a surge of anxiety. He could sense the mutated spider was closing in, while the swarm was still some distance away. If he couldn't delay the spider, they would all perish. Just then, a high-pitched cry echoed from the direction of the mutated spider, followed by its anguished roar. The two exchanged surprised glances, their eyes reflecting mutual astonishment. Yunqi pulled the child behind a large tree, and soon they witnessed a shocking scene. The mutated spider appeared to have been struck by something, rolling several times before stopping where Yunqi had just stood. Gradually, a figure emerged from the mist, adorned with a pair of wings. "It's Xiaoli," the child exclaimed. Li flapped his golden, translucent wings, emanating a soft glow, resembling an ethereal spirit in the night. The mutated spider, though injured, was not mortally wounded. Its long legs dug fiercely into the ground as it roared in fury, charging straight for Li. Each clash between the spider and Li generated tremendous force. At first, Li exploited the spider's vulnerabilities, but ultimately, the disparity in strength became evident. He was no match for the mutated spider. The forest served as the spider's domain, with every tree becoming a potential weapon. After several exchanges, Li began to falter. Yunqi instructed the child to hide Lin Qiao safely, and, moving like the wind, darted in front of the mutated spider. The spider, massive and powerful, was slower compared to Yunqi's agile strikes, unable to evade his attacks. Yunqi and Li coordinated seamlessly, quickly engaging the spider in a fierce battle, forcing it to retreat repeatedly. Suspended between two cypress trees, the spider's eyes glimmered with a barely perceptible light before it suddenly opened its maw, lunging toward Li. Li dodged, but in the next moment, he found himself ensnared. Unbeknownst to them, during their confrontation, the spider had woven a massive web in the air, concealed by the thick fog, which they had failed to detect. Seeing Li trapped, the spider rapidly expelled more silk, completely encasing him within mere seconds. Yunqi's expression shifted. He recalled the numerous human-shaped cocoons he had seen in the web. No wonder they had not encountered anyone along the way. The spider had silently captured everyone without their knowledge. The migrating horde numbered in the thousands, an undertaking far beyond the capacity of a single mutated spider. Yunqi felt a chill run down his spine. Was this the spider's lair? His internal energy was nearly depleted, sustained only by the physical strength of the zombie king. And he realized he might not even be able to handle this wounded spider. The child noticed Yunqi's deteriorating condition and yearned to assist, but she understood that, given her own limited power, she would only become a burden. Looking down at Lin Qiao, trapped in a nightmare, she gritted her teeth and channeled all her healing energy into Lin Qiao. Meanwhile, the mutated spider dispatched Li and once again roared towards Yunqi. With a resounding crash, Yunqi was violently thrown back, colliding with two sturdy cypress trees. Before he could react, the spider was upon him again, and this time he lacked the strength to evade, allowing himself to be ensnared by the spider's sticky silk. The child, witnessing Yunqi's capture, hastened her healing efforts, urging, "Wake up, Qiao Qiao." The mutated spider hung Yunqi's cocoon on the web and turned towards the child's position. It seemed to have evolved a degree of intelligence. Assessing that the child posed no threat, strutting with an air of arrogance. Exhausted, the child slumped beside Lin Qiao, utterly powerless, having expended her energy to the point where even standing was a struggle. As the spider raised its claw towards them, the child shielded Lin Qiao behind her, shutting her eyes tightly, hoping the spider would grant her a swift end. The anticipated agony did not arrive. Instead, the buzzing of wings grew increasingly close. Almost at her ear. Confused, The child opened her eyes, startled to see a mutated bee hovering just inches from her face. Looking up, she saw a gigantic mutated bee, the size of a fist, darkening the sky as it ferociously attacked the mutated spider. As the saying goes, a multitude of ants can bring down an elephant. The mutated bees, quick and numerous, launched a relentless assault, overwhelming the spider with their sheer numbers. The child watched helplessly as the battle unfolded before her. Suddenly realizing she needed to cover Lin Qiao with leaves and stealthily navigate around the battlefield to rescue by Yunxi and Li Yi. Just as she approached the vicinity of the web, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The mutated spider let out a tremendous roar, followed by the sound of rustling in the fog. The child's face paled. Could there be more mutated spiders? Without time to ponder, she quickly retrieved her lighter, intending to melt the web, but in the next moment, she felt herself lifted off the ground, ensnared by a silk strand as thick as her thigh. This particular mutated spider did not seem to have a penchant for wrapping humans into cocoons. Instead, it simply suspended the child in midair, ignoring her as it turned to attack the swarm. Struggling, the child ignited the lighter, freeing herself and then burning away the web that ensnared by Yunxi and Li Yi. After considerable effort, she managed to extricate the two from the battlefield, cautious not to inadvertently incinerate them. The battlefield had transformed into a full-blown war among species. The child used vines to bind the two cocoons together, dragging them slowly away from the chaos. Despite the overwhelming number of bees, they would ultimately be ensnared by the web, and she needed to distance herself as much as possible before that happened. Yet, the three of them were exceedingly heavy. The child struggled to move them even a few meters. Just as she had dragged them away a short distance, the smaller cocoon suddenly began to rupture, and soon, Li Yi burst forth. "Xiaoli, you're all right, thank goodness," the child exclaimed, filled with joy. However, Li Yi merely cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Tong, uttering not a word before turning back towards the battlefield. "Hey, Xiaoli, it's dangerous over there," Xiao Tong exclaimed anxiously, stamping her feet. Yet she could not call Li Yi back. Li Yi's return bore little impact on the battle. He endured only half a minute before being ensconced once more in a cocoon. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Tong was infuriated, cursing vehemently. It was evident that the initial mutated spider bore a grudge. Having dealt with the swarm, it charged once more towards Xiao Tong. Caught off guard, she was swiftly pierced in the shoulder by a claw, blood instantly staining her garment, eliciting a piercing scream. The mutated spider, drained from the previous combat, felt hunger pangs and suddenly opened its maw wide, devouring Xiao Tong in one swift motion. Her screams abruptly ceased. Lin Qiao found the scene before her oddly familiar. Oh. She recalled that Lin Yaqin had informed her of the resurrection grass, sought by her mother. She intended to gather it as a gift for her mother's 50th birthday. With the resurrection grass, she could implore a high-level healing ability user to revive her brother, Lin Song. Following the directions provided by Lin Yaqin, she hastened her steps, only to be obstructed midway by a river that traversed the forest. Just as she prepared to cross, a colossal wave surged from the water, heralding the emergence of something formidable. A wave of impending danger washed over her, prompting Lin Qiao to leap onto a tree without hesitation. Once concealed, a gigantic creature, neither squid nor octopus, emerged from the mist, looming like a mountain. Chapter 57. The Death of Lin Qiao? Lin Qiao furrowed her brow, bewildered as to why a marine creature would appear on land. Soon, her confusion was elucidated. Not far from the octopus-like monster, an equally massive frog sprang forth, its swollen cheeks emitting a gurgling sound that sent shivers down Lin Qiao's spine, causing her to curse inwardly. The giant frog opened its maw, viscous saliva stretching like threads, and unleashed a torrent of purple liquid towards the octopus beast. The creature raised two tentacles to defend itself, only to emit a sizzling sound as one tentacle was seared through. Enraged, the octopus monster flailed countless tentacles towards the giant frog. Lin Qiao, perched in her arboreal refuge, watched the spectacle unfold, ready to seize the opportunity when the two foes exhausted themselves. As the octopus and the giant frog engaged in a fierce battle, the surrounding creatures suffered greatly. The giant frog's indiscriminate use of toxic attacks filled the vicinity with poison, causing many plants to wither. Lin Qiao retreated further, observing that the giant frog was nearing defeat, while the octopus was not faring much better. Wishing for neither to emerge victorious, she clandestinely intervened, utilizing her abilities to ambush the octopus monster. After a grueling confrontation, the octopus was reduced to a single tentacle, while the giant frog lay motionless on the ground. Decisively, Lin Qiao eliminated the octopus and prepared to proceed. Suddenly, the giant frog sprang up with its last ounce of strength, spitting a mouthful of poison towards Lin Qiao. Caught off guard, she was struck, her arm corroded away. As consciousness faded, she seemed to hear someone calling her name. Upon regaining awareness, Lin Qiao discovered she was no longer in her original location. After reorienting herself, she resumed her quest for the resurrection grass. Along the way, she traversed numerous monster territories, each fiercely defended. Lin Qiao nearly expended her life force reaching the location indicated by Lin Yaqin, yet found no trace of the resurrection grass. The hope that had sustained her throughout now extinguished. In her dire state, she could barely grip a weapon, and when ensnared by the spider's silk, she possessed little strength to resist. Lin Qiao hung suspended in the mutated spider's web for 2 entire days, witnessing the same fate befall others, human victims being methodically consumed. The visual horror nearly driving her to madness. Observing her kin being devoured, blood splattering upon her, she was engulfed by the despair of awaiting her own fate. Ultimately, she became delirious, yearning for the spider to grant her swift release. Finally, the mutated spider deemed that sufficient time had elapsed for Lin Qiao's body to cleanse itself of refuse and opened its gaping maw, a foul stench assaulting her senses, nearly causing her to faint. Lin Qiao, Qiao, wake up. Who was calling her? Lin Qiao pondered. Had she not been consumed by the mutated spider? Yet, she seemed to hear Xiao Tong's voice. And whose was the unfamiliar male voice? Qiao, if you don't wake up soon, Bai Yunqi will die? Bai Yunqi? The name rang a bell, yet she could not place it. Yes, she recalled dying, betrayed by Lin Yaqin, and Xiao Tong had perished, a casualty of her actions. Racked with regret, she was enveloped by self-loathing, wishing she had never existed. Had she never existed, Xiao Tong would not have died, and countless others would not have fallen to become food for the undead in their attempts to save her. Everything was her fault. Death seemed to be the only resolution. Lin Qiao felt as though she plummeted into an abyss, icy waters drenching her as the world dimmed into darkness. Suddenly, Xiao Tong's anguished scream pierced through her despair like a beam of light, tearing open a rift in her sealed world. The once tranquil atmosphere was inundated with a cacophony of sounds, the hiss of the mutated spider ringing particularly clear. Lin Qiao jolted awake, the memory flooding back. She had been together with Bai Yunqi and Xiao Tong when Li Yi had recklessly abandoned the group. The 3 of them had ventured deep into the forest in search of him and encountered a mutated spider along the way. Yes, the mutated spider. Lin Qiao sprang upright, shaking off the leaves that had covered her. A swift glance around revealed that she was alone. Even the mutated spider had vanished. Xiao Tong, Bai Yunqi? Only the rustling of leaves and the pervasive stench of blood answered her. Suddenly, Lin Qiao froze, her gaze fixated on a pool of blood not far off. There lay a handgun, the very one she had given Xiao Tong, now broken in 2, lying quietly in the crimson pool. Lin Qiao's pupils dilated, and she stumbled towards it, trembling as she picked up the weapon. Upon feeling the scratch on the grip, her heart plummeted, her body going limp, fists quaking in despair. How could there have been an incident when Bai Yunqi was present? Hiss! It was the mutated spider. Lin Qiao's eyes blazed crimson, her body filled with a surge of anger. In that moment, her innate fear of the mutated spider was completely overshadowed. I will kill you. In this rebirth, she had resolved to protect her companions. How could she allow a mutated spider to thwart her now? Lin Qiao's emotions surged, and the once quiet gray mist sensed her turmoil. Seizing the opportunity to launch an attack, striving to break free from her control, the gray mist easily escaped Lin Qiao's restraints, swirling joyfully before darting towards Lin Yaqin's direction. But in the next moment, it was seized by its tail. Lin Qiao, her expression impassive, stated, "Where do you think you're going?" The gray mist, unable to resist Lin Qiao's grip, immediately wilted, transforming into a long whip, obediently complying as a weapon. Gripping the whip formed from the gray mist, Lin Qiao raced towards the source of the spider's sound. In less than half a minute, she reached the periphery of the spider's web. As Lin Qiao observed the well-fed, drowsy mutated spider hanging lazily on its silk, a surge of fury erupted within her. With a swift motion, she unleashed a radiant orb of light that illuminated the entire vicinity. The mutated spider, startled by the sudden brilliance, hissed and lost its sense of direction, flailing chaotically in the air. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qiao wielded her long whip, striking directly at the creature's eyes. Angered, The mutated spider retaliated, its hairy claws darting swiftly to obstruct Lin Qiao's path. Narrowing her eyes, Lin Qiao transformed her whip into an expansive net, ensnaring the spider tightly. Its 8 limbs pressed against its abdomen, forming a compact ball. The massive sphere tumbled to the ground, bouncing several times and causing the earth to tremble. Enraged, the mutated spider opened its mouth to roar for assistance. Lin Qiao, however, was determined not to grant it such an opportunity, swiftly directing a gray mist to dissolve the spider's head. Chapter 58. A tender moment after absorbing the mutated spider's energy, the gray mist grew significantly stronger. Attempting to break free from Lin Qiao's control once more, it melded into the night, indiscriminately siphoning energy from its surroundings, including the human-shaped cocoons ensnared in the spider's web. The silk enveloping the cocoons began to dissolve under the gray mist's onslaught, and soon, a heap of bodies lay strewn across the ground. However, neither Xiao Tong nor Bai Yunqi was among them. Instead, Li Yi emerged, sporting 2 delicate wings. Exhausted, he weakly rose from the viscous liquid that had melted the webbing. His golden, translucent wings smeared with a milky substance resembling bodily fluid. Lin Qiao felt as if she had lost her sanity for contemplating such things at that moment. Li Yi shook off the sticky residue and, with his crystalline wings trembling, quickly retracted them. He spoke urgently, "Sister Lin Qiao, Xiao Tong and the others have been swallowed by the mutated spider. We must save them." Lin Qiao was taken aback and immediately turned to search for the spider's remains. Just in time, she saw the gray mist preparing to consume the spider's body. Lin Qiao's method of intervention was simple and efficient. She summoned the gray mist back into her space, where it, being a product of that realm, had no power to resist her command. With a swift stroke of her blade, she cleaved open the spider's swollen abdomen, and a torrent of gray-brown viscous fluid erupted forth, splattering Lin Qiao unexpectedly. The foul stench assaulted her senses, forcing her to retreat and gag repeatedly, the nauseating odor pervading her mind. Awakening to newfound abilities, Li Yi's sense of smell had heightened dramatically. At that moment, he felt as though he were transported to a field of flowers, as if the call of paradise echoed in his ears. After several attempts to regain her composure, Lin Qiao finally steadied herself. Disregarding her disheveled appearance as she began to sift through the organs and foreign objects expelled from the spider's stomach along with the viscous fluid. Eventually, she uncovered the 2 individuals. Bai Yunqi was still entangled in remnants of webbing, while Xiao Tong's clothing had been completely dissolved by gastric acid, leaving several burns on her body. Lin Qiao's gaze fixed on the blood-soaked wound on Xiao Tong's shoulder, her lips bitten until they bled. Trembling, she retrieved a clean blanket from her space, seemingly oblivious to the filth coating Xiao Tong, and wrapped her securely. Li Yi suggested, "There's a small village about 10 kilometers from here. It's quite safe. Given the current state of Xiao Bai and Xiao Tong, it would be wise to rest there." Lin Qiao frowned. "How do you know it's safe? Also, what happened that led you to venture into the forest alone? Do you have any idea how perilous the misty forest is?" Mid-sentence, Lin Qiao abruptly paused, contemplating before continuing. "What place are you referring to?" Li Yi's demeanor dimmed, a hint of regret in his expression, yet he felt he could not control himself at that moment. With a rueful smile, he replied, "It's a gathering place for bees. I was stung by one, and after merging with a queen bee, I awakened my animal powers. I can access its memories. With me around, the swarm won't attack us, and no other creatures will approach. It's very safe." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qiao agreed. Recognizing the uncertainty of when the fog might lift, aimlessly wandering in the forest was not prudent. As for the larger group, she had no intention of returning. With so many missing, even if they left now, others would only assume they had met with misfortune. Lin Qiao did not expect to deceive Lin Yaqin, and he's sure, as Lin Yaqin's abilities were enigmatic, and no one could ascertain what she truly knew. Thus, after walking a few hundred meters, Lin Qiao summoned a vehicle from her space. "Let's south head to the place you mentioned. You drive." Li Yi's eyes lit up. "All right." As Lin Qiao settled into the back seat, she observed Bai Yunqi, whose complexion was pale and lifeless. Had it not been for the faint energy coursing within him, she might have believed him to be dead. Lin Qiao began to reflect on the issue she had deliberately overlooked. Bai Yunqi seemed to possess a fragmented personality. Most of the time, he was reliable, mature, and obedient. Yet occasionally he exhibited childlike clinginess and moments of foolishness. Their relationship had begun with her momentary indulgence, but throughout their journey, they had experienced so much together that she had come to regard Bai Yunqi as a companion. Yet, she realized how little she truly knew about him. She secretly wished he was as uncomplicated as he appeared. However, Lin Qiao recalled clearly hearing the words mutated spider slip from Bai Yunqi's lips just before she lost consciousness. In her previous life, information about the mutated spider was a concept introduced by scientists 6 months into the apocalypse in the capital. In this life, since the onset of the apocalypse, Bai Yunqi had been by her side. So from where did he acquire this name? Surely, he could not have conjured it from thin air. Suddenly, an image of Bai Yunqi feigning vulnerability, begging for sustenance, flashed before her eyes. She shook her head, attempting to dismiss it from her mind. Perhaps even that was not genuine. Lin Qiao reached out, placing her hand on Bai Yunqi's wrist, intending to gauge the energy within him. In the next moment, however, he grasped her wrist, leaving her momentarily stunned. His eyes glowed a fierce red, filled with unmasked desire as he gazed at Lin Qiao. Taken aback by his sudden action, she was unable to react, and in an instant, his lips collided with hers. From the rearview mirror, Li witnessed the scene, his mouth clamped shut, eyes darting around, unsure where to look. Though he had matured early, he was still a naive youth who had never experienced romance. The sight left him feeling flushed, torn between the desire to observe and the instinct to look away. Chapter 59. No kisses allowed. Lin Qiao suddenly felt a sharp pain on her tongue, quickly realizing what was happening and immediately pushing Bai Yunqi away. Exhausted, he leaned against the window, appearing somewhat frail, his consciousness still hazy, yet he was drawn to Lin Qiao's scent, his eyes burning with desire. Lin Qiao was taken aback by the appearance of Bai Yunqi. At this moment, Bai Yunqi's complexion was a chilling pale, devoid of any human warmth. His eyes a vivid crimson, laced with blood vessels. Wasn't this the very image of a zombie? However, unlike other zombies that drooled and exhibited decaying bodies, Bai Yunqi was still quite handsome. If one were to describe him, the phrase "as beautiful as a flower" would be most fitting. Ugh, what am I even thinking? Lin Qiao shook off the chaotic thoughts from her mind. She extended her hand, and a small sunflower sprang forth from her fingertips, growing steadily until the entire flower head reached Bai Yunqi's forehead. Stay still, Lin Qiao huffed. Subsequently, she activated her powers, directly probing her energy into Bai Yunqi's body. The energy transformed into threads that coursed through his form. Li, observing this, felt his face heat up. He had not anticipated that the seemingly serious Lin Qiao would flirt using her powers. How clever! He internally squealed, completely oblivious to the tense atmosphere between the two in the back seat, too preoccupied with shipping them. After a while, Lin Qiao withdrew her energy, a hint of confusion gracing her features. Bai Yunqi's body was peculiar. While resembling a zombie, it bore significant differences. As a zombie evolves, its appearance becomes increasingly human-like. Yet fundamentally, zombies and humans are no longer of the same species. In essence, a zombie is merely a human corpse, inevitably subject to decay. Even if it regains features post-evolution, its insides have long since turned to a tangled mess. However, Bai Yunqi was different. His organs were intact, albeit weak. But he was undeniably alive, with every cell still breathing, just not functioning. Bai Yunqi remained motionless as Lin Qiao examined his body, yet his cold white face flushed slightly, resembling a virtuous man being teased by a wicked woman. Ahem, Li in the front row cleared his throat, his eyes darting around, unsure where to look. We've arrived. Honestly, Lin Qiao was far too eager. He was still here. Oh dear, this is quite embarrassing. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Lin Qiao snapped back to reality, only to see Li Yi hastily exit the vehicle, turning his back to stand outside. It dawned on Lin Qiao just how easily their posture could be misconstrued. To inspect Bai Yunqi's body, she had pushed his hoodie down to his shoulders, leaving his upper body exposed to the air. Meanwhile, Lin Qiao's right hand pressed against Bai Yunqi's chest, her left hand resting on his forehead. Their proximity so close that they could see the fine hairs on each other's skin. Realizing this, Lin Qiao quickly withdrew her hand and sat up straight, maintaining a non-ambiguous distance from Bai Yunqi. What kind of look is that? It's not like you haven't seen it before. Why are you blushing? Wait, can a zombie even blush? Lin Qiao huffed, trying to save face, assigning the title of zombie to Bai Yunqi without any substantial proof. Yet, Bai Yunqi remained silent, his gaze still fixed intently on Lin Qiao. While she verbally jabbed at him, internally, her ears burned with embarrassment. Thankfully, her hair had fallen loose during the battle with the mutated spider, providing her with cover to avoid humiliation in front of Bai Yunqi, who likely remained unconscious. Stop staring at me, Lin Qiao exclaimed, her words rapid fire. Did you hear me? You foul zombie. With that, She opened the door and stepped out, allowing the wind to cool her flushed face. Hearing the door, Li Yi turned around, a smile gracing his face. Sister Lin Qiao, is it over so soon? Lin Qiao was momentarily perplexed. What? Then, she quickly realized, her recently cooled face flushing anew. Don't talk nonsense. She shifted the conversation. Is this the hive you mentioned? It doesn't look quite right. Lin Qiao had envisioned a picturesque hive nestled in a serene landscape, abundant with beehives. She never anticipated that the village Li Yi spoke of would be a literal small village. Scanning the area, she noted around 20 households, all thatched roof cottages. Though not the true heiress of the Li family, Lin Qiao had grown up among them, surrounded by the upper echelons of society. She had never known that in 2023, such an underdeveloped village still existed, especially so close to the capital, which was beyond her comprehension. The village was eerily quiet, apart from the occasional flutter of wings. No signs of human activity could be heard. There was a well-preserved house over there. Li Yi and Sister Tong exchanged a glance with Lin Qiao before continuing seriously. Let's take Sister Tong over there to rest. It's safe here, and she can recuperate for a few days. Is it never-ending? Lin Qiao, flustered, adopted a fierce expression and tapped Li Yi on the head, not allowing him another chance to tease her. She promptly turned around and scooped Sister Tong into a princess carry. Sensing Sister Tong's condition, Lin Qiao noted that her healing abilities were indeed unique. Even in a state of severe injury and unconsciousness, she tirelessly worked to mend her own body. However, due to her previous energy depletion, the healing was slow. Nevertheless, she had already reconnected the bone that had been pierced in her shoulder. The most challenging step had been completed, given enough time. Sister Tong would soon recover and be lively once more. Conversely, Lin Qiao worried more about Bai Yunqi's condition. Since he was not a zombie, she surely couldn't dispose of him so easily, and the thought of doing so made her hesitate. For now, she could only take it one step at a time, hoping Bai Yunqi would awaken on his own. After settling Sister Tong, Lin Qiao retrieved a large bucket with a faucet and a rechargeable kettle from her space, preparing to clean both Sister Tong and Bai Yunqi. The foul-smelling slime covering them had nauseated Lin Qiao throughout the journey, and she finally breathed freely again. Li Yi, glancing at the gaping wound on Sister Tong's shoulder, drooped his ears apologetically. I'm sorry. If it weren't for me, Sister Tong wouldn't have been injured. Uncle clearly told me to take good care of her, yet I couldn't help at all and only caused trouble. Lin Qiao paused in her actions of wiping Sister Tong's face, her tone flat. It is indeed your fault. Upon hearing this, Li Yi lowered his head even further. Lin Qiao continued, Sister Tong's two-dimensional idol once said, if I do my part and you fail to do yours, I will beat you up. Only with such determination can we speak of team spirit. So, close your mouth and stop sulking, wasting my time. Are you going to serve us plain water at the hive? Li Yi was momentarily stunned, standing still, tears streaming down his face without a sound, just shedding golden droplets. Finally, Lin Qiao, irritated by the sight, threw a towel at his face. Why don't you go fetch some honey? Huh. Oh, I'll go right away. Li Yi wiped his tears and dashed outside, his clothes fluttering in the wind, while Lin Qiao's voice trailed behind him. I'm sorry for what I said in the forest. Chapter 60, Lin Yaqin is anxious. Lin Qiao did not casually request honey. Sister Tong's body was exceedingly weak. Healing her wounds required a substantial amount of energy, but given Sister Tong's current state, she could not replenish her strength through food. Thus, Lin Qiao thought to utilize honey. Although she had honey in her space, the honey produced by mutated bees contained a small amount of energy, which would aid Sister Tong's recovery. After merging with the bee queen, Li Yi naturally became the leader of the hive. Before long, he returned, gleefully carrying a large bucket of processed honey. Upon seeing the bucket taller than a person, Lin Qiao's eyelids twitched. Yet, Li Yi wore an expectant expression, prompting Lin Qiao to allow him to prepare a large cup of honey water for both Sister Tong and Bai Yunqi. Meanwhile, the migrating troop, led by He Shi, was on the move. He Shi Zheng reclined in the passenger seat, eyes closed as he listened to his subordinate's report. Currently, it has been confirmed that 877 registered survivors are missing, including 2 psychics, Lin Qiao and Bai Yunqi. Given the circumstances at the scene, it is highly likely that they have all perished. Colonel, should we continue to wait? His expression remained unchanged, and he was silent for a while. His subordinate, growing anxious, urged, Colonel He, we have detected a large number of zombies approaching this direction. If we wait any longer, more lives may be lost. Before he could finish, another soldier rushed in, interrupting, Colonel He, some survivors have returned. He Shijing stepped out of the vehicle, hastening towards the direction of the soldier, inquiring, "What is the situation? Where are Lin Qiao and the others? Have they returned?" Not seeing Lin Qiao among the returning group of over 70 people, the soldier relayed that witnesses claimed they were rescued by Lin Qiao. "Only Lin Qiao?" he asked, confirming the report. "Yes, it appears only Lin Qiao was seen." He Shijing nodded, falling silent once more. At that moment, Lin Yaqin hurriedly caught up, exclaiming, "Colonel He, I heard some survivors have returned. Where's Lin Qiao? She must still be alive." He Shijing suddenly regarded Lin Yaqin with a curious expression. "I am quite intrigued, Miss Yaqin. Do you genuinely wish for Lin Qiao to be alive, or do you harbor doubts about her fate?" Lin Yaqin paused, avoiding his penetrating gaze, and softly replied, "Lin Qiao is my sister. Of course, I wish for her to be alive." He Shijing adjusted his cap, remaining silent. He could discern that Lin Yaqin truly hoped for Lin Qiao's safety, or perhaps she had a firm belief that Lin Qiao was unharmed. He Shijing felt once again that his superior had placed him in a challenging predicament. Lin Yaqin, appearing innocent and naive, was, in truth, quite cunning. In just a few days, she had managed to enchant several of his subordinates, who now idolized her, a foolish bunch oblivious to their own manipulation. Lin Yaqin sensed He Shijing's hostility towards her. Had it not been for the orders from Chao City, he would have shown her no courtesy. After all, she was currently one without awakened abilities. Zhao Cheng, who had been silently trailing behind Lin Yaqin, noticed her agitation and glared at He Shijing. Feeling the heat of Zhao Cheng's glare, He Shijing turned his head with a smile. Meeting Zhao Cheng's cold gaze, he provocatively grinned and slowly raised his middle finger. Zhao Cheng remained silent, but his eyes grew increasingly hostile. The tension between the two was palpable, and Lin Yaqin had already taken note, yet she refrained from intervening. Despite her considerable efforts to win over He Shijing, he remained as obstinate as a stone in a pit, impervious to her charms. No matter her attempts, He Shijing always regarded her with disdain, which fueled her anger. Now that someone was standing up for her, she was more than pleased. After all, He Shijing could do nothing to her. He was obliged to protect her on their journey to Chao City. As He Shijing and Zhao Cheng exchanged glances of animosity, they swiftly arrived at the gathering place for the survivors. Upon entering the area, Lin Yaqin was immediately overwhelmed by the stench, gagging several times. He Shijing mocked, "If Miss Yaqin finds it unbearable, perhaps you should wait at a distance. The odor is quite unpleasant." Offended by his derision, Lin Yaqin clenched her fists, biting her lip. "No need. If they could escape in this environment, a mere smell is nothing I cannot endure. Let us proceed together." He Shijing raised an eyebrow, his tone playful. "Then Miss Yaqin should take precautions. We wouldn't want you to injure yourself. If you were to get hurt, your gallant protector might just hold me accountable. That won't happen. Zhao Cheng understands the gravity of the situation. Besides, these individuals have information regarding my sister Lin Qiao. I must confirm it personally. For my parents' peace of mind." "Then let us go," He Shijing said, striding directly towards a woman guarded by several soldiers. The woman was drenched in white goo, clad in a military coat, appearing particularly pitiable and helpless amidst the towering soldiers. Lin Yaqin, unable to contain her urgency, asked, "Where's Lin Qiao?" The woman, startled by the sudden inquiry, looked up in confusion. He Shijing then noticed that her face was nearly disfigured, with extensive burns covering her cheeks, resembling wounds from a corrosive substance. Lin Yaqin recoiled in shock, gasping as she stumbled back into Zhao Cheng. Zhao Cheng cast an impassive glance at the woman, softly comforting Lin Yaqin. The woman, flustered by their actions, stood up awkwardly, nervously fiddling with the hem of her coat. He Shijing offered her a bottle of mineral water. Settling down opposite her with a calm demeanor, "Please, sit. Do not be anxious. We merely wish to gather some information." The woman gazed at the water, her eyes reflecting a struggle. Clean water was a luxury she hadn't savored in ages. If only her son could have such a bottle. Perhaps he wouldn't have ventured to drink from the river and subsequently be bitten by a creature lurking there. Noticing the conflict in her gaze, He Shijing spoke softly. "There is plenty of water. Our mission is to ensure everyone reaches Chao City safely. If you face any difficulties, please share them with us." The woman gritted her teeth, silent for a long moment before finally summoning her resolve, hope flickering in her eyes. "Sir, my son was injured by someone in the river. Could your healing abilities assist him?" He Shijing's expression remained unchanged. "Take your time, no need to rush." She took a deep breath, continuing, "If you can save my son, I will cooperate and share everything I know with you. I beg you, sir." He Shijing smiled gently at the woman, remaining silent for a while. The woman felt a shiver run down her spine under his gaze. Yet, as any mother would, she sat up straight. Her eyes fixed on him, palms clammy with sweat. Chapter 61. Lin Yaqin's continued urgency suddenly. He Shizheng smiled. Of course. Addressing the concerns of the public is our duty. He then raised his hand, calling over a soldier. Xiao Wei, please bring Mr. Sun here. Yes, sir. He Shizheng rose, offering the woman a warm smile. Let us go see your son. The woman's face lit up with joy as she hurriedly led the way. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Lin Yaqin, somewhat reluctant, felt constrained by the circumstances in his Shizheng's domain. She didn't want to provoke him further and thus followed along. As they walked, the woman eagerly shared her story, her pride evident when speaking of her son. Lin Yaqin grew impatient, rolling her eyes internally while maintaining a facade of interest. Really? Your son is so clever. Had it not been for the apocalypse, he would have surely become an outstanding surgeon. Please, your son is no genius. He.s. just an idiot. Indeed, how adorable. Rest assured, Mr. Sun is quite capable and will surely heal your son. Who cares about seeing your son's pictures? They are only appealing to you, to others. He is merely a hideous creature. He Shizheng silently observed Lin Yaqin's attempt to ingratiate herself with the woman, saying nothing. Before long, they arrived at the gathering place for the survivors. Upon seeing He Shizheng approach, the survivors flocked towards him, but he deftly brushed them aside. Upon arrival, the expressions of the survivors varied as they parted to make way. Yeah, mother has found help for your treatment. Soon your injuries will heal, the woman exclaimed excitedly, squatting beside the motionless boy lying on the ground. Yeah, she called out, puzzled as she gently nudged the boy. After several attempts, the boy remained unresponsive, causing her to panic as she turned to the others for help. Grabbing the arm of the nearest man, she cried, "What is wrong with Yi? Brother, what has happened to him?" The man cast a furtive glance at He Shi before quickly lowering his head, murmuring, Yi's health has deteriorated too much. He couldn't hold on. What does it mean to not hold on? What has happened to him? Brother, speak up. What has happened to Yi? The woman suddenly became frantic, clutching the man's arm desperately. Despite his vigorous attempts to break free, the man could only helplessly reply, Xiaoqin, Yi is in great pain. Let him go. After saying this, the man fell silent. Wang Xiaoqin wept over Yi's body for more than half an hour, neglecting her own injuries. When Wang Xiaoqin's emotions stabilized slightly, He stepped forward and said, Sister Wang, Mr. Sun has arrived. Let him check your injuries first. However, Wang Xiaoqin ignored He Shi, staring vacantly ahead. After a moment, she dazedly shook her head. No need to trouble Mr. Sun. The tears and blood on my face are mixed together. I will go with you to register the situation. He pretended not to notice the hopelessness in Wang Xiaoqin's eyes and led the way. This way, please. Last night, I wanted to go into the woods to find some fruit for Yi. His tastes differ from yours, sister. He always prefers sour fruits. Sister Wang. When did Lin Qiao appear? Lin Yaqin, having listened to Wang Xiaoqin's account of Yi, could no longer bear it and interrupted her. Wang Xiaoqin, taken aback by the interruption, looked at Lin Yaqin with confusion before glancing at He Shi. He Shi remained silent. After a brief pause, Wang Xiaoqin finally spoke. While I was picking fruit for Yi, I was suddenly bound by something. After that, I was confined in a closed space, unable to see anything, only hearing hissing sounds. Hissing sounds? What kind of hissing? He Shi inquired. Wang Xiaoqin recalled and shook her head. I don't know. It was like some kind of animal. I had never heard that sound before. So when did Lin Qiao appear? Was she captured too? No, she wasn't captured. I had only been confined for a short time before someone rescued me. Lin Qiao saved you? Why would she save you? Do you know each other? Lin Yaqin interrupted Wang Xiaoqin again. He Shi, unable to tolerate it any longer, said, Miss Yaqin, it is my duty to understand the situation. Lin Yaqin flushed at the reprimand, reluctantly sat down, and fell silent. Only then did Wang Xiaoqin continue. When I was rescued, I saw Lin Qiao slice a monster in half, and then she left. He Shi asked, was she alone? No, there was a man with wings beside her, and she took away 2 unconscious people. I didn't see their faces. All right, we understand the basic situation. Thank you for your cooperation. With that, He Shi stood up and left. Upon returning to the camp, he received a report that after they had left, Wang Xiaoqin had committed suicide. He showed no reaction, merely nodded faintly and dismissed the messenger. After the soldier left, He approached a trailer and knocked on the door. Mr. Sun, it's me. The door was opened by the alluring woman in a long dress, who, upon seeing He casually yawned. behaving as if she were not living in a post-apocalyptic world. "Where is Mr. Sun?" he sure asked. "Inside. I don't know what experiment he is conducting. He hasn't come out all day." He sure nodded, then glanced at the woman, his gaze falling on her revealing neckline, and frowned. "You should pay more attention to your appearance, Xiaoya." Xiaoya tossed her long hair, her eyes teasing. "What? Colonel He, have you been enchanted by your elegant sister?" Meanwhile, on Lin Qiao's side, sister Lin Qiao, brother Xiao Bai has awakened. Li Yi excitedly reported the good news. Lin Qiao's face flushed, and she stubbornly replied, "So what if he has awakened? It's none of my business." Li Yi looked puzzled, "But when I moved him to another room, you were watching intently, weren't you?" "No. But wait, didn't you say you couldn't control your body earlier? Will it happen again?" Li Yi, still too young, easily lost focus on the topic. "It won't happen again. It was just because it was my first transformation, and I was competing with the queen bee for control of my body." "Then what is the conflict between you and the mutated spider that it has escalated to a life and death struggle?" Just as Lin Qiao finished speaking, someone suddenly hugged her from behind, biting her ear. "Sister." The warmth against her ear made Lin Qiao blush instantly. Li Yi, being perceptive, quickly sprouted wings and flew away. Chapter 62. The Mask False Sister. Bai Yunqi was no longer in his previous state of red eyes and pale skin, but he was still somewhat different. The most noticeable change being that he had become more clingy. Lin Qiao was forced to tilt her head back, her back pressed against Bai Yunqi's chest, feeling his heartbeat for the first time. In that moment, Lin Qiao felt her soul tremble. As their lips met, Lin Qiao slowly closed her eyes, savoring this rare moment of tenderness. When a breeze slipped through the window, Lin Qiao shivered, nearly gasping. Bai Yunqi held her tightly, and his crimson tongue traced along Lin Qiao's slender, pale neck, applying just enough pressure for blood to surface, which he licked clean. Amidst the confusion of emotions, Lin Qiao faintly heard the buzzing of a swarm of bees. A night of indulgence. Since the apocalypse, Lin Qiao had been on edge, rarely allowing herself to relax completely, let alone trust someone wholeheartedly. However, after the tender moments, it was time to settle accounts. Lin Qiao pinned Bai Yunqi to the bed, her half-closed eyes glinting with mischief as she smiled alluringly. "Now, tell me, why did you transform into a zombie when you were injured?" Upon reflection, she realized she had never felt Bai Yunqi's body temperature. She always thought it was a physical issue and had secretly tried to nourish him. Now it seemed he was just a little trickster, and in the end, she was the one who suffered. Bai Yunqi looked at Lin Qiao with a pitiful expression, quietly saying, "I didn't want to say anything before I was clear." Lin Qiao narrowed her eyes, her gaze threatening. Bai Yunqi had no choice but to admit, "I don't know what I am. I'm different from zombies, but clearly, I am not human." Lin Qiao replied, "Do you want to hear yourself speak?" Bai Yunqi continued, "From the moment I became conscious, I only knew I was the zombie king and could control a portion of the zombies to some extent." Lin Qiao raised an eyebrow. She had suspected Bai Yunqi was a significant figure, but she never expected him to be such a rare one. A delightful surprise indeed. "Wait, Bai Yunqi is the zombie king?" Lin Qiao suddenly raised her hand to touch her neck, where Bai Yunqi had bitten her. Seeing her action, Bai Yunqi hurriedly explained, "It's fine, sister. I can't spread the zombie virus through bites, so you don't have to worry. Nothing will happen. I can only catalyze those who already have the virus in their bodies to become zombies." Lin Qiao grasped Bai Yunqi's chin, forcing him to open his mouth, examining his small canine teeth, which were surprisingly adorable. Bai Yunqi, teased by Lin Qiao, felt a tingle in his heart and extended his tongue to lick her delicate fingers affectionately. The warm, wet sensation coursed through Lin Qiao, making her feel as if she had been electrocuted, and she quickly withdrew her fingers. Inadvertently, her movements were a bit too vigorous, and the pain buried in her body from the previous night surged back to consciousness. As Lin Qiao moved, the blanket slipped away, revealing the ambiguous marks scattered across her body, and she couldn't help but gasp. Bai Yunqi quickly sat up, wanting to embrace her, but the next moment, he was gently knocked back down by Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao propped herself up to wash in the mobile bathroom she had taken out from her space, looking at the marks wreaking havoc on her body, and she couldn't help but twitch her eyelid, inwardly cursing Bai Yunqi for having the audacity to claim he doesn't bite people, dressed in a crisp and neat athletic outfit. As she bent down to tie her shoelaces with a firm knot, two long, bony hands reached out from behind her, extending a full joint longer than her own. "Sister, I'm hungry," Bai Yunqi whined, nestling against Lin Qiao's waist with her head buried in the crook of her neck. Lin Qiao, irritated, felt the urge to retaliate. But Bai Yunxi, with an innocent expression, began to order food. I want hot pot. Lin Qiao was tempted to leave immediately, yet her stomach betrayed her. Uncontrollably grumbling at the mention of hot pot, her face flushed with embarrassment, she angrily threw a tableful of ingredients. Just then, Xiao Tong's voice rang out from outside the door. Xiao Qiao, are you up? There's something urgent. Lin Qiao quickly pushed Bai Yunxi aside and rose to open the door for Xiao Tong. Recently awakened, Xiao Tong had made a remarkable recovery with the help of crystal cores, though her body still felt somewhat weak. What happened? Lin Qiao inquired, sensing Xiao Tong's urgency. You must stop Xiao Lizi. He's going to find the mutated spiders. What? Has he lost his mind? Lin Qiao exclaimed, quickly following Xiao Tong. Bai Yunxi casually slipped on a jacket and trailed behind, her clinginess prompting Xiao Tong to suppress an eye roll. The group arrived at a small square, the former site for drying wheat in the village. At that moment, Li Yi stood atop a high platform, golden wings shimmering in the sunlight. Previously obscured by thick fog, Lin Qiao now clearly saw Li Yi's form. Two slender antennae sprouted from her forehead, her ears pointed, and her limbs elongated and graceful, embodying a youthful beauty. Lin Qiao stared in awe. In her 2 lifetimes, she had never encountered such an exquisite creature. Surrounded by a swarm of bees, Li Yi communicated in a language they could not comprehend. Xiao Tong's voice broke the silence. Xiao Lizi, come here for a moment. Upon hearing Xiao Tong, Li Yi relayed a message to the swarm and promptly jogged over, the bees forming an orderly formation reminiscent of soldiers on a battlefield. Xiao Tong, why are you out? Are you feeling better? Is there not enough honey? Li Yi inquired, her authoritative demeanor dissipating as she reverted to their familiar interactions. Xiao Tong ignored the question, instead pulling Li Yi closer to Lin Qiao. You tell us, what do you intend to do? All eyes turned to Li Yi, whose cheeks flushed slightly. Yet she stood tall and declared, of course, we are going to reclaim our territory. According to Li Yi, the bees' original hive was not located in this village. They inhabited a picturesque area where they had built vast honeycombs, living in self-sufficiency. Following the apocalypse, the bee colony underwent a collective mutation, with most bees transforming into mutated variants that produced even more delectable honey. However, 2 weeks prior, a horde of mutated spiders had migrated, seeking to seize their home. After a fierce battle, the bees were overpowered, forcing the queen bee to retreat with her surviving followers to recuperate and strategize. The territory occupied by the mutated spiders was originally theirs. After the apocalypse, the spiders, facing habitat shortages, had set their sights on the bees' domain, igniting several conflicts between the 2 species, each time leading to the bees' defeat. In the aftermath, the bees and mutated spiders engaged in several more skirmishes, each side suffering losses. But overall, the mutated spiders maintained the upper hand. After a particularly challenging encounter 2 days ago, the queen bee led an assault on the spiders, inadvertently drawing the attention of a survivor group and inflicting significant damage. During that time, the queen bee had taken notice of Li Yi. From the queen's memories, Li Yi learned that she had long known the bee colony's current strength was insufficient to contend with the mutated spiders. Originally, she had hoped to merge with Li Yi to achieve further mutation and gain control, but she underestimated Li Yi's power, ultimately being consumed by her consciousness. Nevertheless, the queen's influence lingered within Li Yi. Although she possessed her own independent will, she felt a profound obligation to assist the bees in reclaiming their territory. In terms of character, Li Yi's most notable transformation was her newfound confidence. How could a few tiny spiders possibly defeat us? We have so many bees. Taking down a handful of spiders will be a breeze. Lin Qiao, you all wait here. We will be back shortly. Lin Qiao inhaled deeply, her mind racing with thoughts. Where has my sensible, clever little Li Yi gone? Who is this arrogant individual before me? Bai Yunxi, leaning against Lin Qiao, looked up at Li Yi upon hearing her words. Have you forgotten? You nearly became their meal? Li Yi retorted defiantly. That was because I wasn't prepared before. This time, with our full force, success is guaranteed. Xiao Lizi, I know you are eager, but please, hold on. As Li Yi rallied the bees, preparing for their departure, Xiao Tong swiftly grasped Li Yi's wings to restrain her. Lin Qiao sighed and suggested, we must devise a sound plan. Let them return first, and we can discuss how to proceed. Upon hearing Lin Qiao's words, Li Yi's wings perked up. Are you going to help us? Do we have any other options? Li Yi responded cheerfully, then thank you. With that, Li Yi flew towards the swarm, speaking to them, and they swiftly dispersed, encircling Lin Qiao and her companions. After circling them several times, they gradually spread out, Xiao Tong was nearly overwhelmed by the sheer number of bees, her mental fortitude wavering. But she kept reminding herself that everything was fine. After disbanding the swarm, Lin Qiao and her companions convened a small meeting to strategize how to assist the bees in reclaiming their homeland, establishing a practical plan. They agreed to take action in 3 days, allowing Xiao Tong time to regain her strength and themselves ample preparation. Crucially, Lin Qiao aimed to break through to the second level within those 3 days. Although in her previous life, it was only 6 months later that individuals began to gradually ascend to become second-level abilities, this time, numerous factors differed. Especially considering the reincarnators lurking about, Lin Qiao's powers had already reached the pinnacle of the first level. Further training would yield no additional energy accumulation. She sought to seize this opportunity for advancement. Uncertain of the current situation in Chao City, she recognized that having a second-level ability user in their team would provide an extra layer of protection in times of danger. Once a powers user ascended to the second level, they would no longer rely solely on crystal cores for training, resulting in a purer energy compression within them. Furthermore, having a second-level ability user on their team would serve as a deterrent to their enemies. Lin Qiao instructed Li Yi to find a secluded place for her to advance. Before entering the courtyard, she commanded Bai Yunxi, "You stay here and ensure no one enters." "Why can't I be with you? I promise I won't make a sound," Bai Yunxi insisted, raising 3 fingers in a solemn vow. "For no reason, just do as you're told." Lin Qiao, uninterested in further explanation, leaned in to plant a kiss on the corner of his mouth. "Wait for me here." Bai Yunxi, taken aback by the sudden kiss, felt his face flush with joy, his demeanor visibly brightening, as he sat down on a small stool by the courtyard entrance, whispering, "You go quickly. I'll wait for you here." Time passed slowly. The sun traversing the sky, transitioning from east to west, the fiery evening glow gradually engulfed by darkness. Lin Qiao had been inside for an entire day, yet there was still no sign of movement. Bai Yunxi gradually calmed down from his initial sweetness. Suddenly, he stood up, carefully sniffing the air, and immediately felt a surge of tension. Just then, Xiao Tong approached, carrying the dinner prepared for Bai Yunxi. Rarely, Bai Yunxi did not take the lunchbox right away. Instead, with a nervous expression, he said, "The zombie tide is coming. Quickly, send Li Yi and the swarm to block them. We cannot allow them to approach the courtyard." Xiao Tong had long understood Bai Yunxi's ability to sense zombies, and his warning could not be mistaken. Instantly alert, Xiao Tong casually placed the lunchbox on the ground and turned to run. Soon, Li Yi arrived with a large swarm of bees. Bai Yunxi instructed, "There are no less than 100 zombies heading this way. You stay here and ensure that they do not enter." After saying this, Bai Yunxi quickly turned and ran towards the village entrance. Xiao Tong shouted, "Xiao Bai, where are you going?" "I'm going to lure the zombies away," Bai Yunxi replied, his speed so swift that Xiao Tong could barely catch a glimpse of him before he vanished. Bai Yunxi sprinted towards the village entrance, fully aware that the zombies were coming for him. As long as he distanced himself from the courtyard, Lin Qiao would be safe. Although he had not experienced a human ability upgrade, he knew that during an upgrade, a person is at their most vulnerable and cannot be interrupted. Moreover, he had promised Lin Qiao that he would not allow anyone to disturb her, not even zombies. After running in the opposite direction for nearly 20 minutes, he suddenly sensed a powerful energy fluctuation about a kilometer behind him. It was a second-tier zombie, a fully awakened second-tier zombie. Although Bai Yunxi was the zombie king in essence, he was merely a first-tier ability user at that moment. It was only due to the wind ability that he could run so fast, but it was clear that the second-tier zombie behind him likely possessed a speed-related ability, and the distance between them was continuously narrowing. Bai Yunxi summoned more of his abilities, increasing his speed further. However, even at full sprint, he could only maintain it for 5 minutes before being overtaken. A sudden wave of crisis surged in his heart, without a moment to think. He instinctively darted into the bushes to evade the swiftly approaching second-tier zombie. Bai Yunxi couldn't help but bitterly smile at the absurdity of the situation. Here he was, a zombie king, unable to maintain his dignity, being targeted by a mere second-tier zombie. Chapter 64. Lin Qiao's upgrade. The second-tier zombie, thwarted in its attack, paused, greedily fixating on Bai Yunxi, drool stringing from its mouth. Bai Yunxi drew his long knife. In terms of physical strength, even 10 second-tier zombies would not stand a chance against him. The tricky part was that this particular zombie had evolved in terms of speed. If he could not find a flaw, he would have to remain stationary and be passively beaten. He did not wish to serve as a target. Even if he would not be injured, it would still be a hassle. Why on earth was his ability suppressed? The second-tier zombie lacked conscious thought. Driven solely by a relentless hunger for food, particularly for Yunqi, who exuded an irresistible scent. With a roar, the second-tier zombie vanished from its spot, moving so swiftly that Yunqi felt as if it had teleported, making it difficult to track. Meanwhile, shortly after Yunqi left, Xiaotong, Li, and a swarm of bees stood guard at the courtyard entrance, ready for the impending assault. Soon enough, the unmistakable stench of zombies wafted in with the wind. The arrival of zombies sent the swarm into a brief panic, but under Li's command, they managed to regain some semblance of order and began to block the approaching horde. Utilizing the light from a flashlight, Xiaotong peered into the mass of corpses, her scalp prickling with fear. A dense throng of first-tier zombies rushed towards the courtyard. Despite the bees' interference, the front line of zombies fell, but quickly. The rear ranks surged forward to fill the gaps. Cold sweat beaded on Xiaotong's forehead as she questioned whether they could truly hold the line against such overwhelming numbers. Yet, Lin Qiao was in the house behind them, and no matter what, they had to protect this place. They must not allow these wretched zombies to interrupt Xiao Qiao's upgrade. Xiaotong gripped her pistol, aiming to provide cover for the swarm as she turned to find Li. She saw that Li had transformed into a humanoid bee, eagerly preparing for battle, a glint of excitement on his face. Without waiting for Xiaotong to speak, Li flew into the fray, his fingers morphing into sharp claws, swiftly crushing a zombie's skull, blood splattering onto him, which he merely shook off before attacking another zombie. Xiaotong was momentarily taken aback, startled by Li's bloodthirsty demeanor. She hadn't expected him to become such a warrior after fusing with the Bee King. Shaking her head, she refocused on the zombies ahead. Although she could not achieve a headshot with every bullet, she still managed to take down quite a few as her ammunition dwindled. But the zombies seemed endless. The fallen were quickly replaced by the relentless tide of new arrivals, creating an overwhelming mass. With ammunition running low and Li exhausted, the swarm had suffered considerable losses. They were barely managing to hold the line. Xiaotong shot a zombie that had climbed onto the wall, shouting, "Xiao Qiao. If you don't come out soon, we won't be able to hold them off." It had been over half an hour since the time they agreed upon, and Xiaotong feared for Lin Qiao's safety. Anxious and desperate, she realized she was down to her last 6 bullets. Yunqi had said he would lure the second-tier zombie away, and yet he had not returned. As the final bullet was spent, Xiaotong was left with no choice but to draw her long knife, her gaze fixed on the 2 zombies lunging towards her. She had never faced so many zombies at once, but she understood that in this moment, there was no choice. She absolutely could not retreat and must defend this place. With a fierce cry to bolster her courage, Xiaotong swung her long knife at one of the zombies. The blade embedded deeply into the creature's skull, and a mixture of black and red blood sprayed onto her face, reeking of decay. The weapon became stuck, leaving her unable to extricate it, and at that moment, the other zombie reached her, its hand outstretched to grasp her. The proximity of death left Xiaotong momentarily paralyzed. Li noticed the peril and rushed towards her. Knowing that if he could crush the zombie's head, Xiaotong would be safe. He pushed himself to accelerate, but he was still too far away. In half a second, Xiaotong would have her throat torn out. "Xiaotong!" Li's desperate shout echoed in the air. In a flash, Xiaotong felt a tremendous surge of energy behind her, a powerful force rushing towards her position. The energy grazed her cheek before violently hurling the zombie before her several meters away, knocking it into a throng of other zombies, causing them to tumble down in a heap, their bones shattered and unable to rise again. The residual impact of this formidable energy sent Xiaotong stumbling forward a step, and as she sensed that familiar and powerful force, tears nearly spilled from her eyes. Seeing Lin Qiao's figure appear at the entrance eased Li's heart. He issued a command to the swarm, and a deafening buzz surged forth, once again sweeping over the horde of zombies. Lin Qiao tossed a long knife to Xiaotong from her space, reassuring her, "It's all right, I will take care of them." With that, Lin Qiao's body vanished in an instant, enveloped in a thin mist as she charged into the circle of zombies. With Lin Qiao's arrival, the pressure on the swarm significantly eased, and the zombies were quickly scattered, rendered unable to continue their assault. The subsequent horde of zombies quickly succumbed to Lin Qiao's overwhelming level, retreating into the thick fog. As the tide of the undead receded, the group barely had time to relax when Xiaotong suddenly shouted at Lin Qiao, "Xiao Qiao, Xiaobai has gone to distract the second-tier zombies. You must help him." Hearing this, Lin Qiao's expression tightened as she inquired, "Which direction did he go?" Xiao Tong, propping himself up, pointed in a specific direction. Without hesitation, Lin Qiao retrieved a motorcycle from her spatial storage, instructing them to wait for her, and swiftly vanished into the mist. Lin Qiao rode at full speed for approximately 20 minutes towards the direction indicated by Xiao Tong, when suddenly she sensed two distinct waves of energy fluctuations 100 meters ahead. One was unmistakably from Bai Yunxi's wood-based ability. The closer she got, the more she felt the fierce winds infused with Bai Yunxi's power striking against her. After riding for a few more meters, Lin Qiao caught sight of Bai Yunxi. She stored the motorcycle back into her space and hurried towards his location. However, it was odd that despite sensing two energy signatures, she could only see Bai Yunxi. Bai Yunxi, noticing Lin Qiao, shouted in her direction, "Don't come over." Lin Qiao paused, then noticed the tattered state of Bai Yunxi's clothes, appearing quite disheveled. Her heart sank, tightening with concern. Suddenly, Lin Qiao felt an intense sensation of being watched. A surge of danger washed over her, sending a chill down her spine. Chapter 65. A tinge of jealousy. Strong arms enveloped Lin Qiao as she pressed her ear against Bai Yunxi's chest, momentarily lost in thought. A peculiar notion crossed her mind. Should the zombie king have a heartbeat? "Sister, are you all right?" Bai Yunxi's concerned voice broke through her reverie. Lin Qiao grasped his hand, feeling reassured that he was uninjured, save for some superficial scratches on his skin. Bai Yunxi summoned his wind-based ability, swiftly retreating with Lin Qiao. Glancing back, she saw a crater where she had just stood, yet the second-tier zombie that had attacked her was nowhere to be found. In reality, the zombie had not vanished, but rather moved at such speed that it appeared to have disappeared. If their opponent were human, Lin Qiao and Bai Yunxi could afford to wait until the adversary exhausted their stamina. However, they were facing zombies, whose endurance was inexhaustible. "Be careful. Hold on tight to me," Bai Yunxi whispered as he shielded Lin Qiao with his body. "It's all right. After my advancement, I discovered something intriguing." Just as she finished her sentence, the second-tier zombie launched an attack. Bai Yunxi raised his arm to protect the back of Lin Qiao's head, but unlike before, he did not feel the zombie's claws. Instead, the second-tier zombie emitted a shriek. Upon closer inspection, its arm and half of its body had disintegrated, leaving its internal organs scattered grotesquely on the ground. Bai Yunxi instinctively stepped back, for as a zombie king with a fastidious nature, he could not tolerate such repulsive filth. Despite losing a significant portion of its body, the second-tier zombie still crawled towards them. However, soon its remaining half also disintegrated, leaving behind only wisps of white smoke and a cloud of gray mist striking a pose in place. Lin Qiao waved her hand, and the gray mist was absorbed into her space. Was that the gray mist? When did it become so obedient? Bai Yunxi asked with curiosity. After advancing to the second tier, I've gained a deeper understanding of my space, allowing me to exert stronger control over the gray mist. While it still does not fully acknowledge me, I am no longer at risk of backlash. It has completely become my servant. Servant? Bai Yunxi tilted his head, expressing disbelief. I am the one who serves my sister. Lin Qiao's cheeks flushed as memories of what she had said in bed the previous night surfaced. Really, Bai Yunxi? You shameless zombie. How can you bring up such intimate words? Embarrassed and irritated, she playfully kicked his calf and turned back towards the village. Neither of them noticed that within the fog, a patch of dark earth suddenly stirred, followed by a soft rustling sound. Soon, a pale arm emerged from the soil, followed by a man's head, and gradually, a complete naked body of a man surfaced. His face bore an expression of excitement as he hurried to the spot where the zombies had vanished. After crouching down to observe closely for a while, he cautiously collected a bit of soil, which then began to disintegrate into countless black particles, scattering to the ground. The atmosphere between Lin Qiao and Bai Yunxi grew tense, as Bai Yunxi incessantly asked Lin Qiao if he was her only servant and whether he should share affectionate gestures with the gray mist. Lin Qiao, feeling exasperated, sensed as if she had flirted with an innocent youth, or rather, an innocent zombie king. According to Bai Yunxi, he had returned from the apocalypse, but he had only recently gained consciousness before the end of the world. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a city, where Lin Qiao had originally been. Before awakening, he had heard many discussing the matter of rebirth, but the specifics were unclear. He only knew that many had indeed been reborn. If Bai Yunxi's words held truth, could it be that her rebirth, along with others, was orchestrated by someone? What kind of person possessed such extraordinary power to facilitate the rebirth of so many? Lin Qiao could think of no other possibility than that of a divine entity. However, if that were the case, was this divine being not a bit irrational? Having endured one apocalypse was not enough. They had to experience another? Lin Qiao chose not to dwell on matters she could not comprehend, reasoning that the heavens would support her. Such questions could be left to the experts in academia to ponder. She simply wished to live her own modest life, preferably without the clingy zombie king seeking affection. With a look of disdain, Lin Qiao pushed Bai Yunqi away, exclaiming, "You're unbearable." Bai Yunqi immediately adopted a pitiful expression, defending himself. "But you said last night." "Silence." Lin Qiao interrupted. "If you speak again, you won't eat for 3 days." Bai Yunqi immediately fell silent, but continued to gaze at her intently. Lin Qiao felt as if she were on the brink of mental collapse due to Bai Yunqi's childlike demeanor. Yet, considering that according to Bai Yunqi's timeline, he was indeed a child, she pressed her forehead in frustration. "Oh dear, what had she done with a child?" Lin Qiao mused. "It seems I have done nothing at all." However, upon seeing Bai Yunqi's nearly 6'3" stature, she found it impossible to regard him as merely a child. Admitting her attraction to him, Lin Qiao walked while chastising herself. The awkward tension finally dissipated upon entering the village. Xiao Tong rushed out, anxiety etched across his face. To greet them, Lin Qiao seized the opportunity to leave Bai Yunqi behind, patting Xiao Tong on the shoulder and reassured him, "We're fine. The zombies have been dealt with." However, upon hearing Lin Qiao's words, Xiao Tong's expression did not ease. Instead, he spoke urgently. "Xiaoli has been kidnapped." "What? What happened? Was it the zombies?" Lin Qiao asked, casting a doubtful glance at Bai Yunqi. Could it be that other conscious zombies besides Bai Yunqi had appeared? "No," Xiao Tong quickly denied, continuing. "We were planning to meet you, but suddenly, 2 people cloaked in black robes rushed out, and without a word, they took Xiaoli away." Lin Qiao furrowed her brow. "Li Yi is quite capable. Who were those people? Did they leave any message?" Xiao Tong shook his head and said, "Those 2 individuals were covering their faces, making it impossible to discern their features, but each stood well over 2 meters tall, appearing robust and brawny. They were undoubtedly 2 men of immense strength. After Xiaoli was seized, he had no opportunity to resist and was taken away. They moved with remarkable speed. I chased after them for several meters, but lost sight of them." Xiao Tong's mood was low, tinged with a hint of self-reproach. Lin Qiao offered comfort, saying, "Do not worry, he will be fine. We simply need to devise a plan to rescue him. However, we do not even know who they are. Given their formidable power yet lack of lethal intent, it suggests there may be an opportunity for negotiation. Whether they are human or ghostly, they will eventually reveal themselves." At that moment, a massive bird with a wingspan exceeding 2 meters emerged from the thick fog, upon which stood a figure. He sure leapt gracefully from the bird and strolled leisurely towards the group, a smirk playing at the corner of his mouth. "It seems I have arrived at an opportune time," he remarked. Chapter 66. Back to the main forces with hands on his hips. He sure scanned the surroundings with an air of complete disregard for being an outsider. After surveying enough, he finally spoke. "It appears that despite our haste, we have still arrived late. We detected a surge of corpses in this area and rushed here to assist, only to find that you have already dealt with it. Impressive work." Lin Qiao immediately seized upon the key point. "You all?" He sure patted the large bird beside him, explaining, "Xiao Fei, my partner." As soon as he sure finished speaking, the large bird shook its feathers and its towering form began to shrink, slowly transforming into a human shape. It was a young lad, around 18 or 19, who appeared similar in age to Li Yi, with dark skin that suited a soldier's image. Xiao Tong mocked. "Does Major He have such confidence in his powers? You dare confront a horde of zombies with just 2 people?" Feigning ignorance to Xiao Tong's sarcasm, he sure replied nonchalantly, "I have developed my abilities quite well. By the way, where is that lad who was supposed to awaken his powers? He hasn't failed to awaken, has he?" Upon hearing He sure's words, Lin Qiao and the others' expressions shifted dramatically. He sure continued, "If you ask me, that lad is too delicate. He likely cannot endure hardship. He should be sent to the military for training. How about it? I'll personally train him, and within 6 months, I guarantee he'll return to you as a robust man. Just look at our Xiao Fei, what a physique." As he spoke, he sure proudly patted Xiao Fei's chest. Lin Qiao remained silent, locking eyes with He sure, attempting to discern any connection between his sudden appearance and Li Yi's abduction. He sure, however, remained unfazed, lazily stating, "Miss Lin, if you keep looking at me like that, I might think you have a crush on me. After all, my face tends to attract young ladies." Upon hearing this, Lin Qiao felt the presence of Bai Yunji tighten around her. She replied coolly, "Major He, you are overthinking it. The zombie horde has been dealt with. And I am truly sorry for troubling you to come all this way." He sure waved dismissively. "No need for apologies. Serving the people is my duty. I am here to escort you back. Has Li Yi been taken by your people?" Xiao Tong could not help but ask. He sure feigned surprise. "Li Yi has been captured? How unfortunate. Why don't you all return with me to the camp? I will arrange for some people to search for him. There is strength in numbers, after all." Xiao Tong was infuriated by He Shi's nonchalant attitude and nearly cursed, but Lin Qiao intervened. "Indeed, we will find him," she said. "Major He claims to come to escort us? How will we travel?" She cast a glance at Xiao Fei beside He Shi. Xiao Fei snorted and turned to whistle. Suddenly, rustling sounds emerged from deep within the forest, and soon, several enormous birds, each over 2 meters in length, appeared through the mist. The great birds landed beside Xiao Fei. Bowing in submission, He Shi expressed admiration. Awakening powers through animal bonding is indeed a remarkable advantage. It allows one to effortlessly assume leadership of a group, doesn't it? Lin Qiao replied. "Then we shall benefit from Major He's company. I have yet to experience such an elevated mode of transportation." "Please," He Shi said, his expression unchanged. Though Xiao Fei seemed slightly impatient, casting a fierce glare at Lin Qiao. Lin Qiao suspected that He Shi was hinting at Li Yi's powers, but remained uncertain. Currently, they had no leads regarding Li Yi's captors, and Lin Qiao felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with He Shi, as if there were faint threads connecting him to the space they were involved with. This sensation had not been present before their advancement. He Shi's demeanor felt quite subdued to her, and Lin Qiao speculated that perhaps this was due to his exposure to the elements necessary for spatial evolution. If this were the case, a return trip was indeed warranted, whether for seeking leads on Li Yi or addressing the spatial disturbances. Xiao Fei appeared to deliberately retaliate against Lin Qiao's comment about elevated transportation, hastening the flight of the great birds as if to jostle the group. However, regrettably for him, his plans were destined to fail. With Bai Yunji, a wind-based power wielder, present, the group felt no discomfort from the fierce winds. As they perched on the backs of the birds, Bai Yunji insisted on sitting beside Lin Qiao, allowing her to lean comfortably against him without needing to open her eyes. He Shi observed Bai Yunji thoughtfully for a moment before withdrawing his gaze and patting Xiao Fei's back. Reluctantly, Xiao Fei emitted a sound in bird language, prompting the other birds to settle down. Nestled in Bai Yunji's embrace, Lin Qiao smiled subtly. The group flew for less than an hour before they encountered a lengthy line of survivors, leaving them all in shock. Although it was Lin Qiao's second experience in the apocalypse, it was her first time witnessing such a scene. Scattered campfires stretched for thousands of meters, seemingly coiled like a fire dragon lurking in the depths of the forest, poised to erupt and consume the entire world. It was both magnificent and tragic. This time, He Shi led the group directly into the military's internal camp. Before they even landed, Lin Yaqin rushed out, exclaiming, "Sister Lin Qiao, I'm so relieved you're safe. We were so worried about you." As Lin Yaqin rushed over, she accidentally tripped. And were it not for Zhao Cheng's swift reflexes to catch her, she might have taken a tumble. Her sudden display won her favor from many, who genuinely believed in the deep sisterly bond between her and Lin Qiao. After Lin Yaqin joined, the rumors surrounding the authenticity of the Lin family's daughters had already spread. People felt sympathy for Lin Yaqin's plight, having lost over 20 years of her life to another. The originally glamorous daughter of the wealthy had been robbed of her life. Having grown up in an orphanage, many expected Lin Yaqin to harbor resentment towards Lin Qiao. It would be natural for her to feel wronged. Even if she were to retaliate, it would not be surprising, but the current camaraderie was entirely unexpected. A number of individuals found their fondness for Lin Yaqin growing, sighing in admiration at her kindness towards the person who had taken away half her life. Indeed, it is no wonder the leader insists we protect Miss Yaqin's safety at all costs. Rumors circulated that Miss Yaqin's so-called sister was not kind to her at all. Upon hearing this, several turned their gaze towards the speaker, their expressions filled with curiosity. "What do you mean? How do you know?" The individual, with an air of superiority, declared, "I witnessed it firsthand. Miss Yaqin has made several attempts to befriend her so-called sister, but that woman repeatedly rebuffed her without leaving any face for Miss Yaqin." A chorus of exclamations followed. What audacity! A counterfeit dares to act so arrogantly? Indeed, if it were me, I would surely cling to Miss Yaqin's leg and never let go. The crowd engaged in lively discussions, their work not hindered in the slightest. Suddenly, a voice of doubt arose. What extraordinary ability does Miss Lin Yaqing possess that commands such attention from the leader, prompting Colonel He to personally lead the team to fetch her? Upon hearing this, the crowd fell silent. Several burly men exchanged glances, unable to articulate why they felt such an inexplicable fondness for Lin Yaqing. Chapter 67. Finally meeting the absentee, Father Lin Yaqing rushed towards Lin Qiao, and in that brief distance, tears streamed down her face. "Sister, I was so worried about you. Thankfully, you are safe." As she spoke, Lin Yaqing attempted to leap into Lin Qiao's arms. Bai Yunqi smirked, recalling that Lin Qiao was not fond of this flamboyant butterfly's company. Thus, he stepped forward, positioning himself between them. Lin Yaqing abruptly halted her movement, tears glimmering in her eyes as she looked at Lin Qiao with a pitiful expression. "Sister." However, Lin Qiao was momentarily preoccupied. She sensed a distinct alteration in the space around her, as if something nearby was drawing her attention. Curiously, she glanced to her left and spotted a large RV encircled by military-marked vehicles, forming a protective barrier. He sure noticed Lin Qiao's gaze and leisurely remarked, "Miss Lin seems interested in Mr. Sun." Lin Qiao withdrew her gaze. "Mr. Sun?" "Indeed, Mr. Sun is a rare awakened healer and a key subject of protection in our line of work, perhaps even humanity's hope." Lin Qiao casually nodded, showing no further interest in Mr. Sun, which left he sure somewhat perplexed regarding her thoughts. Seeing that Lin Qiao was ignoring her, Lin Yaqing resorted to mentioning their parents. "Sister Lin Qiao, since you have returned safely, let me take you to see Mom and Dad. They have been so worried about you." After a moment of contemplation, Lin Qiao agreed. This familial bond needed to be severed eventually. Rather than prolonging the matter with Lin Yaqing using it as an excuse to cling to her, it was better to clarify things sooner rather than later. "All right, I will go with you to see them. I have things to say as well." Lin Yaqing beamed with joy but hesitated to embrace Lin Qiao, daunted by Bai Yunqi's stern demeanor. Glancing at Bai Yunqi, Lin Qiao noted that his unyielding presence conveyed an intimidating aura, effectively intimidating Lin Yaqing. Lin Qiao was disinterested in further banter with Lin Yaqing and inquired, "Where are our parents?" Stunned by Lin Qiao's choice of words, Lin Yaqing pointed in the direction of a military vehicle. After confirming the location, Lin Qiao strode towards it, completely disregarding Lin Yaqing. "Miss Yaqing, why do you tolerate her?" "You owe her nothing," Zhao Cheng inquired, perplexed. Lin Yaqing furrowed her brow and quietly asked Zhao Cheng, "Are you certain that Lin Qiao's ability in the last life was not spatial?" "Certain. Do you think my previous life's special spatial ability could possibly?" Lin Yaqing's words trailed off, prompting Zhao Cheng to ask for clarification. Lin Yaqing shook her head. "It's nothing." After saying this, she hurried after Lin Qiao. He sure, remaining behind, observed the figures of Lin Qiao and Lin Yaqing as they left in succession. He opened his hand, revealing a minuscule bee, no larger than a fingernail, which he had unfortunately crushed beyond repair. Lin Qiao arrived at the compartment where her parents were located. The door was wide open, and she immediately noticed her mother, alone in the corner, clutching a men's baseball jacket, staring blankly. Lin Qiao recognized the jacket. It was worn by Lin Song, the young master of the Lin family, who had provocatively confronted her upon her return, only to be taught a lesson. Lin Qiao was well aware that Lin Song had turned into a zombie during the early stages of the apocalypse. In her previous life, it was only after Lin Yaqing's betrayal that she learned of her mother's enduring hatred towards her, stemming from the fact that she had killed Lin Song, who had transformed into a zombie and attempted to attack her mother. To Lin's mother, despite Lin Song's transformation, he remained her beloved treasure. Lin Qiao was merely an intruder, unworthy of comparison to even a single strand of Lin Song's hair. Lin Qiao's emotions were tumultuous. Since her rebirth, she had deliberately avoided any interaction with the Lin family. But standing before her mother now, she acutely felt the remnants of past emotions. Beyond hatred, there lingered a hint of grievance. She longed to ask her mother, "After over 20 years of companionship, does that not outweigh even a zombie?" Yet, this question would forever remain unanswered. Sensing Lin Qiao's emotional turmoil, Bai Yunqi approached. Nuzzling against her neck, Lin Qiao pushed him away, feeling it inappropriate in such a public setting. Nevertheless, she found solace in his gesture. Taking a deep breath, she stepped into the compartment. As soon as Lin Qiao entered, her father, who had been resting with his eyes closed, turned to look at her. Upon seeing Lin Qiao, his expression was devoid of joy, instead tinged with disdain. "What do you want?" Lin Qiao's father waved dismissively at the tea servant, sending her away. Lin Qiao grimaced, thinking how this old man was as inappropriate as in her previous life. At that moment, Lin Yaqin caught up. The compartment now held only Lin's father, mother, Lin Yaqin, Lin Qiao, Bai Yunqi, and Xiao Tong. Zhao Cheng had not been permitted to follow, as Lin Yaqin intended to settle family matters. Lin Qiao's father maintained a stern demeanor, exerting the authority of the family head. Lin Qiao shrugged. If you don't want to see me, then I shall take my leave. Farewell. Saying this, she genuinely prepared to exit the vehicle without a hint of hesitation. Lin Yaqin panicked. She had gone to great lengths to bring Lin Qiao here and could not let her leave so easily. Dad. Sister Lin Qiao has awakened spatial abilities and is now a guest of He Sure. Only then did Lin Qiao's father regard her with renewed seriousness, skepticism flashing in his eyes. You have awakened spatial abilities? Why didn't you mention it sooner? Lin Qiao halted, her voice dripping with sarcasm. If you're so curious about spatial abilities, surely among the military personnel, one or two could provide a demonstration, right? You seem to be living quite comfortably. This request should not be beyond your means. With that, Lin Qiao chuckled and found a place to sit, inviting Bai Yunqi and Xiao Tong to join her. Lin Qiao's father's expression froze, momentarily taken aback. After regaining his composure, he erupted in anger. What kind of attitude is that? Do you even acknowledge me as your father? Lin Qiao's smile widened. Are you truly my father? Chapter 68. Conflict. Lin Qiao's words were laced with sharp sarcasm, inciting her father's fury as he prepared to scold her in a paternal manner. However, Lin Qiao's mother suddenly intervened, stopping the enraged Lin Qiao. She whispered in his ear, Isn't the military currently seeking spatial ability users? If we turn Lin Qiao over, perhaps we could secure a chance to rescue Songer. Lin Qiao, having ascended to the second level, had heightened senses. Even at a whisper, she caught her mother's words, leaving her utterly shocked. Could the military have devised a means to combat the zombie virus? In her previous life, she had been oblivious to such advancements. Lin Qiao's gaze darted towards Xiao Tong, questioning whether the research facility in Chao City had indeed developed a vaccine. Before Lin Qiao could ponder further, her father, having overheard Lin Qiao's mother, quickly regained his composure. Sitting back in his chair, he feigned nonchalance. Now that you are back, refrain from wandering about aimlessly, lest you worry your mother. After spending over 20 years in the Lin family, you won't be lacking in sustenance. Lin Qiao scoffed. Lacking in sustenance? If you could just produce a piece of chocolate right now, I would commend your capability. Lin Fu was nearly driven to a loss of composure by Lin Qiao's disdainful expression. Due to Lin Yaqin, the military maintained a relatively amicable stance towards their family, ensuring they had enough food and drink, albeit limited to 3 communal meals a day. Although this was significantly better than the plight of ordinary survivors in the apocalypse, the stark contrast to their previous lifestyle, which typically featured at least 6 dishes per meal, rendered Lin Fu profoundly uncomfortable. Thus, in an effort to assert his superiority and satiate his unsavory desires, Lin Fu selected a beautiful tea made from the survivors. The woman flattered him incessantly, keeping him in high spirits. Under the guise of Lin Yaqin's name, Lin Fu wielded his authority at the military camp unchecked, with only whispers of gossip behind his back. This man, with a warped sense of self, believed that the gossip was born of jealousy, which led him to strut about the camp like a peacock, eager to boast about his splendid daughter. Unbeknownst to him, others regarded Lin Fu as no different than a monkey in a circus. Lin Yaqin felt embarrassed by her father and subtly attempted to advise him several times. However, each time she sought to temper his behavior, Lin Fu reacted as if his tail had been stepped on, accusing her of not being on his side. Despite having grown up together, after several unpleasant encounters, Lin Yaqin grew weary of her father's antics and preferred to mingle with heiress subordinates, wishing to avoid Lin Fu altogether. Were it not for the purpose of keeping Lin Qiao close, she would have had no desire to return. Lin Yaqin gently patted Lin Fu's back and softly addressed Lin Qiao. Sister Lin Qiao, please don't be angry with our father. He is getting old. I understand you may not like me, but in this apocalypse, it is perilous to be alone outside. Staying here, at least under Colonel He's protection, we have many to safeguard us. Why risk danger out of spite? If you find me bothersome, I can simply not appear. Lin Qiao leaned against Bai Yunqi, speaking languidly. But I am not alone. I have company. Bai Yunqi nodded earnestly, assuring her, I will always be by your side. It was then that Lin Fu noticed Bai Yunqi, his brows furrowing slightly. Having spent decades in the business world, He immediately saw through Bai Yunxi's facade. While Bai Yunxi could deceive the ruffians with his cool demeanor, he could not fool Lin Fu. Is this the kind of pretty boy you've chosen after leaving the Lin family? Has he even graduated? Lin Fu's gaze was decidedly hostile, as if he were regarding refuse. Lin Qiao bristled at this, for such a dutiful and capable companion was rare to find, and she thought her father blind. But what if I like him? She retorted, casting a deliberate glance at the tea maid waiting outside the carriage. Should I find someone more like you? Provoked time and again by Lin Qiao, even Lin Fu's patience wore thin. He slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly to point an accusing finger at Lin Qiao, exclaiming, "You wretch! Had I known, I would have strangled you in your infancy, an ungrateful whelp." Lin Qiao smirked slightly, intentionally provoking Lin Fu, as she was only a breath away from breaking him. And what of Lin Song? Is he dead? Upon hearing Lin Song's name, Lin Mu finally lifted her gaze to scrutinize Lin Qiao, assessing the daughter she had raised for over 20 years. In that moment, she was taken aback. Although Lin Qiao was not her biological daughter, their long years together allowed her to notice the changes in Lin Qiao more acutely than others could. Lin Qiao was no longer the easily manipulated soft target she once was. Lin Fu thundered, "Can't you wish for your brother's well-being? Where has he gone? Let me guess. He has turned into a zombie." Lin Qiao replied with certainty, her gaze fixed on Lin Fu while discreetly observing Lin Mu's reactions. As expected, Lin Mu's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this, and she cried out, "You are talking nonsense. Song Heir has not turned into a zombie. He is merely ill and will recover soon." Lin Yaxin's heart sank at her mother's words, desperate to prevent her from continuing, but it was too late. "Once we reach Chao City, Song Heir will recover. As his elder sister, you ought to do something for him. Chao City is offering rewards for spatial ability users. You should sign up to help your brother." The moment Lin Mu uttered these words, Lin Yaxin felt a sense of doom wash over her. She quickly added, "Sister Lin Qiao, collecting supplies in Chao City is exceedingly difficult. They are offering high salaries for spatial ability users. The military will ensure your safety. As long as you accompany us into Chao City, we will all be safe." Lin Qiao mused. So this was Lin Yaxin's true intention? The research institute in Chao City must have encountered a rebirth. Otherwise, she could not fathom how a vaccine could be developed just over a month after the apocalypse began. If her surmising was correct, it was not he sure who wanted her to enter Chao City, but rather Lin Yaxin. The one offering rewards for spatial ability users was also Lin Yaxin. Lin Yaxin, having learned through some means of the unique spatial ability Lin Qiao possessed in her previous life, was attempting to recruit spatial ability users to glean information about her. Lin Qiao scoffed, but little did Lin Yaxin know, her calculations were flawed. Lin Qiao's space bore no relation to any abilities. After all this effort, she would ultimately end up with nothing. Realizing Lin Yaxin's ulterior motives ignited within Lin Qiao an impulse to eliminate her now. In the carriage, there was not a single capable fighter. If she wished, she could swiftly sever Lin Yaxin's head. Chapter 69. Severing ties. Lin Qiao's fingers twitched, and the long blade within her spatial realm quivered in response. Rising to her feet, she stepped closer to Lin Yaxin, just a bit further, and she could claim Lin Yaxin's life. Lin Yaxin, noticing Lin Qiao approaching, felt a rush of excitement and rose to meet her. The thrill in her eyes was almost impossible to conceal, for she was about to uncover Lin Qiao's secret. Regardless of what means Lin Qiao had hidden, it would soon belong to her. As Lin Qiao closed the distance to within a meter of Lin Yaxin, the gray mist that had been obediently settled in her spatial realm suddenly began to tremble violently. Lin Qiao jolted awake, gasping for breath. It was as if she had been bewitched by the thought of murdering Lin Yaxin, completely forgetting the ominous nature of Lin Yaxin's abilities. Now, realizing how close Lin Yaxin was, an overwhelming sense of danger surged within her. She quickly retreated, her back colliding with Bai Yunxi, dispelling the suffocating feeling that had enveloped her. Lin Yaxin, somewhat disheartened, still feigned concern and asked, "Sister Lin Qiao, what's wrong?" Lin Qiao inhaled deeply, lowering her gaze to mask her shock, and replied coolly, "Nothing." Lin Fu fumed. "If it's nothing, then contribute. The Lin family does not keep useless people." Lin Qiao shrugged nonchalantly. "Well, I am not a Lin." With that, she turned to leave, her demeanor void of any lingering attachment. Having acquired the information she sought and clarified her relationship with the Lin family, she saw no reason to continue engaging with them. Lin Yaxin, in a panic, realized she had gone to great lengths to bring Lin Qiao here under the guise of parental concern, and now she was about to lose her. Who knew when she would have another opportunity to connect with Lin Qiao? Sister Lin Qiao, wait. Lin Yaqin called out loudly. Lin Qiao responded with a cold smirk. What do you want? Don't address me as sister. I have no intention of having a sister like you. My family, as you wished, has met their demise. Hasn't he it? Lin Yaqin was taken aback, fearing Lin Qiao had uncovered something, but then reassured herself. She had never acted inappropriately in front of anyone. So Lin Qiao could not possibly know. Lin Yaqin forced a calm facade, asking, what are you talking about? I merely feel that in this chaotic world, family is far more dependable than outsiders. When Lin Yaqin uttered these words, she subtly disparaged Bai Yunxi and Xiao Tong. Bai Yunxi, with his naive disposition, failed to grasp that he was being targeted, but Xiao Tong was certainly not someone to be easily manipulated. Moreover, with Li Yi currently missing, her spirits were already low. Lin Yaqin had unwittingly placed herself directly in the line of fire. What nonsense are you spouting? Try to maintain some decorum. How could a den of toads possibly compare to my beautiful Qiao Qiao? Initially, I suspected genetic mutation, but it seems I was mistaken. It's merely a case of mixing pearls with fish eyes. I should have noticed this long ago. Upon closer inspection, it's clear you all bear an uncanny resemblance. Such sharp, monkey-like features, as if you were produced in a factory, akin to the counterfeit figurines I purchased, for which I ought to be compensated for my emotional distress. Xiao Tong's scathing retort was formidable enough to render Lin Father, Lin Mother, and Lin Yaqin speechless, leaving them at a loss for how to respond. Lin Qiao secretly applauded Xiao Tong's brilliance, and, once the latter had vented her frustrations, prepared to leave hastily. If they lingered any longer, Lin Father was sure to explode. She feared his booming voice would shake the very wheels of the car. Let her go? No one is to stop her. If she leaves, let it be forever. I'll consider it as if I've raised a dog for 20 years. Even a dog would be better than you. Lin Father roared. Without looking back, Lin Qiao casually retorted. Aren't you the one who raised a yard full of dogs for consumption? You ungrateful wretch. I knew it was you, you ingrate. Lin Father fumed, stomping his feet in frustration as Lin Qiao walked away, ignoring his rants. She departed decisively, wanting nothing more to do with the Lin family, who only filled her with disgust. After Lin Qiao left, Lin Father's anger had nowhere to go, and he could only howl in impotence. This rebellious child. I always knew it was her doing. He indeed had a penchant for dog meat, particularly favoring wild breeds, such as Tibetan Mastiffs and German Shepherds, which provided him with a twisted sense of satisfaction. To this end, he had even procured a hidden facility to breed them. Yet he felt that the domesticated ones never compared to those he had caught himself. Thus, he organized clandestine hunts, even targeting dogs with owners. Somehow, this scandal reached the media, and the chairman of the prestigious Lin Group was exposed for such underhanded dealings. Public opinion quickly soured, and Lin Group's stock market value plummeted by over 200 million overnight. Fortunately, he later leveraged connections and engaged in philanthropic efforts, which gradually repaired his reputation. Though the impact lingered, he could never comprehend how this information leaked. Every capture was conducted discreetly, and the dogs bore no tracking devices or cameras. The matter of dog theft had never even been disclosed to Lin Mother, leaving him perplexed about how it became public knowledge. Until today, when Lin Qiao mentioned it again, he was convinced it must be linked to her. After all, blood is thicker than water. With a huff, Lin Father shrugged off his sleeves and sat down, his heavy breathing betraying his agitation. Observing Lin Yaqin still fixated on Lin Qiao's departing figure, he admonished, if you dare to emulate her, even as my biological daughter, the Lin family does not welcome just anyone. After wandering outside for so long, you ought to learn some manners. Don't embarrass me in public. Lin Yaqin remained silent, turning to glare at her father. Sensing her defiance, Lin Father's simmering anger flared once more. Have you lost your mind? Are you going to follow that ingrate? It's evident that being raised in the countryside has left you ignorant. Lin Yaqin retorted coldly. Do you have any idea how much effort I exerted to bring Lin Qiao here? Do you truly believe you still hold any power as the chairman of the Lin Group? In front of her parents, Lin Yaqin had always maintained a demure and innocent facade, yet her current demeanor astonished Lin Father. He had presumed his daughter, raised among the common folk, was a lost cause, only to realize he had grossly underestimated her. Is this delicate flower actually a carnivorous plant? He thought, speechless from the stark contrast. Lin Yaqin continued. Wake up. We are living in apocalyptic times. Do you still think you are worth anything? If you cannot retrieve Lin Qiao, I have no need for parents who only bring me shame. You can see for yourself how many will stand by you in my absence. Yaqin, Lin Mother whispered. Lin Yaqin scoffed. Lin Qiao is right. Her biological parents, my adoptive parents, are the ones I have caused harm to. I hope you can have a bit of ambition and not be like them. Chapter 70. A New Crystal? Lin Qiao departed decisively, severing ties with the Lin family to avoid future entanglements with Lin Yaqin. Yet, she cast a glance at the two diminutive bees that had settled upon her shoulder. Previously, to facilitate her inquiries, she had obtained 3 small bees from Li, which together barely amounted to the size of a fingernail, their presence so minimal that it could almost be overlooked. Upon her arrival at the camp, she had released them, hoping they would lead her to Li if he was indeed nearby. Disappointingly, as soon as the bees were set free, one was swiftly crushed by Heiress. Li was not present. This severed her lead. Lin Qiao contemplated seizing an opportunity to investigate the heavily guarded Mr. Sun, as her space reacted strongly in that direction, even more so than during her initial encounter with the gray mist. At that moment, a disheveled and disfigured woman came running towards Lin Qiao and her companions. The woman, having had her tongue cut out, was unable to speak but fervently shook her head while gripping Lin Qiao's sleeve. Suddenly, 2 fully armed soldiers burst forth from a vehicle, forcibly restraining the woman. Wait, Lin Qiao called out. What is wrong with her? Upon hearing her inquiry, the soldiers exchanged wary glances, their vigilance directed at Lin Qiao, as if fearing an unexpected attack. Initially reluctant to engage with her, they hesitated, recalling Heiress's regard for Lin Qiao. One soldier replied, "This individual has been infected with the zombie virus. We are responsible for her quarantine to prevent harm to the public." The woman, upon hearing this, struggled even more vigorously, her eyes fixated on Lin Qiao. Bai Yunqi suddenly grasped Lin Qiao's hand from behind, discreetly writing a few words in her palm. The sensation was cool, slightly ticklish. Lin Qiao gently caressed his fingertips and nodded at the soldiers, as if her earlier curiosity had been mere idle inquiry, showing no concern for the outcome. The soldiers were momentarily perplexed by Lin Qiao's demeanor and decided to take the woman back. Just then, a short soldier approached, saluting them with a crisp military gesture before speaking. "Comrades, hello. Colonel, he has arranged a resting area for you. Please follow me." Lin Qiao and her companions followed the small soldier to a military vehicle. This place was far too suspicious. Given her decision not to enter Chao City this lifetime, she resolved to seize this opportunity to investigate what was drawing her in. Moreover, during her earlier encounter with Lin Yaqin, had it not been for the unusual presence of gray mist in her space, she might not have escaped that vehicle. Previously, the gray mist had sought to leave her and align with Lin Yaqin. Why, when the opportunity arose, did it choose to assist her instead? Lin Qiao had a strong intuition that these questions would find answers here. Before the main force arrived in Chao City, she needed to ascertain the nature of Lin Yaqin's abilities to prevent further unforeseen circumstances. How long will the main force remain here? When does Colonel He plan to depart? Lin Qiao inquired. Mr. Sun has observed that the fog will dissipate by noon tomorrow. For safety's sake, Colonel He has decided to wait until afternoon to proceed, came the reply. Mr. Sun, the healer? Indeed, upon mentioning Mr. Sun, the soldiers displayed an expression of shared pride, reflecting both honor and disgrace. The miraculous nature of his healing abilities is truly astounding. Not only has Mr. Sun saved countless lives, but he has also devised a serum capable of awakening latent powers in individuals. A serum that can awaken latent abilities? How remarkable! What might it be? If mass-produced, humanity could potentially gain the strength to combat the undead. Alas, it is unfortunate that the serum is not universally effective. It only works for those who already possess latent energy within their bodies, granting them a chance to awaken their abilities. A chance? What if someone consumes the serum and fails to awaken? The diminutive soldier's expression shifted slightly, revealing an air of reticence regarding the topic. At that moment, they arrived at their destination. The soldier promptly stated, "This is the business vehicle prepared by Major He for you." With that, he swiftly departed without a backward glance. The business vehicle was parked on a grassy patch adorned with dandelions. Once the soldier left, Chu Lu eagerly exclaimed, "That person just now was Chu Lu." Lin Qiao nodded in agreement. Indeed, it was her. Did she not awaken her powers to join the military? How could she have ended up like that? Was she perhaps injured by a zombie? Lin Qiao glanced at Bai Yunqi and explained, "She does not carry the zombie virus within her. Thus, infection is impossible. It merely suggests that the depths of this situation are far more complex than we had anticipated." Xiao Tong looked concerned. "Do we still need to remain here?" Xiao Lizi has not relayed any information. Lin Qiao replied, there are things here that I require. After nightfall, I will investigate Mr. Sunday. You must stay here to protect Xiao Tong. We cannot allow military personnel to approach her. As for Li Yi, I have a suspicion, but it needs verification. Lin Qiao's expression turned serious as she instructed Bai Yunqi. Bai Yunqi appeared somewhat reluctant, not wishing to part ways with Lin Qiao, and was uneasy about her venturing alone into the military stronghold. Be obedient, Lin Qiao said, gently squeezing Bai Yunqi's fingers. Reluctantly, he acquiesced, observing their interaction. Xiao Tong felt that there was undoubtedly some hidden secret between the two that they were concealing from her. She sighed, indeed. Children grow up and no longer heed their mothers. As night fell, Lin Qiao changed into a black tracksuit and, utilizing the cover of dense fog, stealthily approached the vicinity of Mr. Sun's mobile home. It was then that she noticed the vehicle had been reinforced to a bulletproof standard, further deepening her sense of intrigue regarding Mr. Sunday. Initially, she intended to send a honeybee inside to scout, but after circling the vehicle, she could not find any sufficiently large openings. It was as if the entire structure were a fortress. The spatial awareness indicated something was within the mobile home. And not only did the space feel altered, but even the gray mist exhibited unusual movements. Lin Qiao resolved to take the risk of sending the gray mist inside for a closer inspection. Sure enough, as soon as the gray mist entered, it surged forward like a wild stallion, racing towards a glass dome. Through the mist's perspective, Lin Qiao beheld an object that was both familiar and foreign to her, a verdant crystal identical in shape to the spatial crystal. The gray mist seemed equally captivated, swirling around the object and refusing to depart. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Qiao felt the opportunity was too precious to squander. Thus she decided to attempt to have the gray mist steal the crystal. Empowered by Lin Qiao's support, the gray mist lunged at the glass dome. In the next instant, a piercing alarm blared, and the lights of the entire camp illuminated the area as if it were daylight. Lin Qiao immediately attempted to retract the gray mist, but it rebelled at that moment, clinging to the glass dome obstinately. The glass dome was made of reinforced bulletproof glass, making it challenging to break through with external force. The gray mist enveloped the dome, striving to consume the glass surrounding the crystal, determined to obtain the verdant gem. Patrols had already commenced. The bees she had sent to keep watch returned, buzzing anxiously as they warned her. Someone was approaching her location, and if she did not leave soon, she would undoubtedly be caught. Lin Qiao hesitated for a moment before swiftly beginning to remove her clothing. At that precise moment, Bai Yunqi, who was approaching, witnessed this. His face flushed crimson, wondering what she intended to do. Was she planning to engage in some outdoor escapade? Bai Yunqi froze, unsure whether to intervene. Meanwhile, Lin Qiao had already shed her clothes. Bai Yunqi felt as if a blizzard had swept by, and in the next moment, Lin Qiao transformed rapidly into a sunflower. Burrowing into the earth, the golden flower head gleamed as if illuminated. Bai Yunqi thought, indeed, I overthought things. Lin Qiao swiftly stowed away her discarded clothing into her spatial realm, ensuring her concealment, and then noticed Bai Yunqi. Fearing he might expose her, she hurriedly waved her leaves, attempting to shoo him away. At that moment, a beam of light suddenly illuminated the area, followed by a stern voice demanding, "Who goes there?" Lin Qiao immediately froze, standing still as an emotionless flower. Bai Yunqi understood her intent and calmly turned around, saying, "Just taking a nighttime stroll. It's so dark I nearly mistook the vehicles." The newcomer scrutinized Bai Yunqi for a while, then glanced around the mobile home, confirming no breaches had occurred, before advising, "The night can be perilous outside. You should return." Understood, Bai Yunqi replied, departing without hesitation, fearful of jeopardizing Lin Qiao's plan. After Bai Yunqi left, the soldier inspected the area with his flashlight for some time, yet found nothing amiss. Before departing, he remarked to himself upon seeing the flourishing sunflower, when did this new variety emerge? Once the soldier was gone, Lin Qiao exhaled a silent sigh of relief, redirecting her attention to the gray mist. At that moment, the gray mist had consumed a significant portion of the bulletproof glass, when suddenly, Lin Qiao heard footsteps from within the mobile home. She instantly transferred her abilities to the gray mist, which surged with newfound strength, quickly dissolving the remaining glass. The gray mist then darted into the dome, seizing the verdant crystal and fleeing. Simultaneously, Lin Qiao sensed a formidable mental presence approaching, far surpassing her own. She gasped, an advanced mental abilities user. The overwhelming pressure made her feel as though she faced a monstrous creature, leaving her devoid of the will to resist. The gray mist, however, defiantly clung to the crystal amidst this immense pressure, ultimately absorbing it and slipping away through a narrow window. The mental force followed closely behind. The gray mist plunged into the spatial realm, prompting Lin Qiao to immediately suppress her presence, disguising herself as a pitiful, innocent sunflower. The oppressive mental force swept around the mobile home several times, failing to detect her, and eventually retreated. Exhausted, Lin Qiao could no longer maintain her sunflower form and collapsed back into her human shape on the ground. Surprisingly, the gray mist did not attempt to flee but instead emerged to cover Lin Qiao with her clothing. With no time to hesitate, Lin Qiao quickly donned her attire and returned to their vehicle. Xiao Tong, noticing Lin Qiao's pallid complexion and her weakened state, rushed to her side, offering treatment without a moment's thought. Lin Qiao urged, "We must leave this place. Bai Yunqi, you drive." Understood. As they settled into the vehicle, He Sure suddenly obstructed their path. Bai Yunqi, disliking He Sure's continuous interference with Lin Qiao, instinctively pressed the accelerator to drive forward. However, despite flooring the gas pedal, the engine merely emitted a few loud roars without propelling the vehicle an inch. He Sure, grinning, knocked on the car window, leaning against the vehicle as he lazily inquired, "Miss Lin, where are you in such a hurry to go? Has Major He forgotten? We have lost a companion, and thus we are eager to find him." After the treatment administered by Xiao Tong, Lin Qiao's health had improved significantly compared to before, though her complexion remained rather poor, exhibiting an unnatural pallor. He Sure remarked, "How could I forget? I have already dispatched someone to gather intelligence. What good news has Colonel He brought?" He Sure nodded. "Naturally, there is good news. But it is not entirely favorable. We have located the individual, yet it seems unlikely we can bring them back." "What do you mean? What has happened to Xiaoli?" He Sure turned his gaze towards the driver, Xiao Tong, staring at her for several seconds before inquiring, "Miss Tong, the two professors Tong arrived in Chao City yesterday and have officially commenced their work in agricultural recovery. Don't you miss your parents?" Upon hearing He Sure's words, both Lin Qiao and Xiao Tong's expressions changed simultaneously. In her previous life, Xiao Tong's parents had never set foot in Chao City, remaining stationed at the Capital Academy of Sciences for their research. Ultimately, Xiao Tong had sacrificed herself to save her, and she was unable to convey the news of Xiao Tong's demise. Xiao Tong, with a grim countenance, asked, "Why would my parents go to Chao City?" He Sure shrugged. "I cannot say. Perhaps they are striving for the future of humanity? You know how those intellectual oddities at the academy are. Who knows what occupies their minds?" Clenching her fists, Xiao Tong was about to inquire further to extract more useful information when Lin Qiao intervened. "Can Colonel He establish contact with Chao City? Is it possible for us to see our uncle and aunt? We haven't seen anyone since the apocalypse, and we are very concerned." "Of course." He Sure casually tossed Lin Qiao a phone. Lin Qiao's eyes flashed with confusion. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, all communication devices had ceased to function. Yet He Sure provided them with a phone. Xiao Tong eagerly took the phone, wanting to turn it on, but it showed no response. She quickly glanced at He Sure. He Sure, feigning realization, explained, "Oh, I forgot to teach you how to use it." He took the phone, called out several times, "Hello, is anyone listening? This is He Sure." The atmosphere grew awkward. After half a minute of silence, a voice finally emerged from the phone. "Colonel He, what is the matter? Please put Professor Tong on the line. We have found Miss Tong." The line fell silent again, and after a while, a voice responded, "Hua Hua?" Upon hearing the voice on the other end, Xiao Tong snatched the phone, her voice choked with emotion. "It's me, Dad. Are you and Mom all right?" "We are well. You must take care of yourself. Do not wander around aimlessly. Do not worry about us." Xiao Tong paused for a moment, then quickly added, "I'm with Xiao Qiao. We are very safe." The voice on the other end continued, "As long as you are safe, do not stray about. You have always been a wild child, and now, during the apocalypse, you must refrain from wandering. I am safe in Chaocheng. You should come and join us soon." Lin Qiao furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. She recalled that Xiao Tong was an absolute homebody. The terms wandering and wild seemed entirely out of character for her. The three members of the Tong family communicated for less than 2 minutes before the phone fell silent once more. He Sure took back the phone, called out a few times without any response, and ultimately gave up, stating, "It's no longer functional. The stored energy must have depleted." Just as Lin Qiao was about to ask if there were other tools to contact Chao City, a disheveled soldier rushed over. Chapter 72. Time to flee. He Sure kicked at him irritably. "What are you in such a hurry for? Do you not see I am occupied?" "Colonel He, There's been an incident. The camp is on fire. A fire? He sure quickly turned to look, but found the surroundings eerily calm, bearing no semblance to a fire. What nonsense are you spouting? Where's there a fire? It's true. Just look at Mr. Sun's storage room. The soldier glanced at Lin Qiao before continuing through gritted teeth. The sounds from within are inexplicably muffled. Everyone trapped inside has fled. He sure's expression changed drastically. Disregarding Lin Qiao and the others, he sprinted in the direction indicated by the soldier. Lin Qiao was intrigued by the location of the supposed fire. Yet knowing the military harbored a third-tier psychic ability, user made it risky to linger. Xiao Tong restarted the vehicle, preparing to seize the chaos as an opportunity to leave. Xiao Tong, what about Uncle and Aunt? After we find Li Yi, let us make a trip to Chao City. If we are cautious, we will not be exposed. However, Xiao Tong shook her head, her tone resolute. No, we cannot go. We have already been exposed. At the very least, my abilities have been revealed, and we must leave immediately. What? Lin Qiao exclaimed in shock. My father has said that his work can bring danger at any moment. If one day he speaks contrary to his intentions, then all that follows must be understood in reverse. My father's suggestion for us to hasten to Chao City means they have likely set a trap, waiting for us to walk into it. Lin Qiao's expression darkened. Her greatest fears were being realized. The reborn individual in Chao City indeed knew of Xiao Tong's situation. It was highly probable that this reborn individual was an old acquaintance. Matters had become complicated. Xiao Tong pressed the accelerator, and the modified vehicle surged forward. As they departed, the vast expanse of dandelions beneath them suddenly took to the air, obscuring the surrounding view entirely. The car sped along, with the group swiftly heading in the direction Lin Qiao indicated. Just as they left, he sure arrived at the storage room, where he found a large truck engulfed in flames. As he approached, he could hear the crackling sounds of the fire. Several soldiers, armed with fire extinguishers, attempted to quell the blaze. The fire burned ominously, producing no sound. By the time they noticed it, the flames had already spiraled out of control. He sure frowned as he observed the wide-open iron doors of the truck, his brow furrowed tightly. He looked up at a nearby towering tree, where a figure with a human head and a bird's body stood. After a brief exchange of glances, the birdman flapped its wings, circling the camp twice before swaggering away. Utterly audacious, Xiao Fei, exhibiting remarkable synchronicity, swiftly transformed and crouched before He sure, with a dark expression, leaped onto Xiao Fei, intent on pursuing. Suddenly, a powerful psychic force bore down upon them. The birdman was nearly knocked out of the air, but managed to stumble and regain its balance before swiftly fleeing the area. He sure stood on Xiao Fei's back, looking down at the approaching figure. Mr. Sun Bo's face was grim, his psychic energy teetering on the brink of losing control, causing several soldiers of considerable strength to kneel on the ground. Sun Bo commanded, "We cannot allow him to escape. He has stolen the most crucial item, one that pertains to the future of the entire Chao City." He sure was taken aback. He had thought the individual merely set a fire, releasing the psychics confined within the truck, but it appeared Sun Bo had lost something significant. Among the entire team, Sun Bo's vehicle had the most robust defense measures. Was it truly possible for someone to steal something from him? He sure's mind flashed with Lin Qiao's pale, yet striking face, stirring a peculiar feeling within him. However, he said nothing further. At Sun Bo's urging, he rode Xiao Fei in pursuit. Sun Bo's psychic energy diminished after a few hundred meters, losing its potency, and he could only retract it while keeping a vigilant watch on the spot where the figure had vanished. Without Sun Bo's psychic pressure, the others gradually rose to their feet. They now had a clearer understanding of Mr. Sun, a figure who had only been mentioned by He sure, yet remained a mystery. The ability to incapacitate so many with his sheer force was undeniably terrifying. Sun Bo waited in place for a while, until he could no longer sense He sure's presence. He glanced around at the people who had been observing him with a vague intent, and let out a heavy huff before turning back to his vehicle. With that disdainful sound, several individuals were knocked back, spitting blood. Just before returning to the car, He sure suddenly noticed that a sunflower, which had been flourishing beside the vehicle, had now completely vanished, leaving only a barren pit. Sun Bo instantly connected the dots and immediately summoned his assistant, Xiaoya, who had been arranged by Cao Cheng. Xiaoya's ability was awakened in the direction of vision, allowing her to mark a medium and thereby monitor the situation from afar, functioning like a human surveillance system. During this outing, Xiaoya's tasks included keeping track of the abilities within the team and, most importantly, assisting Sun Bo Mr. Sun. Xiaoya soon arrived. Who among the team possesses wood-related abilities or abilities related to plants? Xiaoya hesitated before replying. There is no one in the team with wood abilities. Impossible, Sun Bo asserted, his oppressive gaze fixed on Xiaoya, even after spending considerable time together. The fear that coursed through her whenever she met his eyes remained ever present. Mr. Sun, based on the detected information, there truly are no wood abilities in the team. Sun Bo's hand glided over Xiaoya's neck, gripping her chin and pinning her against the car door. Forced to look up at him, Xiaoya's cold sweat began to bead, her beautiful fox-like eyes filled with dread. Sun Bo reveled in her fear, his mental energy invading her mind, revealing her memories with clarity before him. Xiaoya trembled in pain, her lips turning pale as her exquisite qipao clung to her body, accentuating her graceful curves. Regrettably, the man before her showed no interest in such physical allure. After thoroughly tracing Xiaoya's memories, Sun Bo released her, his eyes clouded with darkness. "Where is Lin Qiao?" Sun Bo inquired. Chapter 73. The Peach Blossom Paradise. Li Yi felt as though he was being carried on someone's shoulder, bouncing along until he was finally set down on a soft mat. Removing his blindfold, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The air was fragrant with the songs of birds and the bloom of flowers. This truly resembled a paradise. As Li Yi contemplated the potential of claiming this place as a new home for the swarm, a towering gray bear suddenly entered his line of sight. The bear's bones creaked as its thick fur began to shed, its form shrinking until it transformed into a muscular man. The man approached Li Yi, sniffing him several times before grinning. "I've caught the bee king. We shall never lack honey again." Li Yi responded defiantly. "Who are you?" The man, a bit bashful despite his imposing stature, replied, "My name is Wang Xiao, and I shall be your master from now on, little bee. You must work hard to produce honey for me." Li Yi bristled at this, his golden wings flaring out as he soared into the air, looking down at Wang Xiao. "You big fool, I warn you, return me at once, or else, let me go." Wang Xiao's eyes sparkled upon seeing Li Yi's transformation. He reached up, grasping Li Yi's ankle and effortlessly pulling him down. So adorable. In an instant, Wang Xiao completed his own transformation, embracing Li Yi and reveling in his delight. Li Yi found himself enveloped in the bear's thick fur, struggling to breathe until he finally gasped for fresh air, still protesting. "You big fool, let me go." In the face of Wang Xiao's bear form, Li Yi's strength felt like mere tickling. Eventually, when Li Yi grew too exhausted to resist, he resigned himself to Wang Xiao's whims. Wang Xiao, his dark eyes gleaming with mischief, finally released Li Yi. The antennae sprouting from Li Yi's forehead drooped weakly, as he glared at Wang Xiao with fury. If looks could kill, Wang Xiao would have been slain by now. "Follow me. You see, I have everything you could desire. It would be worth your while." Wang Xiao coaxed. Li Yi shot him a disdainful glare before shoving him away. "Get lost." Meanwhile, Lin Qiao and Xiao Tong were discussing. "Qiao, do you really think Li Yi is nearby?" "I'm not certain. I only sensed fluctuations of ability when we passed through here before. It's merely speculation. But what is certain is that Li Yi is not with he sure." Xiao Tong's worry remained unabated. "Let's hope so. I pray he is safe, or else." "Or else what?" Xiao Tong left unsaid, but Lin Qiao understood that Li Wei had sacrificed himself to protect them, and they held the responsibility to safeguard Li Yi. "Xiao Tong." Lin Qiao shifted the topic. "I will find a way to ascertain the situation with Chao Cheng, and will do my best to rescue uncle and aunt." Xiao Tong managed a feeble smile. "They want me, so they won't harm them for now." Lin Qiao hesitated before asking, "Xiao Tong, do you think they are after you solely for your healing abilities?" "I suspect my ability may be unique. I have a vague sense of it, but I cannot confirm anything until I advance further." Lin Qiao nodded, falling silent. In her previous life, Xiao Tong had realized after advancing to level 2 that she could, to some extent, be immune to the zombie virus, and even help humans who had not fully mutated to purge the virus from their bodies. In their youthful naivety, they had trusted the Academy of Sciences and volunteered to cooperate with their research, only to discover too late that they were merely seen as a source of blood and ability energy, stripped of their own will. Regrettably, they had recognized this too late. The group sped along, soon arriving at the place Lin Qiao had mentioned. As they entered this realm, they all felt an immediate lightness. The oppressive sensation of being enveloped by dense fog dissipated. This area felt as if it existed independently from the surrounding forest, with warm sunlight bathing the ground, causing their nerves to relax. Is there truly such a place here? An oasis in the desert? Xiao Tong marveled. Lin Qiao, rarely one to linger in tranquility, stretched languidly. She couldn't help but think that if they could settle in such a place, it would be akin to a paradise amidst the apocalypse. Just as they were savoring this rare moment of beauty, gray mist suddenly emerged from Lin Qiao's space. It twirled about and unexpectedly spoke. Indeed, it's here. Lin Qiao's expression darkened. She hadn't realized the mist could escape so easily, and even articulate words. She reached out to pull the mist back, but to her surprise, it circled around her, slowly transforming into a palm-sized humanoid figure, entirely gray, as if lacking color. Master, don't be so distant. Look, I've decided to follow you. So don't keep me shut away every day. I know where the good things are. Let me take you to find them. Lin Qiao's face remained cold. I don't need you. Go back at once. Lin Qiao had no faith in the mist's sweet words and prepared to force it back into her space. Suddenly, she paused, quickly raising her head to look in a certain direction. I found Li Yi. Xiao Tong exclaimed, that's wonderful. Let us hurry over. Bai Yunqi remarked, no need. Just as the words left his lips, two small black dots appeared in the distance, one rising and the other descending. As I approached, I discovered that it was Li Yi with a rather simple-looking boy. Lin Qiao furrowed her brow, realizing that this boy was also a second-tier ability user. It had only been a little over a month since the apocalypse began, and it was already astonishing that a third-tier psychic ability user had emerged on He Shi's side. Now, here was another second-tier ability user. Lin Qiao mused to herself that everything had indeed changed. The reincarnators were propelling the progress of this world. She was uncertain whether this transformation was for better or worse, but she understood that time was of the essence. She needed to find an opportunity to gather a batch of crystal cores to help Bai Yunqi and the others advance quickly. Li Yi was in midair, greeting a few people. Sister Lin Qiao, Brother Xiao Bai, I'm so glad you're okay. What is going on here? And who is he? Asked Xiao Tong. Reluctantly, Li Yi explained, his name is Wang Xiao. He is a big silly bear. So you're the one who kidnapped Xiao Li, exclaimed Xiao Tong. Oh ho, the big guy has quite the courage to kidnap Lin Qiao. Be careful, or she might turn you into roasted bear paws. A little figure made of gray mist circled around Wang Xiao, its tone dripping with schadenfreude. Chapter 74. Methods to increase awakening success rate. Li Yi was captivated by the suddenly appearing little gray figure and curiously poked at it, asking, what is this thing? Such a fascinating little person. The gray mist figure felt greatly insulted and immediately exploded in anger. You're the thing. Your whole family are things. Li Yi was taken aback by the outburst and quickly replied, all right, you're not a thing, you're not a thing. The little gray figure, satisfied, crossed its arms and sat atop Li Yi's head, lazily swinging its legs. As long as you recognize your mistake, I, the great Lord Yiming, expect you to treat me with the utmost respect in the future. Did you hear that? The others couldn't help but chuckle at Yiming's nonchalant demeanor. Suddenly, Yiming realized something and, in a fit of embarrassment and anger, tugged at Li Yi's hair and kicked at her little antennae in frustration. All right, let's hurry back, Lin Qiao commanded. Yiming nestled further into Li Yi's hair, saying, no, it's too cramped in here. I'll suffocate. Lin Qiao preferred not to expose Yiming's identity in front of Wang Xiao, and she was also somewhat curious about the good things Yiming had mentioned. However, this was not the right time to discuss it. She shot Yiming a warning glance and decided to temporarily refrain from probing into his origins. Li Yi, what is happening here? Why did Wang Xiao bring you? Upon hearing this, Li Yi immediately began to complain, Sister Lin Qiao. This big silly wants me to brew honey for him for free and claims he will take care of me, asking me to bring my bees over to him. Wang Xiao proudly interjected, exactly. I have everything here. It's much better than competing with those nasty spiders for territory. Stay here. I'll take care of you. What's south your place, anyway? Yiming lazily lay on Li Yi's head. Without the wood source crystal, this place will be overrun by viruses within a month. At that time, you'll be left crying over a pile of dead flowers. What is a wood source crystal? Li Yi asked with curiosity. Yiming rolled over. A wood source crystal is just that, a wood source crystal. Lin Qiao found herself intrigued by the wood source crystal Yiming had mentioned. The only thing she could think of that was related to crystals was her spatial crystal and the verdant crystal she had just stolen from that Mr. Sunday. By color differentiation, the verdant crystal seemed to align more closely with what Yiming referred to as a wood source crystal. Wang Xiao inquired, where is the wood source crystal? I can just go get it back. Yiming blinked nervously and remained silent. Lin Qiao shifted the conversation. Wang Xiao, right? Li Yi is our companion. Even if your place remains as it is, he won't stay. We will not abandon our comrades. Wang Zhao's face fell, his lips pouting. Can't you all just stay together? Isn't this place nice? After a brief interaction, Lin Qiao had gained some understanding of the boy named Wang Xiao. According to him, he had been a senior at a high school in a certain city, representing the school as an athlete in a boxing exhibition. On his way back, the other teachers and students had transformed into zombies. He had narrowly escaped, only to encounter a bear that had escaped from a zoo, resulting in a loss of luck. The mutated bear had significantly enhanced physical abilities and speed, making Wang Xiao no match for it. He quickly became the bear's meal. Wang Xiao had thought he was doomed, but unexpectedly, he found himself opening his eyes again. Moreover, he discovered that he seemed to have merged with the bear. Initially, the bear's consciousness had not completely vanished and was attempting to wrest control of the body, but soon, Wang Xiao absorbed the bear's consciousness. Now, he was entirely human, yet still retained some of the bear's habits, such as a fondness for honey. Among those present, aside from the reincarnated Lin Qiao and Bai Yunxi who had returned from the apocalypse, everyone else was hearing about this for the first time. The idea that being consumed by a certain animal could lead to merging and awakening abilities seemed utterly ludicrous. If that were the case, could it mean that the entire human race could awaken abilities? Lin Qiao asked, how significant is the influence of the bear's consciousness on you? Wang Xiao paused, carefully reflecting, and replied uncertainly, it seems almost negligible. Then why do you insist on keeping Li? Xiao Tong countered, because there really is no food here. And the bear's memory constantly emphasizes how delicious honey is. I'm starving, Wang Xiao said, rubbing his belly with a pitiful expression. The group fell silent. Li Yi frowned. This is somewhat similar to my situation, but not entirely the same. When I merged with the queen bee, I was conscious. I wasn't completely consumed and then awakened. It felt like the queen bee was injecting her ability into me with her stinger to control my body. Lin Qiao noted, but you still acquired the queen bee's memories. Yes, and in the initial stages of awakening, I didn't have control over my body. I went to fight a mutated spider under the queen bee's influence. Only later did the queen bee's consciousness gradually fade, allowing me to regain control. I suspect I awakened due to the influence of the queen bee's ability. Wang Xiao remarked, that sounds like something out of a fantasy novel. Xiao Tong expressed concern. Could this be the reason why the military has everyone as ability users? But why? Lin Qiao instinctively understood Xiao Tong's worries. Once this method became public knowledge, the outcome would not be universal awakening, but rather exploitation by those with ulterior motives to create an army of ability users. Not just anyone can successfully awaken, Bai Yunxi suddenly interjected. Everyone's attention turned to him. Only those who already possess ability energy within them, who are destined to awaken, have a chance of successfully awakening after being consumed by mutated animals. The success rate is quite low, but I have never heard of a situation like Li's. So, a person who already possesses ability energy may not necessarily succeed in awakening, but being consumed by a mutated animal significantly increases the likelihood, correct? Exactly. Xiao Tong sighed. It's so complicated. How do you know this so well? Lin Qiao inquired. Bai Yunxi's face flushed slightly as he replied in a soft voice. I heard others talk about it. Lin Qiao understood. The others Bai Yunxi referred to were likely the gossip-loving zombies under him in his previous life. Upon learning of this, the group's mood soured. If they could discover such a truth, others must have too, and many would likely perish at the jaws of various mutated animals. Human survival conditions were already dire, and now they had to face threats from their own companions. The atmosphere became tense, and suddenly, Wang Zhao's stomach grumbled loudly. He had no choice but to ask, I'm so hungry, do you have anything to eat? I haven't eaten in 4 or 5 days. He had just seen that these people had arrived by car, so they must have food, right? Xiao Tong teased him, why should we give you our food? You are a kidnapper, and we haven't settled the score yet. Chapter 75, Preparations Before Advancement. Wang Xiao was taken aback, his expression slightly aggrieved. That makes sense. But could you? No. Li Yi immediately interrupted Wang Zhao's next words. Yiming perched on Li Yi's head, chuckling. Lin Qiao rolled her eyes and tossed a bag of bread and ham sausages to Wang Xiao. Wang Zhao's eyes lit up, and he quickly devoured the bread. Mumbling through mouthfuls, you're really nice, sister. Lin Qiao inquired, is there a place to rest here? They had barely rested for days. And if it weren't for the foreign energy sustaining them, they would have collapsed by now. The environment was decent, and there seemed to be no immediate danger, making it an ideal opportunity to recuperate. It was not far from the city, and they could use this location as a base. making several trips to gather zombie cores and expedite the advancement of Bai Yunxi and Xiao Tong. Wang Xiao immediately took credit, saying yes. 10 minutes later, everyone looked at the dilapidated two-story building before them and asked, "Is this what you meant by a place to rest?" Wang Xiao blinked, puzzled. "Don't you like it? There are a few caves over there." Lin Qiao interrupted, "That's enough. We'll stay here." Although the building was run down, it at least provided shelter from the wind and rain. Most importantly, Lin Qiao retrieved a mobile villa from her space. Though it couldn't be anchored due to the current conditions, it would suffice for the time being. Wang Xiao gazed at the villa in awe, exclaiming, "Wow, that's amazing. Can I stay here too?" Xiao Tong questioned, "Why would you want to stay here? The city is much safer." Wang Xiao scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. "I got a bit lost, and what if those two hurt someone while I'm gone? I can't just take them into the city." He pointed at two slightly smaller bears lying not far away. Where did they come from? They also ran out from the zoo. At first, they were disobedient, but after I taught them a lesson a few times, they stopped resisting. Lin Qiao raised an eyebrow. Wang Xiao was quite interesting. Wang Xiao flashed a shy smile and explained to Li Yi, "I only had no choice but to send them to capture the Bee King. I didn't expect the Bee King to have changed. The one I saw a couple of days ago wasn't you." Li Yi snorted, ignoring Wang Xiao. Lin Qiao chose a room on the second floor and let Wang Xiao do as he pleased. The group gathered on the second floor to share information. As soon as they entered the room, Lin Qiao's expression turned serious. She said solemnly that Wang Xiao is a second-tier ability user. Xiao Tong asked in confusion, "Didn't he say he had never left here? How did he evolve?" "That's a question for you." Lin Qiao coldly looked at Li Yi. Li Yi was taken aback. I don't know." "Not you. Come out," Lin Qiao said, directly suppressing his mental energy. Yi Ming, seeing he couldn't avoid it, flew out from Li Yi's hair. "What is going on?" Yi Ming circled around twice and stopped before Lin Qiao. "Why are you being so fierce?" "I'm not opposing you. You're still bullying me." "Seriously, I, Yi Ming, am destined to follow the chosen one. Someone like you, a mere cannon fodder, should be grateful to have me around." Lin Qiao's eyelid twitched. Xiao Tong hurriedly smoothed things over. Yes, Lord Yi Ming, we are incredibly lucky. Can you share what you know now?" Yi Ming huffed in a proud manner, settling on Li Yi's forehead, swinging his two antennae like a swing, and spoke leisurely. "Well, that's quite a long story." Lin Qiao impatiently interrupted, "Then make it brief." Yi Ming bared his teeth at Lin Qiao, but upon seeing Bai Yunxi beside her, he silently withdrew. Yi Ming waved his hand, and a piece of emerald green crystal flew out from Lin Qiao's body. He perched atop the crystal, took a deep breath, and displayed a hint of ecstasy. He then elaborated. "This crystal is the wood source crystal. This area is uncorrupted by the virus because of it. That large bear must have evolved so quickly because it spent too much time near the crystal. Why is this crystal here? Could it be?" Yi Ming rolled his eyes at Xiao Tong. "I, the great Yi Ming, would never stoop to petty theft." Lin Qiao explained, "I obtained it from that Mr. Sunday." Yi Ming nodded. "This was just picked recently, probably within the last few days. But that person is truly foolish. Wanting just the crystal is pointless. The accompanying tree that nurtures the crystal is the real treasure. What a waste. If we return the crystal, can we maintain this state?" Li Yi inquired. "Certainly not." Yi Ming clutched the crystal tightly, even though it was still smaller than him. "Once it's picked, it won't be returned. We must quickly absorb the energy from the accompanying tree, or else it will dissipate, which would be a tremendous waste." Li Yi asked, "How do you know all this?" Yi Ming glanced at Lin Qiao, haughtily stating, "Why should I tell you?" After that, Yi Ming clutched the crystal and refused to speak further. Whenever someone tried to engage him, he wore a look as if mortals were disturbing him. Lin Qiao said, "I have a plan. Bai Yunxi and Xiao Tong will soon advance to Tier 2. I want to stay here for a while, after your advancement. Whether we help the swarm reclaim their territory or continue our journey, it will be safer. What do you all think?" Qiao, do you think that Mr. Sun is a Tier 3 ability user? Losing the crystal, he must be anxious. Lin Qiao frowned. "That's a concern of mine as well. But we have no better options at the moment. I will find a way to gather more cores. I hope you and Bai Yunxi can advance within 3 days. Our time is tight." Bai Yunxi immediately pledged, "No problem, sister. The wood-type energy here is rich. I can advance tomorrow." Xiao Tong expressed some concern. "I don't feel ready to advance at all." Li Yi reassured her, "Don't worry, Xiao Tong. It will be fine. Just take down a few second-tier zombies." Li Yi was already scheming on how to exploit Wang Zhao's resources. Xiao Tong felt inspired and suddenly thought that advancing to Tier 2 didn't seem so difficult after all. She chuckled, You talk about second-tier zombies, but you should focus on protecting yourself first. Don't rush into danger. Li stuck his tongue out. But there's that big oaf outside. We might as well take advantage of it. Wang Xiao lay on the soft bed, marveling that this was the life humanity should lead. He contemplated preparing a set of bedding for himself, since he was thoroughly tired of the hard caves. Suddenly, Wang Xiao felt a tickle in his nose and let out a huge sneeze. Was it getting cold again? Wang Xiao puzzledly glanced at the bright sunshine outside. No, whatever. I'll just sleep. Chapter 76, Enigmas Abound. Having established their future plans, Lin Qiao urged everyone to rest and begin their training the next day. After sending them off, Lin Qiao caught Yiming, who had tried to sneakily hide in Li Yi's hair. Now, tell me, what's the matter? Yiming, enjoying his time with the wood source crystal, pouted. What do you want to know? Start from the beginning. What is your connection to Lin Yaqin? This was Lin Xiao's primary concern. She needed to ascertain whether Yiming's existence would become a future asset for Lin Yaqin. If Yiming was still fixated on Lin Yaqin, she wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him. Yiming initially looked confused, but slowly began to speak. I don't know. I just felt drawn to her when I first saw her. I thought she was my master. When did you first meet her? Wasn't it when you were with me at the gym? You were holding me down, preventing me from leaving. Had you never seen Lin Yaqin before that? Lin Qiao felt somewhat perplexed. If Yiming had never encountered Lin Yaqin before, why did he manifest her image during their first meeting in the underground city when she was worried? Yiming looked bewildered and replied, of course. I have been underground since my inception and have never seen a human being. You were the first one I encountered. Lin Qiao furrowed her brow and inquired. Do you recall the form you took when we first met? Why did you resemble Lin Yaqin? Yiming blinked and, after a moment of intense recollection, slowly responded. Is that so? I don't seem to remember. I transformed to resemble you. Lin Qiao scrutinized Yiming closely, becoming increasingly alarmed. His entire body was a dull gray, reminiscent of a black and white television display. Yet, upon closer inspection, she could discern several similarities between his face and Lin Yaqin's. She asked, then why do you no longer wish to follow Lin Yaqin? Yiming chuckled and said, I have discovered that being with you is quite delightful. Who would have thought that a mere cannon fodder like you would have such good fortune to find a second crystal so quickly? Lin Qiao seized on this crucial point. A second one? How many crystals are there in total? What is your connection to them? Yiming lounged on the wood source crystal, crossing his legs and counting on his fingers. Theoretically, there are only 6: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, plus the devouring crystal. However, I am unsure if any derivatives have emerged. What purpose do the crystals serve? Lin Qiao suddenly realized that this world might be far more intricate than she had imagined. Perhaps even the apocalypse had its traces. I don't know about that. Yiming sighed, but I have shared everything I know with you, so please don't be angry with me. I can always follow you from now on. Lin Qiao scoffed. Do you have any other options? Yiming's expression stiffened, and he held the crystal tightly, falling silent. Lin Qiao sat on the bed and asked again, are you aware of the concept of reincarnators? Reincarnation? Yiming replied, puzzled. What do you mean? Lin Qiao chose not to speak further. Yiming didn't appear to be lying, but if he had never seen Lin Yaqin's flower, why would he believe she was his master? Yiming flew in front of Lin Qiao, a sly expression on his face, and said, I get it. You're talking about the reincarnation stories in novels, where the protagonist, having been betrayed in their past life, returns for revenge and retribution. Lin Qiao narrowed her eyes at him. Haven't you been underground all this time without seeing anyone? How do you know about these things? Yiming puffed up with pride. Of course, I am well-read and possess an eidetic memory. Speak plainly, Lin Qiao urged. Yiming hesitated and then confessed. You have stored many novels in the space, and I read them there. Lin Qiao couldn't help but twitch her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Yiming waved his hand, and a book flew from Lin Qiao's body, prominently titled The Revenge of the Legitimate Daughter Seeking Love. Yiming beamed with pride, as if recommending his favorite work. This one is my favorite. The heroine is incredibly cool. Lin Qiao was at a loss for words, opening and closing her mouth several times before finally managing to say, don't touch my space recklessly. Yiming turned away, completely ignoring her. Lin Qiao, uninterested in his antics, allowed him to drift aside while he resumed reading. Lin Qiao attempted to organize her thoughts, but only found them becoming more chaotic. She still could not deduce the connection between Lin Yaqin and Yiming. Moreover, the emergence of a substantial number of reincarnators seemed unrelated to Yiming. According to him, the space crystal was the most unique. It appeared to be more than just a space crystal. Rather, it should be termed the devouring crystal. Yi Ming was the source of devouring power. By consuming other crystals and cores, he could upgrade the space, externalizing it, or even establish an entirely new world. If that were true, she would need to find a way to collect the other crystals. Lin Qiao glanced at the wood source crystal Yi Ming was holding. Since she obtained it from Mr. Sun, did that imply the military had developed tools to detect crystals? Mr. Sun's advancement speed should also be related to the wood source crystal. If that were indeed the case, acquiring the other crystals would inevitably require confronting Chao Cheng once more. Lin Qiao felt as though an unseen hand was guiding the development of the apocalypse, with each of them playing the role of actors on a stage. Initially, she had little interest in the origins of the apocalypse. All she desired was to take her revenge and live her own life peacefully, providing her companions with a stable home. However, Yi Ming's presence seemed to indicate that her life would not remain tranquil for long. With a sigh, Lin Qiao resolved to take things one step at a time, as unraveling the mysteries of the apocalypse proved elusive. The priority remained to enhance her strength, not only her own, but also the overall strength of her team. Having concluded this, Lin Qiao prepared to rest for the night, setting aside her worries. Regardless, tomorrow she would commence her training. Just as Lin Qiao was about to settle down, Yi Ming suddenly zipped over and asked, "When will we absorb the energy from the wood source crystal's companion tree? It has been too long. It must have dissipated." Lin Qiao queried, "What exactly is the companion tree?" Yi Ming replied as if it were obvious. "The companion tree is simply the companion tree." Lin Qiao was left speechless. "What about the companion tree when you were born? Also, since you were one with the space, why weren't you present when I acquired it?" At this, Yi Ming raised his voice, almost louder than Lin Qiao's. "Speaking of which, it infuriates me. I don't know which fool took advantage of my slumber to steal the crystal. I thought I would never find it again." Yi Ming landed on Lin Qiao's shoulder and sweetly remarked, "Fortunately, you came to my side and brought me out." Lin Qiao, unwilling to dwell on past events, inquired, "Can you sense the locations of other crystals?" Yi Ming hesitated, avoiding her gaze, and muttered, "I can only perceive them within a certain range." Lin Qiao nodded, not feeling too disappointed. She looked at the wood source crystal and asked, "What use is this to you?" At the mention of it, Yi Ming instantly beamed with pride. "Absorbing the wood crystal will bring vitality to the space, allowing living creatures to enter. In the future, if you encounter danger, you can take refuge inside." Lin Qiao's eyes lit up. "Does that mean we can plant crops and raise poultry?" Yi Ming scoffed. "Why bother with such lowly creatures? They're dirty and smelly." Lin Qiao was pleased. She hadn't expected to be able to cultivate life within the space so soon and had developed a greater interest in the other crystals. Yi Ming, noticing her enthusiasm, immediately became displeased and turned his back on her. Lin Qiao, in a good mood, didn't mind Yi Ming's rudeness. She playfully grabbed him and gave him a good squeeze, which made him bristle. As Yi Ming was on the verge of exploding, Lin Qiao quickly asked, "Why were you unwilling to transform before?" Yi Ming smoothed down his ruffled fur and replied, "It's because your level is too low. Your anomalous energy is insufficient. Even if I transformed, I couldn't maintain it for long." Lin Qiao felt a sense of confusion as she sensed the continuous absorption of her anomalous energy by the space. She could feel the flow of energy between her and Yi Ming, as if forming a cycle of anomalous energy. "So, if my anomalous energy is completely depleted, you won't be able to maintain your current form?" Yi Ming returned to sit on Lin Qiao's shoulder and clarified, "Having a crystal core would suffice." Lin Qiao nodded. That made sense. Otherwise, if Yi Ming continually absorbed her energy, they would be at a disadvantage in battle. Upon this realization, Lin Qiao tossed a crystal core from her spatial storage to Yi Ming, warning, "Do not touch the crystal cores in the spatial realm without my permission. I have my reasons for keeping them. Do you understand?" Yi Ming caught the crystal core and muttered under his breath, "I knew you were so stingy," before eagerly gnawing at it. In mere moments, he devoured the first-grade crystal core, smacking his lips in satisfaction. When Lin Qiao showed no intention of offering him another, he huffed in discontent and fluttered away to continue absorbing the wood elemental crystal. He did not forget to remind her, "Remember to seek out the accompanying tree tomorrow. Once you absorb its essence, that healing girl will quickly reach the next level." Lin Qiao nodded in agreement, choosing to remain silent and let Yi Ming play on his own while she reclined on her bed to cultivate. Feeling fatigued from her training, she soon drifted off to sleep, and the night passed in this manner. The following morning, as Lin Qiao rose, she found Yi Ming sprawled atop the wood elemental crystal. Drooling in his slumber, his little belly round and full. Amused and exasperated, she gently covered him with a small blanket before stepping out of her bedroom. As she emerged, the long-forgotten aroma of a delicious meal wafted through the air, evoking a surreal sensation as though it had been ages since she last tasted anything other than dried rations. The scent of seafood porridge tantalized her nostrils. Entering the kitchen, Lin Qiao spotted Wang Xiao, donning an apron and bustling about with the young boy. Just yesterday, when Lin Qiao had released the mobile villa, she had also activated the solar power generator and stocked the refrigerator with ample ingredients. Now, the interior of the villa bore little difference from its pre-apocalyptic state. The young boy finished serving the last dish of grandmother's stir-fried eggs and called to Lin Qiao. "Quickly go summon Xiao Bai for breakfast." Lin Qiao glanced around and inquired, "Where's Li Yi?" Wang Xiao, eyeing the spread on the table, replied with a drool. "He said he was going to bring over the swarm of bees, and didn't he want me tagging along?" No sooner had he spoken than Li Yi burst in, exclaiming, "Did I miss breakfast?" Wang Xiao looked at Li Yi's golden wings, her fingers twitching with excitement, thinking how adorable he was. Li Yi, sensing Wang Xiao's hungry gaze, quickly folded his wings and took a seat as far from her as possible. Wang Xiao craned her neck to gaze at Li Yi, her eagerness palpable. The young boy found their interaction amusing and playfully tapped Li Yi's head, saying, "Go wash your hands." Lin Qiao quietly observed the lively banter among the three, a smile involuntarily gracing her lips. How delightful it would be to live in such a carefree and joyful manner forever, without zombies, schemes, death, or lurking threats, where each day was filled with beauty. Suddenly, Bai Yunqi embraced Lin Qiao from behind, the cold touch sending a shiver down her spine. Whispering in her ear, he promised, "Sister, do not worry, it will surely come to pass. I will always be by your side." It dawned on Lin Qiao that she had unwittingly voiced her innermost thoughts. Relaxing her posture, she leaned her full weight against Bai Yunqi, teasingly stating, "Then I shall cling to you for support, little corpse emperor." Bai Yunqi's cheeks flushed, tightening his grip on her arm, his eyes sparkling with delight. "You two are showing off your affection so early in the morning," the young boy called out, noticing them from the staircase. Lin Qiao chuckled, "You should find someone to show off with too." The moment the words escaped her lips, she regretted them. Indeed, the young boy's spirits immediately plummeted, and he fell silent for several seconds. Lin Qiao silently berated herself for speaking without thinking. Just as she contemplated salvaging the situation, the young boy forced a wan smile and declared, "I will train hard and strive to level up. I will personally bring Li Wei back." Upon hearing Li Wei's name, Li Yi's mood also soured, and the atmosphere grew tense. Although Wang Xiao was unaware of the specifics, she sensed the discomfort and sat quietly, not daring to utter a word. The young boy took a deep breath and cheerfully suggested, "Let us not mention him. Come on, let us eat." I added a lot of shrimp to the porridge. Lin Qiao dared not say much more, terrified of revealing to the young boy that Li Wei had lost even his physical form, leaving no hope for resurrection. She had been the one to end Li Wei's life, extinguishing the young boy's hopes in the process. She had no idea how to face him. If only she could awaken the ability to manipulate time, perhaps when the young boy's powers grew strong enough to recreate a person's body, there might still be a chance for Li Wei's revival. However, such a possibility was exceedingly slim. She even hesitated to share this method with the young boy. Chapter 78. By Yunqi's advancement after breakfast, Lin Qiao led everyone to the accompanying tree beside the wood elemental crystal. Upon arrival, she felt a surge of rich wood elemental energy penetrating her body, and she imagined that if she could remain there for 3 days, she could swiftly ascend to the 3rd level. The accompanying tree was not as she had envisioned. She had expected it to be a sturdy, towering entity, but it turned out to be merely a sapling, half the height of a person. Yiming flew atop the accompanying tree, opened his mouth wide, and Lin Qiao immediately sensed a significant decrease in the surrounding elemental energy concentration. After letting out a long, satisfied belch, Yiming prepared to take another gulp when Lin Qiao promptly covered his mouth. "What are you doing?" Yiming protested loudly, clearly annoyed. "Shush! You've already consumed it all," Lin Qiao retorted. Yiming, indignant, tugged at her hair in protest. Lin Qiao would not indulge him. She swiftly flicked him away, sending him tumbling several meters through the air. Yiming flipped several times before settling down, opting to sulkily swing from Li Yi's head instead. Bai Yunqi stifled a laugh, secretly holding Lin Qiao's hand, albeit the obedient one. Lin Qiao ignored him and retrieved several yoga mats from her spatial storage. instructing the young boy to seize the opportunity to train. As for Bai Yunxi, considering he had mentioned he could advance today, and mindful that his ascension might draw the attention of zombies due to the energy he would emit, Lin Qiao decided to take him to a secluded location. In the post-apocalyptic world, various natural disasters had struck globally, altering many landscapes. Once flat areas had transformed into rivers, while others had risen into mountains. Lin Qiao led Bai Yunxi to a recently formed hill, a perfectly tranquil spot where even if zombies approached, they would take some time to scale it, making it ideal for Bai Yunxi's advancement. Lin Qiao allowed Yi Ming to roam freely while she kept watch over Bai Yunxi's ascension. Bai Yunxi's advancement proceeded rather smoothly, soon breaking through the barrier. At that moment, Yi Ming rushed into Lin Qiao's embrace, exclaiming, "Zombies are coming! Zombies are coming!" Lin Qiao sprang to her feet, and Yi Ming instinctively transformed into a long whip, and together they charged toward the approaching zombies. Bai Yunxi was in the midst of his final ascension. Sensing a second-tier zombie lurking within the horde, sharing the same elemental affinity as him, the energy radiating from that zombie was significantly stronger than Lin Qiao's. Had it not been for the critical moment of his advancement, Bai Yunxi would have been reluctant to leave Lin Qiao to confront the zombies alone. Lin Qiao donned a protective armor made of gray mist. Although first-tier zombies posed no threat to her, an abundance of them could still be bothersome. If she were to get caught and injured, she would have no one to lament to. In that case, she would have to become Bai Yunxi's subordinate. Navigating through the throngs of zombies with ease, Lin Qiao felled one after another with each strike. Her unrestrained slaughter finally caught the attention of the second-tier zombie concealed within the horde. With a resounding boom, Lin Qiao was sent flying. It felt as though she had collided with an unyielding wall of metal, failing to make even the slightest impact on her opponent. Lin Qiao's expression darkened, and she uttered coldly, "Metal elemental ability." As the thick fog dissipated, the zombie standing opposite revealed its appearance. Its upper body was entirely encased in a dark metallic shell, towering nearly 2 meters tall, resembling a small mountain. The rarity of nature-based abilities was already astonishing, and yet, before encountering any human with such powers, she found herself face-to-face with 2 nature-based zombies. Truly, fate seemed unjust towards humanity. Lin Qiao tightened her grip on the long whip and lunged at the zombie. Unlike the speed-based zombie she had previously encountered, this metal-based zombie possessed formidable defense, rendering Night Ming's devouring power barely capable of leaving more than superficial scratches on its form. The clash between the agile human and the clumsy zombie resulted in a stalemate. However, with the surrounding swarm of first-tier zombies causing further disruption, Lin Qiao gradually found herself at a disadvantage. She not only had to contend with the second-tier zombie before her, but also needed to thwart the first-tier zombies from harassing Bai Yunxi, making it increasingly challenging to fend off multiple foes. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from behind. Wang Xiao charged into the horde of zombies, flanked by 2 towering gray bears, instantly dwarfing the zombies before him. His method of dispatching zombies was straightforward, yet brutally effective, effortlessly tearing them apart with his bare hands. Following him, Li wielded his wings, piercing through the zombies' foreheads with his sharp spines. Once the first-tier zombies were successfully restrained, Lin Qiao could finally focus on the second-tier zombie. Night Ming's devouring abilities proved less effective against the metal-based creature, prompting Lin Qiao to retrieve 2 axes from her spatial storage. Meanwhile, the gray mist reformed into a humanoid shape, with 2 long whips aiding Lin Qiao in the fray. The second-tier metal-based zombie could only partially transform its body into metal. Once surrounded, it found itself overwhelmed. With the combined efforts of Lin Qiao and Night Ming, the second-tier zombie soon bore the brunt of their assault and fell to Lin Qiao's axes. In a moment of excitement, Night Ming devoured the glowing golden second-tier crystal core without allowing Lin Qiao a moment to react. With the second-tier zombie dispatched, the remaining first-tier zombies were utterly insignificant, quickly falling to their combined efforts. This time, Lin Qiao had learned her lesson, holding Night Ming firmly in her grasp to prevent him from devouring any more crystal cores. Night Ming retaliated by swinging his whip at Lin Qiao, though it was more playful than painful, and she paid it little mind. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept across a nearby hill, emanating a powerful wave of energy. The group exchanged glances, each reflecting a glimmer of joy. Bai Yunxi had successfully advanced in rank. After calming his aura, Bai Yunxi sprinted forward, gliding through the air with the grace reminiscent of a speed-based ability user. He embraced Lin Qiao, burying his face in her neck, murmuring, Are you all right? I'm late. Lin Qiao patted his back reassuringly. I'm fine, no need to fuss. Night Ming, dangling from Li Yi's antenna, munched on a transparent first-tier crystal core, exclaiming, You arrived just in time. If you were any later, we would have headed back for lunch. Li Yi produced another crystal core and handed it to Night Ming with a smile. Eat up. Night Ming, with a haughty expression, retorted, At least you understand, kid. You know how to honor your Lord Knight. Li Yi merely raised an eyebrow, unsure of how to respond. Night Ming continued, But kid, your taste is lacking. What's so special about a first-tier crystal core? Next time, bring me a few 5th or 6th-tier cores. Li Yi twitched his mouth, at a loss for words. Lin Qiao intervened with a firm slap, 5th or 6th tier. Useless things, unable to even handle a 2nd-tier zombie. Yet you have such grandiose aspirations. Night Ming, incensed, jumped around, exclaiming. He cheated. If you bring me more 5th and 6th-tier cores, I could take down those low-tier zombies with a single bite, crunchy as can be. Chapter 79. Re-entering the city with Bai Yunqi's successful advancement, Lin Qiao felt it was time to actively seek out a small horde of zombies for some practice. Despite Bai Yunqi's formidable strength, he expended too much energy in battle, making him ill-suited for prolonged confrontations. Li Yi, too, relied heavily on his abilities, needing to enhance his combat skills. Ultimately, Lin Qiao decided to leave Night Ming with Xiao Tong, taking Bai Yunqi and Li Yi on a trip to the city. The area had likely become a zombie den, yet with their combined capabilities, they should be able to return unscathed, provided a massive horde did not materialize. This mission aimed not only for training, but also to collect some zombie crystal cores. Regardless of whether for their own cultivation or as currency, crystal cores were indispensable. According to Xiao Tong's progress, she would likely advance in 3 days, and they planned to return before then. Xiao Tong's advancement would be considerably safer, as no zombies would pose a threat. With Li Yi's swarm and Night Ming present, she should be secure. After organizing themselves, the group set off that very day to save time. To Lin Qiao's surprise, Wang Xiao insisted on accompanying them back to the city after learning of their plans. After pondering for a moment, she agreed. Thus, Lin Qiao, Bai Yunqi, Li Yi, and Wang Xiao boarded the vehicle heading to the city. Upon entering, Lin Qiao promptly ushered Bai Yunqi and Li Yi out of the vehicle, using the nearby zombies as practice targets. Wang Xiao, having spent the apocalypse in the forest, had not seen such a modern city in quite some time. Upon arrival, he was eager to frolic and boast, yet his excitement was dashed by Lin Qiao's directive. No wandering about, you're driving. Instantly, Wang Xiao morphed into a wilting eggplant, dejectedly trailing behind Bai Yunqi and Li Yi. Lin Qiao settled comfortably on the vehicle's roof, casually snacking on sunflower seeds while observing Bai Yunqi and Li Yi below, occasionally offering guidance. At Lin Qiao's insistence, neither of them was permitted to use their abilities, but instead relied on their own strength and skills to handle the zombies. They were already quite experienced in dealing with first-tier zombies, so the absence of abilities did not fluster them. Wang Xiao, the only trained professional in the group, occasionally stepped in to correct them. Bai Yunqi, having extracted the last crystal core from a zombie's skull, presented it to Lin Qiao like a prized treasure. Suddenly, Lin Qiao heard a faint cry for help emanating from a nearby alley. The others perked up, turning their attention to the source of the sound. Lin Qiao had no intention of intervening, nor did she wish to squander time and energy on irrelevant matters. However, before she could voice her thoughts, Wang Xiao slammed on the accelerator. Lin Qiao frowned. He was still a child. His maturity needed further cultivation. In no time, the vehicle halted at the alley's entrance, where Lin Qiao spotted a gaunt elderly woman clinging to a shipping container, burdened with 2 bulging bags. 2 zombies prowled beneath the container, unwilling to depart. Without hesitation, Wang Xiao leaped from the car and swiftly dispatched the zombies. Thank you for saving me. The elderly woman climbed down the ladder beside the container, wiping her tears as she expressed her gratitude to Wang Xiao. He smiled warmly. It's nothing. You should hurry back inside. It's dangerous out here. The elderly woman grasped Wang Xiao's arm, refusing to let go, muttering, Where are you from? Young man, with your skills, are you from the military sent to rescue us? You seem like a good person. Lin Qiao raised an eyebrow. The woman was rather amusing. They hadn't revealed their identities, nor were they in military attire. So how had she concluded they were from the army? Lin Qiao surmised that the woman was likely drawn to Wang Xiao's approachable demeanor, hoping he would take her along, perhaps in search of a family member. Indeed, her next words confirmed Lin Qiao's suspicions. The elderly woman continued. I'm old and don't have much time left, but I have a grandson about your age at home. If only he were as capable as you, young man. Could you do me a favor? Wang Xiao was rendered speechless by the elderly lady's enthusiastic demeanor and could only manage an awkward smile. Grandma, we need to head forward. It's truly inconvenient to bring you along, Wang Xiao explained. His motivation to help others stemmed from an inability to turn a blind eye to suffering. To him, the mere act of living was a formidable challenge, and those capable should lend a hand to ordinary people, lest he be plagued by his conscience. However, he was acutely aware of his limitations and had no desire, nor the capacity, to bear the weight of others' lives. All he could do was what he deemed possible. Upon hearing Wang Xiao's refusal, the elderly lady's eyes darted, and she instantly adopted a look of alarm. Oh dear, you mustn't go forward, young man. Grandma is looking out for you. You must trust me, you absolutely must not go. As she spoke, she tugged at Wang Xiao, leading him further into the alley. Come with me, and I will explain everything. You mustn't go ahead. Wang Xiao, bewildered by the lady's insistence, blinked and glanced back at Lin Qiao for assistance. Bai Yunxi and Li Ye had already caught up, though they lingered outside, merely observing the unfolding drama. Lin Qiao clapped her hands to shake off the seeds that clung to her, then casually descended from the car roof, finally speaking with a measured tone. Let us heed what the grandmother has to say. The day is waning, and we must find a place to rest. The group followed the elderly lady to a secluded cottage. She opened a rusted iron gate, which creaked loudly, prompting Lin Qiao to unconsciously release her mental energy to sense any approaching zombies. Once inside the courtyard, the elderly lady lifted a heavy iron door leading to a cellar. The moment it swung open, a foul stench wafted out, causing Lin Qiao to instinctively take a few steps back. Gradually, a small whirlwind formed at her nostrils, alleviating her discomfort slightly. She discreetly squeezed Bai Yunxi's fingers as a reward. The elderly lady led the group down a ladder. This is an old cellar my family used to dig. It was long abandoned, but who would have thought it would come in handy again? Please, do not disdain it. My benefactors. Lin Qiao remained silent, while Wang Xiao nonchalantly expressed he didn't mind. Before they reached the bottom, a voice called out from below, Grandma, did you find any food? Lin Qiao turned towards the sound, her brow furrowing slightly. A young man in his 20s was eagerly reaching for a large bag slung across the elderly lady's shoulder, nearly pulling her off balance. Lin Qiao was uninterested in the domestic affairs of others, yet she did not grant the young man a pleasant expression. The young man snatched the backpack from the elderly lady and disregarded Lin Qiao and the others entirely. The elderly lady, with a doting expression, said to the young man, Gua Gua, take your time eating. Grandma has brought plenty of food, including your favorite cola. Li Gua pulled out a packet of biscuits and began to devour them, completely ignoring the elderly woman. Lin Qiao surveyed the cellar, spotting 2 covered plastic barrels in the corner, filled with unknown contents that she had no desire to investigate. The sky was dimming, and she was resolute in her desire not to stay here overnight, let alone have dinner in such a place. She was grateful to her inner strength for suppressing her nausea. Lin Qiao inquired, what lies ahead? Why must we not go? Initially contemplating the elderly lady's intention to lure them here, she now felt an urgent need to leave upon witnessing the living conditions of the two. The elderly lady was momentarily taken aback by the question, stammering as she struggled to respond. Li Gua quickly interjected, there are zombies ahead. No one who has ventured that way has returned alive. Wang Xiao promptly asserted, we are here to exterminate zombies. Upon hearing this, Li Gua's eyes lit up, and he eagerly asked, are you sent by the government for rescue? Before Wang Xiao could elaborate, the elderly lady assured her grandson, yes, yes. They are formidable in slaying zombies. They must be here to save us. How wonderful, we can finally leave this dreadful place. The elderly lady beamed with wrinkles, seemingly determined to attach herself to the group. Wang Xiao, caught between the enthusiastic duo's banter, found himself at a loss for words. Lin Qiao scoffed silently, choosing instead to plot her exit in her mind. Wang Xiao, still youthful at heart, and having never ventured beyond the confines of school, was easily swayed by the ideals of heroism depicted in comics, and in a fit of fervor, he promised to take the grandmother and grandson away. Lin Qiao, overwhelmed by the stench, decided to step outside for some fresh air. Just then, Bai Yunxi unexpectedly wrapped his arm around her waist, his warm breath grazing her ear. Lin Qiao felt a tingling sensation and momentarily lost her focus, internally chastising herself. That old lady has been scratched by a zombie. In less than half an hour, she will undergo mutation, Bai Yunxi remarked. Lin Qiao's gaze sharpened as she quickly turned to observe the elderly pair. She saw them munching on instant noodle cakes while showering Wang Xiao with flattery, with not a single mention of whether he was hungry. Following by Yunqi's gesture, she noticed the deep, bone-exposing gashes on the elderly lady's ankle, which were swollen and darkening, clearly infected by the virus, robbing her of pain sensation. Wang Xiao, Lin Qiao called. We need to leave. Huh? Wang Xiao looked perplexed. Aren't we supposed to find a place to stay? Li Ye, unable to contain herself, stepped forward and tugged at Wang Xiao's hair, insisting, if you say another word, I'll leave you here. At her words, Wang Xiao fell silent, though he frequently glanced back at the grandmother and grandson. Lin Qiao, unwilling to climb the ladder, unleashed a vine to swing herself up through the cellar door. Bai Yunqi gathered the wind beneath him, propelling himself upward, while Li Ye soared into the air, circling around for a patrol. Wang Xiao had no choice but to ascend the ladder, but as he took a few steps, he felt a tug at his clothing. Young man, where are you going? Weren't you going to take us with you? The elderly lady and her grandson exchanged glances, quickly shouldering their food and following closely behind Li Gua. Upon exiting the courtyard, Lin Qiao aimed to find a clean place for the night, not bothering to shoo the elderly pair away. The group proceeded down the street to an abandoned kindergarten, which appeared much cleaner than the other buildings. Li Ye was the first to dart inside, swiftly dispatching the two remaining zombies. The elderly duo exchanged glances, silently deciding they would stick with this group no matter what. It's safe now. Li Ye landed beside Lin Qiao. She nodded, not in a hurry to enter, as there was still a zombie left to deal with. Li Gua, feeling anxious, exclaimed, there are zombies approaching. Let us hurry inside. He reached out to push open the kindergarten gate, but Lin Qiao blocked him. No rush. We must eliminate the zombies first. Otherwise, we'll only dirty the inside. Li Gua protested, the zombies are still far off. By the time they arrive, we'll be safely inside. Move aside, you're going to get us killed. Just as he finished speaking, Li Gua suddenly felt a weight on him, a nauseating warmth invading his nostrils. This scent was all too familiar, and he screamed in terror. Ah, it's a zombie. Help! Lin Qiao remained still, not allowing anyone else to move. However, Li Gua, being impetuous in his youth, swiftly extricated himself. It was then that he discovered that the person who had leaped onto his back was none other than his grandmother. Although the elderly woman was beginning to undergo mutations, she still retained a semblance of sanity. She looked at her grandson with a puzzled expression and asked, Gua Gua, what are you doing? Come help me. Why do I feel so numb? Despite not having fully transformed, her appearance was already alarmingly close to that of a zombie, and Li Gua dared not approach her. In fact, he kicked her to the ground, cursing as he did so. You old hag, get away. You dare come back after being bitten by a zombie? Why not just die outside? You're wasting a whole bag of instant noodles. The old lady, confused by Li Gua's words, stared blankly at her own body, unable to comprehend what had transpired. Yet, Li Gua had already recognized the gravity of the situation. He picked up a brick and, without hesitation, struck her on the head, causing blood to spatter. He relentlessly continued to strike her, splattering gore everywhere. His intention was clear. If he could demonstrate his formidable strength in front of Lin Qiao and the others, they would see his value, and he would be included in their team of powerful individuals. He would profit immensely. Tragically, the poor grandmother, still not fully transformed into a zombie, met her demise at the hands of her own grandson. Seeing her motionless, Li Gua finally tossed aside the brick, boasting, the zombie is taken care of. Let us hurry inside. At first, Wang Xiao had wished to intervene, but it was too late. Any sympathy he had for the duo evaporated. The grandmother, who had willingly risked being devoured by zombies to find food for her healthy grandson in his 20s, could hardly have anticipated her death at his hands. As the saying goes, those who are pitiful must also have their faults, thought Li Gua. He continued to fantasize about his impressive stature, envisioning that he had surely won the admiration of all, particularly Lin Qiao, the sole woman in their group, who must have been internally cheering for him. He held his head high, embodying the triumphant rooster after a victory, reveling in his moment of petty triumph. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Lin Qiao stood before him, brandishing a long knife, blocking his path. We do not need another companion. Leave. Li Gua, filled with confidence after having dispatched a zombie with his bare hands, interpreted Lin Qiao's actions as a provocation. Since emerging from the cellar, the few zombies they had encountered had all been dealt with by Wang Xiao and Li Yi. He was convinced that Lin Qiao, like him, was merely seeking to cling to the strong. 3 men accompanying a single woman spoke volumes. With this thought, Li Guo leered at Lin Qiao's figure, his mind wandering. What's the fuss? You're just a woman. Do you even know how to wield that knife? Perhaps I should teach you, he leered. What he failed to notice was the incredulous expressions on Wang Xiao and Li Yi's faces at that moment. Wang Xiao had witnessed Lin Qiao in action against a second-tier zombie. Her ferocity would make even the undead tremble in fear. As for Li Yi, he realized that Li Guo was in for a rude awakening. The combination of Bai Yunxi and Lin Qiao was not something an ordinary person could withstand. Lin Qiao scoffed. You want to teach me how to wield a knife? Very well, then let me show you if I'm doing it right. With that, she swiftly struck. And before Li Guo could react, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder as his entire right arm fell to the ground. Oh! His screams attracted the nearby zombies, who turned their attention toward him. Lin Qiao kicked him several meters away, commanding, "Get inside quickly, the zombies are coming." Having just lost an arm and unable to stand due to the pain, Li Guo was soon treated as dinner by the approaching zombies. Lin Qiao and her companions lingered in the city for 2 days, purposefully searching for zombies to hone their combat skills and strengthen their abilities. During this time, they also visited Wang Xiao's high school, only to find it had been among the first to fall. From a distance, they sensed at least 5 second-tier zombies within. Acknowledging their lack of confidence in facing 5 second-tier zombies and escaping unscathed, they merely glanced and departed. They focused on areas where only small groups of zombies congregated. And after 2 days, they amassed considerable rewards. In just a short span, they collected over 200 first-tier crystal cores and 3 second-tier ones. Lin Qiao was particularly thrilled to find that one of the second-tier crystals perfectly matched her and Bai Yunxi's wood attributes, while the other 2 were fire attributes. Ideal for Wang Xiao and Li Yi. With their bags brimming with zombie crystal cores, the group returned to their camp. Upon entering, they nearly doubted they had taken the wrong path. In merely 2 days, the changes were stark and unsettling. The once vibrant landscape filled with flourishing grass and melodious birdsong had transformed into a scene of desolation, with withered vegetation and an air of death. This change is too drastic, Li Yi couldn't help but exclaim. He had initially thought the swarm could rest here for a while, but the rapid deterioration was unexpected. The dense fog in the forest had dissipated, revealing a landscape of devastation, the ground littered with blackened decay, devoid of life. Sensing Lin Qiao's presence, Yiming flew over with a rush, landing squarely on Li Yi's head, inquiring, "Did you bring me a feast?" The stark changes left the group feeling heavy-hearted. But Yiming's antics lightened the somber mood. Li Yi generously tossed a pouch filled with 7 or 8 first-tier crystal cores to Yiming, who was delighted by the rainbow-embroidered pouch, though he lamented that it would have been better if it were filled with second-tier crystals. "Oh well, since you're so weak, I'll make do," he thought. Li Yi chuckled at Yiming's antics, while Lin Qiao was less indulgent. She shot Yiming a disapproving glance, coldly remarking, "Please don't force yourself." Yiming huffed in indignation, turning his back in a sulk. Lin Qiao seized Yiming by the ear, lifting him off the ground, the pouch larger than him, forcing him to dangle by his tiny feet. Bringing Yiming closer, she asked, "What about Xiaotong? How is her training progressing?" Upon hearing Lin Qiao mention Xiaotong, Yiming's eyes widened in alarm as he exclaimed, "She's a bottomless pit." "A bottomless pit?" Lin Qiao blinked, glancing over at Bai Yunxi. Bai Yunxi responded, "Sister, what's wrong?" Lin Qiao felt a twinge of guilt. She had often internally criticized Bai Yunxi as a bottomless pit upon their first meeting. She rubbed her nose and replied, "It's nothing." "Then why are you looking at me?" "Because you're good-looking, charming, and 1 in a million." Bai Yunxi's face flushed crimson as he shyly tugged at Lin Qiao's clothing, leaning in for a kiss. Li Yi chuckled inwardly, surprised to see the usually aloof Bai Yunxi display such a shy demeanor before Lin Qiao. Given the presence of others, Lin Qiao would not allow Bai Yunxi to misbehave. She feigned seriousness and pushed him away, continuing to interrogate Yiming. "What happened to Xiaotong?" Yiming squirmed free from Lin Qiao's grip and animatedly explained. "You see, it was supposed to last a few more days, but Xiaotong suddenly advanced and drained all the wood-type energy from this area." Upon hearing Yiming's words, Lin Qiao was taken aback and quickly inquired, "Xiaotong advanced? When did this happen? Was there any incident? With me guarding her, what could go wrong?" "I'll tell you, I sacrificed all my best crystal cores for her advancement. You owe me." Concerned for Xiaotong, Lin Qiao casually tossed a handful of crystal cores from her space and dashed toward the villa, completely oblivious to the fact that one of them was a second-tier crystal core. Nightming fashioned a net, swiftly capturing the crystal nucleus, and upon inspection, Joy surged within. To his surprise, Lin Qiao had been quite generous, presenting a second-tier crystal nucleus. He chuckled to himself. Now that it was in his possession, it was undeniably his. Chapter 82. Taking initiative unbeknownst to Lin Qiao, who was entirely oblivious to Night Ming's subtle intentions, her heart was set on reuniting with Xiao Tong, fearing she might encounter unforeseen dangers during her advancement. Upon reaching the villa, the tantalizing aroma of food wafted through the air. Upon seeing Xiao Tong, Lin Qiao immediately sensed the flow of energy within her, relieved to ascertain that no mishap had occurred. Lin Qiao reproached, "Why didn't you wait for me to return before advancing? What if something had gone awry? We are not far from Heisher's main force. With such a significant surge of abilities, what if they were to be alerted?" Xiao Tong, with a playful grin, wrapped her arms around Lin Qiao's, whimsically replying, "Oh, it's fine. Look at me, I'm perfectly fine. You must trust me a little more. Besides, you left Night Ming here for me. Nothing would go wrong." Lin Qiao, rendered speechless by Xiao Tong's carefree demeanor, could only pinch her nose in a playful warning, no more reckless behavior next time. Okay. After Xiao Tong's advancement, only Li Yi remained at the first tier of abilities, but his unique power, being of the animal type, inherently possessed greater combat prowess than other abilities in their early stages. Thus he was not a liability. After a few days of rest, the group prepared to undertake a long-desired task, reclaiming territory for the swarm of bees. For they could not possibly carry this swarm everywhere they went. If that were the case, they would undoubtedly be viewed as provocateurs. Wang Xiao, enamored with Xiao Tong's culinary skills, shamelessly insisted on joining the expedition, claiming they were comrades in revolution, destined to advance and retreat together. Being a still teenage student, Wang Xiao had yet to be jaded by society, untouched by the darker facets of human nature, and remained a somewhat idealistic youth. Although he could be overly trusting at times, he was fundamentally good-hearted and trustworthy, warranting a little guidance to become an excellent ally. Most importantly, Wang Xiao's combat prowess was indeed formidable. In comparison, his naivety was a trivial flaw that could easily be remedied with a bit of nurturing. After their preparations, the group readied themselves for the imminent battle against the mutated spider swarm, with Lin Qiao equipping each member with appropriate weaponry. 2 days later, Lin Qiao and her entourage of 5, accompanied by a vast swarm of mutated bees, marched resolutely towards the domain of the mutated bees. Lin Qiao gazed towards the canyon where the mutated spiders resided. "We have arrived. I wonder if Heisher's team is still nearby. We must act swiftly." Previously, they had ventured out of their team in search of the newly awakened Li Yi, and although the forest was shrouded in thick fog, they reached the lair of the mutated bees in little time, indicating its proximity to the main forces. Uncertain whether Heisher had departed, they aimed to discreetly amass wealth without drawing attention. Thus, a quick resolution was imperative. Wang Xiao inhaled deeply, utterly captivated by the potent atmosphere. Li Yi shot a glance at Wang Xiao, the combat enthusiast, advising, "Show your true skills. Don't waste Xiao Tong's culinary efforts." Wang Xiao clenched his fists, exuding an expression that proclaimed, "Watch me shine." Bai Yunxi leaned closer to Lin Qiao, whispering, "I will protect you." Night Ming exaggeratedly interjected, feigning disdain, all right. I get it. Your affection is evident. Can we proceed now? The atmosphere inside is quite enchanting, and I am already famished." Recalling how effortlessly Night Ming had devoured a mutated spider's head earlier, Lin Qiao nodded. "Very well, let us enter." They charged into the canyon. A labyrinth of spider webs obscuring the sky, a dense veil that blocked out the sun. Even above them, countless strands of silk enveloped the canyon, creating an impenetrable cocoon. After a short distance, they discovered their entryway was obstructed by webs. "This cannot continue. They are exhibiting intelligence, attempting to trap us here," Lin Qiao stated solemnly. Surveying the webs above, Bai Yunxi unleashed a flurry of wind blades, severing several strands of silk. Just as the group rejoiced, the severed strands fell directly above them. Night Ming swiftly extended 2 gray tendrils, consuming the falling webs with gusto, exclaiming, "Yuck, this is dreadful. Bring me something delicious." Seeing Night Ming's ability to counter the webs, the group sighed in relief. Li Yi offered Night Ming 2 crystal nuclei, flattering, "Great Night Ming, you are truly remarkable." With hands on hips and a proud demeanor, Night Ming looked down at the group. "Of course, your great Night Ming shall conquer the world. You all better behave." "Indeed, great Night Ming. Could you kindly assist us in clearing a path? You are the strongest." Night Ming, gradually entranced by Li Yi's repeated flattery, thumped its chest, promising, "No problem. Leave it to your great Night Ming. A few mere spiders are no match for me." With that, Night Ming summoned a dense fog, enveloping the webs. And with a sizzling sound, a large opening was carved out of the obstructive silk. Suddenly, Lin Qiao shouted urgently, "The mutated spiders are coming. Everyone be cautious." No sooner had the words left her mouth than a stream of spider venom shot toward Lin Qiao, only to be deflected by Yunshi's wind blades. The surroundings rustled ominously, reminiscent of some creature's movements. In less than half a minute, they found themselves surrounded by the mutated spiders. Fortunately, not all of them were grotesquely large. Only 3 possessed the capacity to swallow a person whole, while the majority were smaller variants, each still towering over a human. The group quickly established roles. Yunshi faced the largest spider, evidently the leader of the swarm, while Lin Qiao and Xiao Tong confronted another large mutated spider, and Wang Xiao single-handedly stood against the last one. Li Yi led the bee swarm to intercept the smaller mutated spiders, ensuring that Lin Qiao and her group could focus on their combat. Night Ming, following closely behind Li Yi, displayed impressive prowess, effortlessly dispatching a significant number of mutated spider heads. Night Ming was so formidable that Li Yi barely had a chance to engage. Although there were many mutated spiders, Night Ming's relentless assault overwhelmed them. As it munched on a head, it called out, "Bring more. Your great Night Ming is still not full." Provoked by Night Ming's taunts, the spider leader disregarded its ongoing battle with Yunshi and spewed forth a stream of crimson gold silk. Night Ming, caught off guard, barely dodged, seeking refuge in Li Yi's hair, exclaiming, "Oh no, that's too tough. Yunshi, don't be lazy. Hurry and decapitate that foul spider to provide a feast for your great Night Ming." Chapter 83. The battle concludes. Yunshi conjured a small tornado, filled with numerous wind blades, charging towards the large mutated spider, striking its head directly. Cornered by Yunshi's onslaught, the spider had no option but to endure. Despite its armored head, it suffered the loss of half its cranium. The mutated spider let out a pained screech, and as its cry echoed, the swarm descended into chaos. Smaller mutated spiders recklessly lunged at Yunshi. Delighted, Night Ming enveloped them in a misty shroud. Although Xiao Tong wielded healing abilities, her synergy with Lin Qiao ensured the mutated spiders fared poorly against their combined efforts. Meanwhile, Wang Xiao engaged purely with his physical prowess, his body erupting in a coat of gray fur, now sticky with webs, yet he clung tenaciously to the mutated spider's head. In a swift motion, Wang Xiao executed a shoulder throw, slamming the spider to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. The swarm of bees did not relent. Every time they struck, a mutated spider would fall to the ground. Soon, the mutated spider horde was left with no strength, and even the half-human-sized offspring were dispatched. The situation appeared to be immensely favorable. Yi Ming, uninterested in the half-sized little Kalami, was focused on confronting the Spider King alongside Yunshi. He excitedly shouted, "More food. More food." The mutated spiders seemed to comprehend Yi Ming's words, becoming even more frenzied, but they were utterly powerless against the two, merely serving as target practice. Yunshi ensnared the Spider King in a blade of wind, while Yi Ming blocked its escape route. In no time, the Spider King succumbed beneath Yunshi's wind blades. Yi Ming immediately pounced, devouring the spider's head with satisfaction, letting out a contented belch. With the death of the Spider King, the mutated spider horde quickly collapsed. Yi Ming showcased his prowess, clearing the entire webbing throughout the canyon. He expressed his dissatisfaction with Lin Qiao regarding the cleanup task assigned to him, grumbling, "It's not even tasty, just a bunch of rubbish." Li Yi ruffled Yi Ming's forehead and offered him a crystal core. Lin Qiao quipped, "Just indulge him." Yi Ming made a face at Lin Qiao and perched atop Li Yi's head, nibbling away. As they ventured deeper into the canyon, they encountered enormous beehives, the largest of which boasted a diameter of 4 meters. Lin Qiao could almost savor the sweet scent of bees wafting through the air. However, upon closer inspection, they discovered that several hives had been nearly destroyed by the mutated spiders, making their original forms barely recognizable. The largest hive, clearly belonging to the queen bee, was filled with a sticky, white-yellow spider silk that looked extremely repulsive. The swarm erupted into chaos, buzzing about frantically. The bees had lost their home entirely, and Li Yi felt helpless. Initially, he had relied on the power of the mutated queen bee to awaken his abilities and embrace the will of the queen, willingly taking on the responsibility of caring for the swarm and reclaiming their territory. Yet now, with their home utterly destroyed, what was the point of reclaiming it? He had done all he could, but was now at a loss. It seemed the swarm sensed their leader was about to depart, as they drooped their wings in despair. Lin Qiao recognized Li Yi's predicament. She could never abandon him here, whether out of loyalty to Li Wei or for her past companion Li Tang. She felt a sense of duty to protect and care for Li Yi. However, she could not afford to halt their progress for the sake of a hive of mutated bees. The current apocalypse was markedly different from her previous life, the most significant change being the accelerated pace of events. If they paused, they would surely be eliminated. When the apocalypse first erupted, Lin Qiao had unexpectedly encountered Zhao Boyu, the scoundrel who had betrayed her in her past life for Lin Yaqin, while scavenging for gasoline at a gas station. She had decisively eliminated him, refusing to give him a chance to exploit her again. Nevertheless, although Zhao Boyu was dead, Lin Yaqin was not surrounded by him alone in her past life. Each of the men who had encircled Lin Yaqin was a formidable powerhouse in the apocalypse. Furthermore, Lin Qiao suspected that reincarnators had already appeared in Qiao City. She did not know how much Lin Yaqin's men had learned about space in her previous life, but she dared not take the risk. Xiao Tong's abilities might have already been exposed. If the reality of their spatial situation were to be revealed, they would be at a significant disadvantage. Therefore, Lin Qiao was resolute in her pursuit of strength. She would forge ahead, seize the city, establish her own base, and confront Qiao City and Lin Yaqin on equal footing. She would never again allow Lin Yaqin the opportunity to harm her. Thus, they could not linger here. There's no need to stay here, Yiming mumbled, his mouth full of crystal cores. What do you mean? Are we supposed to take this large number of mutated bees with us? We'll likely be mistaken for terrorists long before we reach a safe base, Xiao Tong questioned in confusion. Lin Qiao had her suspicions, but lacked adequate information about the space. Yiming, brimming with pride, explained, once I completely absorb the wood source crystal and the space upgrades, we can bring living creatures in. At that point, we can take the entire swarm with us. Really? Li Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement as he gazed at Yiming. Yiming held his head high, proudly affirming, of course. Yiming is capable of anything. Lin Qiao doused his enthusiasm with cold water, inquiring, when will you finish absorbing it? Yiming was momentarily stumped, observing Lin Qiao's expression before whispering, a month? No, 20 days. Too slow. The heavy rain is coming, and the zombies will evolve. Staying here to cultivate abilities is too sluggish. Well, if you had been more supportive and provided more second-level crystal cores, I would have finished by now. Yiming retorted loudly, ignoring her. Li Yi immediately asked, how many second-level crystal cores do you need? Yiming, with hands on his hips and a greedy expression, replied, just 5, 6, 7, or 80. Lin Qiao poked Yiming's plump belly, warning, be honest. Yiming huffed, reluctantly stating, if there are 3, I could finish absorbing it in about 3 days. Lin Qiao and Li Yi exchanged skeptical glances, suspecting he had secretly followed them to the capital, or else how could he require exactly 3? Damn it, they really do have 3. Thus, they found themselves back at square one. Chapter 84. Entering Ishian upon discovering that they indeed had 3 second-level crystal cores, Yiming beamed with joy. The group had remained in the canyon for 3 days, during which Yiming completely absorbed the wood source crystal. The space underwent a remarkable transformation. Lin Qiao's mental energy scanned the area, astonished by the changes. The space was no longer divided starkly into black and white, but rather the formerly white usable area now resembled daytime, and she could feel the flow of air within the space. Her space was now alive. Yiming beamed, seeking recognition. Master, I'm impressive, right? In the future, we can bring living creatures into the space. If danger arises, you can all hide inside. Lin Qiao affectionately ruffled Yiming's little head, genuinely praising, indeed, very impressive. Yiming, beaming with pride, pressed on, then can I have more crystal cores? I'm out of supplies. Lin Qiao, unusually accommodating, replied, all right. The heavy rain is approaching, and zombies will soon undergo full evolution. When that time comes, you can indulge in as many crystal cores as you desire. Yiming, realizing he would still have to work for them, felt Lin Qiao was merely making empty promises. If you want Lord Yiming to help you fight zombies, just say so. No need for this indulge nonsense. Yiming pouted, tugging at Lin Qiao's hair in protest. Lin Qiao paid no heed to Yiming's antics, finding his efforts akin to a mere tickle. However, to placate him, Lin Qiao tossed him a bag of sunflower seeds, instructing, behave, eat these first. Yiming waved his hand and swallowed them all in one go. Lin Qiao, undeterred, tossed another bag, declaring, this is the last one. Yiming, fuming, sat atop Li Yi's head, cracking the seeds one by one. Bai Yunqi blinked in surprise and asked, "Where did sister find so many sunflower seeds? I've never seen them before." Lin Qiao's face flushed as she explained, "I grew them myself during my evolution." Bai Yunqi's eyes lit up. "Is it like last time? Can you do it again?" "No." Lin Qiao quickly covered Bai Yunqi's mouth, signaling with her eyes to be quiet. "What are you talking about?" Xiao Tong inquired, puzzled. Lin Qiao hastily redirected the conversation. "It's nothing. Is everything packed? Then let us set off." "All right." Lin Qiao gathered all the mutated bees from the canyon into her spatial realm. However, the realm had yet to evolve into fertile land, leaving the bees without a place to settle. Thus, Lin Qiao filled several inflatable swimming pools with soil, after being consumed by the night bright. Although the soil remained rather barren, it was now devoid of any viruses. With the soil in place, Lin Qiao scattered a handful of sunflower seeds she had cultivated herself, and soon, nearly an acre of sunflowers flourished within the realm, providing ample sustenance for the mutated bees and occasionally enhancing their diet. However, she chose not to disclose that the seeds were her own, feeling somewhat embarrassed about this ability. Once everything was prepared, Lin Qiao drove away from the canyon, taking Wang Xiao along, while also packing 2 genuine gray bears into her spatial realm. Their destination was the underground city, and en route, they would pass through 2 or 3 major cities and countless small villages. Lin Qiao had no intention of compromising her comfort. If possible, she preferred to spend the night in a city rather than in the wilderness. Moreover, they could utilize the zombies encountered along the way to enhance their combat prowess. Given that the blizzard had arrived early in this life, it was likely that the subsequent red rain would also come sooner, and by that time, the zombies would likely evolve into second-tier beings. They needed to bolster their overall fighting capabilities before that happened. With Nightbright's assistance, Lin Qiao felt that in a month's time, she would be able to ascend to the 3rd tier. Indeed, the speed of evolution was greatest in the lower ranks. In her previous life, she had not advanced for an entire year before her demise, and now, this rapid progression left her somewhat disoriented. The group traveled intermittently, and by noon the following day, they finally arrived at a small town. Along the way, they faced waves of various attacks, including solitary zombies and various mutated animals, which posed no significant threat to them. Lin Qiao consulted a paper map, attempting to identify similarities with the world before the apocalypse. Soon, she spotted a signpost and exclaimed with delight, "Ahead lies Yixian. Let us find a place to rest for the night." The others unanimously agreed. Although they had only traveled for 2 days, they had frequently had to dismount to clear obstacles or deal with zombies and mutated creatures. Concerned about drawing too much attention, Lin Qiao refrained from releasing their mobile shelter in such an open area. The group was physically and mentally exhausted, having hardly rested at all. A safe place to rest for the night, perhaps with the luxury of a hot bath, would be a delightful reprieve. Upon entering Yixian, they found the streets cluttered with abandoned vehicles, making it difficult to navigate. Consequently, they opted to proceed on foot. The number of zombies in Yixian was not as overwhelming as they had anticipated. Most encountered were merely small groups of first-tier zombies, which posed little challenge. Yet, Lin Qiao furrowed her brow, noting that the energy contained within first-tier crystal cores was still too limited. If only they could acquire sufficient second-tier cores, she could harness Nightbright's powers to attempt ascending to the 3rd tier. Nightbright, perched atop Li Yi's head, nonchalantly stated, "I have a way to obtain numerous second-tier crystal cores." Intrigued, Lin Qiao raised an eyebrow and inquired, "What method?" "Have your partner come. He can attract zombies and create a horde, and we won't need to worry about the number of crystal cores," Nightbright replied. Lin Qiao retorted, "I knew you wouldn't have any good ideas." Nightbright, indignant, countered, "What do you mean it's not a good idea? All of Nightbright's ideas are excellent. It's you who are unambitious and unable to execute them." As the group bickered, they suddenly heard a cry for help from ahead, sounding like an elderly person. Having previously encountered a grandfather and grandson in the city, Lin Qiao, Li Yi, and Wang Xiao felt a sense of reluctance towards the idea of rescuing someone. However, according to the map, the inn they intended to reach was the most direct route, making it unavoidable to pass by the source of the cries. Exchanging glances, they decided to assess the situation upon arrival. They initially assumed someone was in trouble due to a zombie attack, but when they reached the scene, it was clear that the reality was far from their expectations. Upon their arrival, they witnessed 2 men brimming with mutated energy. One held a girl in his arms, acting inappropriately, while the other was mercilessly beating an elderly man on the ground. The girl, muffled, could only struggle helplessly, appearing far too young to contend with the imposing abilities of her captors. The elderly man, bloodied and dazed, stubbornly clung to the man's ankle, pleading, "Please. She's only 16 years old. Let her go." The man, growing impatient, kicked the elderly man in the head, cursing, "What audacity you have to resist the Quanzhang gang. Be careful, or you'll regret it when Jiang hears about this." The other man, holding the girl, frowned and said, "Enough with the old man. He's bleeding too much. We need to wrap this up and get back with the girl." The first man nodded, a sycophantic grin on his face. "All right, Ma Go. I'll take care of this old fool right away." He raised his leg, preparing to stomp down on the elderly man's head, but suddenly found his foot halted, as if stepping on a balloon, soft and ineffective. After several failed attempts, he was forced to give up. Ma Gu immediately sensed something and scanned the surroundings warily. "Who is playing tricks?" "We, the Quanzhang gang, advise you not to interfere." "Quanzhang gang? What is that? Some insignificant little gang. Never heard of it." Lin Qiao and her companions stepped out from behind a truck. Upon seeing 2 women and 2 young individuals in the group, Ma Gu visibly relaxed. "You must be new in Yixian," he remarked, observing the earlier behavior of the first man, which suggested that there were abilities among them, albeit concealed. He was uncertain who among them possessed powers. The first man, upon seeing Lin Qiao, suddenly lit up with interest and whispered to Ma Gu, "If we bring this girl back to Jiang, we'll surely be rewarded. The position of deputy leader might just be yours." Ma Gu's eyes flickered, clearly tempted by the proposition. Lin Qiao overheard the exchange and scoffed, thinking that if they wished to target her, they would need to consider whether they were worthy of it. As expected, in the next moment, the first man was sent flying, unable to utter a sound before being severed in half. Lin Qiao chided, using abilities recklessly again. Bai Yunqi, looking aggrieved, replied, "But he was looking at you in that way. I didn't like it." Lin Qiao gently squeezed Bai Yunqi's fingers and said, "Don't waste your abilities on trivial matters. You've forgotten everything I taught you. If it can be resolved with physical skills, don't rely too much on powers." "Understood." The 2 displayed an air of indifference, as if they had merely crushed an ant, unbothered by the act. Ma Gu's pupils contracted, a nature-based ability. Cold sweat broke out over him, and as he momentarily lost focus, the girl in his arms slammed into his chin. The girl seized the opportunity to break free from the control of Ma Gu, rushing to the elder's side to swiftly examine his wounds. As Bai Yunqi extended his hand, Ma Gu distinctly sensed a surge of extraordinary energy emanating from him, remarkably potent. Such formidable energy was something he had only previously encountered in Jiangyi. Realizing he was no match for Bai Yunqi and his companions, Ma Gu promptly decided to soften his stance. "Please, let us not act impulsively. It's all a misunderstanding." Lin Qiao immediately discerned Ma Ji's intentions. However, as it was her first visit to Yixian, her knowledge of the area was limited, especially in this apocalyptic world teeming with exceptionally gifted individuals. One could never be too sure what local powers might be lurking in the shadows. And then there was the so-called Wide River Gang. It sounded like a rather juvenile organization, leaving her curious about its chaotic nature. In her previous life, she had never heard of this Wide River Gang, though she remembered a water element ability user, one of Lin Yashin's admirers, also referred to as Jiangyi. She wondered if there might be a connection. Lin Qiao resolved to make use of Ma Gu. "Ma Gu, is it? We are newcomers and unfamiliar with Yixian. Could you kindly introduce us to the Wide River Gang's second-in-command?" Ma Gu forced a stiff smile. "Oh, it's nothing, just trying to make a living." Embracing the principle of seizing opportunities, Lin Qiao gathered enough information and signaled to Yi Ming. Yi Ming immediately understood, extending several shadowy tendrils from behind him that pierced into Ma Ji's body, uttering, "Dinner time." This terrified Ma Gu, causing him to tremble and embarrassingly wet himself. Yi Ming grimaced in distaste, swiftly draining the extraordinary energy from Ma Gu before retreating to a safe distance. Only then did Ma Gu realize how humiliating his predicament was. Yet, he could hardly be blamed. Anyone would be frightened to the point of loss of control when confronted by such a terrifying little figure claiming to make a meal of them. At that moment, the girl named Yao Yao suddenly burst into tears, calling out, "Grandpa, hold on. I'll take you home, Grandpa." The elderly man grasped the girl's hand, mumbling her name and advising, "Yao Yao, after I'm gone, you must leave Yixian immediately and head to the capital. There will surely be soldiers there to protect you." The girl sobbed, "I don't want to leave. Grandpa, please get up and come with me." Her heart-wrenching cries accompanied her desperate shaking of the elder's body, trying to rouse him. Lin Qiao couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the girl's actions. After holding back her irritation, she finally said, "If you keep shaking him like that, he might end up with a concussion." The girl shot an angry glare at Lin Qiao, conveying an unmistakable message that a single word more would lead to mutual destruction. Xiao Tong sighed, stepping between them. "Let me take a look." The girl suspiciously asked, "Who are you?" Lin Qiao retorted, "What kind of attitude is that towards someone saving your life? Speak another word, and I might just toss you out to feed the zombies." Lin Qiao was never one to tolerate rudeness, and she did not indulge the girl. Realizing she had no grounds to argue, the girl's defiance faded, though her expression remained stubborn. Xiao Tong placed a hand on the elder's chest, channeling extraordinary energy into him for a thorough examination. Upon seeing the yellow energy flowing from Xiao Tong's palm, the girl's eyes flickered with interest as she inquired, "How is my grandpa?" In the guest area of the Yubing Hotel in Yixian, Chapter 86, Survivor Base. After the examination, Xiao Tong breathed a sigh of relief and told the girl, "He will be fine. A good sleep should do the trick." At this, the girl instantly brightened, expressing her gratitude profusely. "That's wonderful. Thank you so much." Following this, she bowed deeply to the group, sincerely apologizing, "I'm sorry for my earlier tone. Thank you for saving me and my grandpa. That's the right attitude. Otherwise, I might think I saved an ungrateful wolf," Lin Qiao quipped. The girl blushed at being called out and mumbled another apology. Noticing that no one was paying him any attention, Ma Ge, despite having all his energy drained, still had his strength intact and attempted to make a quick escape. He needed to urgently report this group to Jiang Yi. What was that diminutive figure capable of? He had never heard of such a being capable of draining an ability user's energy. He had to act fast before they became too familiar with Yixian and allow Jiang Yi to deal with them. Ma Ge gradually distanced himself from the group before suddenly breaking into a sprint. At that moment, Yao Yao shouted, "Don't let him leave. He'll go back and warn them." Bai Yunqi immediately turned to Lin Qiao. "Do you need me to bring him back?" Lin Qiao shook her head. "No, let him go report back. I'm quite curious about Jiang Yi myself." Although Yao Yao didn't understand Lin Qiao's intent, she ceased her protests since they were unafraid of Jiang Yi. She suggested, "In that case, why don't you come with me to the gathering place? Ma Ge was hiding many things, and I can explain." Lin Qiao glanced at the darkening sky, the clouds tinged with red, suggesting an impending storm. After consulting with her companions, she nodded, "All right, it seems we might be staying here for a while." Following Yao Yao, they arrived at a two-story shopping center. Yao Yao explained, "Since the apocalypse began, Yixian has been under the control of the Wide River Gang." Xiao Tong curiously asked, "What exactly is this Wide River Gang?" Originally, the Wide River Gang was merely a local thug organization, occasionally collecting protection fees in the night market, under the management of the county chief. It hadn't caused much trouble. Wang Xiao questioned, "Isn't allowing them to collect protection fees a problem? Did the county chief accept benefits from the Wide River Gang?" "Not at all." Yao Yao quickly retorted, "The county chief is a good person, but he can't oversee everything." Before the apocalypse, the Wide River Gang was truly just a small-time group. Li Yi scoffed, "A small group that could develop to control an entire county?" Yao Yao was momentarily at a loss for words, but stubbornly reiterated, "The county chief is a good person. You'll see when you meet him." Lin Qiao raised an eyebrow. "The county chief is here too?" "Yes, he has done a lot to protect us survivors," Yao Yao affirmed. Lin Qiao chose not to comment, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with Yao Yao's words. She was more interested in whether there were ability users among the survivors. Suddenly asked this question, Yao Yao hesitated for a moment before uncertainly replying, "No?" Lin Qiao squinted her eyes, pressing further, "Over 200 people, and not a single ability user?" This time, Yao Yao answered without hesitation, "None." Lin Qiao nodded, "I see." As they spoke, the group ascended to the second floor of the shopping center. A spacious area had been cleared, with clusters of survivors huddled together for warmth. Lin Qiao was astonished to see that, despite their malnourished appearances, these individuals seemed to possess a remarkable spirit. They looked far better than the survivors in Heiress group, who appeared merely to be surviving, while the people here held a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Lost in thought, a few children, aged 4 or 5, playfully collided with Lin Qiao. A little girl, small and slender with rosy cheeks, shyly realized she had bumped into a stranger and hesitated to look up. Timidly, she apologized, "I'm sorry, sister. I didn't mean to dirty your clothes." Only then did Lin Qiao notice that the girl was wearing an adult's sweater, transformed into a dress that was dirty and frayed at the edges. Lin Qiao suddenly felt a pang of sadness. She crouched down and gently ruffled the little girl's hair, discreetly reaching into her backpack to retrieve 2 boxes of chocolates from her space. Handing the chocolates to the girl, she softly inquired, "Are you all right? Did I hurt you?" The girl's eyes widened, reflecting Lin Qiao's image. "This is for you. Go share it with your friends," she encouraged. The girl cheerfully replied, "Thank you, sister," before scampering away with the 2 boxes of chocolate, a trail of small children following her. Yao Yao blinked and remarked, "Sister Lin Qiao is truly a good person." Lin Qiao shrugged nonchalantly. "A good person? I hold a reserved opinion on your judgment of goodness for now." Yao Yao pouted, first helping her grandfather to lie down for rest, immediately attracting a few people who crowded around, asking, "Uncle Zhang, what happened? Oh my, you're bleeding so much. Hurry, let's clean it up." "Yao Yao, did you encounter the Quanjiang gang? Come here, let me see if you're hurt anywhere. I told you not to run outside. That brute from the Quanjiang gang has had his eyes on you for a while, and yet you still went out. You're so disobedient." Yao Yao stuck out her tongue, revealing a hint of youthful shyness, and cheerfully said, "Auntie, please don't scold me. We returned safely, didn't we?" "How can you say that?" The woman, who referred to herself as Auntie, playfully poked Yao Yao's forehead, admonishing, "Look at your grandfather. Is this what you call returning safely?" Yao Yao rubbed her forehead and retorted, "Grandpa is fine now. By the way, we met Sister Lin Qiao. She saved me and Grandpa from that brood of the Quanjiang gang." Upon hearing this, the gazes of others immediately shifted to Lin Qiao and her group, sparking a flurry of discussion. "Here I thought she brought back survivors. I had no idea they were this formidable. To rescue someone from the Quanjiang gang means they must possess abilities as well. How wonderful to have an ability user join us. But provoking that brute will surely invite retaliation from the Quanjiang gang, right? That Elder Zhang's abilities are truly terrifying." Upon hearing this, Lin Qiao's ears perked up, and she retorted, "What? Afraid of being implicated?" Lin Qiao had initially believed these people to be as kind as they appeared, only to realize their true nature when their interests were threatened. However, the woman's next words caught in Lin Qiao's throat. Chapter 87, The County Head. The woman grasped Lin Qiao's hand, saying warmly, "Please don't go out for the next few days. Stay here where the Quanjiang gang cannot enter." Lin Qiao stared at the woman in shock, unable to fathom how she could say such a thing, knowing they might be targeted by the Quanjiang gang. Yao Yao smugly glanced at Lin Qiao, taking the woman's hand and explaining, "Auntie, I will take Sister Lin Qiao to meet the county head." The woman, suddenly enlightened, nodded eagerly, "Yes, yes, go meet the county head quickly. Dr. Zhao has already examined him today, and he is in good condition. Surely good news will follow." The woman cheerfully cleared a path for them, urging them to hurry to a separate room on the 2nd floor. Before the apocalypse, that area had served as an office in a mall. After the outbreak, it was repurposed by survivors as the county head's resting area. Lin Qiao pondered the woman's words, questioning why they wouldn't leave to evade the Quanjiang gang. Why would the Quanjiang gang be unable to enter this place? And what ailment afflicted the county head? Yao Yao led the way, proudly asking, "Is Sister Lin Qiao still holding on to her previous thoughts?" Lin Qiao huffed defiantly, "Who knows?" Yet, deep down, it was impossible not to be moved. "Humph, you've missed your last chance for regret." Despite Yao Yao presenting a girlish demeanor before the other survivors, she often showed a stubborn side around Lin Qiao. "Just wait and see." After Yao Yao knocked on the office door, a refined voice soon called, "Come in." The door creaked open, and Lin Qiao was taken aback by the scene before her. She had expected a stern, austere office, but instead, it resembled an ICU ward. The spacious area contained only a bed by the window, on which lay a robust elderly man with a head of white hair. Various medical devices surrounded the bed, with numerous tubes connected to the man. 2 men in white coats, wearing masks and gloves, busily attended to him. Upon seeing Yao Yao, the elderly man immediately smiled. Beckoning her to his side, "Yao Yao is back. Come here next to Grandpa." The motion of his hand tugged at an foreline, prompting one of the doctors to admonish, "County head, I've told you multiple times not to move around." The elderly man chuckled warmly, a hint of sheepishness in his expression. "Oh, I was just being careless." Lin Qiao was astonished by the scene, momentarily stunned into silence, unsure of what to say. Yao Yao, however, obediently sat beside the old man, who affectionately ruffled her hair before turning his attention to Lin Qiao and her companions. "And who are these guests?" "County head, when Grandpa and I were out, We encountered the Quanjiang gang, and it was Sister Lin Qiao and her friends who saved us. County head. Let me tell you, they are incredibly capable. They frightened that brute away in an instant. Also, I asked Sister Xiaotong to help check your health. Her ability can heal. The old man chuckled. This girl, always so mischievous. Grandpa is fine. There's no need to trouble others. Lin Qiao furrowed her brow. Yao Yao had never mentioned this before. After witnessing Xiaotong's healing abilities, Yao Yao had kept it to herself until now, making it difficult for them to refuse. Meanwhile, Yao Yao looked earnestly at them, silently mouthing, please, please. However, the county head, being astute, quickly discerned Yao Yao's little ploy from their expressions. He addressed Lin Qiao and the others. This child has been spoiled. Please do not take offense. County head. Lin Qiao interjected. It's quite all right. Don't overthink it. We did promise Yao Yao. Huh. Xiaotong was momentarily taken aback, then quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, we promised. Please don't feel pressured. Afterward, Xiaotong approached the county head, placing her hand on his chest. A soft yellow energy emanated from her palm. After 10 minutes, Xiaotong visibly struggled. Beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Lin Qiao quickly pressed a crystal core into her hand, which helped her regain some strength as she prepared to continue treating the county head. Unexpectedly, the county head suddenly blocked Xiaotong's hand. With a calm demeanor, he said, There's no need to trouble yourselves further. My old body has already reached its limit. There's no need to exert yourselves for me. Yet the county head shook his head, facing his fate with remarkable equanimity. Do not worry. Miss Xiaotong has already done her best. Xiaotong paused for a moment, then sighed in relief, leaning weakly against Lin Qiao. Yao Yao looked at Xiaotong with tear-filled eyes, unable to believe the situation. Xiaotong could only shake her head helplessly. The county head's organs had begun to age, while she could heal through regenerative cells. Her abilities were insufficient to reconstruct bodily organs. Regarding the county head's condition, she was utterly powerless. Upon hearing this, Yao Yao's tears immediately began to flow. After offering some words of comfort, the county magistrate dismissed everyone except for Lin Qiao and a few others. Initially, Yao Yao was reluctant to leave, but under the stern gaze of the county magistrate, she had no choice but to comply. Once the room was cleared, the magistrate sighed with relief. Although the young child had treated her, it was merely a temporary fix and could only sustain her for a limited time. Leaning back in her chair, she earnestly requested, Though it may be presumptuous, might I beseech you to assist me in eliminating a certain individual? Lin Qiao raised an eyebrow and inquired, Who? In that instant, the magistrate's expression shifted dramatically, her pale lips uttering a name, Jiang Zhang. Chapter 88. The storm approaches with keen interest, Lin Qiao asked. Why do you believe we can accomplish this? What if we are no match for Jiang Zhang? After all, he currently holds dominion over the entire Yixian. The magistrate lowered her gaze. Miss Lin, I am acutely aware of my physical condition. I have no more than a month left. Jiang Zhang has refrained from taking action here, merely stalling for time. My ability is to create barriers, as long as I am alive. The members of the Quanjiang gang cannot enter. However, my power lacks offensive capabilities, and my body can only endure for another month. At this point, the magistrate suddenly coughed violently, blood seeping from the corners of her mouth, which she wiped away with a handkerchief as if it were an everyday occurrence. Do not disclose this, or Zhao will pester me again. Let me enjoy these final days in peace. Lin Qiao pursed her lips, remaining silent. The magistrate continued. Once I am gone, your people outside will become targets for the Quanjiang gang's vengeance. Wang Xiao interjected, Then why not leave this place? The magistrate turned to Wang Xiao. Her gaze fixed on him for a lengthy moment before she sighed, resignedly stating, They are all ordinary people. With such a significant target, where could they possibly go? It would be the same elsewhere. The magistrate's words rang true. In this current world, even if they departed, what difference would it make in other cities? This place was merely a microcosm of a post-apocalyptic reality. If such calamities could occur in Yixian, it would be even worse elsewhere. There was no escape. The room fell into a heavy silence. Wang Xiao quietly apologized. I am sorry. The magistrate smiled gently. Do not take it to heart. You may all rest here for a few days. The Quanjiang gang cannot breach this sanctuary. Suddenly, Lin Qiao interjected, Mr. Magistrate, we could leave Yixian immediately, entirely unencumbered by your conflict. As you said, it is all the same. We need not linger here. The magistrate appeared taken aback, stunned by Lin Qiao's unexpected statement. After a prolonged pause, her shoulders slumped, and her vitality seemed to drain away. She murmured to herself, Indeed. With that, Lin Qiao stood, disregarding Xiaodong's tugging at her sleeve. Let us weather the storm here. She turned her gaze toward the window, where the landscape appeared shrouded in a gray haze, tinged with a rusty red. And the first raindrops began to fall. The downpour had commenced. Standing before the window, Lin Qiao peered through the glass, as if witnessing an alternate realm. In her previous life, the torrential rain lasted approximately a week, and once it subsided, most of the zombies evolved into second-tier creatures, with numerous ability-wielding zombies emerging to actively assault human bases. Many smaller bases, caught off guard, became mere fodder for the undead. In Lin Qiao's view, even with the magistrate's powers safeguarding this place, they could not withstand the second-tier zombies. The magistrate observed Lin Qiao's silhouette, sensing an inkling of her intentions, but unable to grasp the entirety of her thoughts, her heart racing. She cautiously inquired, "Do you mean to say, Miss Lin?" Lin Qiao replied, "The rain significantly increases the viral load of the zombie infection. If exposed, even ability users have a chance of becoming infected. Given your kindness, I trust you would not abandon us." A flicker of disappointment crossed the magistrate's eyes, yet she refrained from pressing the issue, recognizing it as their own predicament. Jiang Zheng's abilities were exceedingly peculiar. Even if Lin Qiao and her companions could contend with him, the Quanjiang gang, comprising hundreds, would undoubtedly not permit them to act against their leader. She realized she had been overly hasty, nearly sending these individuals to their doom. Internally sighing, the magistrate managed to maintain her composure. "Naturally, I would not disregard your safety. Miss Lin may remain here for as long as she wishes." After a brief pause, she spoke sincerely. "As for my request, please do not take it to heart. I was too hasty and did not consider the full scope of the situation. Jiang Zheng's strength should not be underestimated, and it is indeed unwise to place you in peril. My apologies." Lin Qiao smiled faintly, her tone nonchalant. "Then I must trouble you, magistrate. We shall not be idle. We can exchange provisions." The magistrate nodded absently, not particularly concerned about Lin Qiao's offer of food. The mall they occupied already contained ample supplies. Shortly after the apocalypse erupted, she had noticed the zombies moving sluggishly, prompting her to raid several grocery stores, thus ensuring they had enough food. "If Miss Lin wishes to stay through the rainy season, I shall have Yao Yao arrange accommodations for you." At that moment, a loud knocking reverberated through the room. The magistrate furrowed her brow. "Come in." It was Yao Yao, her aura surging with energy. Her face etched with fear as she spoke urgently. "Mr. Magistrate, it's bad. A swarm of mutated mosquitoes is approaching." The magistrate's expression turned grave. "This is dire. It must be the Quanjiang gang. Gather everyone on the second floor and do not leave." Yao Yao nodded. "Everyone is already in hiding. But these mosquitoes appear much larger than before." The magistrate reassured her, "Do not worry. They cannot breach this place. I will reinforce the barrier." With those words, a soft blue light enveloped the magistrate, and Lin Qiao felt herself encased in energy. After completing the spell, the magistrate's complexion paled, and she coughed up blood. Xiaodong quickly placed her hand on the magistrate's chest, channeling her own energy into her. Yao Yao, flustered, asked, "Mr. Magistrate, how do you feel?" The magistrate forced a smile, ruffling Yao Yao's hair, attempting to comfort her. "I am fine. It is merely fatigue. I just need to rest." "How could you be fine?" Xiaodong could no longer hold back her frustration. "Exhausting your life force to use your abilities. How many days do you think you have left?" Upon hearing this, Yao Yao's eyes reddened, whispering, "Mr. Magistrate." The magistrate had not anticipated Xiaodong's bluntness and waved her hand dismissively. "Do not listen to her exaggerations. Doctors tend to dramatize. I am well aware of my own body. I will be fine. If you wish to protect those outside, you must learn to cherish your own life." Xiaodong could not tolerate the magistrate's actions. Without life, there is nothing left. How many people wish to live in this world? And how many have lost their chance from the very start? Yet you, with so many following you, with so much respect, still fail to value your own life. Though they may lack abilities, should people not strive to live? Can they truly expect to place all burdens upon you without contributing anything themselves? Must you bear everything alone? Do you believe that by doing so, those outside can live peacefully as if nothing has happened? I detest this self-righteous notion that sacrificing one can save all. Chapter 89. Crisis. Xiaodong nearly shouted in exasperation. Lin Qiao gazed at Xiaotong, suddenly recalling the words spoken during her previous life when Xiaotong burst into the place where she was imprisoned and rescued her. "It has always been you who protected me. I yearn to fight alongside you, so do not underestimate me." A smile of understanding flickered across Lin Qiao's face. Xiao Tong was far more resilient than she had imagined. The county head was momentarily stunned by Xiao Tong's outburst. Regaining his composure after a brief pause, he stated solemnly, "But I am the county head. I bear the responsibility of safeguarding the populace. Then utilize your capabilities as the county head to rally everyone, even in the absence of supernatural powers. In such a vast marketplace, there must be kitchen knives and scissors available. Anything will suffice. It is better than doing nothing," Xiao Tong thought to herself, wishing she could pry open the stubborn old man's head to see if it was merely filled with nonsense. Like some fool, he believed that as long as he could save others, sacrificing himself was inconsequential. She detested such notions of personal martyrdom, absolutely despised it. Noticing the flush of anger on Xiao Tong's face, the county head sighed and explained, "Miss Xiao Tong, I appreciate your good intentions. But the Guangzhong gang comprises not just supernatural beings. Their methods are exceedingly cruel. Fewer than 1,000 have survived in Yixian. Have you considered why that is? Although Yixian is merely a small county, it once housed hundreds of thousands of residents. No matter how numerous or terrifying the zombies may be, such a small number of survivors is inconceivable. The current plight is due to the emergence of a supernatural being within the Guangzhong gang capable of controlling zombies." A flicker of fear passed through Lin Qiao's eyes. A being that can control zombies? What is his name? Is he a tall, slender woman? The county head shook his head. It is a man. This individual spreads rumors that they can form teams to reach safe bases, enticing many. Those who left with him have never returned. Xiao Tong, trembling, asked, "They may have left Yixian. We cannot assume they have encountered misfortune based solely on that." However, the county head shook his head. "I have been to investigate. They have occupied a large swimming pool." Upon hearing this, a troubling suspicion arose in Lin Qiao's mind. Could it be? The county head's expression darkened. Indeed, the entire swimming pool was filled with human blood. "When I arrived, I witnessed 2 individuals with their throats slit, bleeding out there." The mere thought of that scene sent chills down his spine. Xiao Tong felt her stomach churn. Unable to suppress her nausea, she leaned against Li Yi. Gagging. Lin Qiao, her complexion grim, inquired, "How many advanced zombies are there? To what extent are they advanced?" The county head shook his head. "The distance is too great. I cannot assess the zombies' level, but I sensed an overwhelming pressure, so intense that when I attempted to probe with my mental energy, I was rendered immobile." Xiao Tong asked, "So, you gathered the other survivors to protect them, to prevent those individuals from continuing their murderous spree?" The county head nodded. "Precisely. Moreover, they are my constituents. As county head, it is my duty to ensure their safety." Yao Yao was utterly bewildered. She had never heard of such things before. Staring blankly at the county head, she said, "Mr. County Head, why was I never informed of this?" The county head chuckled, shaking his head. "Such matters are unnecessary for you to know. They would only serve to increase your worries." Xiao Tong immediately felt a deep respect for the elderly man before her. Having witnessed such atrocities and faced such bizarre foes, he had never contemplated retreat. Instead, he repeatedly sacrificed his own life to protect the people. Chapter 90. Advanced Zombies. At that moment, Bai Yunxi's expression suddenly changed, and he turned sharply toward a direction, stating in a grave tone, "They are coming. Zombies are approaching." Lin Qiao furrowed her brow. They had encountered numerous second-tier zombies along their journey, even having dealt with second-tier supernatural zombies. What could possibly be so formidable that it alarmed Bai Yunxi? A jolt of apprehension surged through Lin Qiao. Could it be a third-tier zombie? Bai Yunxi stepped past Lin Qiao, moving to the window to peer outside, his expression grim. Following his gaze, Lin Qiao discerned 3 figures standing atop the opposite building through the curtain of rain. Feeling the pressure emanating from the figures, Lin Qiao furrowed her brows tightly. Suddenly, she turned to the county head and asked, "Can the barrier's strength be augmented?" The county head gritted his teeth, looking at Xiao Tong. "That would require your assistance, Miss Xiao Tong." Although Xiao Tong hesitated at the prospect of the county head further depleting his life force to use his abilities, Lin Qiao's words indicated that their situation was far more perilous than they had anticipated. She clenched her teeth, retrieved 2 crystal cores, swiftly absorbing one to restore a portion of her energy, then directly infused it into the county head. With Xiao Tong's aid, the county head quickly intensified the release of his abilities, reinforcing the barrier surrounding the second floor of the marketplace. The moment the barrier was fortified, a thunderous crash reverberated from outside, as if something had violently collided with a solid object. Simultaneously, The county head's complexion turned pale as he violently spewed several mouthfuls of blood. Xiao Tong's face changed drastically as she exclaimed, "Mr. County Head, are you all right? I'll fetch Dr. Zhao." Rising to leave, she was halted by the county head. He had just sensed a powerful entity collide with his barrier. Had he not heeded Lin Qiao's advice to reinforce it, he feared the enemy would have already breached their defenses. "Miss Lin, who exactly is out there? My barrier should withstand even second-tier zombies. It should not sustain such severe damage." Lin Qiao's expression darkened as she replied coldly, "Third-tier zombies. What?" The county head was taken aback. Although his abilities were only at the first tier, their primary function was protection. As long as the people were safe, the barrier would not easily falter, even against second-tier zombies. However, that recent blow had almost directly impacted him through the barrier's energy. Such a scenario could only arise when there was a significant disparity in power. Despair filled his eyes as he murmured, "It must be him. He has killed so many to nourish a zombie. It is only natural for a third-tier zombie to be birthed so swiftly." Lin Qiao inquired, "Who is he?" "Zhang Huai, the brother of Jiang Zhong, the leader of the Quanjiang gang." Lin Qiao had never heard of this person. To devise a method for using human lives to cultivate evolving zombies so swiftly, he should not have remained obscure in her previous life. Her mind raced. This apocalyptic world was indeed becoming increasingly intricate. In her previous life, she learned of Jiang Zhong through Lin Yaqin. It was said that Jiang Zhong's team had been annihilated while vying for territory against others, yet he was spared, only to be imprisoned, with his tendons severed, rendering him incapable of even taking his own life. Later, he became the target of a female subordinate of the enemy, who humiliated him. But just as she was about to succeed, Lin Yaqin appeared. Draped in white, Lin Yaqin appeared ethereal, rescuing the despairing Jiang Zhong. Not only did she preserve his dignity, but she also avenged him, and from that moment onward, Jiang Zhong became one of Lin Yaqin's devoted followers. Lin Qiao found it peculiar that both Zhao Cheng, who had already been by Lin Yaqin's side before the apocalypse, and Jiang Zhong from the Quanjiang gang, both formidable figures in this new world, happened to owe their lives to her. Looking up at the hazy sky, Lin Qiao pondered the secrets hidden within this apocalypse. Why did it seem as though everything was paving the way for Lin Yaqin? If she were to eliminate those around Lin Yaqin one by one in advance, would the situation spiral out of control? Lost in thought, Bai Yunqi interrupted, "Sister, there are 2 second-tier supernatural beings outside and a third-tier zombie. Although they are formidable, if I unleash my full power, there is a chance to fight back." Lin Qiao contemplated for a moment before shaking her head. "No, the risk is too great." Upon concluding his statement, Lin Qiao turned to face the county magistrate, her expression grave. "Mr. Magistrate," she began, "I have a proposal. During the brief moment that we have lingered here, the third-tier zombies outside have launched several assaults. Xiao Tong has absorbed the energy from 3 crystal cores to replenish you. Yet, despite this, both of your faces remain ashen, and beads of sweat trickle down your cheeks, suggesting you are nearing your limit." Lin Qiao succinctly articulated her thoughts. "Mr. Magistrate, our adversaries are third-tier zombies, and confronting them will exact a tremendous toll. My suggestion is to temporarily surrender and align ourselves with them. It is certainly preferable to stubbornly facing them in this storm." "No," the magistrate retorted almost instinctively, his refusal resolute. "The Quanjiang gang has long sought to invade this place, intent on using our blood to nourish that zombie. I categorically refuse. But how long can you endure? Even if I were to sacrifice my life, what then? Mr. Magistrate, to aspire to heroism, one must possess the requisite strength. Lacking such strength while striving to be valiant is not heroism, it is folly." Lin Qiao's words were blunt, inciting a reaction from Yao Yao, who responded indignantly, "If you fear death, then you should surrender on your own. I should never have brought you back." Yao Yao stamped her foot, glaring at Lin Qiao with wide, wary eyes, filled with dissatisfaction. Ignoring the child's outburst, Lin Qiao continued to focus on the magistrate. "Are you not reminded of the month-long blizzard we previously endured?" The magistrate, perplexed by Lin Qiao's reference to the weather at such a critical moment, felt his expression darken at the recollection of that frigid ordeal. He furrowed his brow and replied, "Yes, I remember that blizzard. Many citizens did not survive." Lin Qiao nodded. "Did you notice when the zombies, once slow and easily dealt with, suddenly became capable of scaling walls and leaping across rooftops?" Lowering his head in contemplation, the magistrate suddenly widened his eyes in realization. "Are you suggesting that it was due to that snow?" Upon uttering this, tears welled in his eyes, and he covered his face in anguish. How could I have been so blind? If I had only recognized this sooner, their lives might have been spared. I am the one to blame. I am a sinner. I deserve this. Yao Yao quickly recalled how, at the onset of the apocalypse, the magistrate had bravely rallied numerous strong individuals to form teams for zombie eradication. At that time, the zombies were still in a state of rigidity, easily dispatched with caution. Initially, fear gripped everyone, but as they witnessed some individuals slaying zombies with ease, their trepidation gradually faded. They began to arm themselves and join the magistrate in cleansing the streets of the undead. Just when they believed that eliminating all zombies would restore their lives to normalcy, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Initially, the snowfall was light, allowing them to venture out daily to clear the zombies, and everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. However, as time passed, the blizzard showed no signs of abating. Instead, it intensified, and soon the snow had reached their knees. The accumulation hindered their movement, exponentially increasing the danger of zombie extermination, prompting the magistrate to order everyone to remain indoors until the snow ceased. They endured a month confined at home, during which there were brief moments of network restoration, with intermittent reports of families losing members, succumbing to the cold overnight. Furthermore, with the inability to venture outside, many households faced food shortages, leading to numerous individuals perishing from starvation, their plight unbeknownst to others. When the blizzard finally subsided and people emerged to exchange information, they discovered that many were no longer among the living. They expressed sorrow but were resolute in their commitment to eradicate all zombies, refusing to allow such monstrous beings to claim their homeland. At that moment, the horrifying reality struck. They had agreed to gather and report their safety after clearing the zombies each day, yet on one fateful day, the majority failed to return by nightfall. Initially, it was assumed that their prolonged inactivity had severely diminished their physical capabilities, with the magistrate advising everyone to form teams and not neglect their fitness while confined. However, the situation did not improve until the magistrate's own zombie-clearing team encountered an evolved first-tier zombie. It was then that he recognized the gravity of their predicament. That encounter cost them 2 guards, and only then did they manage to escape. Following that incident, the magistrate forbade anyone from venturing out recklessly. Shortly after the emergence of the first-tier zombies, the Quangjiang gang began driving around, blaring loudspeakers, urging everyone to abandon Yixian and flee to a safe zone. Many, unable to withstand their confinement, followed the gang, never to return. Initially, the Quangjiang gang feigned camaraderie, but as Jiangjing's power grew, their true nature gradually revealed itself. They brazenly invaded homes during daylight, preying upon women and children, yet the overwhelming strength of the Quangjiang gang, comprised entirely of supernatural beings, left the populace feeling powerless and resentful. Before long, the Quangjiang gang had completely seized control of Yixian. It was during this tumultuous time that the magistrate awakened his own powers, gathering the remaining citizens in a bid to protect them from further harassment by the gang. However, the Quangjiang gang was unlikely to allow anyone to challenge their authority, frequently sending individuals to intimidate the magistrate's group. Fortuitously, the magistrate's barrier held firm, forcing the gang to resort to hollow threats from outside its confines, ultimately leaving them frustrated. As the discussions continued, the cacophony of attacks outside persisted. Lin Qiao urged, "After this storm, the zombies will undergo further evolution, and soon the streets will be teeming with second-tier zombies, with third-tier zombies appearing shortly thereafter." The magistrate inquired, "What does Miss Lin mean by this? How does it relate to our surrender to the Quangjiang gang? To control third-tier zombies, one must possess at least second-tier abilities. If he continues to kill and cultivate zombies, once the storm concludes, that zombie may evolve into a fourth-tier creature. Given his strength, I doubt he would risk such a venture lightly." The magistrate furrowed his brow. "But how can you be certain that the zombies will indeed evolve after the storm? And how can we persuade Zhang Huai?" As he spoke, the magistrate's gaze remained fixed on Lin Qiao, hoping she could provide a compelling rationale. He understood that, with his own strength, the barrier could only hold for another 20 minutes. Regardless of his willingness, he ultimately had to rely on Lin Qiao and her companions. Thus, he earnestly wished for Lin Qiao to find a way to convince both the adversary and himself. However, to his surprise, Lin Qiao gently shook her head. "To be frank, I am uncertain. This is essentially a gamble. I merely speculate that Zhang Huai is a reincarnate, or that there are reincarnates within the Quangjiang gang. The idea of creating a blood pool to nurture zombies sounds so utterly depraved, It seems beyond the imagination of a sane person from the pre-apocalypse world. While I believe my conjecture is correct, I cannot guarantee that events will unfold as I anticipate. Perhaps there truly are individuals born to madness. She too was merely taking a chance. Lin Qiao regarded the magistrate, awaiting his decision. The magistrate remained in stunned silence for a considerable time before regaining his composure. His eyes reddening. No, no, I cannot allow everyone to risk their lives. This is far too perilous. Do you possess a better solution? Even if we combine our strengths, we cannot guarantee our ability to contend with third-tier zombies, especially with the multitude of supernatural beings from the Quanjiang gang. Upon hearing Lin Qiao's words, the magistrate appeared to age a decade in an instant, slumping wearily against the backrest, his complexion ashen. Yao Yao stood beside him, casting a reproachful glare at Lin Qiao. At that moment, Xiaotong could no longer contain his disdain. Old man, I find you utterly insufferable. As soon as he spoke, Yao Yao immediately retorted. You must not speak to the county chief in such a manner. Unyielding, Xiaotong swiftly delivered a sharp knock to Yao Yao's head. County chief, look at the disgraceful state of Yixian, and you still insist on calling him county chief without even stating your own name. If you wish to collaborate, then show some sincerity. Upon hearing this, the county chief attempted to interject, but was once again interrupted by Xiaotong. You ought to remain silent. Your words infuriate me. You are greedy, wanting this and that. Have you never been scrutinized by anti-corruption officials? You must not slander the county chief. Yao Yao vehemently defended him, asserting, if it weren't for the county chief, Yixian might not even exist anymore. You know nothing. I will not permit you to speak ill of him. Leave. We do not need you. We can fend off the Quanjiang gang on our own, without your hypocritical assistance. How dare you, you ungrateful girl? Do you wish to lead everyone to their doom? This is our own affair. It is none of your concern. Get out. Suddenly, the county chief intervened, silencing Yao Yao. He looked up at Lin Qiao with a self-deprecating smile. I am but an old relic, with nothing left but a worthless life to gamble. If my life could spare the people of Yixian from the Quanjiang gang's wrath, I humbly ask Miss Lin to convey this. No, county chief. We cannot allow you to do this. They protested fervently. County chief, we will fight the Quanjiang gang. You have done enough for us already. Allow us to protect you this time. We are willing to wager our lives alongside you. The county chief stared blankly at the sudden influx of people, tears finally spilling from his eyes. I cannot let you do this. Lin Qiao replied, County chief, if you wish to survive, you must be prepared to stake your life. Chapter 92. The lazy man Jiang Zheng encircled by the crowd. The county chief's demeanor began to soften. Lin Qiao discreetly retracted the vines that had secured the door. Secretly relieved. Though somewhat rigid, inflexible, and lacking adaptability, she did not wish for this old man to perish so easily. Suddenly, Bai Yunqi furrowed his brow and announced, They're here. Simultaneously, Lin Qiao sensed an overwhelming surge of powerful energy. Peering out the window, she observed the raindrops being drawn together by an unseen force. Coalescing in midair into a water dragon, menacingly poised above the second floor of the shopping mall. Lin Qiao's pupils constricted. Was this not Jiang Zheng's signature move from her previous life? Yet, it had only emerged 6 months into the apocalypse. Was it possible that Jiang Zheng or someone close to him had experienced a rebirth? She directed her gaze towards the head of the dragon, where a man in his 30s stood, far removed from the burn-scarred visage of Jiang Zheng from her memories. The man before her had yet to reveal the cold, serpentine demeanor of his former self. Although still formidable, Lin Qiao was almost certain that this reborn individual was not Jiang Zheng. She then glanced at another unfamiliar man. Could it be him? From a distance, Ma Gu regarded the water dragon hovering above, his face twisted in a perverse delight. Previously, after losing all his energy to the diminutive figure in Lin Qiao's hand, he had barely escaped that group. He had thought he was doomed when he stumbled upon a horde of zombies, but in a twist of fate, he was rescued by companions seeking supplies. However, he was displeased to find that his savior was Yu Ling, a rival within the gang, and the one most likely to become the second in command. Ma Gu shot her an angry glance, clenching his fists. She had recognized him immediately, yet feigned surprise, pressing him with questions that caused him to lose face in front of others. After that excursion, not only did he return empty-handed, but he also lost a subordinate, now humiliated before his nemesis. Thus, when reporting to Jiang Zheng, he exaggerated the enemy's strength, claiming that Lin Qiao and her group dared to rescue people from beneath the Quanjiang gang, openly defying them and disregarding Jiang Zheng's authority. In truth, Many of the actions attributed to Jiang Zheng were merely the initiatives of his subordinates, eager to curry favor or gain personal advantage, all while operating under the Quanjiang gang's name. Jiang Zheng himself resembled an automaton, brimming with abilities yet devoid of desires or needs. The reason he commanded respect from hundreds of subordinates was due to his ruthless elimination of dissenters. He had executed his opponents with such ease that he remained seated, appearing like a languid elderly gentleman, while those who opposed him fell before the public eye. Additionally, Jiang Zheng's fearsome reputation stemmed from the vast pool of blood he had amassed, taking countless lives without a flicker of hesitation. Because of these two deeds, the entire Quanjiang gang, from top to bottom, remained obedient to Jiang Zheng, including his seemingly ineffectual brother, Jiang Huai, who was treated with utmost respect. Behind the scenes, many secretly criticized Jiang Huai's fortuitous circumstances. However, they were perplexed as to why Jiang Zheng insisted on bringing Jiang Huai along, even during assaults on survivor strongholds. Seemingly unperturbed by potential mishaps, Ma Gu harbored such thoughts due to his profound misunderstanding of Jiang Huai. He had always assumed that the man accompanying him was a bodyguard assigned by Jiang Zheng. The reason they never spoke ill of Jiang Huai in his presence was solely due to the imposing figure cloaked in black robes and a hood, who exuded an overwhelming sense of menace. Unlike the pressure he felt around Jiang Zheng, he genuinely believed this man would kill him. During the recent assault on the survivor stronghold, this individual exhibited astonishing combat prowess. The barrier they had deemed impenetrable now trembled under his assault. Ma Gu smirked, excited by the thought of Lin Qiao's cool, exquisite visage. Although they always claimed to capture women to present to Jiang Zheng, in reality, Jiang Zheng showed no interest, merely casting a disinterested glance before allowing them to handle the matter as they pleased. As the second in command, Ma Gu was the first to enjoy the spoils. If he could subdue that proud and aloof Lin Qiao, watching her weep and plead, a strange thrill would well up within him. The mere thought of her tear-stained face pleading with him sent a rush of excitement coursing through him. Lost in thought, a lecherous grin crept onto Ma Ji's face. Previously, when reporting to Jiang Zheng, he had embellished Lin Qiao's beauty to incite his interest. Yet, regrettably, Jiang Zheng had shown no inclination towards her, outright rejecting Ma Ji's plans to attack the survivor stronghold. After all, that old county chief wouldn't survive much longer, and he was too lazy to stir trouble. Seeing Jiang Zheng's indifference, Ma Gu felt unsatisfied, yet had to feign compliance, secretly cursing Jiang Zheng's lack of ambition. Unexpectedly, after absorbing 2 crystal cores to regain his energy, Jiang Zheng suddenly summoned his men, declaring an intent to launch an assault here. While the reason for his sudden change of heart eluded Ma Gu, it was fortuitous for him. Thus, he eagerly joined the fray, determined to capture Lin Qiao and savor her allure. The subordinates who closely followed Ma Gu could naturally discern his thoughts at a glance. With a sly grin, one of them approached and asked, "Ma Gu, is that woman truly so captivating?" They had heard tales of Lin Qiao's beauty from Ma Gu himself. What kind of woman could make him constantly linger on her name, igniting their curiosity about her appearance? Unfortunately, Ma Gu did not indulge their curiosity. Instead, he impatiently pushed them away, saying, "Get lost. Keep an eye on her. If she escapes, I'll throw you all to the zombies." Nearby, Yuling shot Ma Gu a glance and rolled her eyes, remarking irritably, "A bunch of useless men." Ma Gu, feeling challenged, retorted, "What did you say, little girl?" Yuling nonchalantly dug at her ear and scoffed. "What? Did you get your ears deafened on your little outing?" Ma Gu felt deeply insulted by her words. Rolling up his sleeves, ready to teach her a lesson, he believed that his previous restraint was due to fear, and today he was determined to give Yuling a good showing. Yuling, however, was undeterred. With a wave of her hand, a swarm of mosquitoes gathered around her, encircling both her and Ma Gu. "Zhang Ma Zi, if you have the guts, go ahead and try." The atmosphere grew tense, but at that moment, one of Yuling's subordinates suddenly shouted, "Someone's coming out." Chapter 93. The first confrontation. The charged atmosphere dissipated instantly, as both Yuling and Zhang Ma retracted their abilities, turning their gaze towards the entrance of the shopping mall. Rain poured outside, severely limiting visibility, only allowing them to faintly discern the silhouettes of 2 tall figures emerging from the mall's entrance, while Yuling and Zhang Ma struggled to see from a distance. Jiang Zheng and Jiang Huai, positioned closer, had a clear view. Jiang Huai waved his hand, causing the zombies attacking the barrier to abruptly halt, standing rigidly in the downpour. Jiang Zheng sat cross-legged above the water dragon, looking down at the two figures. So, you are the ones who injured Zhang Mazi? Initially, Jiang Zheng had no intention of sticking his neck out for his subordinates. He believed that if one was bullied outside, returning home to complain was hardly manly. However, his brother expressed curiosity about the other natural ability user, prompting Jiang Zheng to make an appearance and concoct a reason for his visit. Is the boss here to stand up for his subordinates? Lin Qiao inquired. Her knowledge of Jiang Zheng was limited. In her past life, when she first encountered him, he appeared dark and brooding, resembling a demon risen from hell, disdainful of everyone except for Lin Qiao. Nevertheless, based on her brief interaction with him, Lin Qiao doubted he was the type to defend his subordinates. As expected, upon hearing her question, Jiang Zheng chuckled lazily. I am merely intrigued by Mr. Bai, who shares the same natural abilities. I wonder what powers he possesses. It's my first time meeting another natural ability user aside from myself. As he spoke, he conjured a rocking chair and a large umbrella out of water, shielding both himself and Jiang Hui beneath it. Watching Jiang Zheng recline in the chair, leisurely swaying, Lin Qiao oddly recalled a nursery rhyme. The big windmill turns with a creak. The scenery here is truly splendid. Stop. Lin Qiao forced herself to clear her mind of the rhythm, cautiously addressing Jiang Zheng. This isn't our first encounter. If the boss wishes to meet Mr. Bai, sending someone to convey the message would suffice. There's no need for such a grand display that frightens everyone. Jiang Zheng fixed his gaze on Lin Qiao and asked, Will you come? No. Well then, I took the liberty of inviting you personally. You wouldn't refuse my invitation, would you? Just as Jiang Zheng finished speaking, the water dragon suddenly opened its mouth wide, launching a water projectile at Lin Qiao and Bai Yunqi. The size and speed of the water projectile were sufficient to pierce through the body of an adult. Zhang Ma, witnessing Jiang Zheng's sudden attack, felt a pang of pity for Lin Qiao. What a shame. Yuling shot him a glare and scoffed, Idiot. The water projectile sped toward the two. And just when everyone assumed Lin Qiao and Bai Yunqi were doomed, Bai Yunqi swiftly waved his hand, erecting a wall of air before them. The water projectile struck the air wall, shattering upon impact, sending droplets scattering, the force powerful enough to damage surrounding structures, causing the already dilapidated buildings to tremble precariously. Only then did Jiang Zheng retract his casual demeanor, scrutinizing Bai Yunqi. Level 2. Bai Yunqi lifted his chin, visibly displeased with Jiang Zheng hovering above him. He summoned a small whirlwind beneath them, lifting both himself and Jiang Zheng into the air to meet his gaze at eye level. Meanwhile, he discreetly absorbed the crystal cores hidden in his pockets. Utilizing wind abilities to elevate oneself required more energy than manipulating tangible water. Lin Qiao found Bai Yunqi's childish desire for comparison perplexing, but refrained from exposing him. After all, she needed to indulge her little zombie, ensuring not to undermine his pride in front of others. She had no desire to constantly appease a child. The four exchanged glances for several minutes, and Lin Qiao sensed Bai Yunqi was nearing his limit, his energy depleting too quickly. Thus, she suggested, Boss Jiang, you must have some knowledge of this ring. Why don't we find a quiet place to discuss matters? Jiang Zheng first glanced at Jiang Hui, who nodded slightly before he continued. The headquarters of the Quanjiang gang is at the Sherbin Hotel. The environment there is quite pleasant. Would you two care to visit? Lin Qiao smiled. That would be much appreciated, Boss Jiang. The confrontation was averted, leaving Zhang Ma somewhat disappointed yet unwilling to voice any objections to Jiang Zheng's decision. Maintaining a cheerful facade as he begrudgingly followed along to the Sherbin Hotel, harboring a mix of frustration and admiration. Observing Zhang Ma's constipated expression, Yuling felt quite pleased and even indulged in an extra bowl of food. Zhang Ma, having been pressed, retorted, Aren't you supposed to be on a diet? I feel good today. I'll eat my fill and worry about dieting tomorrow. Lin Qiao and Bai Yunqi followed Jiang Zheng into the Sherbin Hotel. Upon entering the lobby, they couldn't help but marvel at the opulence, befitting an organization that controlled the entirety of Yixian. The level of luxury here surpassed even that of the pre-apocalypse era. Yet, Jiang Zheng feigned humility, lamenting, Many amenities have been lost post-apocalypse. It's a bit shabby. I hope you won't mind the hospitality. With her 90-pound frame, 85 pounds of which were comprised of defiance, Lin Qiao would not indulge Jiang Zheng. She coldly retorted, It is indeed a bit shabby, but given the current national situation, it will have to suffice. Jiang Zheng's eye twitched, momentarily at a loss for words, finally resorting to a silent laugh. Chapter 94, Negotiation. Clearly, Jiang Zheng had intended to showcase his grandeur before Lin Qiao and Bai Yunqi, only to find himself thwarted from the start. His expression soured as he tilted his head to scrutinize Lin Qiao, eventually slumping his shoulders and exuding an air of defeat. He yawned and leisurely strolled to a large wooden rocking chair at the front of the hotel lobby, settling into it with an air of nonchalance. Jiang Huai, who had remained silent by Jiang Zheng's side, suddenly asked, "What brings you to Yixian?" Lin Qiao replied candidly, "We were weary from our journey and sought refuge." Jiang Huai remained silent, scrutinizing Lin Qiao as if weighing the truth behind her words. Lin Qiao felt unoffended, but Bai Yunqi stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Lin Qiao and locking eyes with Jiang Huai. Jiang Huai spoke in a hoarse voice, level 2 wind ability. Bai Yunqi raised his chin. Indeed, no sooner had the words left his mouth than a sudden gust of wind blew away the hood of the third-tier zombie, accompanying Jiang Huai. The zombie's pallid skin, bulging veins, and pitch-black pupils were suddenly laid bare. Zombie. Zhang Ma's expression changed dramatically at the sight, immediately assuming a defensive stance. The other members of the Quanjiang gang became increasingly vigilant, each brandishing their weapons across their chests, ever watchful for the undead. The atmosphere grew tense and charged. The third-tier zombie, sensing the formidable psychic energy emanating from Bai Yunqi, recognized the threat and bared its teeth, letting out a fearsome roar. The oppressive aura belonging to such a creature washed over them, causing some of the weaker individuals to falter and kneel. Fortunately, due to Jiang Huai's mental control, the zombies did not descend into chaos and slaughter. Otherwise, the entire Quanjiang gang might have faced annihilation that very day. They trembled in silence, their eyes fixed on the third-tier zombie. After a moment, Jiang Zheng, reclining in his rocking chair, waved his hand dismissively and said languidly, "Guests from afar, let us sit and converse. I am hungry. Prepare dinner, and I would like something spicy." Jiang Zheng sought to alleviate the tension. Earlier, he had gauged Bai Yunqi's abilities at the entrance of the mall and found them to be on par with his own. Without a pressing reason, he was reluctant to become adversarial. After all, fighting was truly exhausting. At Jiang Zheng's words, the others hesitated but eventually lowered their weapons, while those responsible for the meals promptly headed toward the kitchen. Just as one was about to exit the hall, Jiang Huai suddenly interjected, "No spicy food." The subordinate paused, bewildered, glancing at Jiang Zheng for clarification. Jiang Zheng, his expression darkening, urged with reluctant impatience, "Hurry up." Yet soon after, he called back the chef, "Listen to him." Lin Qiao raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the dynamic between the two brothers. A table was cleared, and tea was served to the guests. The hall still harbored a zombie, and none dared to move rashly. Jiang Huai surveyed the room, letting out a cold snort. Then, a shocking scene unfolded. The zombie slowly raised its arm and adjusted its hood as if nothing had occurred. Lin Qiao smirked and inquired, "Is it merely a dinner invitation that brings us here, Boss Jiang?" Leaning back in his chair, Jiang Zheng feigned indifference, saying, "Wasn't it you who suggested a talk? What shall we discuss? Speak freely, but do not delay dinner." Lin Qiao glanced at the others, signaling, "Is that all we shall converse about? I have nothing to hide." Lin Qiao replied, her gaze fixed intently on Jiang Zheng as she observed his every micro-expression. "What I wish to discuss is the transformation the world has undergone following the Crimson Reign. Miss Lin, do you always speak so grandly? The world's transformation? I, for one, harbor no ambitions. Safeguarding my own small domain suffices for me. I have no interest in the world." Jiang Zheng's response confirmed Lin Qiao's suspicions. He had not experienced rebirth. She felt a sense of relief. It seemed Jiang Zheng would not ally with Lin Yaqin for now. Henceforth, if she could devise a way to shield Jiang Zheng from impending calamities and prevent Lin Yaqin from becoming his benefactor, she could eliminate a formidable adversary in the future. Lin Qiao pressed on. In a crumbling nest, how can there be unscathed eggs? Perhaps, after the Crimson Reign, new opportunities await, such as evolution. Lin Qiao's implication was clear enough. Anyone in the room with rebirth experience would surely grasp her innuendo. The risk of exposing their identities as reborn individuals had been calculated by both her and Bai Yunqi beforehand. Together, with the assistance of Yi Ming, they should be able to contend with Jiang Zheng and that third-tier zombie. Yet Lin Qiao was reluctant to sever ties until the very last moment. Indeed, Jiang Zheng was no reborn individual and failed to perceive Lin Qiao's insinuations. His curiosity was purely piqued by her statements. "How do you know?" 2 months ago, after that blizzard, the zombies experienced their first explosive evolution. I suspect the second evolution is upon us now. While Lin Qiao remained focused on Jiang Zheng, her attention shifted to the others present. Suddenly, Jiang Huai waved his hand, commanding, "You all may leave." Lin Qiao's attention snapped to Jiang Huai. According to the county chief, the Quanzhong gang fed zombies with human blood, and someone capable of such a heinous choice, while possessing deep knowledge of zombies, was most likely the reborn individual. The most fitting candidate was Jiang Huai, the adept controller of the undead. Although his subordinates had always regarded him as a tyrant due to his relationship with Jiang Zheng. Witnessing the bodyguard, a zombie, at Jiang Huai's side rendered them unable to belittle him any longer. Upon hearing Jiang Huai's command, one by one, they scrambled to exit. In mere moments, the hotel hall was left with only the two Jiang brothers, a third-tier zombie, and Lin Qiao and Bai Yunqi. Lin Qiao scrutinized Jiang Huai, recalling that the county chief had once mentioned Jiang Huai was merely a music academy student before the apocalypse, even posing for a photograph as an exemplary student representative. The Quanzhong gang was nothing more than a minor gang that occasionally collected protection fees, mingling in boxing rings until the world fell into chaos, at which point Jiang Zheng inexplicably seized control and began brutally slaughtering the populace of Yixian. The county chief had always believed that all of this was at Jiang Zheng's behest. However, after their brief interaction, Lin Qiao was nearly certain that the strategies employed to expand the Quanzhong gang's power and the ensuing atrocities were, in fact, Jiang Huai's proposals. Chapter 95. Cooperation. Jiang Huai cast a sinister glance at Lin Qiao and Bai Yunqi, appearing anything but a university student. Wasn't it said that university students were typically naive and innocent? Yet Jiang Huai's eyes were filled with a twisted, obsessive malice. Lin Qiao suspected that the reborn individual she had been searching for was indeed Jiang Huai. Sure enough, the next moment, Jiang Huai directly asked, "Are you reborn?" Lin Qiao narrowed her eyes, taken aback by Jiang Huai's straightforwardness. Adhering to a policy of non-aggression, she retorted, "What do you mean by reborn?" Before Jiang Huai could respond, Jiang Zheng interjected, "Is it truly wise to speak of such matters openly? What if word gets out and attracts unwanted attention?" Jiang Huai smirked, "Then we shall eliminate them. As we have done in the past. There are simply too many reborn individuals. It becomes quite bothersome." Lin Qiao immediately seized upon the key point in Jiang Huai's words. Too many reborn individuals? Had he already encountered other reborn individuals? Had he even killed them? Noticing Lin Qiao's change in demeanor, Jiang Huai grinned wickedly. "So, who among you is the reborn one?" As he spoke, Jiang Huai's gaze flitted between Lin Qiao and Bai Yunqi, as if searching for an intriguing toy. Lin Qiao, positioned beside Bai Yunqi, felt the tension in his taut muscles. She offered a reassuring pat before turning to Jiang Huai and stating, "Since we have dared to accept your invitation, do you believe we possess the means to confront a third-tier zombie?" Jiang Huai's eyes darted, baring his teeth as he replied, "Let us put it to the test." "All right." Bai Yunqi, already irked by Jiang Huai's lingering gaze on Lin Qiao, was eager to teach him a lesson. Without waiting for Lin Qiao to further negotiate, he launched an attack. Jiang Huai sensed something hurtling toward him, an overwhelming sense of danger washing over him. Although he could control the third-tier zombie, his evolution had primarily focused on mental capabilities, offering little enhancement to his physical prowess. Thus, when Bai Yunqi's wind blade struck, despite sensing the peril, he was unable to evade in time. With a desperate leap to the side, Jiang Huai was still too slow, and Bai Yunqi's attack severed half of his shoulder. Blood erupted forth, splattering even onto the face of the third-tier zombie. The rich scent of blood ignited a primal instinct within the zombie, causing its eyes to glow red as it became irresistibly attracted, threatening to break free from Jiang Huai's control. Jiang Huai fell wounded. Yet the wind blade did not cease its relentless assault. Instead, it sliced through the air, leaving a deep gash on the hotel lobby's wall. Upon witnessing his younger brother's injuries, Jiang Zheng's expression darkened, and a torrent of water surged towards the two adversaries, only to be thwarted by Bai Yunqi's wind wall, resulting in a silent standoff between them. In that moment, Jiang Huai unexpectedly spoke, "Stop. I shall no longer harbor intentions against you." Although summoning a Tier 3 zombie would leave even Bai Yunqi drained, Jiang Huai had not wished for a complete fallout. His provocation was merely a means to gauge whether the duo was worthy of collaboration. As it turned out, the timing was perfect. After a brief period of silent confrontation, Bai Yunqi and Jiang Zheng simultaneously withdrew their powers. As Jiang Zheng rushed to Jiang Huai's side and beheld the exposed bones, a surge of murderous intent towards Bai Yunqi surged within him. The man, who had always appeared indifferent, as if the collapse of the world were of no concern to him, now exhibited a rare expression of panic. In this apocalyptic era, where the air was saturated with zombie viruses and various mutated bacteria, even a minor wound could lead to infection or death, let alone the severe injuries Jiang Huai had sustained. However, Jiang Huai gently patted Jiang Zheng's arm, his pallid face attempting to reassure him, "I am fine. A few days of rest will suffice." Jiang Zheng, however, remained unyielding, his animosity directed towards Lin Qiao and Bai Yunqi. Jiang Huai's desire to test Bai Yunqi's strength stemmed from the fact that, although he had been reborn from a past life, he had died too early to gain substantial knowledge of events that transpired thereafter. To uncover the enemies of his previous life, he required the assistance of others. Before Lin Qiao and her companions, another individual had approached, claiming to be a reborn soul, yet he was a fool who sought to control them, ultimately becoming fodder for the zombies. It seemed that the flesh and blood of a reborn individual were particularly delectable, as the zombies that consumed him swiftly evolved. Thus, Jiang Huai's zombies advanced to Tier 3 so rapidly. Leaning against Jiang Zheng, Jiang Huai, despite his pale complexion, retained a semblance of vitality. He addressed Lin Qiao, "Your abilities are formidable. Shall we consider an alliance?" "What sort of alliance?" It was clear that the aim was to establish a secure base. "Since you too are a reborn soul, you must understand that survival in this apocalypse is exceedingly difficult when relying solely on solitary endeavors. Why not collaborate?" Chapter 96. The Alliance 2. Sensing Lin Qiao's hesitation, Yi Ming, hidden within the space, expressed his discontent vehemently. Unlike mutated bees, human bodies consumed life force at a rate several times greater. If too many individuals were confined within the space, it would degrade within a few days, leading to suffocation. It was imperative not to forsake the essential for the trivial. Lin Qiao was well aware that such a scenario was impossible. She had merely entertained the thought. There was no way she could transport so many people, for if even one turned out to be a traitor, she would find herself walking the path of her previous life once more. Observing Lin Qiao's furrowed brow in silence, Jiang Huai grew anxious and pressed. "So, what do you say? Shall we form an alliance?" Lin Qiao probed. "Given that Yi County is at risk of being buried alive, where do you intend to establish your secure base? Alternatively, since we are near Chao City, which has reportedly restored order, perhaps you could seek refuge there." Jiang Huai scoffed. "Indeed, Chao City is quite close to Yi County. Do you think the experts will not converge there?" Lin Qiao discerned the underlying implication in Jiang Huai's words and retorted earnestly, "What suspicions do you harbor regarding your enemies?" Jiang Huai revealed a cruel smile. "I have heard that Chao City has formidable defenses. Perhaps there are Earth-type ability users as well." Lin Qiao countered impassively. "Are you suggesting we oppose Chao City? Is it not possible that we intend to seek refuge there ourselves? I've heard they are quite supportive of ability users." Jiang Huai remained skeptical, presenting his evidence. "You traveled from Bu City. If your intention was to seek shelter in Chao City, why not take the Chao-Yi Expressway straight north instead of detouring to Yi County? This place is nearly 100 kilometers further than the Chao-Yi Highway. Surely, you're not here merely for the scenery? How do you know that isn't the case? Yi County is closer to Bu City than Chao City. Perhaps we are merely here to replenish supplies. Spare me the excuse of replenishing supplies. To the northwest of Bu City lie major cities such as Fu City, Gu City, He City, and D City." Lin Qiao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. "And then?" Jiang Huai continued his analysis. "Fu City is nearest to Chao City. If you have no intention of going there, you likely hold no interest in Fu City either. Gu City has always been a crucial military base and a major grain city. Any secure base would undoubtedly covet Gu City. I doubt you wish to paint yourselves as targets. As for He City, it is impoverished, bordering mountainous regions, and lacks convenient transportation, unsuitable for your needs." Lin Qiao, intrigued, inquired, "So, according to your reasoning, our only remaining target is D City? What merits does it hold? It is merely a desolate wilderness, no different from Yi City." Jiang Huai shook his head. "D City is situated in a basin, with complex terrain that is easy to defend but difficult to assault. Once the zombies there are cleared, we can potentially avoid the chaos of the world entirely, a splendid haven for retirement. Most importantly, I have heard of an abandoned military base there. While it is deemed abandoned, it still possesses sturdy walls, making it the most suitable location. Since you chose not to travel along the Chao-Yi Highway to reach Chao City, your destination must be D City." Lin Qiao was left speechless. Indeed, the most direct route from Bu City to Chao City was through the Chao-Yi Highway. which would also be the path taken by He Shi and his main forces. Traversing the forest along the Chaoyi Highway would swiftly lead one to Chao City. In contrast, the routes from Bu City to Chao City and Yi County diverged significantly, one directly north, the other northwest. Lin Qiao scrutinized Jiang Huai and Jiang Zheng. Jiang Huai was as expected, but Jiang Zheng appeared entirely different from the person she had encountered in her previous life. Although he harbored his own thoughts, Lin Qiao's purpose for coming this time was to earn the trust of the Wide River Gang and facilitate the evacuation of the survivors hidden within the shopping mall. Feigning difficulty, Lin Qiao stated, "I am open to collaboration, but I have two conditions." "Speak," Jiang Huai responded, unfazed, as he anticipated conditions. Without them, he would not dare to cooperate lightly. "Firstly, since we are to collaborate and your enemies are in Chao City, I hope you will consult with us in advance before undertaking any actions." After a moment's consideration, Jiang Huai readily agreed. "That is acceptable." The second point concerns the survivors in the mall. Since you aim to establish a secure zone in D City, E County is no longer essential to you, correct? "I cannot agree to that." "Why not?" "You must have heard that old man speak of my method of feeding the zombies with human blood, yes?" The mere thought of the image described by the county chief made Lin Qiao feel nauseated. She frowned and asked, "As a reborn soul, you should know that after the Red Ring, zombies undergo further evolution. Given your abilities, can you control Tier 4 zombies? Moreover, they are merely a group of ordinary people, offering limited assistance. And what of it? My abilities condemn me to never align with humanity. In my previous life, only that old man knew my capabilities. If it weren't for his words, how could that Earth-type ability user have fixated on us?" Lin Qiao gazed into Jiang Huai's eyes, filled with enmity, and for a moment, she found herself at a loss for words. If what Jiang Huai claimed were true, it seemed this matter could only end in bloodshed. But would that foolish old man truly resort to such measures? Were the people of Chao City truly so meddlesome as to venture such a great distance just to eliminate Jiang Huai? Would they really annihilate an entire E County for the sake of one individual? How idle must one be to entertain such thoughts? I shall not dissuade you from seeking vengeance, but have you considered that there may be a misunderstanding? Those capable of destroying an entire county surely do not have the leisure to indulge in gossip, do they? This entire situation seems utterly absurd. Jiang Huai's expression suddenly darkened. He had considered this possibility, yet his death in his previous life had been so abrupt that upon his rebirth, he found himself uncertain of whom to direct his hatred toward. He was acutely aware that his animosity lacked justification, but he felt he had no alternative. Lin Qiao observed Jiang Huai's shifting expressions and sighed. If we were to eradicate the entire E County, we might truly lose the chance to uncover the identity of that Earth element ability user. Perhaps it would be wiser to retain E County for now and assess the situation further? Jiang Huai's face remained grim. "Do you think that by saying this, I would relinquish my desire for vengeance?" "Of course not. How could you entertain such a thought? We share a common enemy and a mutual objective. Since you are unaware of the Earth element user's identity, I propose we keep the county magistrate alive for the time being. Once we have avenged ourselves, we can deal with him later." "Your enemy?" Lin Qiao inquired. "Naturally, my enemy also resides in Chao City. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Until we resolve matters in Chao City, you may place your trust in me." Jiang Huai scrutinized Lin Qiao for a long moment, seemingly assessing the credibility of her words. "Who is your enemy?" he pressed. "Lin Yaqing." Jiang Huai had not anticipated hearing this name from Lin Qiao. In his past life, he had perished in the inaugural year of the apocalypse, at which point Chao City had already initiated the Goddess of the Apocalypse program, with Lin Yaqing as its figurehead. He had once harbored hope for Chao City, but before any decisions could be made, E County had been devastated. It appeared that the goddess presented by Chao City was far from simple. "What? Upon hearing this name, do you still dare to collaborate with me?" Lin Qiao asked. Instead of declining, Jiang Huai displayed a somewhat maniacal smile. "I relish witnessing those who dwell in high places fall into the mire. The goddess of the apocalypse? I am most curious." Jiang Huai's laughter was somewhat unrestrained, but he abruptly grimaced as pain shot through the wound on his shoulder, prompting Jiang Zheng, who stood nearby, to express concern. "Stop talking. Let me find someone to tend to your wound." "There's no need," Lin Qiao interjected suddenly, stepping toward Jiang Huai. "Be careful. What are you doing?" Both Jiang Zheng and Jiang Huai questioned in unison. Lin Qiao turned back, reassuring by Yunqi before returning her gaze to Jiang Zheng. "I will heal him." With that, Lin Qiao knelt beside Jiang Huai, placing her hand gently on his shoulder. The sudden pressure caused Jiang Zheng's lips to tremble with pain. He fought against the urge to attack Lin Qiao, fixating intently on her movements. Gradually, a gray mist began to materialize around Lin Qiao's hand, enveloping Jiang Huai's shoulder in a semi-transparent haze that shimmered faintly with a yellowish glow. 10 minutes later, Lin Qiao withdrew her hand, and Jiang Zheng immediately inspected the wound. Astonished to find that the formerly ghastly injury had healed considerably, the bone had fully restored, leaving only the flesh to mend. Lin Qiao feigned exhaustion, staggering back a few steps. Bai Yunxi rushed to support her, concern etched on his face. "Sister, are you all right?" Even though he recognized Lin Qiao's act, he harbored no fondness for Jiang Huai, feeling no remorse for his disdain. He can recover on his own. It's not a matter of life and death. Lin Qiao chuckled softly. "You shouldn't think that way. Their strength could become our asset. We must coexist harmoniously and avoid unnecessary conflicts." Lin Qiao adopted a didactic tone, embodying a benevolent figure, while Bai Yunxi obediently lowered his head, weakly responding, "Understood." Jiang Zheng examined Jiang Huai's injury, utterly astounded by Lin Qiao's abilities. Jiang Huai, too, sensed the change in his body and asked in surprise, "Are you a healer?" Lin Qiao neither confirmed nor denied it, choosing instead to remain silent as she gazed at the two brothers. While the healing ability did not belong to Lin Qiao, there was no need for the Jiang brothers to be privy to this information. Even in collaboration, it was prudent to retain some hidden cards. As their gazes met, they engaged in a subtle exchange of scrutiny. Jiang Huai was the first to look away. The other possessed healing abilities. While their relationship was merely one of collaboration, it could prove advantageous to his plans. Jiang Huai lowered his gaze and said, "I look forward to our cooperation." With the collaboration established, Jiang Zheng led Jiang Huai away to tend to his wound. Lin Qiao had intentionally left some residual injury to maintain leverage over him. Jiang Zheng, unaware of Lin Qiao's intentions, presumed her energy was insufficient and generously provided her with 5 second-tier crystal cores to expedite her recovery. Lin Qiao was taken aback by Jiang Zheng's magnanimity. It was not that they could not handle second-tier zombies. Rather, the scarcity of such creatures required both strength and luck to collect second-tier crystal cores. It seemed they had indeed made the right choice in their journey. Observing Lin Qiao's fixation on the second-tier crystal cores in her hand, Bai Yunxi couldn't help but murmur, "Sister, I can also acquire plenty of crystal cores, as long as I release." Before Bai Yunxi could finish, Lin Qiao covered his mouth, cutting him off. "Do not speak of such things carelessly." Bai Yunxi blinked, his deep, clear eyes betraying his delight and affection. Lin Qiao felt her ears flush under his gaze and instinctively withdrew her hand, only to suddenly feel a warm, damp sensation as Bai Yunxi's rough tongue brushed gently against her skin. An involuntary shiver coursed through her, and her face flushed with heat. Bai Yunxi, however, maintained an innocent and pure expression, leaving Lin Qiao feeling as though she had corrupted a child, or rather, a little zombie. Despite their prior encounters, this teasing contact sent shivers down her spine, rendering her thoughts utterly blank. Ultimately, Lin Qiao retracted her hand, her eyes cast downwards, unable to meet Bai Yunxi's gaze. Yet, his stare felt tangible, and she was overwhelmed by the sensation of standing before him in a state of undress. Noticing Lin Qiao withdraw her hand, Bai Yunxi's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, but he quickly reached out, intertwining his fingers with hers, then lowered his head to rest his forehead against hers. "Sister, are you feeling shy?" Lin Qiao's heart raced, and she stammered, "Nonsense." Bai Yunxi, perplexed, replied, "But the books say that avoiding eye contact means one is shy." "What nonsense! You must not read such books again." The two pressed their foreheads together, their breaths mingling, allowing them to discern the fine hairs on each other's faces, so adorably cute. Lin Qiao was momentarily entranced, realizing she had never noticed how handsome this little zombie was. He was entirely different from the mindless zombies that merely craved flesh. Bai Yunxi found the situation amusing and playfully blew a breath toward her, causing Lin Qiao's nose to itch as she pinched his waist. She thought to herself that this little zombie had a fine physique, though his intellect left much to be desired. Who would be so idle as to write about such matters? It was utterly boring. Lin Qiao could hardly fathom that the book she criticized was not a guide, but rather a published online novel, one of the romance genre. Much later, when Lin Qiao encountered this book again, she couldn't help but sigh at the absurdity of it all, pondering who could possibly derive enjoyment from such narratives. As Lin Qiao drifted into her thoughts, Jiang Zheng had already finished bandaging Jiang Huai's wound, and they returned to the hotel lobby. Lin Qiao and Bai Yunqi, with their heightened senses, heard the commotion from afar and had already separated, though Bai Yunqi still clung to Lin Qiao's hand. She was more than happy to indulge him, allowing him to hold on. Upon entering, Jiang Zheng and Jiang Huai caught Lin Qiao's attention. She noted that Jiang Zheng's face bore a slight flush, while Jiang Huai had a cut on his lip, oozing a trickle of blood. Lin Qiao could not help but silently scoff, thinking that if a mere bandage could cause such pain that one would bite their lip, then Jiang Huai was indeed still a child. Yes, without a doubt, he was a foolish and easily frightened university student. Chapter 98. Settling in due to Bai Yunqi's injury to Jiang Huai. Jiang Zheng had not been particularly kind to Lin Qiao and Jiang Huai. At the dining table, Jiang Zheng wore a frown, lacking the appetite to eat dinner. It was only through Jiang Huai's proactive persuasion that Jiang Zheng begrudgingly calmed his temper, yet he still paid little attention to Lin Qiao and Jiang Huai. During the meal, they agreed to stay in Yixin for a while after the rain ended to gather a batch of second-tier crystal nuclei. With Jiang Huai's abilities, locating second-tier zombies would be as easy as pie. Not only would they quickly amass a collection of second-tier crystal nuclei, but they would also assist Yixin in dealing with a few second-tier zombies, significantly enhancing the safety of the survivors there. Having finalized their plans, Jiang Huai invited Lin Qiao and Bai Yunqi to stay at the territory of the Wide River Gang. Upon contemplating the survivors in the mall, each with a blanket, devoid of privacy in a shared space, Lin Qiao readily agreed. Although Jiang Zheng maintained a poor attitude towards them, he merely huffed a couple of times and said nothing further. Upon learning that Lin Qiao intended to stay with the Wide River Gang, Zhang Ma, who had previously been indifferent due to Bai Yunqi's strength, suddenly felt invigorated. Lin Qiao, noticing Zhang Ma's subtle intentions, feigned ignorance and even smiled at him intentionally. Zhang Ma, taken aback by Lin Qiao's smile, felt a rush of excitement, as if his tail had perked up. He eagerly offered to lead Lin Qiao and Bai Yunqi to their rooms. "Miss Lin, allow me to show you to your guest room. I am quite familiar with this place and will ensure you have a comfortable room." Lin Qiao pretended not to hear him and tilted her head innocently, saying, "I truly appreciate it." As Zhang Ma led Lin Qiao and Bai Yunqi away, Jiang Zheng expressed his concerns. "This woman really is restless, and Zhang Ma is a fool." Jiang Huai, however, remained unconcerned, wrapping his arms around Jiang Zheng's waist, resting his head on his shoulder, and playfully said, "Brother, don't watch them anymore. Zhang Ma is digging his own grave. No one can save him. Don't lean on me." Jiang Zheng's first instinct was to push Jiang Huai away. But upon remembering Jiang Huai's injury, he retracted his hand. "Zhang Ma has been too restless. It was about time someone dealt with him. Don't think I am unaware of the trouble he has been causing you." Jiang Huai grinned. "Brother, are you concerned about me?" "Nonsense. Causing you trouble would be slapping my own face," Jiang Zheng started to say, but was abruptly silenced by Jiang Huai. As their breaths intertwined, Jiang Zheng's ears flushed crimson. After a few moments, Jiang Huai released Jiang Zheng, and the previous topic could no longer be resumed. Jiang Zheng, cautious of Jiang Huai's shoulder injury, dared not make any sudden movements, allowing Jiang Huai to act freely. Meanwhile, Zhang Ma guided Lin Qiao and Bai Yunqi to two adjacent guest rooms. As he departed, he threw Lin Qiao a self-assured glance, which nearly caused her to regurgitate her dinner from the previous night. If it weren't for the apocalypse, even with an entire space filled with food, she wouldn't consider wasting it. She could scarcely contain herself. Upon entering her room, Lin Qiao did not hurry to close the door, but lingered at the entrance for a moment. Sure enough, as Zhang Ma turned the corner, Bai Yunqi's door swung open with a click. Lin Qiao felt a gust of wind rush past her, only to find herself enveloped in a not particularly warm but reassuring embrace. With a pout, Bai Yunqi complained, "Sister, why were you looking at another man? That one is so ugly." Lin Qiao chuckled. "Could you not tell that I was merely deceiving him?" Bai Yunqi huffed in discontent. At that moment, Yiming suddenly emerged from Lin Qiao's body, pointing at the two and exclaiming, "You two are quite shameless." Lin Qiao retorted, "If you're envious, shall I find you a female zombie?" Uncertain if Yiming could be considered a living being, she pondered. Yiming was immediately incensed by Lin Qiao's words. Unable to tug on her hair, he resorted to bouncing around and pulling Bai Yunqi's hair to vent his frustration. Bai Yunqi, now sporting a messy hairdo, appeared even more innocent. "All right, enough." Lin Qiao intervened, exasperated. "Stop messing around." Yiming crossed his arms defiantly, turning his back on Lin Qiao. Unfazed, Lin Qiao released her mental energy to ensure no one was watching before waving her hand toward the room. Instantly, 3 figures appeared before Lin Qiao: Xiao Tong, Li Yi, and Wang Xiao. The moment they emerged, Wang Xiao exclaimed, "I thought I was going to suffocate." At first, it was amusing, but it became so monotonous. And there were bees everywhere. It was utterly intolerable. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiao couldn't help but smile. Wang Xiao's exposed skin was dotted with several swollen welts, evidence of his encounters. Li Yi immediately slapped Wang Xiao, angrily stating, "You still have the audacity to speak. I told you not to touch the hive. Yet you sought your own demise. It's a wonder you weren't stung to death." Xiao Tong couldn't help but chuckle at the antics of the two. Li Yi had been cautious throughout their journey but had begun to show his youthful spirit since meeting Wang Xiao, no longer overly cautious. Initially, Xiao Tong had thought that Wang Xiao was influenced by the mutated bee queen, but in truth, it merely unleashed Li Yi's true nature. Seeing the lively Li Yi now, Xiao Tong mused that Li Wei would surely feel proud. After all, what sense did it make for a teenage boy to carry himself with such seriousness? It was better for him to be a bit raucous. Such liveliness was a testament to their survival. Lin Qiao, infected by the lively atmosphere, waved her hand and summoned a table overflowing with fried chicken, burgers, and cola. It would be a shame not to indulge in some junk food amidst such a delightful setting. Wang Xiao, upon sighting the glistening fried chicken, immediately salivated. Disregarding Li Yi's tormenting of his hair, as it was hardly painful, he lunged towards the dining table, eyes sparkling, and eagerly asked Lin Qiao, "Sister Lin Qiao, is this for us?" "Of course," she replied. Wang Xiao cheered, obediently sitting down and enthusiastically inviting Li Yi to sit beside him. Li Yi was nearly choked with indignation, struggling to catch his breath. It was Xiao Tong who gently nudged Li Yi to sit down, reassuring him, "All right, let's eat first. We can deal with him later." Finally seated, Li Yi still fumed at Wang Xiao for carelessly breaking into the newly built hive. Wang Xiao, aware of his misdeed, could only hold his tongue and endure, even offering Li Yi disposable gloves in a bid to appease him. Chapter 99. The Blood Pool. As they feasted, the group exchanged information. Xiao Tong remarked, "Although I did not directly interact with Jiang Huai, I sensed that when my energy flowed into his body, there were multiple energy signatures within him. He has awakened at least dual abilities." Wang Xiao, with his mouth stuffed with fried chicken, hastily gulped down a large sip of cola and coughed. "Dual abilities? That can't be right." While the others did not react as dramatically as Wang Xiao, they too paused in shock, their eating interrupted. Xiao Tong nodded firmly. "Absolutely no doubt about it. Although they are weak, there are indeed 2 distinct types of energy." Lin Qiao pondered for a moment before asking, "If Jiang Huai possesses 2 abilities, there would be no need for him to conceal his capability to control zombies. Perhaps the other ability is too weak? Or maybe he himself is unaware." Lin Qiao frowned. "That seems unlikely. Jiang Huai has been reborn, even if his abilities in this life are yet undiscovered and relatively weak. He could not possibly be unaware of his fate in the previous life, which ended a year after the apocalypse began." Li Yi expressed concern, pondering aloud. "If Jiang Huai is concealing something from us, should we still consider collaborating with him? We are still quite distant from the city of the earth, and should he harbor ill intentions, we would be utterly defenseless." Lin Qiao took a moment to deliberate, meticulously weighing the pros and cons of partnering with Jiang Huai. The geographical advantages of the city are evident to more than just us. A mere county like Yixian has produced formidable individuals such as Jiang Zheng and Jiang Huai, alongside the county chief whose abilities are difficult to breach. It would not be easy for just us to seize the city. While Jiang Huai's powers come with certain risks, we share a common adversary. At least until we deal with Chao City, he is unlikely to turn against us. As for the fear of inviting trouble, I believe that by then, all our strengths will have significantly improved. We need not fear them now, and we certainly won't be easily subdued later." As soon as Lin Qiao finished speaking, Bai Yunci immediately chimed in, "Exactly, sister. With me around, regardless of how many zombies he can control, they pose no threat to us." Xiao Tong nodded in agreement. "If you have made up your mind, then let us proceed. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Presently, our foe is Chao City." Suddenly, Xiao Tong recalled, "Speaking of Chao City, do you remember when we left Heiress' place? It seemed that someone attacked their convoy." Lin Qiao also remembered that day when she stealthily extracted the wooden crystal from Mr. Sun, which caused chaos in the camp, prompting Heiress to come and probe. She had even prepared for a situation where exposure would lead to mutual destruction. However, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Someone had started a fire in the camp, and judging by He Shi's reaction, it seemed that an important location had been invaded by enemies, which allowed them to seize an opportunity to escape, rather than continue to search for excuses to delay. Lin Qiao pondered. To have infiltrated the camp so silently and set the crucial storage on fire, it is unclear whether they are friend or foe. Most perplexing is that before the fire escalated, no one seemed to notice, nor did they hear any sounds. This leads me to wonder whether we disrupted their plans or if they are merely scapegoats for our plight. Xiao Tong queried, "Is there really a difference?" Lin Qiao, casually eating a French fry, replied with a hint of relaxation, "Not really." After sitting for a while longer, Lin Qiao decided to reabsorb Xiao Tong, Li Yi, and Wang Xiao into her space. She was concerned that someone might detect the fluctuations of energy in this area, especially in this apocalyptic world where all manner of strange abilities could arise. Wang Xiao, feeling bored, pleaded to remain outside, promising, "Sister Lin Qiao, I swear I won't say a word. I absolutely won't let anyone find out. Please, just let me stay out here." Li Yi scoffed. "You're afraid of being greeted by mutated bees once you go in, aren't you?" Wang Xiao stubbornly retorted, "No? A few measly bugs? I'm a violent bear. How could I fear such insignificant creatures? Then hurry inside." "No, I promise." Before Wang Xiao could finish, Lin Qiao waved her hand and pulled her into the space. Barely 2 seconds later, a knock sounded at the door. "Miss Lin, are you resting?" Lin Qiao exchanged a glance with Bai Yunci, recognizing it was Zhang Ma. A flicker of disdain crossed Lin Qiao's eyes, yet to extract maximum utility from Zhang Ma, she rose to answer the door. Bai Yunci was tucked into the covers and instructed to remain silent. Upon opening the door, Lin Qiao was startled to see Zhang Ma, nearly drawing her weapon in response to his presence. Zhang Ma had styled his hair into a slicked-back look using some gel he had procured, exposing the pockmarks on his face, an unflattering sight. Yet, he believed himself to be quite dashing, convinced that he would surely captivate Lin Qiao. A girl who had not seen the world. Peering into the room, he asked, "Are you ready to rest? I have some alcohol. Would you like some?" Lin Qiao felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth, recognizing his crude attempts at flirtation. Suppressing her urge to throw him out, she stepped forward and closed the door. "I'm not very tired. Could you show me around the vicinity?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Ma sensed an opportunity and eagerly replied, "Of course. I am the second in command of the Quanjiang gang. I know this area like the back of my hand." Initially, Zhang Ma had perceived Lin Qiao as merely a girl dependent on Bai Yunci, but upon learning she was a rare healing ability user, his opinion shifted dramatically. He began to calculate that if he could win her over, he would wield considerable influence in Yixian, potentially becoming an enviable expert in this apocalypse. As he fancied these thoughts, he endeavored to showcase his charm to Lin Qiao, who found it utterly unappealing and turned her head away. Zhang Ma, misinterpreting her discomfort as shyness, pressed on with even more enthusiasm. Lin Qiao, tired of his antics, resolved to extract the information she sought and dispose of him promptly. Regardless of whether he accompanied them on their journey or remained in Yixian to cause trouble for others, Lin Qiao deemed it unwise to tolerate him any longer. Thus, she donned an expression of admiration and, with an innocent tone, inquired, "I heard that Boss Jiang Huai has a blood pool. What is it like? Could you take me to see it?" Lin Qiao suspected that Jiang Huai was not merely harboring a zombie, since they were embarking on this journey together. She needed to ascertain the extent of his strength. Zhang Ma hesitated, his expression becoming somewhat uncertain. Sensing her opportunity, Lin Qiao pressed on, "Is it inconvenient? I understand. After all, I am still an outsider." Upon realizing that Lin Qiao appeared displeased, Zhang Ma hastily clarified, "Oh, it's nothing that can't be seen. It's just a bit gruesome." Chapter 100. The Blood Pool. 2. Zhang Ma led Lin Qiao to the top floor of the hotel. As they approached, Lin Qiao was hit by a wave of overwhelming blood stench, mingled with the distinct, concealed odor of decay that belonged to zombies. Zhang Ma opened a presidential suite, revealing an outdoor swimming pool that was not filled with water for swimming, but rather a pool of fresh blood. Lin Qiao recoiled at the sight, her eyes watering as she peered into the pool, where 2 floating zombies were visible. Upon hearing the commotion, both zombies turned to look in their direction. Lin Qiao had already formed suspicions, so she was not particularly startled. In contrast, Zhang Ma was taken aback. Today was the first time he learned that Jiang Huai kept a 3rd-tier zombie, let alone the existence of 2 more in the pool. He had always believed that Jiang Zheng intended to create the blood pool for reasons tied to his water-based abilities, to control blood for attacks and intimidate enemies. Little did he know that it was Jiang Huai's means of nurturing zombies. It was a strict rule that no one was allowed entry here, and the subordinates, fearing Jiang Zheng's power, naturally dared not defy the order. However, Zhang Ma, believing himself to be of a different status as the second-in-command of the Quanjiang gang, felt entitled to bring Lin Qiao here when she expressed interest, only to be met with this unsettling scene. As Zhang Ma was fixated on the two zombies, his legs trembled uncontrollably. They were second-tier zombies, capable of devouring him in an instant. Trembling, he stammered, "Miss Lin Qiao, we should leave quickly." Lin Qiao replied indifferently, "We cannot leave now. What? Don't joke around. While the zombies are still inactive, we must hurry." Lin Qiao turned to Zhang Ma, a smile playing on her lips, merging seamlessly with the blood pool behind her, presenting an unsettling sight. Lin Qiao licked her lips and said, "I must assert, we cannot leave just yet. Such delectable food. Some are clamoring to partake." As her words fell, Yiming suddenly emerged, directly lunging at the zombies in the blood pool. The zombies seemed to obey Jiang Huai's command, offering no resistance at all. In mere half a minute, Yiming retrieved 2 sparkling second-tier crystal cores from the sanguine depths. Yiming exclaimed, "Lo and behold, 2 gold-type ability zombies. How splendid! All the bounty goes to you, my esteemed Yiming." Zhang Matzi, witnessing Yiming's effortless dispatch of the 2 second-tier zombies, trembled even more violently. Straining his composure, he remarked, "Since Lord Yiming has had his fill, let us hasten to descend." Lin Qiao chuckled, her gaze drifting past Zhang Matzi towards the entrance. "Boss Jiang, what a coincidence." The zombies in the blood pool were Jiang Huai's eyes. The moment they entered, Jiang Huai became aware. At that moment, Jiang Zheng happened to arrive, but was unable to save the 2 zombies he had painstakingly nurtured. Upon hearing Lin Qiao's words, Zhang Matzi was struck dumb with fear. Casting aside any pretense of dignity, he immediately turned and knelt before Jiang Zheng, pleading, Master Jiang, I did not mean to. I shall never dare again. I implore you." Yet, before he could finish, silence enveloped him. It was as if someone had seized his throat, leaving him convulsing in despair upon the ground, unable to utter a sound. 2 minutes later, Jiang Zheng kicked Zhang Matzi's lifeless body into the blood pool, producing a gurgling sound, revealing the depth of the pool. Lin Qiao stood beside Jiang Zheng, observing the 3 corpses in the blood pool with curiosity, killing in silence. "What technique is this, Boss Jiang?" Jiang Zheng replied lazily, "Would you care to try?" Lin Qiao feigned shock. "Oh, please do not. I am terrified." Jiang Zheng clearly did not believe her, letting out a cold snort, and fell silent again. Lin Qiao had achieved her aim, her spirits lifted, and she paid no heed to Jiang Zheng's demeanor, humming a tune as she departed. Upon entering the room, she was enveloped in a warm embrace by Bai Yunqi. Bai Yunqi whispered in Lin Qiao's ear, her moist breath grazing Lin Qiao's neck, "Sister, you have been gone for so long." Lin Qiao felt a flutter in her heart, instinctively wrapping her arms around Bai Yunqi's waist, pressing along her toned abdomen. Though it was inconvenient to engage in anything amidst unfamiliar surroundings, Lin Qiao did not mind seizing a small advantage first. After securing a partnership with Jiang Huai and Jiang Zheng, Lin Qiao and Bai Yunqi rested comfortably within the territory of the Wide River Gang for several days. Overall, it was quite satisfactory, save for Lin Qiao's discontent with the food. However, when Jiang Zheng announced the intention to head to the underground city to establish a secure base, the opposition was greater than anticipated. Leading the descent was the awakened ability user Yu Ling, who had merged with a mosquito, standing beside Jiang Zheng. She was flanked by several supporters. "Master Jiang, we are all natives of Yixian. We have struggled to survive after the apocalypse. We do not wish to venture out and take risks. We simply desire to live peacefully in Yixian. Indeed, Master Jiang, nowhere is safe now. We have finally established a foothold in Yixian, and the brothers are unwilling to face the uncertainties of the outside world. The underground city is so far from Yixian, teeming with zombies. We cannot even be assured of survival on the way there. Moreover, my younger siblings are still minors. They cannot endure further turmoil. Master Jiang, Yixian is nearly completely under our control. Why must we go to the underground city to establish a base?" "Yes, Master Jiang, please be cautious. Could there be some hidden agenda? We must not make hasty decisions." The speaker cast a pointed glance at Lin Qiao and Bai Yunqi, insinuating that Lin Qiao was deliberately leading everyone to the underground city for ulterior motives, subtly implying that Lin Qiao and Bai Yunqi were not to be trusted. Some even glared at Lin Qiao. Had it not been for witnessing Bai Yunqi's combat prowess, comparable to their own leaders, they might have already accused her openly. Lin Qiao chose to ignore their glares. Since she had decided to collaborate, she needed to assess her partner's capabilities. After all, she could not expect them to handle everything, especially since this was Jiang Zheng's affair. Thus, Lin Qiao crossed her legs and, using the cover of her jacket pocket, retrieved a generous handful of sunflower seeds from her space, sharing half with Bai Yunqi. The two assumed a relaxed posture, watching the unfolding drama below. Chapter 101. Unforeseen changes in the marketplace. Jiang Zheng reclined in a rocking chair, his eyes half closed as he listened to the crowd below. Although Jiang Huai's abilities had been revealed, he was no longer perceived as merely living off his brother's coattails in the Wide River gang. Nonetheless, he remained low-key, appearing no different from his usual self. Sitting expressionlessly beside Jiang Zheng, he seemed indifferent to the discussions happening below. The crowd clamored to provide their analysis to Jiang Zheng, yet he showed no sign of engagement. As their voices began to dwindle, Jiang Zheng slowly opened his eyes, yawning before addressing the gathering. Those unwilling to leave may remain. Upon hearing this, the possibility of negotiation evaporated. The crowd exchanged glances, and for a moment, none dared to volunteer to stay behind. Just then, someone rushed in. Excitement evident on their face. Master Jiang. Good news. The people from the marketplace have emerged. This individual had initially been assigned by Jiang Zheng to monitor the changes in the marketplace. After reaching an agreement with Lin Qiao, Jiang Zheng had momentarily forgotten to call this person back, only to discover now that the survivors who had been hiding in the marketplace had suddenly come out. Lin Qiao furrowed her brow at this news. When she departed, she had clearly communicated the severity of the impending storm to the county chief. Not only were the zombies more ferocious at this time, but any humans caught in the rain also faced a high risk of infection by the zombie virus. Lin Qiao could not ascertain whether the county chief had disregarded her warnings or if some unforeseen incident had compelled the survivors to emerge. She fixed her gaze on the newcomer and interjected, "How many have come out?" The individual paused momentarily at Lin Qiao's inquiry, then glanced at Jiang Zheng, who showed no reaction. Before continuing, "It appears at least 200 people have emerged. Furthermore, the old county chief has also come out. Master Jiang, this is an opportune moment to take them all at once. Should I gather the brothers?" Upon hearing this, Lin Qiao felt an uneasy stir within her, silently cursing the chaos, yet she could not ignore those people. Thus, Lin Qiao stood up and addressed Jiang Zheng, "Boss Jiang, I suspect something has gone awry at the marketplace, and I intend to investigate." Jiang Zheng lifted his gaze to Lin Qiao, his tone nonchalant. "It would be best not to let them create trouble for themselves. It is quite bothersome." Lin Qiao nodded, taking Bai Yunqi by the hand as they promptly exited the hotel. As they walked, Lin Qiao muttered, "They truly know how to cause trouble. I have warned them that it is dangerous to come out at this time, yet they seem intent on courting danger." Observing Lin Qiao's anger, Bai Yunqi softly reassured her, "Sister, if you believe they are disobedient, I can turn them all into my subordinates." Initially, Lin Qiao did not grasp Bai Yunqi's implication and retorted, "What would I do with them? They are incapable of carrying anything and would only waste food." No. Bai Yunqi blinked, secretly thinking, "That is not what I meant." Moments later, Lin Qiao suddenly realized, halting in her tracks, incredulous as she gazed at Bai Yunqi, "You don't mean?" Lowering her voice, she continued, "You are not suggesting turning them all into zombies, are you?" Bai Yunqi beamed, seeking praise. "Exactly. I can utilize the virus from the Red Rain to catalyze them all into zombies." "What were you thinking?" Bai Yunqi blinked in confusion, unable to comprehend Lin Qiao's reaction. Furrowing his brow in distress for a moment, he quickly regained his composure and emphasized, "Sister, you need not worry about Jiang Huai's abilities. The zombies I have catalyzed will not be suppressed by his powers, so rest assured." Lin Qiao, rendered speechless, retorted, "Is that what I meant? Huh. From now on, refrain from casually mentioning turning people into zombies. Be cautious. If the Research Institute hears you, they might capture you for dissection." Bai Yunqi actually wanted to assert that he was unafraid of the researchers. In his previous life, he had stolen several high-tier crystal cores from the Institute, which were quite delectable. However, since Lin Qiao disliked hearing such comments, he resolved to refrain from mentioning them in the future. After all, he currently had no need for zombies as subordinates. Speaking of subordinates, Yunqi could not help but recall the chef zombie he had taken from in city. He remembered how much Lin Qiao admired the chef's culinary skills. It would be splendid if he could find a way to bring him over. Meanwhile, Lin Qiao remained oblivious to Yunqi's thoughts, her sole concern being that the individuals in the mall had not encountered any danger. Unbeknownst to her, while she worried for others, there were those who were equally concerned for her safety. 2 hours earlier, on the second floor of the mall, the survivors' gathering place. Yao Yao stood at the entrance of the county chief's office, her expression serious. "Mr. County Chief, I can sneak in alone and be out swiftly. You must trust me." As soon as Yao Yao finished speaking, the county chief had yet to respond when he was interrupted by a woman who had previously expressed concern for Lin Qiao. "No, it's too dangerous for you alone. Miss Lin and her companions have offended the Quanjiang gang for our sake. If anyone should go, it should be all of us together. How can we let a mere child take such risks?" "Exactly. Yao Yao, you needn't insist. It must be the adults who go. Indeed, we can no longer endure being trapped here. I refuse to believe that so many of us cannot handle the Quanjiang gang. If it comes to it, we shall die fighting." Several burly men, their blood stirred, raised their fists in indignation, determined to confront the Quanjiang gang in a fight to the death. The county chief, observing the fervor of the crowd, realized he could no longer dissuade them. These were all spirited men, and being confined here without sunlight was already stifling. The thought of allowing Lin Qiao and her group of outsiders to take the lead was unbearable for them. In truth, the county chief was also worried about Lin Qiao's safety, despite her repeated warnings not to leave the mall during the torrential rain. There had been no word from her since she departed with the Quanjiang gang. A whole night had passed, and he feared for her well-being. Thus, the words of prohibition lodged in his throat, leaving him unable to voice them. Although they were merely outsiders, they risked their lives for the sake of his people. How could he accept that with a clear conscience? After careful consideration, the county chief reached a decision. He gestured for the crowd to quiet down. Then, he propped himself up and sat on the edge of the bed. Dr. Zhao, who stood nearby, attempted to intervene but was firmly refused. The county chief surveyed the assembly, cleared his throat, and declared in a resonant voice, "As the county chief, it is my duty to protect the citizens of Yixian. Miss Lin has risked herself for our sake, and I feel deeply ashamed. I understand your sentiments, so I have resolved to personally confront the Quanjiang gang. Our home shall be reclaimed by our own hands.